kind of divergence from this. But yeah, I just want to say.
Let me ask you a question, Buddha. If you were to ask the last man who ever spoke to a hero before he died, what would you say?
The last man who ever spoke to who? Akira?
Yeah, a hero.
A hero? What hero?
Just any hero.
Uh, if he could speak to a hero, what would be the last thing he can ask to the hero before he died?
Yes.
Um, uh, what did you fight for?
There you go. That's a good one.
Yeah, yeah. I think that
That's not directed towards you. I just thought of.
yeah, that's a nice one.
I
Yeah.
would have a question before answering that. Did he know that he was going to die before he asked him the question? Because I would, if so, I would say, "Do you know that you're going to die?"
What does it mean to die, though? That every tradition answer that differently, depending on your metaphysical beliefs
Yeah.
and other things like that.
Well, I just say that because I took a very brief nap and I woke up and then I realized that panel's still going over there and they have this guy who calls himself I am God asking these guys a question and he's like, "Hi guys, my name's I am God. Can you ask a question?" And he's like, "Oh my God." So, anyways,
Isn't that what's his name used to go by? JD, the Palestinian guy, the lawyer dude.
oh, I don't know. I have no
He
idea.
used
I've
to go
never
by
seen
I
this guy
am God, I
before.
think. Before that, a long time ago. That's funny.
Might be the same guy. I don't know, but Buddha, I appreciate what you're saying because you're saying some interesting stuff. What 10,000 BC war were you talking about? Though?
I was talking about, that pre-industrial man was nowhere near as bad as now, and it's more preferable than right now. They still drove some species to extinction, but nowhere to the
Yeah,
extent of now, like woolly mammoths and.
yeah. He was saying that basically humans wiped out Homo floresiensis, and I was saying, I was basically recanting like, what is the, is there any conclusive evidence about that, right? So, and to which he replied, no, there isn't, right? Anyways,
There is for woolly mammoths, though. There is, yeah, woolly mammoth,
right,
yeah,
maybe, right?
I
yeah.
mean, I like to think that we ate the dinosaurs to death personally, but I mean,
Yeah, like they
Right,
could have
well,
just froze, but yeah, what is the thing? Um, um, so we will continue with this. Let me hold on and sort of talk to the chat here. I think this guy said this. I'm gonna read all the comments now, and then I'll play a song. Right? How can we begin with all beings are quote unquote when we can't even see what is real? Why not begin humbly? We are blind, confused. We must first learn to see. Yeah, that's true, Mega Man. Dress it up as true synchronization of time, space, matter, self, quantum internet of things, bio nanotechnology, deformation, and replacement dressed up as transformation. Exactly. Demonic monoliths. Sorry, evolve, becoming smaller and more sublime. What there is but not. We think truth is out there to find someday, but is here all along. The real problem is our blindness. Yeah, that is what we rarely speak about. Great comments, guys. A cosmic virus of demonic micro monoliths all connecting and forming one singularized global monolith. Real shit. Uh, great points, Mega and Set Skills. Oh yeah. Better to be worm than man. What is human? Asked the homie. Yeah, that's a great question. What is a human? You know,
yeah.
and I think that is one of the things I attempted to answer through those, I think, false renderings of, I believe, that these were sort of fashionable items, right, that existed for a period of time. The ones I mentioned, right, the primordial man, the archetypal man, right, the the universal man and the mass man, right? And of course, they all correspond to a historical saga, right? In a way, so I think those are all falsifications of man, right? Does anybody else?
Yeah, I have an
Maybe-
answer. What is human? There are two truths doctrine. I would say two truths doctrine. Conventionally, humans are, like Mumford says, symbol making animals. Okay, that's the
Oh yeah,
conventional.
that's a great answer too. Yeah,
Yeah,
we kind of
yeah,
said
but
that.
on the ultimate level is the non-abiding awareness, the signless awareness. That's what I say. Two
Oh,
truths.
okay, yeah, non-abiding signless awareness. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
did say that before. Yeah,
yeah, if
great.
Mumford were alive now, I would ask him if human beings were,
You debate that
hypothetically
boy.
speaking, to vanish, could there be another symbol-making animal? That's what I would ask.
Yeah, yeah, that's a
Eventually.
great question.
Yeah,
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 smoke yeah, do mushrooms with Mumford and ask him that, right?
yeah.
I think we all have bad code. Star Wars is the ultimate depiction of Mumford's mega machine in fiction, I think. Yeah, that was interesting, Dom.
Maybe if some other species ingests mushrooms, maybe they'll have symbolic reference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zenial, thank you for joining.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Maybe I should do that. Yeah, I should go make that. I should go get mushrooms to all.
yeah,
I would
yeah,
highly recommend that. I think it would open up a lot of different pathways in your mind.
yeah. I
But
think
it does.
Not for
man
me,
is.
for them.
Yeah, I think once nature becomes mechanized, it becomes harder to define man outside of the mechanical impulse because it starts to define everything, right? Because now people say, well, reality is a simulation, right? Well, everything's just mechanical at that point, right? So it gets into some
Mushrooms
crazy.
help though because they're organic.
Yeah, blessings to crystal shamans. So if you can't define humans, how can you say they have bad code? Surely that's by design. Blessings. Bug or feature. I appreciate you, Zenial, but Buddha, nature is only mind. Either way, I look to discard of it one way or other human existence. That is, it's just human being. Applies a sense of becoming a flux. If we are conscious, then that which we create will also be endowed with consciousness. I appreciate you, man. That is a deep comment. Okay, here we got Mega Man. Intelligence is beyond thought and knowledge. Thought stores the past. Intelligence sees directly in the past and responds without distortion. He's got another one up here. If we cannot say it simply, it may not be true or may not understand it clearly enough. Yeah, truth tends to clarify, not hide behind confusion. All right.
Did you know that ants, they farm aphids on plants? We have them on our rose bushes. They're pretty minimal
Yeah.
though. They're not that bad. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they do that.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Actually, ants, they do this called social organization. They compartmentalize their works, like you have worker ants, you have those that reproduce. So they actually do specialization. It's called eusocial. In some ways, we are imitating the ants in some certain ways.
Sort of,
And
yeah. On the group level, definitely. Like, because I think once we get into group dynamics of why people do things, they tend to like go with the crowd, and the crowd can like start with the wrong idea or something sometimes, and it goes wrong. It's weird.
Check out this comment. Pre-industrial man had horrible food. Food tasted disgusting. We made palatable food. 3 years of change.
It's satchel, man.
Yeah, I mean, 36 flavors and.
Would you say that maybe we had we're enslaved to, instead of to our emotions, our pheromones?
Yeah.
I think it makes a bigger impact on people than they are willing to admit. But like, think about like if you've smelled a smell and it took you like right back to like a childhood memory that you totally forgot about. That's just like proof that that's how that. I mean, it's the key to our memory, really.
Yeah,
And
you got.
Olfactory goes
songs-
straight to
Yeah.
the brain, no filter.
Yeah, it goes past all the friggin' veils and everything, just right. It's like got the backstage pass.
Yeah,
He's
you
got the
got
VIP pass.
36 flavors and 500 colors
36 chambers of Wu-Tang.
and a not clean bathroom full of chemicals.
36. 36.
36, 369,
Existential loop.
37
yeah.
squared.
200 million year old bones. Oh yeah, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
I went on a little rabbit hole dive after I got off with you and Neurojack earlier, while I was making stew. Like, yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Haven't
I'm
had
gonna
a
put
good
together.
stew in a while.
Yeah, Dan went to the store and he got a entire like pork roast, like for 43 cents. It's crazy because it was totally marked wrong.
What?
Yes, it's a beautiful.
Extremely marked wrong.
Yeah, I know, right? It's
43
like,
cents?
I
How
was like,
do
if
you
you
even
could,
sell that?
I know, and nobody even noticed. I was like, damn.
That's a steal.
I said, do that tomorrow and I'll think you have magic.
Okay, so here's Dr. D.
Yeah.
Blessings.
I knew
Pretty
you'd show
cool.
up eventually.
Hi.
And we also got GT. GT. Most of us are a little above animalistic behavior, but not by much. All right. So
there you go, Avian. The anthropo denial.
yeah, nice one, GT. All right, so let's play a little song here and then we'll move forward. I appreciate you guys. This is a remix thing or a rehash or mashup or however they call these in terms of
Remash. Just
rematch.
make up your own term, I guess.
Yeah, of verbal graffiti. So here is verbal graffiti. So yeah, blessings to the people.
I'm like a panther in the dark, silent when I strike the paper like a dagger in your heart. When I write, I leave a mark. I seen enough before they even part. Told son, lead a block, get that money upstairs in case the currency is marked. Be the man who plot against me, God forgive me. My enemies die in the street and my heat is empty. Coincidentally, the same fate was meant for me. My AK's my lawyer when it's on it represent for me. Vacate the center, case acquitted when your face gets split. I stay spitting with grace, chain glistening, gray Timberlands. My niggas face predicaments, but we can even live down, face imprisonment. Take a hit of this, uncut raw. A taste of numb your jaw, my rhyme is on consignment. Just in case you wanted more, lyrics are furious. I reign imperious, niggas ain't fucking with me, son, I'm dead serious. Trees personify me, like heat I keep beside me. Even I be the most underrated, lyrical, drug-related nigga who's gonna be blazing in the project. A prosperous drug block, is subject to conquest where I'm from. A phoenix selling heated for 5 jumps. Dealer scattered when D's or Y come. R.I.P. is written on walls for people who die young. And niggas even dream of B-ballin' or to be ballin'. Sometimes it's hard for me to write, son, the streets calling. Patience is a virtue, temptation to hurt you. And send it to a bid, your fake friends will desert you. Till your ass out screaming like your bitch that burnt you. I don't expect a fake nigga to feel it. Look in my eyes, stare at the realness. I was corrupted by drug supply, fly kicks and bucket nines. Looking up at the skies, thinking I'm too young to die. Thoughts of conquering, though we were taught not to. Send Supreme Court and death got a nigga losing lots of friends. My pen's immortal, like mommy in heaven, no man can harm you. My army of angels with true love is there to guard you. Tell my dog Blue I love him like a brother, the deep shit. 3 bricks remain uncovered, the industry didn't want me and they try to condemn me. Spree well a rap, they even try to suspend me. Yeah, the thug nigga rise, people are snakes and justice is blind. My jury is my gun on my side. Turn I right with the trifleness engraved in Tyson. Curse the shot that left Big and Pac lifeless. The realness, some try to conceal this. Despite that fact, niggas can't match my lyrical illness. I'm a key, you 3 grams with cut in it. If you want it, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Rapper slash drug dealer, slash I bust my gun, nigga. Slash your face with a rug, nigga. What's the meaning? What's the meaning? What's the meaning?
All right, let me open this up, and I've obviously what is really remarkable about this document is the fervor for humanism, right? He's sort of saying that obviously the universalism of man was necessarily for this sort of technological expansion to take place, right? In which technology is, achieves the final realization of the universalization of man, right? And so he's not really looking at it as a sort of post-human idea, right? But something that could permanently improve the humanity's project. So obviously I was looking at this earlier and I had I was sort of solo looking at some of his statements and the veracity of some of his statements. I gave it a hard time. But of course, that is the purpose here, right? It's to sort of critique some of these ideas, right? So take this off the screen. There we go. So obviously he said that some of the ideas of alchemy, right, especially in terms of Taoism, right, and some of those practices, right? And he talked about the Greeks, Daedalus, right? Talked about hubris, technological hubris. Okay, he talked about something about Gilgamesh, where he retrieves a plant from the bottom of the sea to get the elixir of life. So he's talking about the elixir of life being in the man's technological capacity. He quoted this thing by Pico della Mirandola. But first we'll read this again by his idea about how Aquinas defended alchemy.
Could I mention another
Yeah.
Mesopotamian myth that talks about something similar? It's
Yeah.
the myth of Adapa, and he's the first person, the first man, the Adam. And in this myth, he's sailing the sea, and I don't remember exactly what he does, but there are these winds coming, and he does something to manipulate the winds and control the winds. And this impresses the gods. So the gods invite Adapa to a feast. And at this feast, they will give him a drink or a food, I can't remember which will basically grant him immortality or eternal life. However, Adapa's main god, Enki, tells him to not eat this or drink this because it will be poison, essentially. So Adapa goes there. Anu, the main god, he's basically talking about how, you're kind of like us. So since you're like us, we will grant you this food, which if you eat, will really make you like us by not dying. And then Adapa, of course, because Enki told him to turn it down, turns it down. And it actually turned out that it was not poison. And if he would have eaten it, he would have actually gained eternal life, because in the Gilgamesh story, the serpent steals the thing that Gilgamesh retrieves at the sea floor. And Enki is the serpent, of course, Lucifer. So this is why I say Lucifer is not to be trusted, but the serpent is double-edged sword. There's good things about it and there's bad things about it. And all the bad things about it have to do with Enki.
And for me, it just comes down to it's either Buddha or the highway. You know what I mean? That's the way stick to a tradition. Because people keep jumping around traditions. I mean, you can do what you want. All this Mesopotamian stuff, I don't know. So yeah.
Well, I mean, it's important to know the Mesopotamian stuff because it's the foundation of Western thoughts and Western thinking. Without it, I don't think if there was no Mesopotamia and Egypt, and I don't think that there would be this centralized European government like we think of, like England going around and dominating all these different poor nations, or the United States like it is today. I really don't think that would be the case if it wasn't for Mesopotamia and their mythology.
The problem I have with that view is it strips people of accountability. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It does, because
How?
I don't want to derail this, but it kind of does.
Well,
I don't.
well, the thing is, well, I'm just going to say we have continued the same systems. So the people who do this, which is basically most everyone, are accountable because we haven't changed our ways.
Yeah, I think that's true. We are all accountable for our own. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they had
whether you know it or not.
the ancient depictions of the cities, right? So some of what he's talking about is definitely been applied in ancient Babylon for sure. And of course, there's corresponding ideas within Chinese civilization, right? African civilizations, right? Obviously, ones from Eurasia and Persia and so on and so forth. So there's lots of different ideas that correspond to what he's laying out here. But yeah, so let's start with some of this. He says medieval Christians held similarly conflicted views about the pursuit of alchemists who are attempting to transmute substances, create homunculi and test tubes, and invent a panacea. Some scholastics, following the anti-experimentalist teaching of Augustine, believed that alchemy was an ungodly activity. See, Augustine was formerly a Manichaean, right? So
Is
he
that
was
Saint Augustine? The
yeah,
Saint
Saint Augustine. Yeah, but then he in his later years, when he converted to Christianity, he wrote huge polemics against not only Manichaeanism, but all sorts of religious religious practices that he deemed heretical, right? And of course, alchemy was one of them. But check this out. It says other theologians such as Albert Magnus and St. Thomas Aquinas defended the practice. But actually, that might have been because of his Aristotelianism, right? But also, right, we see that up until the time of Martin Luther, even Martin Luther defended alchemy, right? And said that it's like the art of the ancients and so on and so forth, the science of the ancients and so on and so forth. And he even promoted the Kabbalah and alchemy, right? So they all saw, and so did this guy, who they're going to quote next. This guy who they're going to quote next definitely promoted the Kabbalah, right? It says the otherworldliness and stale scholastic philosophy that dominated Europe during the Middle Ages gave way to a renewed intellectual vigor in the Renaissance. The human being and the natural world again became legitimate objects of study. Renaissance.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Important word.
Right. Renaissance humanism encouraged people to rely on their own observations and their own judgment rather than to defer in every matter to religious authorities. So that's really important for him, right? This move from religious authority to this sort of do-it-yourself understanding of the world, right? Which, as I pointed out, that was crucial for developing this notion of universalism, right? This idea that man had to be abstracted from the archetypal realm, right, where he was in a heavenly place, right, to then being defined by this, pressure, right, where he had to sort of define himself. And of course, the state was a perfect model, right? Politics was a perfect vehicle in order to achieve that, right? So let's see what happens in the Renaissance, right? He says here, Renaissance humanism also created the ideal of the well-rounded person, right? So remember, I remarked last time, I said, if it created such an ideal of a well-rounded person, how come it led to such a society which over specializes man, right? His roles, and it creates an over specialization and a rule of experts and a compartmentalization of knowledge, right? That prevents mutual discussion between the different branches of knowledge, right? So what happened to this sort of well-rounded person, right, that they were supposed to create, right? Maybe it just, like, what happened to that guy, right? What happened to the Renaissance man, right? So it says one who is highly developed scientifically, morally, culturally, spiritually, right? And it says a landmark of the period is Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, the founder of the Christian Kabbalah, right? And this is what he says. He says, we have made you a creature neither of heaven nor earth, neither mortal nor immortal, in order that you may, as the free and proud shaper of your own being, fashion yourself in the form that you may prefer. Right? Somebody said earlier when I was on a panel, he said, when we becomes I, we begin to have a problem with you. Right? Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah.
So this is like the measure of man is man himself, almost, right?
Oh yeah. But this is even more severe than that, right? Because yeah, I think actually you got it. Yeah, measure of man is man himself, because it's not man as measure of all things, right? Where it's like, if man is a measure of all things, then there's still a one-to-one relationship between man and the things, right? So yeah, but
this is
here,
basically transhumanism, essentially, right? Basically.
it's kind of like a step before that. It's universalism that's necessary for transhumanism, in the sense that man has to be evened out before he can be transformed collectively, right?
So making like man an object, essentially, or objectifying men as a
Or humans.
what was your thing about object? You said something about objects at first.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
saying
said
it's like,
object. Yeah, because that making a being that is spiritual into something that is an object is failing to see another part of it. And I think like all things have a spirit in them, of course, but I think that failing to see it makes it an object.
Is that kind of like objectifying women or something?
Yeah, it can be. That's one that I'm very familiar with, actually. So, yeah.
So now,
Being a
so it's
woman.
like objectifying mankind as a thing. So if first she objectifies them as a thing, now we're universalized. Then it's like, well,
I don't know. It's questionable, because if that's like really all that bad, because like as a whole, like humanity, like if I was to like objectify myself, as long as it wasn't excessive, I think it would be fine, probably. But like, as long as it's not only that.
Yeah, I mean, in this stage, they still have a goal for man in order to free himself. So they're not really objectifying man at this stage, according to a bunch of writers, right? It's going to take another stage where you have sort of Marx and the creation of the man that's created by society, right? Then you can objectify man, because then you have the creation of the mass man, right? The mass man is the man that's subject to alienation and techniques, and he's obviously a rootless I mean, he's a rootless cosmopolitan, as they say. I think Dom had something to say. Dom, you got?
So I was having a discussion with other people in the past week, and the question was asked about what even is an object. And my immediate answer was something rooted in etymology and Parmenides, and it was basically something that exists and is objective, or exists in objective reality. So what would you guys say an object is?
Mine is real short. It's not usually only an object.
So kind of like dualistic, or more multiplicity involved?
There's more to it than what we're aware of, obviously. Like, even like everything around us that humanity has ever made any sort of like knowledge about, any sort of language to record that, has been processed through objectification from the very beginning. Like, that's what naming things is, I think, a little bit too, makes it an object. But definitions are not like always, they change, they're dynamic, they're not defined, they're just temporarily defined. So it's like weird.
Well, and they're also temporarily assumed as well. People assume what definitions
Oh yeah,
are.
it's highly variable from person to person. I mean, like, I have to be very clear, explicit about like the words that I use with certain people, because they will misinterpret me every time.
Yeah. Okay. So
Object.
yeah. So yeah. Go ahead, Buddha, and then I'll move on to this text. Yep.
Well, it depends on the metaphysics, but I think an object is not independently existing out there, but a projection arising from beginningless habit energy within consciousness, dependent on consciousness that perceives it as its own mind or something. So objects still exist, it's just that they don't exist independently from other things. They're dependently arisen. And that it ties into emptiness and stuff.
Yeah, I believe that too.
Yeah, I would think that that's a close answer to what I would put down as objects exist through relationality and dependence on mind, right? So, definitely those two properties would have to, subsist for. Okay, so should I move on to this text now?
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah, all right. So the Age of Enlightenment is often said to have started with the publication of Francis Bacon's Novum Organum. Oh wait, I forgot to read the second part of this quote. It says, "It will be in your power to descend to lower brutish forms of life, right? You will be able, through your own decision, to rise again to superior orders whose life is divine." So that illustrates this idea of the hierarchy of being that I was talking about. Right, that man ascends up the hierarchy of being. So that step is necessary, right? So the second step, right, in which man is the archetypal man, right? See, this is why I was describing things in such a precise way, right? The step of the archetypal man is necessary to get to this other step of the universal man, right? Because and I've explained this on the show many times, right? It's kind of like man has to be put above nature in order to be universalized, right? They created the notion that through man's rational mind, they can transcend nature, right? In the stage where he became a heavenly being, right? And then they said, well, through science, and through the understanding of the rational mind, we can then manipulate and control nature, which is the idea that basically it's kind of like what Francis Bacon kind of says, right, in a way, right, that we can use reason to manipulate and control nature, but of course he's still trying to justify it in terms of the archetypal man, right, because he's trying to justify it to sort of like religious people, right? So he's saying, well, the Bible tells us to dominate the earth, right? yeah.
Would you say that this is like Adam Kadmon is like the first step, which is like Kabbalistic or something? So it's kind of like, is this like where does Adam Kadmon fall in that? Is that
That's well. See, I laid down 4 steps, right? The first step is the primordial man, right, which is like this sort of being that is arises through nature, right? Has a one-to-one relationship with nature, right? And the forces of nature, and the gods are sort of natural beings, right? And so there's all this idea where the primordial man sort of has to do with sexual relations too, right? Because the gods have like sort of like sexual relations, right? Or either that or they become androgynous. Well, when they become androgynous, they create this notion of Adam Kadmon, right? Or the archetypal man, right? And then from the notion of the archetypal man, which is this guy that doesn't exist within nature but exists in heaven, right? They create the notion of the universal man, which is the man that is basically going to be realized through the liberation of everyone on their own terms, right? So man gets to define himself in this 3rd stage, right? And then in the 4th stage, right, there's the mass man, right, where man is defined by technology and by his own creations, right? And there he starts to worship his own creations, right? In the 3rd stage, man worship is he worships himself, right? You know, so to say, but yeah. Anyways, that's my entire.
Yeah, can I say something that many people don't talk about? And this is about how some cultures worship tyranthropes. You know what I mean? And tyranthropes, it doesn't have to be exactly like that, but I see them as archetypally representing the potency in nature, or not in a Aristotelian sense, but more in the
Are those
sense of
like chimeras or like mandrills or like creatures like that? Is that what you're talking about?
tyranthrope means stuff like Garudas, Nagas, those you mentioned.
Yeah, they're
Also,
like blended with humans. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
they're blended with humans, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're anthropomorphic. So
No.
because what they represent. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Well, I get a lot of that as a reflection back from nature because a lot of like fairies and things are like that too. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, I think worshiping tyranthropes is not as bad as worshiping robots or man's creations, because tyranthropes, like I'm saying, they could, like this image I have, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. Human beings are unique and awakening to the Buddha nature. But, like in the Flower Garden Sutra, you have a multiverse. You have a multiverse in the Flower Garden Sutra. That's 1,600 pages. It's not, I haven't read it yet, though, but I do plan to read it. But, what I'm trying to get at is trianthropes represent the primacy of nature, and that it could have been a different way, like counterfactuals, counterfactuals in a way that still places the primacy of nature and awakening of the nature. And so I
Yeah.
think the demonization of the worship of tyranthropes, it could be underlying what eventually led man to create his own creations and worship that over seeing a greater mystery in nature or something. You get what I'm trying
Do
to
you
say?
think that, yeah, do you think that maybe is like that was the turning point when the ego of humans like started like not needing to it wasn't so important because like we weren't like trying to like we were like getting one up on a lot of the wildlife and nature, like we were starting to
Yeah.
maybe get full of ourselves, and then we were
Yeah,
also bored because like we already beat all the animals, like there wasn't much challenge left.
yeah, exactly.
And
If
so,
you
yeah,
pay attention, the traditions that are most peaceful, like not peaceful, but they try to prize nature and respect nature, at least relatively speaking. They have trianthropes like Buddhism and Hinduism, and even I think some of Taoism. I'm not sure. I have to look into that more.
See,
Tyranthropes.
and I agree with that is definitely peaceful, but I think that I think it's better if it's just an internal, like, I mean, you can find people that have similar internal like perceptions of the world, but I don't think it's universal with all
Yeah,
humans.
yeah. Yeah, so here's the thing is that how it may fit into this, right, is that if you could depict that the animals actually depicted more settings within nature and then they became more anthropomorphized, meaning they had animal heads and human bodies as time went on, right, then that sort of depicts the same picture that Rousseau is painting, that we fell from seeing nature as divine to then putting the gods in human forms, and then we sort of turned humanity into the gods, and then we sort of started worshiping um that the deification of man is the same thing as creating nature as the idol, so to speak. So
Yeah,
anyways, let me
we projected, definitely.
oh yeah, there's some truth to that. So anyways, it says
It
to
could be
this
the opposite. Could be the opposite because Tyranthropes are way older than the the other stuff. They're very old. They're very ancient. So very, very ancient. Tyranthropes. I don't think they necessarily imply making them more like man. It's more like seeing into the future almost.
Well, I
To
think
some
that's just a
extent.
revision of the, I don't know, it could be both ways even
yeah.
simultaneously.
Yeah, because you're talking about like cave animals, right? Maybe in the cave animals there was not these types of things, but they just had the animals, right? And then those animals were considered like sacred objects, and then it moved to the anthropomorphization of those animals, right?
Yeah, and then
You
they
know,
started showing hunting too after that too,
yeah,
because the
yeah,
oldest ones were just animals.
Yeah, you know what the
yeah,
oldest statue found in Europe is? The oldest statuette. It's called Lion Man. The oldest
yeah,
statue is the Lion
yeah,
Man.
That,
yeah,
Very
and
old.
yeah, and it
the Zoom
could be
man,
like. Yeah, but even pointing to the future, it could be a mediation between man's past and understanding of, some combination between man and nature in the process of deification, right? Because if you just take a strictly sort of atheistic view of the world, right, then you see the development of, more complex forms of religion, right? So then anthropomorphization would become something that develops over time. But anyways, here goes. The age of the Enlightenment is often said to have started with the publication of Francis Bacon's Novum Organum, or the New Tool, which proposes a scientific methodology based on um hold on guys, I gotta go grab this coffee here in a second. Um which proposes a scientific methodology based on empirical investigation rather than a priori reasoning. Okay, so this is going to be important for him in a minute, because he's going to start talking about Kant and this whole idea of a priori reasoning, most likely, right? Because that's what Kant is responsible for laying down, right? This category, right?
that's one author that that I've actually read. Yay. We can discuss that.
Yeah, Kant's cool because
I don't know if I'd say that, but okay.
well, I mean, I like that he goes on about morality. It's,
Oh yeah.
it's
Yeah,
really
that's definitely one of his achievements, bringing morality back into the framework. But some may argue that the way he does it is sort of irreligious, because he's not tying morality to reason, right? So some might say it may be tied to reason, like how John Locke says it is tied to some sort of reason. He actually says, morality is practical reason, right? But anyways, let's move on here. It says here, Bacon advocated the project of affecting all things possible, quote unquote, by which he meant using science to achieve mastery over nature in order to improve the living condition of human beings. The heritage from the Renaissance combines with the influence of Isaac Newton, right? Or somebody who saw nature as mechanism, right? Thomas Hobbes, right? Who said the state is the artificial God. Sorry, he said the artificial man, which is the state, is a mortal God, right? Which is sort of like speaks for man, right? So it's like a weird concept that he invented where it's like the deification of the state, way before Hegel, right? Then you have John Locke, right? Remember, John Locke just said nature that lies there without man improving it is just waste, right? Then you have Immanuel Kant. Remember, he said the starry sky above and the moral law within, right? Nature and morals are not connected, right? The Marquis de Condorcet, don't know who the fuck that is, and others to form the basis of rational humanism, right? Which emphasizes empirical science and critical reason rather than revelation and religious authority as ways of learning about the natural world and our place within it, providing a grounding for morality. Transhumanism has its roots in rational humanism. So that's actually true. We've been saying that a lot, right? In the 18th and 19th century, we catch a glimpse of the idea that humans themselves can be developed through the application of science. Oh, so here's this guy. Let's find out who this guy is. Condorcet speculated about tending human lifespan by means of medical science. And let me see where we're at here. Oh yeah, we got quite a bit of time here. All right, let me see. Okay, so he says, would it be absurd now to suppose that the improvements of human race should be regarded as capable of unlimited progress? Whoa, now that's hubris.
Oh
Right?
yeah, duh.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
That a time
unlimited.
will come. Yeah, yeah. That a time will come when death would result only from extraordinary accidents, or the more and more gradual wearing out of vitality, and that finally the duration of average interval between birth and wearing out has itself no specific limit whatsoever. So he's saying that immortality is basically possible, right? Okay, so he's saying this in the 18th and 19th century. Right,
I
so
do
this is
think
very
it's possible, but it's limited possible. Yeah. So I mean, why would anybody want it to be unlimited possible?
What do you mean by that, Zeph?
It's like if it's unlimited, I think possibility can be limited, like, and still be like so vast that it doesn't matter, I guess. But it does matter at some point, I'm betting, at least, because like I can imagine like if you lived for like forever, you'd get bored. I mean, you'd want to end it eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I think that's a tall, like,
Yeah,
what
but
if? Like, what if
it
you
is a
live
big, huge what if.
forever? Like, is like the planet gonna last forever? Is the solar system gonna last forever? Is the
Well, the
universe
energy
gonna last
is
forever?
going to last forever, allegedly, but we don't know, really. Um, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
think that's not possible, right? So it says, no doubt man will not become immortal, but cannot the span constantly increase between the moment he he begins to live and the time naturally without illness or accident he finds life a burden. Benjamin Franklin longed wistfully for suspended animation, foreshadowing cryonics movement. I wish it were possible to invent a method of embalming drowned persons in such a manner that they might be recalled to life at any period, however distant. There's a whole letter that I have in the book that I have called The Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, right, where Kant calls him the new Prometheus. So this is actually a true word by Kant, right? That Benjamin Franklin is the new Prometheus, right?
Well,
Because he gave
did the biography of
Here, hold on
Benjamin
a second,
Franklin?
Zeph.
Okay, I have a question.
That he gave electricity to the humans, right? So he stole fire from the gods, right? Similar to Benjamin Franklin, right? So it's interesting. Yeah, what were
Whoa.
you gonna say, Zeph?
I was just gonna ask if the biography of Benjamin Franklin like says anything at all about how he let his wife die alone. Just wondering, because that seems like I
No,
really like.
because he
Yeah.
wrote it. So no, it does not say anything
Oh,
like that. But
geez.
yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
wow.
yeah, he
Yeah.
wrote it himself. It's autobiography, right? So no, probably not.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Zeph.
Huh.
Anyways, so that's
Yeah.
So does anybody else have anything?
That
Yeah,
explains a lot, actually.
it's all important, you know. Yeah. I feel I already have my vision in place, but yeah, it's important. I would say that the prolegomena, I can't pronounce it. Schopenhauer said that's better than critic of pure reason. I kind of condense it. I think a priori synthetic knowledge has some weak arguments, but yeah, Kant's understanding of enlightenment and other stuff was pretty strong. What do you think about his deontology overall? I just want to hear what you think about it. His deontology.
Obviously, like morality being placed in the category of universal, I think that's all. I mean, I just think he uses it to justify empiricism, right? So he's trying to say that empiricism and sort of types of abstract reason go together, but the only thing he includes in that is like math and logic, right? So I don't know. I think it's totally botched. If people have to really read it and really see what Kant's saying, but yeah, I don't like him that much, right? For sure. And then look at his students, right? They're a bunch of dunderheads.
No, Schopenhauer was great. You don't like Schopenhauer? That's the Schopenhauer.
I don't really think Schopenhauer's like really like a neo-Kantian. I would say like maybe like maybe like Fichte and like C.S. Peirce, like they have good stuff, right? But any other like neo-Kantians, I don't really get that much
You like
benefit.
Fichte or Fit?
Yeah.
That you don't like Fichte. I think he was a student of Kant. Fichte, Fichte.
Fichte, I just said Fichte. I like him. I just said that. Yeah.
You like Fichte though? Wow.
I just said that. Yeah. Him and C.S. Peirce, I like them. Yeah, but I said other ones I don't like. Right. But anyways,
yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. I should prefer an ordinary death, but immersed. Here, hold on. For having a very ardent desire to see and observe the state of America 100 years hence. Somebody has some sort of like cricket sound. I don't know what that is. But yeah, if you guys could mute that up. But yeah, I should prefer to an ordinary death, being immersed with a few friends in a cask of Madeira. What the hell is that?
Wine.
Oh, okay. Until that time, then to be recalled to life by solar warmth of my dear country. But in all probability, we live in a century too little advanced, so at least you realize that, and too near the infancy of science to see such an art brought in our time to its perfection. So he wanted to be, yeah, so definitely don't wake that guy up, right? After the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, 1859, it became increasingly plausible to view the current version of humanity not as an endpoint of evolution, but rather as an early phase. The rise of scientific physicalism might also have been might also have contributed to the belief that technology might well improve the human organism. I don't see the correlation there, or at least the rise of scientific physicalism might have also contributed to the belief that technology might improve the human organism.
Yeah, I see the correlation there. I see it.
Yeah, what's going on?
Through
Physicalist,
hope and free time, maybe. I don't know.
physicalist thing. All basically to physicalist, everything is a material and different process, and so like material aggregates. And they think mind is just an epiphenomenon. I don't think there's anything special in the human or in the organisms. It's just a blind process, and so like physicalism. So it becomes just about material benefits for the. So physicalism does lend better uh, to the technological progress, like you said. Something like idealism and panpsychism are less likely to do so. But maybe panpsychism could also. Actually, you have to be careful with panpsychism. I have some. Yeah, I have this friend. We shared his video. Remember, the Slovenian. He argues from a mix of a kind of materialist perspective and panpsychism, in favor of the technological singularity and stuff. So, because it just comes down to the worldly things. Yeah, just comes down to worldly things. There's nothing otherworldly about symbols or about awakening or looking into your own
Yeah.
mind or stuff like that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the reason I was saying is I think he's jumping the gun a little bit, right? Because it's kind of like he's taking like this anachronistic view that those people like in the 1800s, right? That because scientific physicalism, I believe, is well before the belief or the idea that technology is going to improve humanity specifically, right? So when they first had scientific physicalism, I think most people like Benjamin Franklin were like thinking like, no, we might use this idea of empiricism to improve ourselves on the moral scale and improve uh, sort of our range in politics and society, where we might build a better society. But like you said, it's going to be way longer till we really use this stuff to improve humanity,
Yeah, I
right?
have a problem with
As a
that
whole.
because it's just so obvious to me personally that physicalism, there's no basis for morality or normative values or meta ethics.
Right.
There's like no basis for it. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
obvious to me. Like, yeah,
Yeah. So
I'm not a physicalist. I am not a physicalist. But I'm saying that,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. So yeah. So in that way, it's confusing too, because it's like, it's like if you're just a scientific physicalist, like why improve humanity, right? So anyways, so it says here, for example, a simple kind of materialist view was boldly proposed in 1750, he says, by French physician Julien Alfred Lemaitre in La Home Machine. Remember, we heard that term from from Jacques Ellul, right? He used that term too, right? It literally means man the machine, right? Okay, so it says here, in which he argued that man is but an animal or a collection of springs which wind each other up. Basically, Hobbes argued the same exact thing in the Leviathan, right? If human beings are constituted of matter, obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside us, it should in principle be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. Now, that's a key point, right? Okay, let's read that again. It says, if human beings are constituted of matter, obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside us, then it should, in principle, be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. This guy's writing this as a great achievement in ideological thought, that we can control and manipulate and castrate and silence and subdue the human.
They
Right?
weren't
Great
including
thinking.
them. They apparently
Great.
weren't including themselves in that, right?
Looks like, yeah.
I-
I mean, like, you know, I mean, yeah, it doesn't make much sense, right? Clearly not, right? But they clearly are included in it, right? Because they're talking about a generalized view of man, right?
I just want to say that this view is nothing new. It's very ancient. Um, like in Egypt, for example, um, Apophis, which was the god who's basically this uncontrollable monster, was used to represent the population, and the ruling class basically got the population to root against Apophis and be defeated by Ra, who was essentially just trying to make them more easy to predict, because in order to reduce, or I should say, in order to exert greater control over chaotic variables, you need to exert, or I mean, reduce the degree of chaos that they produce. So that's all I want to say, is that this view is nothing. It's nothing new. It's nothing. It's very ancient, and this is how the ruling class has always looked at people.
That's like
Yeah,
some
it's a
pretty
great point.
vast exceptionalism, though, right? Vast exceptionalism.
Yeah, but it goes you know, back to the you know, Mumford and the Mega Machine, right? It's an ancient concept, as Dom said. You know, that's an astute observation for sure.
Yeah. But in regards to exceptionalism, like, TML said, these people are absolutely included, because they have a big task and a big duty where their whole life basically revolves around maintaining this status quo that these ancient traditions have built for them. And if they fail at doing that, it could have very huge consequences in their lives, because they have a whole lot more to lose than the average person. So they're slaves to their duty, to the
Agreed.
tradition.
Yep, I think so too. I don't know though. I just think so. Seems right.
So check this out. He seems to think that the Enlightenment ran itself out. Now, this is an interesting thought, right? Now, even some of the boldest, promoters of the technological and scientific enterprise of the modern world, right? Even they'll say that the Enlightenment is the pivotal point in which everything changed. But even Nick Bostrom is smart enough to see that it was merely just one bump, right? Like, actually, there was huge advances sometimes in the 1800s, sometimes in the 1900s, and sometimes there was huge pushbacks against that technological advancement that happened in the 1600s and the 1800s and in the 1900s, right? Huge, significant pushbacks. Like, for example, the idea of romanticism, right? So he says it gave way to romanticism and to latter day reactions against the rule of instrumental reason and the attempt to rationally control nature, such as can be found in some postmodernist writings, the New Age movement, right? So there's Blavatsky, right? Deep environmentalism, right? There's that idea that Penty Linkola and the other guys, right? And parts of the anti-globalization movement, right? Anti-globalization movement. Wow, he sure mentioned a whole cast of characters there, right? How I wonder how he feels about those guys, right? However, the Enlightenment's legacy, including a belief in the power of human rationality and science, is still an important shaper of modern culture. Oh yeah. In his famous 1784 essay, What is Enlightenment? Kant summed it up as follows: Enlightenment is man's leaving his self-caused immaturity. That seems a little grandiose. Immaturity is the incapacity to use one's own understanding without the guidance of another. Whoa. Okay, so you got to be led by other men, I guess. And Kant's whole idea, such immaturity is self-caused. Whoa, so this is different from Pico della Mirandola there, right? Saying that you're in charge of your own self, right, bucko? If its cause is not lack of intelligence, but by the lack of determination and courage to use one's intelligence without being guided by another, the motto of enlightenment is therefore super ode. Have the courage to use your own intelligence. Huh. I don't know. Doesn't that seem kind of contradictory? But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, what do you guys think?
Definitely agree it's contradictory, but I don't know.
Yeah. So to make it more concise or conversational, so we're looking at the conditions, the genealogy of history, and the development of Western thought that led to the proliferation of technique and the preoccupation with it, and the technological growth being the highest value to these
Well, it's funny you
technocrats.
say that. He's presenting a history of transhumanist thought in which he only mentioned one Eastern thought, which is Taoism, practice of trying to seek immortality through developing an elixir of life. All the other ideas he's mentioned are exclusively Western. There has to be some reason for that, but maybe he'll tell us that later. But yeah, definitely looks like a very one-sided view of history, if you ask me, right?
The elixir of immortality, it can be corrupted and twisted very easily, because initially it didn't mean the quest for biological immortality or fusing with machines to extend life, like cryogenics. It didn't mean anything like that. But I can see how some profane technicians could twist it that way and stuff. Yeah. And it seems that goes back to Enlightenment thinkers.
Yeah, I think the Enlightenment was just kind of no good.
Well, there's some things we have learned. I would say some descriptive facts, but was it worth the sacrifice? I would say no. I would say it was not worth the sacrifice, but the facts, I do accept a lot of the facts that the so-called research institutes give.
Well, the question is how much of it has been dictated to us for ulterior motives versus like how much of it was given to us by for this like ideal of freedom versus how much of it has been given to us to like purposefully ensnare us in a trap. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's a little bit too harsh of a analogy, but maybe not.
No,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
absolutely right. And this is what I mentioned before, countless times, is
We
that
have to go deep
the
into
school
peer-reviewed
school
sources.
system, the school system was shaped by organizations like the Jesuits in an attempt, basically as the Counter Reformation to slow down this Protestant spread. And basically, it was just made. The overall objective was just to consolidate power towards Rome and governments becoming more secular, really.
I don't agree. You have to look at the peer-reviewed sources, and like the ancients didn't know
And
our bodies were composed of cells, multicellular organism. Like you have unique cells specialized in your organs. For like liver detoxification or for like the brain. We didn't know about neurons. Neurons are real, and so neurons are real, and they do electrical conduction, and they communicate. Then we look at the brains of others, organisms, they have neurons too, and stuff like that. You can keep going deeper and deeper and deeper, but this is not a science channel. And so I would say that regardless of whether it's for liberty or ensnaring us in their trap, facts are facts. You know what I mean? Like when you see a loved one dying from like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, you can look into the brain and you can see like, causal mechanistic relationships. Now, this doesn't tell you about philosophy, because philosophy deals with unfalsifiable questions like idealism, panpsychism, blah, 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 all of that. Even theism, theism does not, you can still be a theist and still accept
Well,
findings.
on that note, let me ask you this. We were watching this whole debate between the Christian Freemasons versus allegedly non-Freemasonic Christians. And they seem to dance around the fact that philosophy and theology have a relationship. How would you characterize philosophy? Would you say that it is inherently theological, or?
When I use philosophy, I'm speaking broadly, because for a lot of Christians, stuff like St. Augustine is important. St. Augustine is a philosopher too. For my tradition, it's like Vasubandhu, Nagarjuna, they're philosophers too. They're like more theological philosophers. So, I see theology and philosophy, they can be closely connected. They are connected. They're like different branches or whatever.
Well, some people say that the Eastern didn't really even have philosophy. It's
No,
only
they
the
had
West that had
philosophy. What are you talking about? They had philosophy. I'm the
No,
one.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Yeah,
other people have said that. So
yeah, they're stupid. They're stupid. They're the kind of people who go and they probably just look at a Wikipedia article or something and they think they're experts on the subject. You have to go deep into this subjects you consider yourself an expert of or that you can criticize. Eastern philosophy is very rich, especially Indian, especially Central Asian, especially Chinese Buddhist. And so you have Vasubandhu, you had Nagarjuna, you had Tiante school of China, you had the Huanyan school of China. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like. People can do what they want, but taking conspiracies too far, it's just ridiculous. You have to also look at the opposite side. You have to look at the side you're critiquing. You have to be an expert on that side too. And so, you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because
do you ever look or into or consider the conspiracies that are happening, Avian?
yes, I do. I do look into them. I read some occult texts that talk about them too and other stuff.
What do you think a conspiracy is?
Something they want to keep hidden from the masses, some kind of covert action, some kind of utilitarian objectives that the elites want to do, social engineering basically for the masses to keep them locked in certain dialectics and narratives and stuff with, so, but you have to realize that
conspiracy, Avian, etymologically means together, con, and spire, breathe. Together we breathe. That means that we're all on the same page together. We're all going to do the same thing, and we're going to conspire together, like you said, in secrets to accomplish a goal. That's really all it is.
That's interesting because respire and expire, that's like inhale, exhale. Yeah.
Yeah, but some conspiracies are too large scale. They require too much coordination. Do you think all of the like PhD candidates or people going into certain fields or domains of research in academia, they're all brainwashed by conspiracy? I don't think so. I mean, I really don't think that level of coordination that has to go into sustaining that It's just
Yes,
too unfathomable. Yeah, I don't accept it. You know,
well,
you have to look at peer-reviewed sources.
Avian, that level of coordination did happen and does
No, I
happen.
disagree. You know that.
And second of all, I never said that everyone with a PhD is brainwashed. However, everyone with a PhD is initiated into a Masonic system that mirrors their degrees.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. You know, first off, we have to realize that.
All you want.
Yeah, let's
Whether
say
they're aware of it or not, though, is another question.
let's say someone, you know, like an oligarch, you know, like I don't like the Rockefellers, you know, I mean, I don't like them, you know, applied science is different from descriptive science, okay? You know, but let's say like, you know, they finance some of it or whatever because they have ulterior objective. You know, the findings, you know, like in genomics or in like other biological fields are misused for technique. They're used to embolden the technological growth. So, but even so, the facts are facts. You know, I mean, you have to look into the way they have their methodologies. You have to look into the math. You know, it's not easy. You have to learn a lot of math. You know, differential equations, statistics. You know, all of that is not easy. You know, like
you keep
not,
telling me to look into the facts.
yeah, the facts.
And
You know, peer review sources.
And I've told you nothing but facts.
What?
I've told you that the modern day academia was built by the Jesuits, and their whole system of compartmentalizing subjects, focusing mainly on reason and math, comes from them. And you're saying it's conspiracy and to look into peer-reviewed studies.
Yeah, I'm saying that even if that were the case, which I do give you admission for, you know, I concede that. I'm saying even so, you know, the facts are facts. You know what I mean? It's like saying that a serial killer who tells you not to drink bleach is wrong because he's a serial killer. Or it's like people who dismiss Teddy because he was a part of an MK Ultra plan. You have to take things on their own terms. You have to first go look at the methodology. You have to go talk to different PhD or researchers or whatever, and you have to like take it more holistically. Because, you know, just saying that, oh, it was the Jesuits or the oligarchs, and then dismissing all the findings as from the researchers as being psyops, that's disingenuous. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's disingenuous.
That's not again, that's not what I said I'm doing. I said I'm drawing attention to the siloing and the compartmentalization of learning and the prevention of an interdisciplinary approach to handle matters to understand the objective world we live in. We're incapable of doing that precisely because academia was shaped by the people I'm telling you about.
Well, we can do multidisciplinary approach. You know, there are some people who do it. It's true that grants are, you know, run dry for such things, though. But there are some scholars who do so. Like one of them is named Scribina. I talk about his works a lot. I actually found this channel from his works. He has a multidisciplinary approach and such. And there are other thinkers that have multidisciplinary approaches too. But you're correct that, you know, academia has a lot of problems. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm saying that when it comes to the question of facts, you know, like empirical facts, you know, it is not easy to just be dismiss, you know, just dismiss all of them. You have to like look into them deeply and then you dismiss them or whatever, or, you know, then you reject them or then you like critique them or something. You get what I'm saying? Like getting into the math and other stuff. Well, I don't talk about astronomy and astrophysics, you know, for example, because I don't have the expertise in that matter. I have friends that do, you know, they're way better at that stuff. You know, I'm not gonna act like, oh, I know better than you. What you're doing is just you know, it's just started by Jesuits and you're falling for a psyops, you know, or something like that.
I was gonna bring that up because you don't think we went to the moon, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard
Yeah,
you.
I mean, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, my background in astrophysics is weak. I lean towards yes, but overall, I say I don't care. You know, it's not my area of focus. You know, but I lean towards yes. I mean, because you know, like, you know, going to the moon, even if they went to the moon, what's so great about it? There's nothing really that great on the moon. Right? So who cares?
I agree.
You don't think Professor Francis Boyle suddenly dying when he agreed to join the prosecution against Gates and Albert Bourla is kind of fishy?
You know, see, this is what I'm talking about. When you want to talk about astronomy, you gotta go to peer-reviewed sources. They're full of math. They talk about how they gather the data, how they use the satellites and all that stuff. You know, it's too much for me. You know, it filters me. It filters me. You know, like it's not my area of focus.
This is what the scientists are going to tell you. They're going to tell you there's all this space junk up there, but at the same time, they have these telescopes taking pictures of things many light years away that are just in pristine condition at all times.
No, scientists tell you a lot of true things. They tell you, for example, you're a multicellular organism. You know, your body is a composite of many cells. You know,
Does what I just told you.
I don't think anybody's debating that.
Yeah, you're debating astronomy. I just told you in regards to astronomy, I am not an expert. You know,
but you just mentioned biology.
Yeah, because that's my area of focus. That's my area of focus. You know, I read books on biology.
I don't think I've ever heard of psyop or conspiracy of us not having any cells or.
Yeah, but you can't make sense of cells without evolution. You can't make sense of it. You know, why are there cells in the first place? It involves evolution.
Why is there anything in the first place?
Because nothing doesn't exist. I agree with that. I don't think there are pure vacuums or voids. I lean towards there are no pure vacuums or voids. You know, like virtual particles, which I studied, are still something in physics. You know, virtual particles. You know, it's weird stuff. You know, yeah, but you know, like my area of focus is biology, and so one of them, and then Buddha Dharma, and then philosophy of technology. I view technological growth negatively. You know, that definitely I view it negatively. You know, but when it comes to science, I see it more impartially. You know, when it's used to facilitate technological growth, I see it negatively. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case, and it's just facts they're reporting. And you know, sometimes there are debates about it, but you know, it's not easy. You know, you gotta read the look at textbooks, peer-reviewed sources, get into the math, other shit like that. You know, like it's like when it comes to astrophysics, you know, I have learned some electromagnetic stuff. You know, the math for that. It's crazy. I learned it for LiDAR. You know about LiDAR? LiDAR is being used for very bad stuff, LiDAR. Basically, it's a way they can like get an image of any surface, a topological surface, and then they get the, you know, the particles, or what is it called again? It's like little dots. It's like little particles, and you can make images where I did that with coral reef a little bit for a project. And they do it for landscapes too. They can easily model the whole Earth with LiDAR and stuff.
But it's really damaging, isn't it, to like things on a very small level? Like it really disrupts things briefly. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to look into it more. I'm not an expert in LiDAR. I just know the basics of LiDAR because I was working in Python and other stuff with LiDAR. LiDAR, LIDAR. So, you know, like, you know, about the Jesuits and all that, there's, you know, even if they may have, you know, started it, you know, for utilitarian purposes, you know, you still got to take the facts on their own terms, the research on its own terms. Maybe that research is being misused and to serve technique and stuff. So there you go. You know, is it, you know, this is, like.
Well, here's the thing, Avian, right? Because science is just ultimately a method used to test objective reality, or ideas we have about objective reality. So, is quantification and empiricism more important, or is actually understanding the ontological foundation of reality more important?
The ontological foundation of it. I'm an idealist. Yeah, I would say a non-substantialist idealist, basically. You know, because like I said about non-abiding awareness. But you see, look at Bernardo Kastrup. You can look him up. Someone like that is closer to my views. Not 100%, not 1-to-1. I don't agree with him on every tiny little thing. But in general, I would say he's in the right direction. Bernardo Kastrup. And so I do like his idealism. Yeah, so I think it's in the right direction. I'm an idealist, you know. So were a lot of German philosophers idealists. Like Schopenhauer was an idealist, you know. But Schopenhauer didn't go as far as to be like all of science is psyop to keep you to believe false narratives. I mean, could have started for utilitarian purposes, but Schopenhauer still was, you know, interested in like scientific facts and stuff like that. You know, like Schopenhauer and Bernardo Castrop. I like both of them a lot. I've read some Castrop. I have read a little bit of Schopenhauer, like, you know, like over like a couple hundred pages, but I didn't finish Schopenhauer. Yeah, there you go. And stuff. Yeah, you know, like flat Earth kind of crap, anti-evolutionism, all that crap. I don't personally like it. I mean, if you want to believe it, you can. But
I don't think anybody was bringing up any of those topics here. To my understanding, anything recently.
Yeah, all I asked was what's more important, the ontological foundation or
ontological, yeah, ontological foundation is more important. Yeah, philosophy is above science. Philosophy is more important than science. That was my number one point in my presentation. You can actually stop at point number one if you want to. You know, I'm going to go deeper than that. Ontology is so important. You don't have to care about about humanity or moral consideration. You don't have to care about Earth even. Just focus on your own liberation or whatever. You can go that deep. You know, that's what becoming a monk is about. So when you become a monk, you leave worldly concerns and you just focus on your own salvation or liberation. That's what being a monk is about. And so, I'm not a monk though. But I have considered it deeply in the past. And so,
my point
it's fun.
is that science has limitations and needs a syncretic approach with other disciplines and primarily philosophy and
Can I show you
ontology.
something? Because a lot of older scientists say the exact same thing.
Could you not interrupt me, please?
Oh, sorry, I apologize, good sir.
So what I'm saying is that these things need to lead, and they don't now. And that's by design. Because there were people who decided that math and quantification and categorization was the bridge between metaphysics and the natural world, instead of it being philosophy based in ontological understanding.
Yeah, I see your point, but I want to share this image if he's willing to. But you see a lot of older scientists like Schrodinger and like other ones, you know, they actually agree with you that philosophy, science, and technology, they're all separate domains. You know, they weren't, you know, physicalists. Not all scientists have been physicalists. I think the mind is special. The true nature of the mind, you know, it's the mind stream is. I don't even think the mind stream is reducible to biology. I actually don't think it is. You know, I think the mind, the true nature of mind, is unborn or something like that. And you know, like a lot of older scientists, they flirted with Advaita. They flirted with you know, those traditions. You know, a lot of them actually do become, you know, move towards those traditions, and sometimes they stop valuing, you know, because it's all dust. You know, all science and contingent facts are all dust. I mean, and the dust means sensations and other stuff in Chinese literature. You know, but you know, at the same time, you know, the contingent facts. If you're going to interact with the world, you know, it is what it is. You know, like you don't want to eat a poisonous mushroom. You know what I mean? And you know, some of these scientists get autistic and they over specialize in trying to understand the mechanisms of why that mushroom is poisonous, and then they make a serum for it. Like let's say you're going to Costa Rica, okay, and a poisonous snake bites you, right? They have serums for that. You know what I mean? They have like almost all the serums for poisonous snakes. You know, and it's true. You know, like and they had to research on the snakes to make the serum, and so they have to understand the mechanism of the snake. But all of that doesn't tell you the ontology, the true nature of reality, the intrinsic nature of stuff. You know, physicalism is unfalsifiable too. Yeah, you see the left here. I'm not gonna read all of it. These are scientists. Some of it cut off too, but it's okay. But these are scientists on the left, who had a more interesting philosophy. They thought mind was more special. They thought that they're, you know, they didn't think you were just an automaton. You know, a lot, you know, physicalists, like eliminativists, like Patricia Churchland, and they think you're just an automaton with the illusion of consciousness. But these people on the left don't. The people on the right, they all do. All of them would love Patricia Churchland. They would love eliminativists. They would probably say, "Oh, your mind is just an illusion. You're just a biological automaton. You're just a physical organism." You know, like Richard Dawkins is insane and stuff. So is Klaus. This guy, I forgot his name. Is like Klaus something. Bill Nye and D. Tyson.
Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah, they're all stupid on the right. They're all stupid on the right, but the left is more intelligent. You know, the left, they're idealists. They're more they think mind is special. They don't think you're just an automated physical organism. So there you go and stuff.
I mean, I don't
think both
disagree.
sides are wrong about some things. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I just say I don't disagree that the older scientists were smarter, and I think that many of them, if not all of them, generally thought there was a God, or at least some sort of higher power. And not only that, but I know at least one of those guys on the right started out as an actor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, where do you think I land? In the left or right? I'm asking you. Where do I land? Where does Corvid land? Left or right?
Little to the left.
Yeah, there you go. I land on the left and stuff.
Not in an extreme way, usually, though, I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Mahayana Buddhist. That's the lens I work from. You know, I try to be traditional about the beliefs. You know, if I were like, I don't know, Sufi or I don't know, like a Christian or whatever, it would be different. But I'm a Mahayana. These guys are more Advaitin. They're more Advaitin. Like Schrodinger is probably more Advaitin or something like that. Schrodinger was an interesting man. So very interesting, man. So he said this. Schrodinger said this. Said the plurality of what we perceive is only an appearance. It is not real. Vendetic philosophy has sought to clarify it by a number of analogies. One of the most attractive being the many-faceted crystal, which, while showing hundreds of little pictures of what is in reality a single existent object, does not really multiply that object. So that's from Schrodinger. It was very important.
Yeah, I like disco balls. They always reflect out, but I just put another one on the bottom. I mean, reflections, It sort of works the same way with mirrors.
So yeah, I separate philosophy, science, and technology. Technological growth is negative, and it's true they use a lot of science. I mean, they have to use science to make technological growth grow. That's their value. And science now is being used more and more to serve the technological growth. Like the people on the right, they probably just think that technological growth is great. We need more and more crap like Internet of Bodies or something.
Those guys on the left, they're more Eastern in their thinking, right? Generally.
Yeah, that's because the Eastern traditions, for my view, I'm going to say here, it's true. Okay, I think the Eastern traditions are true. I think Mahayana is true. Anyone else is free to believe whatever they want, but that's my bias.
This further adds to my point that if science had been spearheaded by some Eastern priesthood or similar group like that, like Buddhists or Taoists, undoubtedly it would be more advanced. Certainly in things like psychology, things that are actually learning about the self. I would also think we'd be more advanced in genetics. Just things that generally actually improve the quality of life, we would be way more advanced in. And also, I would think we probably wouldn't even have cars. We'd probably have something better that doesn't rely on the Roman grid for transportation.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't go that way. I don't think that it necessarily means, I don't know what, I don't think it matters like where it came from. It's just like, yeah, that the fact that there's divisions over this is silly to me. I don't know.
Well, I have my own views. One of my views that's important to my vision which I gave a presentation at the beginning, is that other organismal lines can reach open-ended symbolic systems or symbolic reference potentially. I mean,
Yeah,
it can
totally.
happen.
They
It can
can.
happen. Yeah, it can.
No, well, I mean, like you can train a crow to like associate a symbol with a certain thing, and then like to know that that if they that to associate that thing with the actual thing, and they can follow instructions. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, you can get lost in that stuff. There's a lot of
Yeah, it's
material on that
crazy.
stuff. You can get lost in that.
I love crows too.
Not just crows, but
But yeah, that was
pigs are
really,
pretty smart. Pigs,
yeah.
dogs, all of them are
But
pretty smart. Whales, dolphins. Yeah.
cuttlefish are pretty
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna move to the Guinan work, and I appreciate you guys listening. I'm gonna sort of chop it up with some some music before that. So I actually have a lot more music, but we'll see if we can get to it before we move to some other things. But yeah, we got some thing here. I'll play for you guys. And we'll be right back. In a little bit.
You need to stop worshiping that evil, and you better stop swearing on your people. You Hollywood, hip-hop don't need you. You sold your asshole, hip-hop don't believe you. You ain't proven. I don't know who the fuck you think you fooling. What are you, a lyrical bodyguard? Starstruck over the bodies you guard with pajamas on. What the fuck you rhyming for? V5 farm, the 40-ton dinosaur with smoky lungs. Nigga, where you know me from? Thoroughbred hip-hop head. Hip-hop ain't shit without knowing the ledge. That's what the God said. I smoke Wally Green, turning to Charlie Sheen. Fuck the honor roll if hip-hop don't wanna honor me. Jump off the deep end. Give me the beat, man. I'm 12 albums deep, you just getting your feet wet. Beast from the east, bitch, never been beat yet. You can't avoid war without peace and respect. Listen, I don't wanna rub it in. You acting like that's your husband. This is mutual assured destruction. Look up, you see the space in the stars? Don't create a facade. Your arms are too short to wave the guard. The lunar base guard, generate beyond space part. I was sent to the planet Earth to examine bars, to terminate whatever contaminates lyrical law. I'm like Nagar, raging a space war with J-Rod. I don't have to play the race card. I just grab the A card, aim at your jaw, tear your face off. First thing in the morning, treat it like a day job. Mixing Johnny Walker with Nate Bomb. I hold your nose, make you open mouth and say, the hip-hop H-bomb. Say something, I can't wait to respond. Run up in your dressing room like Raekwon. You act hard when the video takes on, cause you hate to be wrong. Well, let me tell you something, nigga, this is lyrical law. A spiritual bomb that can cause physical harm. For the beat, nah, you act like a miserable broad. A 360 deal means you getting circled by a shark, boy. Better beg your pardon, turn into a horseman, slaughter him. I'm an underguard, you too overconfident. Stop talking, nigga, cause you can all get it. W-A-R, nigga, I'm wrong with it. Don't let the alcohol fuck with your short vision. I knock you out of the park, nigga, long distance. I wrote this rhyme in 5 minutes. I'm like Tango, space killers for 25 years. So fuck with it if you want to. Nigga, I'm ball-proof. It's like you on Twitter with nobody to talk to. Crush your spine 59 times with a horseshoe. It's on you, nigga, don't say I didn't want it. Never had enough rhymes to fuck with mine. You know what they calling you, right? Moist 5'9". You souped up cause you got signed. You getting so much shine, you going fucking blind. Hey yo, 5'9". You must be out your rabbit ass mind. Huh? For real or what? I'm finna get some. Y'all niggas line up. Before show, I'ma show you what it is. I'ma show you how they kick me out the biz. Them niggas ain't tryna let me live. I ain't gonna end up like Pop Big. Without the fight, you understand me? Fuck y'all niggas. Fully automatic trigger mechanisms. You know my name, nigga. What? When I say bust, they gon' hit you up. Cash money, nigga. Ain't a goddamn thing funny, nigga. You heard? Fucking back. We ransack Team Shady Cat. Get outside, get your ass in the saddle. Slaughter alphabetic like papoose. What you drink? That look like whack juice. Come at you. Your rap group versus my rap group. Cross saber spurs and black boots. Duck, duck, shoot, nigga, get at you. Don't take yourself too serious, man. It's only hip-hop, alright, nigga? Peace.
All right. Pull this up. So he says here, what is called spiritualism, quote unquote, or idealism, quote unquote, is usually only a sort of transposed materialism. And this is true not only of what we have termed, quote unquote, neo spiritualism, but also of philosophical spiritualism itself. Even though this holds itself to be the opposite of materialism, he says. Indeed, spiritualism and materialism, in the philosophical sense of these words, cannot be understood apart from each other, he says, being merely the two halves of the Cartesian dualism, whose radical separation has been transformed into a sort of antagonism, he says. Since that time, the whole of philosophy has oscillated between these two terms without being able to get beyond them. Despite its name, spiritualism has nothing in common with spirituality. Its war with materialism cannot be of the slightest interest to those who adopt a higher point of view. Who see that these two alleged opposites are basically close to being simple equivalents, he says. And that on many points, their pretended opposition ultimately amounts to no more than a mere verbal dispute. So what's he saying? He's saying that the dialectic between spiritualism on the one end and materialism on the other end, right, is basically just a false dialectic, right? That those who are spiritual don't see materialism as their foe, and those who are basically, materialists need not discount the existence of spiritual ideals, right? So what he's saying is that there's too sharp of a distinction drawn between these two things, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, it's kind of saying like it's either neither or just a mixture of these two, right?
but we got to realize that it's not all physical, nor is it all spiritual. Because, like, I think Christians think that it's all spiritual because they think in the end it doesn't matter. As long as you believe in Jesus, you'll make it to heaven. This is an exoteric Christian perspective. And, it can really make you not care about what's happening in the world that you're actually living in now. So definitely too much spirituality can be a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I get where you're going with that one.
Yeah.
So he says, Buddha, did you have something there?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll have to use the bathroom. Who are you reading right now? Sorry about that. Sorry.
This is A Crisis of the Modern World by
Oh,
Rene
okay.
Guénon.
Yeah, I read
And I
that book.
believe he
Yeah.
has a like this is one of the later chapters in that. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that. I read Crisis of the Modern World.
Nice.
Yes,
Yeah, so
I
that's
read it.
cool. So we got an expert on the panel. Nice. Blessings. I appreciate you, man. So yeah, so go use the bathroom, and you've already read it, so you won't be missing much. But yeah, blessings. So yeah, so
I don't have that one. I'll have to get that one.
yeah, this one's pretty cool. Yeah, Crisis of the Modern World by Guanan and Revolt Against the Modern World by Evola. two interesting books that look at the scientific paradigm and its limitations, right? But yeah, so let's look at this. Modern persons in general cannot conceive of any other science than that of the things that can be measured, counted, and weighed. In other words, material things, right? Since and by the way, this is a key step towards the massification and the creation of the mass man, right?
I wonder if that has anything to do with time, because time can be measured, but it's not a material.
Absolutely, because time starts to dominate over nature, right? I think because how progress is it's all driven towards time, right? So it's like we have to transcend nature through time, and that's kind of like what the whole model becomes, in my opinion, right? So I think time starts to become hugely important, but it's like they're creating the time, right? So it's like they want to accelerate the time, so they want to control time, is like controlling reality in a way for certain people. And then you see like a lot of magical practices, right? It's all about the moment and the particular time and the season, and it's all about controlling nature through the seasons. And so there's a lot of time magic. And of course there's also this notion of templexity, right? Of how technical complexity affects time, right? And our understanding of time. It creates ontologies, right? Like, for example, archaic revivals and lost futures, right? That then start to supersede and proceed into the scope, right? So there's all sorts of time.
Yeah, like retrocausally even. Yeah, I get that. That's cool.
It could, yeah. Yeah, so, retrocausal is sort of like the eschaton, right? That is literally what the idea, right, that they're pushing, right, for the generation of the singularity, right? So they are pushing the idea of the eschaton already. So, anyways, so
Yeah,
let's see what
it's crazy, right? Yeah. It's crazy, but I mean, it's cool, sort of, in a way, but also scary.
yeah, I think Guanan would possibly definitely reject that idea, but he would kind of obviously there's important antecedents, but let's take a look at this. He says this tendency has reached the point of the tendency to reduce things to quantitative point of view, right? And to reduce quality to quantity, right? This is the tendency he's talking about. This tendency has reached the point of supposing that there can be no science in the real meaning of the word, except where it is possible to introduce measurement, and that there can be no scientific laws except that there express quantitative relations. It is a tendency which arose with the mechanism of Descartes, right? Since then, it has become more and more pronounced, notwithstanding the rejection of Cartesian physics. So Descartes was the founder of rationalism, right? So in terms of moving from empiricism, from idealism to just empiricism, there's a middle ground which is called rationalism, right? Which basically says that there's abstract principles that are, that organize physical reality, right? And those exist in the mind, and that the mind contains sort of super rational principles that organize reality that is separate from our perception of the material world.
It can happen that way.
Yeah.
It can happen that way, but not often.
So why he's blaming Descartes for this is that Descartes maintained the physical laws, right? So he said that there's physical laws in addition to those mental sort of principles or properties that we use in order to observe the world. So he's a sort of precursor to Kant and his critique of pure reason, right? So
Maybe
this
he's the one that put Descartes before the horse. Oh.
right, right. So anyway, so let me go on with this a little bit. It says it is a tendency that arose with the mechanism of Descartes, right, and also pretty much of Newton, right? Newton and Descartes, right? Because Newton was the guy who created this mechanistic view of nature, right? And then Descartes, as I said, right, he sort of related this to those mathematical principles which exist in the abstract realm of the mind and those physical laws which determine the outcome of physical reality, right? So he says here that it is a tendency. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna skip that.
If
He
that's the
says,
case, and you're right, TML, that you could take, if you're smart enough, you could look at physical reality and use it to extrapolate some of those properties that you're talking about on the other side. If their manifestation or a cause is what's going on over there, then you should be able to see a link if you're bright enough.
yeah,
Oh yeah, definitely.
yeah. See, like Guanan is saying that that these people are drawing too sharp a divide between the two, so they're unable to see that because they're kind of like
Yes, those
saying
people
like,
would never be able to see it. Anyone
yeah,
taking that attitude.
They're
yeah. So
kind of
that's
nearsighted in a way, yeah.
yeah, because he's saying that there's a perfect sort of cutoff point between abstract mathematical principles and physical laws, right? Whereas he's saying that
Why would they make
between
that leap? Why would they say that? I want it. That's not even logical.
No, it's not.
see,
A lot of good things were banished to superstition because of that too.
well, he says,
Just because
right,
science can't grasp everything, for them to say if we can't with our science, as if it's perfect, prove it, it can't exist. I don't think any scientist would even make that fucking statement. He'd know it would
well,
be done.
that's
At least I think.
yeah, well, that's the thing with Cartesian dualism. See, he says, when he says, "I think, therefore I am," right? Basically, what he's saying is that consciousness, right? He's not saying that consciousness is primary to matter, right? What he is saying, right, is basically that I can doubt that physical reality exists. It's only my perception of the physical reality that causes me to understand that it exists, right? So he's saying that
I love
perception
it.
exists in the mind, right? So he's
I
not saying
love
that there's that the consciousness is generating the physical reality or that it's primary to it, but he's saying there's a one-to-one relationship between the two. So what he's actually saying is a much
But it's
more
actually recursive, yeah.
yeah, but what he's actually saying is a much more moderate statement, right? So people use that and basically misinterpret
yes.
that, right? And then apply it to saying, well, I could think and be whatever I want, but he's not
Hmm.
really saying that, right? So
Right.
that's the inherent limitation of what he is saying. But anyways,
Yeah.
let me move back to the text here
Yeah,
because
limited. That's good.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
people thinking limits are bad. Limits can be good. They're not all
yeah.
bad.
Oh yeah. Actually freedom, as I discussed on another show, it basically should require the notion of limitations in order to
Yes.
surpass or understand or
Yes. To really be
exemplify
Well,
limit.
and
worthy in
nature can
some
teach you.
ways. To
Nature can
even
teach
be
you not to.
worthy. Right. Nature will teach it to you, right?
Right. Right. So okay, so let's go on for a second here. He says it says okay, I'll just start here. He says it is a tendency that arose with the mechanism of Descartes, since that has become more and more pronounced, notwithstanding the rejection of Cartesian physics. For it is not bound up with the particular physical theory, but with a general conception of scientific knowledge. Okay, so he's not talking about his
Very
physical
good.
theory, right? He's talking about
Yeah.
his conception of how scientific knowledge arises, which
Scientific.
I
Very
explained to you
good.
guys.
That
Yeah,
can make me feel better. Yeah.
yeah, because I explained to you guys that his physical theory isn't just reducing everything to the material, right? But his idea of scientific knowledge, it pretty much is, right? So
I
so that's
guess
really what he's talking about. Yeah,
because he'd be using physical laws and that type of stuff in
exactly,
his calculations. Yeah.
exactly, right, right. So he says today, today attempts are made to apply measurement even in the psychological field. See, that's a very dangerous place to apply this measurement. Why? Because you could
Yeah.
basically then say you could calculate man's emotions, his sentiments, right? Right. Then man becomes reducible to like basically the material, and also becomes calculable. And that's one thing that we should possibly stay away from. Like, remember in the last one, check this out what he said in the last one, right? Where was it again? Oh yeah, he said if human beings are constituted of matter obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside of us, then it should be in principle be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. Oops.
Yeah, that's
Right.
happening.
So that's so let's
Say it
stay away
again.
from.
Say the whole thing again. Say the whole thing again.
Oh yeah, it's right
If
here.
man was manifest, say the thing again. If man was manifest in the physical, what'd you say?
Yeah, yeah. If he's obeying the same laws of physics, right, that constitute matter, then
Yes.
as where possible, to manipulate those laws, it's possible to manipulate human nature as it is those external objects. You see, so
Yeah, well,
it's
let's
very
respond
simple.
to that a bit.
Yeah.
For example, it's about regarding a very interesting video you shared from MIT.
Yeah,
about
but real quick,
Sure.
but just to hammer in the point, here's another explanation of the same thing. Check this one out. Here, hold on, let me pull this one up because this one was good, and then Buddha's gonna explain something about it.
All right. I just got the damn quote you said. It took a while, but I got
Yeah, check this one out.
it.
Modern man denies himself every metaphysical dimension and considers himself a mere object of science, but he screams when they exterminate him as such.
Ooh. Everybody want to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die. That's the same thing, just said a different way.
So,
well, nobody wants to, but you don't actually, probably.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Buddha, you had something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. It's actually related to something you shared from MIT. Remember the video you shared? Autonomous and non-surgical brain implants. So
Right.
yeah, it can basically pass the nanoelectric chips that could be
Th-
injected into the body, and it can autonomously cross the blood-brain barrier and implant themselves into brain tissue. I watched that video again.
wait.
Yeah, I'm
If
not
I
done
can,
yet.
and
I'm not done.
I wanted to add to it. If I can add to it, and you still hold your thought. If you think it not, you can't.
Sure.
I was just gonna say I saw an article that I think is saying the same shit you said. So I'll tell my article later. But I think I heard what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see the article she'll
Yeah. While you talk, then I'll I probably got a wrench. I'll find it and put it in chat.
So basically, what MIT Press, what they're talking about is like spraying it on the foods or injecting you, and then they can have nanoelectrics that bypass the blood-brain barrier. Or, if they do that, what they want to do is gather the data of the neural activity, the bioelectrical activity, and then send it to the cloud, and then it's pre-processed, and they can improve the predictive models, and they could theoretically, stimulate certain brain pathways or neurons, and it's like optogenetics. I'm not sure if you heard of optogenetics.
Shit.
Yeah, like the optogenetics, they put something in the rat or mice, and they can alter their behavior with
I've
flashes
seen
of
it.
light. Flashes of light. They can use flashes of light to
I thought they got to
manipulate the
put a
rat.
chemical in them first. You're
Yeah,
saying they put something else in them?
yeah, they put a chemical in them first, and then they can do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then they can manipulate them with flashes of light and stuff. And so I would say that in terms of the felt sensations and your behaviors, that can be manipulated, but in terms of the Buddha nature, which is indestructible, which is like the signless, non-abiding awareness, that can never be abandoned. That can never be.
I would love to hope you're right. I'm a fan of God, and I saw like need as a little. Yes, you cannot be overcome. Shit. That
You know what's
article
really
is
weird though?
that
They
article is in
actually.
the chat, Mr. TML.
Oh, awesome. They also did a study on, I think it was some sort of rodent. I'm pretty sure it was probably like hamsters or something. There was they found that there was some kind of hamster that was, there was certain ones that were monogamous, like in one area of the world, and then they found like genetically exact ones that were like non-monogamous, and they
Right.
figured out how to turn on the switch of for monogamy.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
fucking crazy, yo.
It is, right? Yes.
The article
Yeah.
that I'm
Yeah,
talking
actually, I know what
about.
you're talking about. They've done similar experiments on the endocrine system and and gonads of birds. Like they can, like make the bird more homosexual or something. I can find that study if you're
That's
Yeah,
interested.
heavy.
this isn't that
Yeah.
great of a thing though, that we know this just yet.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that they have that capability to turn on shit like that, even in animals being monogamous and shit. I need to
Well,
calculate
we
when
are
I think
animals,
about how evil
so
these fucks are, though. I didn't even know they had the ability to do it in rats. So when I'm thinking
Yeah.
how evil these motherfuckers are, this is another tool I have to assume that they could have and probably are on humans because they have no limits. And if I could say, the article is a guy who here got convicted. Uh, what he's trying to do is put computer to human brain, and he'd been doing it in monkeys, and so he could just put the AI in their brain, and you somebody y'all look at the article and it'll tell
Yeah.
you much better on how. But he got convicted of the shit over here. China snatched him up, gave him a bunch of bread, put him in the head of a whole institute over there, and he is head of their AI can go in the brain shit over there. So it's a Harvard grad,
Yeah.
NASA scientist and all of that shit. He got convicted over here. It was a big old thing, and China snatched him up. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. So without understanding, right, basically what consciousness is, they're able to manipulate the psychological field, and this presents a huge danger, right, in our
Yes.
capacity not only to understand humanity, right, that
Oh
that
yes.
human beings
yeah,
can be
potentially,
reduced and
yes.
conditioned, but also the fact that human beings are made the objects of psychotechniques, one of the main subjects that we're going to be talking about on this show. But anyways, let's move back to this article. I'm not really an article, it's part of a book here, The Crisis of the Modern World. It says the very nature of he says today attempts are made to apply measurement even in the psychological field, the very nature which excludes such a method. The point has been reached of no longer understanding that the possibility of measurement derives from a quality inherent in matter, that is to say, from its indefinite divisibility, or else it is
Yeah.
thought that this quality is found in all that exists, right,
Yeah.
which comes to the same as materializing, right? So they're assuming that this stuff is reducible, right? So this gets to the notion, which I talked about in ancient Greece, right? It's as old as the pre-Socratics, right? The notion of the uncuttables, right? They actually thought that if you keep on cutting, right,
Right.
matter would be reduced to an uncuttable, right, which they called atoms, right? So of
Right.
course there's no point in assuming that something like this exists. And of course modern scientists, they have a problem figuring out what is the basis of matter, right? For
Even
example,
better yet, you can say that we know for sure that it can't be measured. That you can never pin a thing down to actually say where it is and all of that stuff. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So for us to
yeah,
be saying like one of the guidelines is you must be able to physically measure it, but actually if you really want to get precise in your measurements and try and get way down in there and pin it down, the thing ain't even where you said it was going to be, and it's moving around, it's still going to show that it is not measurable on the big
right,
scale and the
right. So
micro
it's saying,
scale.
right. So he's saying that if you can't reduce physical matter to the principle of measurement, how much more, can you reduce human beings? So he says here, then he says, as we have said before, matter is the principle of division, and of all that is multiplicity. So obviously, right, we talked about that, this idea of the one and the many, right? That in order to have matter, you have to have A, becoming, and B, multiplicity, right? So then it says the predominance given to the quantitative point of view, a predominance to be found, as we have already shown, even in the social domain, is thus really materialism in the sense that we defined above. This materialism is not necessarily connected with philosophical materialism, which in fact it proceeded in the development of the tendencies. Remember, he made a distinction between philosophical materialism and the materialism which says that there is nothing in existence except matter, right? Which today, right, they would call naturalism, right? Even though it's not like, so naturalism is not, in philosophy, like the love of nature or something like that, right? But it's actually thinking that nature or the cosmos is the only thing in existence, right? So here it says that this philosophical materialism, which in fact it proceeded in the development of the tendencies inherent in the modern outlook, we will not dwell on the mistake of seeking to reduce quality to quantity, or on the inadequacy of all attempts at explanation that are more or less of the mechanistic type. This is not our present purpose. We will remark only in this connection that even in the sensible order, a science of this kind has but little connection with reality, the greater part which is bound to elude it. Speaking of reality, leads us to mention, leads us to mention another fact which might easily be overlooked and which is very significant as a sign of the state of mind we are speaking of. It is that people commonly use the word quote unquote reality to denote exclusively reality of the sensible order, right? Reality of the sensible order, right? As language expresses the mentality of a people or a period, one must conclude that for such people, everything that cannot be grasped by the senses is unreal.
Yes, it's logical.
Yeah, that is to say, illusory or even non-existent, right? They may not be clearly aware.
It begs the question. That's how it. I've heard the Fred. It begs the question. It's baked in. Any of your responses is baked in. Just coming from your point of view, or else it's legitimate. He's right. It's illegitimate. He's right.
Yeah, I guess what he's trying to say is that you're speaking of reality from your own limited perspective. Right, whatever you deem as unreal is unreal to you, right? You're incapable of knowing it, right? You're closed off from it, right? It doesn't include, it doesn't denote your sensible order of things, right? So he's saying as language expresses,
it's outside of what you think is real, so it can never exist.
Right. So he's basically,
by definition, it won't exist. All right.
Yeah, he's kind of like laying down this notion of, like kind of like later what would be defined as a paradigm, right? So he kind of says like, in this sort of paradigmatic view, you can't reach outside of it to find anything outside of it. So he says here, right? That is to say, illusory or even, non-existent. They may not be clearly aware of it, but this negative conviction is nonetheless deeply held. And if they deny it, one can be certain that though they may not be aware of it, their denial is merely the expression of something even more outward, and indeed may be no more than verbal. If anyone should be tempted to think that we are exaggerating, he has only to consider, for example, that the so-called religious convictions, right? I think I almost said convictions, right? Of many people amount to, namely, a few notions learnt by heart. I should pull up this text on the screen because I'm now reading it inside of this little StreamYard window, which is kind of retarded. But yeah.
I'm not even looking at the phone, so I'm dependent on you.
Yeah. So-called religious convictions of many people amount to, namely, a few notions learnt by heart in a purely mechanical and schoolboy way, which they never assimilated to which they never have devoted serious thought.
Yeah,
but
chase the
which they
logic behind it. Yeah.
right, but which they store in their memory and repeat on occasion as part of the certain convention or formal attitude, which is all they understand by the name of religion. We have already spoken of this minimization of religion, of which the verbalism in question represents one of the final stages. And it is this that explains why so-called believers in no wise fall in short of unbelievers as regard to practical materialism. Right? We shall return to this point later, but we must first first con sorry we first oh sorry but first we must complete our description of the materialistic character of modern science. So he's saying that actually there's people that are limited by their own beliefs, and he's mentioning among those the religious people, right? He said that the people who hold religious convictions, right, they're no different than the people who are basically just materialists, right? Because
Yes.
they act and believe and respond to the facts of physical reality as if all there is in existence is a physical world.
Yes,
So
even
there's
though
no need
theirs
to
comes from
right.
A different area, apparently. No, it's the same rules in a different form. I get it.
Yeah,
What? That think
I would
you went
say
out.
I don't agree with you know going on or evolve on everything, but
Yeah.
they're right that the materialism is a big problem because they think that all of the contingent facts of materialistic science must be subordinated to the transcendental purpose, the principle, the transcendent principle that they see it, because they were heavily influenced by Adi Shankara. Like I think if Guinan has one book called Signs or Symbols, he talks a lot about Adi Shankara on that one. And so the
Yeah, cool.
the higher principle of unity, which is metaphysical and non-materialistic, all the contingent facts are subordinated to that. And he talks about how he actually does say some similar things to Elo. I did give one quote that was very reminiscent of Elo and such. I agree with that, but I will say that the facts are more dangerous than we think, though, and that we can't dismiss it, though. But at the same time, when it comes to philosophy, I feel we have to be anti-materialistic, though, because I don't think materialism has strong argumentation, but the contingent facts, they are dangerous and stuff. I
You
see
don't
here.
think materialism has a strong foundation or whatever over there in the philosophical realm? It doesn't have a place over there, really. Materialism, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the Scribina, I don't think mind can emerge from non-mind. I don't think mind can emerge from the absence of mind. Either mind is latent in all phenomenon, or mind is the foundation of all reality. And so,
I
that's
think I understand, and I think I agree with you. And I just wanted to make sure I heard what you were saying.
But we could make life less conducive to enlightenment or recognition and stuff because of the higher principle and stuff. So basically from the I wrote a summary of the crisis of the modern world. They talk about anti-traditional path. It's about perverting the sacred order and severing knowledge from metaphysical unity. From a profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter, division, quantification, and individuation precedes and derives meaning.
Yeah.
So I agree with him on that, but some
Yeah.
other stuff I don't agree with on Guinan. But yeah, I think his stuff about how contemplation is superior to action. That's That's kind of interesting.
How what's superior to action? Quantumplation? I don't think I'm
Contemplation.
contemplation.
Yeah,
It's superior. Einstein says something like that. Imagination is more important than knowledge. I think Einstein would agree with that.
Quantumplation.
Wait, which is he saying?
That's what Gordon said.
That's a word, contemplation. That's great.
That-
I love that
Right,
word.
exactly.
Oh, if it's a word, all right. Or is it a word? Now I'm high as fuck. Y'all gonna have to be very direct with me. Is it a word?
Contemplation. It is now. All words are made up. I don't know if somebody else said it, but it's a word now.
Right.
We made
Let's
sure
just
of it
go with
now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I love it all, bro. I love
It's so
all
good. I'm
that
going to write
shit.
it down. Wow. Good job.
Hey, here, I'm gonna take it off. I know, and you're on a roll. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna say it anyway because I don't have a guy. I was hitting a bunch of panels, and right here, I saw a panel that Flo is on. I can't think of this chick I met. I don't know where I met her, but I remember telling you I'll help you out and support your channel because of whatever. That's the first time I was seeing it over there. And so on that phone, well, anyway, on that phone, like you know what phone that is. On my other phone, whatever you want to call it, I had that. And then when I picked this phone up, it come to my subs, and you popped up. My first thought was, if this is the first time it was clear to me, that's play. This is school. That was the first time that was my thought, man. When I saw it, that's like, this is your decision. Both are fine. Sometimes you like to play, but I had never made a distinction that that this is school, and sometimes this is me willingly going to school.
Well, welcome. Happy to have you as a classmate and a teacher.
Yeah, but on that note,
be a teacher.
But on that note, we got some other stuff. On Guanan, and then on Evola, right? So we'll go with that, and then we'll go with Mumford. Right, I got both a documentary and then a sort of reading from the Myth of the Machine. So we'll take a look at some of that here in a minute, and then we'll go ahead and move to some other stuff. Right.
Would you like me to read? I mean, I don't have to, but would you like me to read my summary of?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, this would be a perfect time to do that now. So go ahead, Buddha. You want to?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. So let me get that summary. All right. Let me get the summary. Give me give me 30 seconds. I'll get the summary.
Yeah, for sure. Here,
I'll go
actually, actually, in that much time, why don't I take a little musical interlude right here? And actually, let me see if I actually talked about Myth of the Machine last time. Did that even happen? Was that a thing that I did? Oh yeah, it looks like I did not. Yeah, I came back to Guanan, and then I seemingly ended the show. Okay, so we did not look at Mumford last time. We only looked at Elul. All right, so that's fine. Anyways, yeah, so okay, here you go, Buddha. Oh yeah. Music first.
Music break first.
Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, so music first. Hopefully we don't get canceled. So it is what it is. We've been getting banned a lot. So blessings to the people. I'll have to take away 2 parts of this video for that reason.
Yeah.
So 2 parts of this video will be maybe too spicy to play on the stream. So we'll just kind of like I'll try to like switch the screen. So hopefully it does that. So we'll be right back. Blessings to the people.
turning from his seat, 'cause a child roses light tried to reveal what I could feel. I can't understand myself anymore. Cause I'm still feeling lonely, feeling so unholy. 'Cause a child roses light tried to reveal what I could feel. I'm lonely, just won't leave me alone. Oh.
Break. Yo.
I'm fooling somebody. Afraid it's bad road. See that to breathe this secretly. A silence I can't bear. 'Cause a child roses light tries to reveal what I could feel.
Yeah.
And it's lonely, just won't leave me alone. Oh no. And it's lonely, just won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I gotta turn my shit back down. I had that shit full throttle. Wait, you smoking for real? I thought that was a clip in the video that you was showing. You over there smoking for real? Yo, that was you for real.
So I'm gonna read this review. It's kind of short. It's not that long. So the crisis of the modern world is Corvid Buddha. The crisis of the modern world by Rene Guénon is a strikingly prescient book. Guénon argues that by losing sight of higher principles, the West has taken an anti-traditional path that perverts sacred order and severs knowledge from its metaphysical unity. From a profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter, division, quantification, individuation precedes and derives meaning. This loss of subordination also produces a devaluation of contemplation. Guinan insists that
Yes.
contemplation is superior to action, just as the unchanging is superior to change. So you can see there's a Parmenidean influence in the traditionalist school, like
Yes.
people like Guinan and Evola. You know, action that is cut
I
off
don't know
from
them niggas, but the philosophy is sound.
yeah, the action that is cut off from the higher principle degenerates into sterile agitation. Modernity flips the order, enthroning praxis in utility while denying or trivializing higher knowledge. What follows is a civilization centered on production and mechanization.
Yes, that's what we're left with.
Industry ceases to be an application of knowledge and becomes its very justification. Specialization fragments understanding, and the drive for speed and novelty becomes an end in itself. In such conditions, the relative usurps primacy over the transcendent, and technique expands while wisdom recedes. Historically, Guinan locates the decisive breach with tradition, not in the Renaissance, but earlier, in the 14th century, after which the West advanced an anti-traditional mentality that elevates individualism and later democratism, dissolving
Yes,
suprahuman order. His core axiom here is simple. The higher cannot proceed from the lower. See, the higher cannot proceed from the lower. This is
yep,
Guinan's right? Where power comes from below, true hierarchy and spiritual authority evaporate.
yes,
So the social and psychological consequences are familiar. Modern society manufactures artificial needs faster than it can satisfy them. It's kind of like the surrogates that Teddy talks
yes,
about.
yeah,
Material production eclipses the contemplative life, and the overall direction is outward, downward, and dispersive. For Guinan, Western encroachment abroad spreads not just commerce, but the deeper poison of materialism that kills spirituality at the root.
oh,
Without attachment to the higher principle, all action is in vain. See, so that's
who you
this is
reading
George
of,
Will.
man? That dude impressed the fuck out of me. Who was that? Who wrote that?
Well, it's funny you should ask because we're about to move to Rene Guénon, right? From the intro here, right?
Yeah.
Um, here, actually, let me skip the preface and go to the chapter 1, and we'll start from here. So let's check this out for a second.
It's the same author?
Yeah, that
Okay.
well, no, that was Buddha talking
Oh.
about this guy, right?
Oh,
Buddha wrote that.
wow. Okay. Wow. Damn. Okay. Let's hear it.
Yeah, Buddha's like that. Yeah, for sure.
That's
Yeah.
dope. That was
Yeah,
dope.
but
That
he's
was
talking about this
stupid.
dude going on. You know, he read this book. He read this entire
Okay.
book. So yeah.
Okay.
Chapter
Anyways.
1 The Dark Age. The Hindu doctrine teaches that a human cycle, to which it gives the name Manvantara, is divided into 4 periods marking so many stages during which the primordial spirituality becomes gradually more and more obscured. These are the same periods that the ancient traditions of the West called the Golden, Silver, Bronze, and Iron Ages. We are now in the 4th age, the Kali Yuga or Dark Age, and have been so already, it is said, for more than 6,000 years. That is to say, since a time far earlier than any known to classical history. Since that time, the truths which were formerly within reach of all have become more and more hidden and inaccessible. Those who possess them grow fewer and fewer, and although the treasure of non-human, that is, suprahuman wisdom that was prior to all the ages can never be lost, it nevertheless becomes enveloped in more and more impenetrable veils, which hide it from men's sight and make it extremely difficult to discover. This is why we find everywhere, under various symbols, the same theme of something that has been lost, at least to all appearances and as far as the outer world is concerned, and that those who aspire to true knowledge must rediscover. But it is also said that what is thus hidden will become visible again at the end of the cycle, which, because of the continuity binding all things together, will coincide with the beginning of a new cycle.
Ooh.
It will doubtless be asked why cyclic development must proceed in this manner, in a downward direction from higher to lower, a course that will at once be perceived to be a complete antithesis to the idea of progress as the moderns understand it. The reason is that the development of any manifestation necessarily implies a gradually increasing distance from the principle from which it proceeds.
Right.
Starting from the highest point, it tends necessarily downward, and as with heavy bodies, the speed of its motion increases continuously until finally it reaches a point at which it is stopped. This fall could be described as a progressive materialization, for the expression of the principle is pure spirituality. We say the expression and not the principle itself, for the latter, being beyond all oppositions, cannot be described by any term appearing to suggest an opposite. Moreover, words such as spirit and matter, which we borrow here from Western terminology for the sake of convenience, have for us little more than a symbolical value. In any case, they can be made to fit the question in hand only on condition that we exclude the special interpretations given them by modern spiritualism and materialism are in our
Dude, like, we can only even have this conversation once you understand that this is just words, and it does not represent the whole and all of that shit. I love it.
Right, because the words are assigned by the technical understanding that's trying to be observed, right? So you can't use the very terminology, right? So this is why he was
Yes,
saying
like
that,
it's the whole, yeah.
yeah, he was saying that basically idealism, materialism are two halves of the coin of Cartesian dualism. So if you use either one or the other to understand the completion of what is real, right? The second point that he's making is more controversial, right? Because not only is he saying that there's no such thing as progress throughout history, and that the change throughout history, develops through a cyclical progression. He's also saying that there's been a collective devolution of man, not a progress, right? So he's saying actually the inverse of that is true.
Yes.
Right. So that second point is he's saying that more and more, right, man will discover that the myth of progress is actually false, right?
Yes,
that there
it's the
hasn't,
opposite.
yeah, and he says that this is basically apparent within metaphysics, right? He says that
Yes.
if you have nothing, from nothing, nothing comes, right? Whatever comes forth from something that is most likely fully developed, right? And perfect in its own right. And then he's saying it devolves or degrades from that principle.
Right,
So,
all the way to some philosophy I was reading. They say if you want something hot, you must start with something cold, and the opposite. That's exactly what they're saying, because it will go to the other side. Like Dude was saying, it'll build momentum and it will degrade into the opposite at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, heat transfer, much like time, only moves in one direction.
Yeah, and some might say he's stuck in that paradigm because he's still saying it's only moving in one direction, but it's going down instead of up. So it's interesting.
Yeah, seemingly.
described by any.
Yeah, he calls the de-evolution involution.
Exactly, yeah.
The same as evolve.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Itself, for the latter being beyond all oppositions, cannot be described by any term appearing to suggest an opposite. Moreover, words such as spirit and matter, which we borrow here from Western terminology for the sake of convenience, have for us little more than a symbolical value. In any case, they can be made to fit the question in hand only on condition that we exclude the special interpretations given them by modern philosophy, whose spiritualism and materialism are, in our eyes, only two complementary forms that imply each other and are both negligible for anyone who wishes to go beyond these contingent points of view. However, since it is not of pure metaphysics that we propose to treat here, if all due precautions are taken to avoid ambiguity, and if the essential principles are never lost from sight, we may accept the use of terms that, although inadequate, nevertheless serve to make things more easily understandable. So long, of course, as this can be done without distorting what is to be understood. What has been said of the development of manifestation gives us to light. We may accept the use of terms that, although inadequate, nevertheless serve to make things more easily understandable. So long, of course, as this can be done without distorting what is to be understood.
That's dope.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
That was great. And Buddha, I'm so glad you read your version of it. It helped me understand it better when he said it, right? That was great.
No problem. Yeah, I like to write summaries of books I read.
Wow, your shit is so good. I would love to read those, man. Fuck. It's less work and it's the language that I speak. That shit you said, word for word, the way a motherfucker should talk to me. I don't know, just the facts, man. I don't like motherfuckers that do the flowery shit and you didn't do it. Motherfucker who put their ego in there, you didn't do it. I like just the facts, man. this dude here was putting on ego. He felt what he was saying. He was feeling ego, which is how I talk to. Oh, I thought that was great. It's the same shit that everybody knows and everybody talks about. That everybody bright that understand when I'm talking about a thing. It doesn't mean it's the thing. It's just part of a descriptor of it. That's all he is saying, but he's saying it with much more arrogance and I don't know, and some good shit too. What was the cat's name again? The author there?
This is Renee Guanan.
I'll never remember that.
So yeah, so
I love it.
So let me play a little more of this.
What has been said of the development of manifestation gives a picture that is accurate when viewed as a whole, but is nonetheless too simplified and rigid in that it may give the idea of development along a straight line, in one direction only and without oscillations of any sort, whereas the truth is actually far more complex. In point of fact, as we have already said, two contrary tendencies are to be traced in everything, the one descending and the other ascending, or in other words, one centrifugal and the other centripetal. And from the predominance of one or the other tendency result two complementary phases of manifestation, the one a departure from the principle and the other a return to it. Two phases often symbolically compared to the beating of the heart or the process of breathing. Although these two phases are usually described as successive, the two tendencies to which they correspond must in reality be conceived as always acting simultaneously, although in different proportions. And it sometimes happens at moments when the downward tendency seems on the point of prevailing definitively in the course of the world's development, that some special action intervenes to strengthen the contrary tendency and to restore a certain equilibrium, at least relative, such as the conditions of the moment allow.
Right.
And this causes a partial readjustment through which the fall may seem to be checked or temporarily neutralized. It is obvious that these traditional data, of which we can give only a bare outline here, open the way to conceptions that are deeper, wider, and altogether different from the various attempts at a philosophy of history that are so popular with modern writers. However, we have for the moment no intention of going back to the origin of the present cycle, or even to the beginning of the Kali Yuga. We shall only be concerned directly, at least, with a far more limited field, namely with the last phases of the Kali Yuga. Actually, within each of the great periods of which we have spoken, it is possible to go further and distinguish secondary phases constituting so many subdivisions of it. And since each part is analogous after its own fashion to the whole, these subdivisions reproduce, so to speak, on a much smaller scale, the general course of the greater cycle in which they are contained. But here also a complete investigation of the ways in which this law applies to particular cases would carry us beyond the limits of the present study. We shall conclude these preliminary remarks by mentioning only one or two particularly critical periods among those through which mankind has more recently passed. That is, among those falling within the period usually called historical, as it is in fact the only one really accessible to ordinary or profane history. And this will lead us directly to the real object of our study, since the last of these critical periods is none other than the one that constitutes what is termed the modern age.
Okay, so let's go to actually let me give me a second and play a little bit of this. And then we'll move on to Mumford. Yet another thinker that's going to lay down some of the similar points.
Can I ask a question?
Julia.
Yeah.
If you were to recommend someone to read Mumford or Skolimowski next, who would you recommend to read next? I want to read Skolimowski or Mumford next, but I don't know which one to read.
I guess Mumford because he's older. I don't know. I guess that's what I would say, right? Because Mumford, right? Because Skolimowski would have read Mumford, right? At least,
Here we go.
some of his stuff, right? But yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back in here. looks like
Yeah.
the screen share is not working for some reason. Yeah.
Well, you can
Yeah,
get the
it's
link to
blank.
me and I can share it or something if you want to.
No, let me just reset the StreamYard and it'll only take
Okay,
a
yeah,
second.
see you
So yeah,
later.
give me a second.
Yeah, I think foundationally that's a smart thing to do, but like realistically, I don't know. Sometimes it's easier for me to read through history backwards, because then you discover like the holes more easily, like because you already have the foreknowledge
Okay.
once you get to those histories.
All right, let me do this thing where I share the screen here. All right, here we go. Oh wait, why is that still black? All right.
It's Evola.
Oh no, there it
Revolt
is. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, we can hear that shit.
All right.
Si,
All
senor.
right.
against the modern world. Translated by Guido Stucco. 35th chapter, The Regression of the Castes. As my intent was to offer a bird's-eye view of history, in the previous pages I have presented all the elements necessary to formulate an objective law at work in the various stages of the process of decadence, that is, the law of the regression of the castes. A progressive shift of power and type of civilization has occurred from one caste to the next since prehistoric times, from sacred leaders, to a warrior aristocracy, to the merchants, and finally, to the serfs. These castes in traditional civilizations corresponded to the qualitative differentiation of the main human possibilities. In the face of this general movement, anything concerning the various conflicts among peoples, the life of nations, or other historical accidents plays only a secondary and contingent role. I have already discussed the dawn of the age of the first caste. In the West, the representatives of the divine royalty and the leaders who embody the two powers, spiritual and temporal, in what I have called spiritual virility and Olympian sovereignty, belong to a very distant and almost mythical past. We have seen how, through the gradual deterioration of the light of the North, the process of decadence has unfolded. In the Ghibelline ideal of the Holy Roman Empire, I have identified the last echo of the highest tradition. Once the apex disappeared, authority descended to the level immediately below, that is, to the caste of the warriors. The stage was then set for monarchs who were mere military leaders, lords of temporal justice and, in more recent times, politically absolute sovereigns. In other words, regality of blood replaced regality of the spirit. In a few instances it is still possible to find the idea of divine right, but only as a formula lacking a real content. We find such rulers in antiquity behind institutions that retained the traits of the ancient sacred regime only in a formal way. In any event in the West, with the dissolution of the medieval ecumene, the passage into the second phase became all-encompassing and definitive. During this stage, the ride cementing the state no longer had a religious character, but only a warrior one. It meant loyalty, faithfulness, honor. This was essentially the age and the cycle of the great European monarchies. Then a second collapse occurred as the aristocracies began to fall into decay and the monarchies to shake at the foundations. Through revolutions and constitutions they became useless institutions subject to the will of the nation, and sometimes they were even ousted by different regimes. The principle characterizing this state of affairs was the king reigns but he does not rule. Together with parliamentary republics, the formation of the capitalist oligarchies revealed the shift of power from the second caste, the warrior caste, to the modern equivalent of the third caste, the mercantile class. The kings of the coal, oil, and iron industries replaced the previous kings of blood and of spirit. Antiquity, too, sometimes knew this phenomenon in sporadic forms. In Rome and in Greece, the aristocracy of wealth repeatedly forced the hand of the hierarchical structure by pursuing aristocratic positions, undermining sacred laws and traditional institutions, and infiltrating the militia.
For just $37, you can generate as many videos as you want.
Whoops. Yeah, but you guys see what he's saying is that there's a corresponding devolution in history. There's a corresponding phases, right? First, is the loss of the divine right, right? Then is the rule of the aristocracy. Then is the rule of the of the oligarchy and the merchants. Each time lesser forms take control of the power. So he's saying this devolution in history represents a corresponding view of the people who are in charge, right? Of the
Wow, meaning
right?
each one is more, I guess, more. Their views are even more deep. evolved.
Yeah, their views are even more devolved, right? Because first they started out saying that the spirit, right, causes the king to rule, and then they just moved to
Right.
the aristocracy and said, no, the king has a right to rule because he's the guy with the most power and the money. And then they just
And
moved to
then
just
just
saying,
threw him out. He just made it power and
yeah,
money.
yeah, and just said, oh, power and money just rules, right? So, so it's kind of like it becomes stupider and stupider, and it corresponds to devaluing of the
Yeah,
human purpose, right?
I love it.
Yeah, it comes from, I think, an abstraction layer of consciousness, because like whenever we put this like friggin' name on something like that, it tends to do that.
Yes,
Like money.
and it does. Like anything, actually, you could do it with race. You could do it with, if I say, you see a tall black guy around the corner, someone like one of you cats who are enlightened would just be like, I didn't see anyone fit in that description. The other motherfucker would be, why he got to be black? So you add all sorts of shit to it. If I say I hate Trump, I just mean I hate him. Someone else may add, oh, you're one of them leftist liberal.
Yeah,
We
they just
must
assume.
we
Yeah.
must agree it's just a descriptor when we're using these words. I don't want
Yeah.
your baggage. Yeah.
Joe, are you
Yeah,
black? Are you
I have
black?
a
Are you saying you're black?
have a summary of Revolt Against the Modern World too. If you want me to read that,
Nice.
I don't know how.
Yeah. Yeah, let's play this for like 2 more minutes and then we'll get to Buddha's review of it. Yeah, let's check it out. Oh, whoops. Here, hold on.
Repeatedly forced the hand of the hierarchical structure by pursuing aristocratic positions, undermining sacred laws and traditional institutions, and infiltrating the militia, priesthood, or consulship. In later times what occurred was the rebellion of the communes and the rise of the various medieval formations of mercantile power. The solemn proclamation of the rights of the Third Estate in France represented the decisive stage, followed by the varieties of bourgeois revolution of the third caste, which employed liberal and democratic ideologies for its own
Yes.
purposes. Correspondingly, this era was characterized by the theory of the social contract. At this time the social bond was no longer a fides of a warrior type based on relationships of faith.
Yeah, by the way, and this is something that's interesting to point out, right? Rousseau actually called, right, the social contract, right? He talked about the collective spirit, right? And he said basically in civic society, there's a collective spirit, right? And he basically framed that this collective spirit was the founding of a civic religion among man, right? So his entire thing is like how the state creates its own like religion by
Yes.
this collectivization of spirit, which is like
Yeah.
the state becomes
Therefore,
a
if I could
spiritual.
interrupt TML,
Yeah,
it
just
just
give
made
me
me
a
think
second.
that.
Yeah, just
Okay.
give me 1 second. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, so in other words, the state becomes a spiritual principle of of man, and you see that later on in Hegel, right? Because obviously there's a delineation between Rousseau, to Kant to Hegel, right, where they pass down this idea that the state is going to be the ultimate realization, of human rights, or whatever. But go ahead, Joe.
I was just about to lose it. Therefore, you would have to make what word did you use? The spiritual, I think, is the word you use. In order for this structural shit, I forgot the words. I'm losing it. But in order for that to exist, the state to exist, we'd have to get rid of the spiritual and stuff. It would be an enemy of theirs. You could actively identify them by hating the spiritual aspect of things. It would be an identifier.
Yeah, and what he's saying is that one thing that people don't think about is that the loss of the divine right of kings is part of this movement, right? So people think, well,
Yeah,
you say that, you say that basically,
I love it.
that means that the king gets to say that he's almighty, right? That he has all the power, that God gave him that power, and he just made that up. But he's saying that the loss of that means that there's no, sense in which the government is a sacred institution anymore. Right, it's
Yeah.
just people that are just like doing what they need to do to get by, right? So that
The biggest
causes,
gun rules the world. Nothing else
right,
exists.
exactly, right.
Faithfulness and honor. Instead, it took on a utilitarian and economic character. It consisted of an agreement based on personal convenience and on material interest that only a merchant could have conceived. Gold became a means and a powerful tool. Those who knew how to acquire it and to multiply it, that is capitalism, high finance, industrial trusts, behind the appearances of democracy, virtually controlled political power and the instruments employed in the art of opinion making. Aristocracy gave way to plutocracy, the warrior, to the banker and industrialist. The economy triumphed on all fronts. Trafficking with money and charging interest, activities previously confined to the ghettos, invaded the new civilization. According to the expression of Werner Sombart, in the promised land of Protestant Puritanism, Americanism, capitalism, and the distilled Jewish spirit coexist. It is natural that given these congenial premises, the modern representatives of secularized Judaism saw the ways to achieve world domination open up before them. In this regard, Karl Marx wrote, "What are the mundane principles of Judaism? Practical necessity and the pursuit of one's own advantage. What is its earthly god? Money. The Jew has emancipated himself in a typically Jewish fashion not only in that he has taken control of the power of money, but also in that through him, money has become a world power and the practical Jewish spirit has become the spirit of the Christian people.
I'm about
The
to say
Jews
that
have
applies to
emancipated
everybody.
themselves insofar as the Christians have."
That applies to everybody, though. He's slaying Jew, and he's correct, but that applies to everybody. God's everybody, money, everybody. I mean, money's everybody, God. That applies.
Yeah,
That would
but
have
he's
applied
saying,
to everybody I can think of.
yeah,
All the
but he's
sheep.
saying that, but he's saying that it specifically applies to, Americans and also to Christian Americans, which is actually fundamentally true, right? Because if you look at the character of Christian Americans, they have a fundamentally Jewish spirit, right? They're basically like, like some of them even say like the Jews are chosen above the Christians, right? So he did see something pretty fundamental there, but
I'm not so sure. I'm not gonna acquiesce that. I think he's labeling it Jewish, but I think that again is just a label. It's the
are you
spirit
denying that the Jew? I'm sorry. What exactly are you denying that the Christians in America have a fundamentally Jewish? That a large portion of them
I'm
are
saying
controlled
they
by
have
the Jews.
no, I'm not denying it.
Right.
I am saying that I think he's making a mistake by labeling it Jewish. I think the spirit itself is what it is. They dominate and all of that shit, and he'll be correct if he takes those lines. I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying that spirit that exists, you shouldn't give it their name because it's a real thing, and we have it to a different degree. It's not like they own it and they create it. It's a real spirit running around out there, and all of us
But they
have
have
it.
the bad of it too.
Yeah, perhaps, but him quoting a Jewish person, Karl Marx, saying that about Jews, that basically their religion is money, their God is money. It's basically interesting, right?
It is. Yeah, I dig it.
And it does correspond to the behavior of American Christians, right? Because they think
and
that,
he was going there too. He was just starting to say, and the Christians and the
a lot of the more evangelical sects of Christians, right? And you could say that's everybody, but actually no, right? Because there's a certain group of people that's extremely represented in terms of wealth and power, right? So
I misspoke when I said everybody. I tried to correct myself. I think I did, and said bootlicker. Those people. Anyone out there saying, just follow what the government say, the police just doing their job. You can say their God is money. Their God is money in the end.
Right, but bootlicker to who? Right, because if you want power in the United States, you got to bootlick a certain group of people, right? So,
money. In the end, it's all money. That's what the Jews chase. They're better at it, so he's calling it Judaism. But it's money. Their God is money. That distinction is
money
all over the place.
Yep, they do that. That's true.
If you seem particularly offended by the Jewish comments, hang on to your hats because he's pretty much anti-Semitic. He's kind of an anti-Semitic guy, and we kind of just go over that on the channel. So you're gonna have to get over that one.
I'm not offended.
Let's do it. I am not either. I like taking into consideration where he's from, but all that just makes it funner to me.
Well, you don't even know where he's from. Where is he from?
No, you alluded to it in something you said. Him talking about it as a Jew from so and so. So I was like, I'm gonna keep that in mind for later
No,
and
I
try and
was
pick
talking
up
about
his
Karl Marx, Joe.
Yes, I'm seeing
Yeah.
Marx's philosophy on that. Yeah,
Right. All right.
that
So
just
let's
adds to it.
so let's hear a little bit more of this, and then we'll
A world power and the practical Jewish spirit has become the spirit of the Christian people. The Jews have emancipated themselves insofar as the Christians have become Jews. The God of the Jews has become secularized and has become the God of the earth. The exchange is the true God of the Jews. In reality, the codification of the traffic with gold is a loan charged with interest, to which the Jews had been previously devoted since they had no other means through which they could affirm themselves, may be said to be the very foundation of the acceptance of the aberrant development of all that is banking, high finance, and pure economy, which are spreading like a cancer in the modern world. This is the fundamental time in the age of the merchants. Finally, the crisis of bourgeois society, class struggle, the proletarian revolt against capitalism, the manifesto promulgated at the Third International, or Comintern, in 1919, and the correlative organization of the groups and the masses in the cadres proper to a socialist civilization of labor, all these bear witness to the third collapse, in which power tends to pass into the hands of the lowest of the traditional castes, the caste of the beasts of burden and the standardized individuals. The result of this transfer of power was a reduction of horizon and value to the plane of matter, the machine.
By the way, yeah, so I like how he brought up the technical aspect of things, that's a low level of consciousness, right? But the fact is that it belongs to a corresponding element within Book 8 of the Republic, right? There's first, right, the rule of the philosopher kings, right, which he calls basically the Calliopolis, right? Based on the Calliopolis, right? It was basically based on the Kalos Kaiagathos, right? Which is the good and the honorable, right? Which is like, it sort of degrades into the rule of the aristocracy, which degrades into the rule of the lovers of the wealth, right? right. After it passes through the military class, right?
Yeah.
So it goes, right, basically, right, the aristocracy, then the warriors, then the merchants, right? So he's basically breaking down Book 8 of Plato's Republic and applying it to the movement of history, right?
And the reign of quantity. The prelude to this was the Russian Revolution. Thus, the new ideal became the proletarian ideal of a universal and communist civilization. We may compare the above-mentioned phenomenon of the awakening and gushing forth of elemental subhuman forces within the structures of the modern world to a person who can no longer endure the tension of the spirit, that of the first caste, and eventually not even the tension off the will as a free force that animates the body, that of the warrior caste, and who thus gives in to the subpersonal forces of the organic system and all of a sudden reacts almost magnetically under the impulse of another life that replaces his own. The ideas and the passions of the demos soon escape men's control and they begin to act as if they had acquired an autonomous and dreadful life of their own.
Okay, so compare this to my introduction, right? My introductory presentation, right, in which I laid down 4 corresponding stages of man's development. But anyways, let's hear from Buddha and his, summary of revolt against the modern world. Blessings.
Yeah, so this one's a little bit longer than the Guinan one, but I read this like
That's cool. Take your time.
3 years ago. So I've recently completed reading Guido Stocko's translation of Julius Evolo's Revolt Against the Modern World. And this
that's
review,
cool, right? Because I think that was a translation of the that was the same translation that we were just hearing. So, anyways,
in this review, I will touch upon some key points of the book and offer my opinions towards the end. I actually removed my opinions; it's not relevant. Although I share Evolo's staunch anti-modernist affinity towards anti-modernist stance and affinity towards tradition. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just start here. So I have to edit that. I'll edit that later. I didn't give my opinion, so I just summarize it impartially.
All right, I'm a writer. I understand.
So Evola's primary focus is on the conflict between 2 opposing poles. The northern pole, or light, which embodies solar Uranian spirituality and is oriented towards that which is from above, and the southern pole, which is lunar, Caphunic, and based on telluric spirituality such as Hylozoism, or pantheism. The northern light aligns with being, Parmenian being, while the southern telluric pole corresponds with becoming. Additionally, certain races are more inclined towards one pole or hybrid of the two. Races such as the Germanics, Brahmin, Indians, and Persians lean more towards the northern light due to their inclination towards transcendence. Conversely, the mother holds more appeal towards the darker races like Dravidians, Blacks, Polynesians, and others. Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just summarizing his view. According to Ebola, everything in existence occupies a sacred place in a hierarchical order, which was comprehended by the Hyperboreans, a mystical race inhabiting the North Pole region. The Hyperboreans established the city of Atlantis, and the succeeding Aryans, who subjugated different Chthonic races, had significant heritage from the Hyperboreans. Evola firmly opposes the concept of evolution and instead advocates for the idea of involution, which is like de-evolution, where remnants of the golden, luminous Hyperboreans are present in various races. For example, he argues that the most prominent of these vestiges can be seen in the Germanic peoples, especially during the Ghibelline period of feudalism. He likes the Ghibelline period of feudalism a lot. So Evola contends that the Pelasgians, Pelasgians actually, Clages viewed them highly, but Evola sees them negatively. Interesting. Evola contends that the Pelasgians and the indigenous populations of Greece, as well as the Dravidians in India, had a primary lunar worldview until the arrival of the Aryans. The Aryan invasions introduced an ordering force that emphasized transcendence rather than a devotion to the earth and mother goddess. He is very much against earth and mother goddess worship, Evola. Very much against it. Evola views the mother cult as inherently chaotic and tethered to the earth, rendering it incapable of achieving authentic transcendence. According to him, their beliefs in reincarnation, animism, and pantheism support this idea. He was against all of this. He was against it. For instance, Evola posits that due to Aboriginal influences, Brahmin gradually took on a more pantheistic meaning, even though Brahmin was originally a mana-like quality that Aryans dominated. So he thought the Aryans had like a mana-like quality they dominated. Evola believes that particular dichotomies exist and that some are superior to others, including the patriline over the matriline, being over becoming, transcendence over unity, elitism over egalitarianism, masculine over feminine, solar over lunar, north over south, white over black, human over animal, heroism over cowardliness, centeredness over ecstasy, order over chaos, and form over formlessness, and among others. According to Evola, after the Aryan invasions, a sacred tripartite hierarchy was established, with representatives of spiritual authority such as ascetic warrior, knightly orders, and officiating priest at the top, followed by noble warriors, farmers, and merchants, and finally serfs. This division is similar to the Vedic hierarchy of Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, although Evola asserts that the Kshatriya were initially higher than the Brahmin. This is a very important point of Evola. He thinks the Kshatriya, the warriors, were initially higher than the Brahmin. Additionally, in traditional Northern societies, the king was synonymous with being, making him an effectively solar king. Evola maintains that one's caste is determined from up above and is firmly fixed at birth. He harshly condemns the idea of changing one's caste or envying those of a higher caste, since one's caste is suited to them at birth. According to Evola, only those belonging
Hey, can you
to
pause? Let me pause. You're just reading. Can you pause? I'm a fucking idiot. Can you pause? Like it's a tape or something. The king. God, dog. Can you read back a line or two? Something about the king.
Yeah. Yeah, this was the last paragraph.
Can you read it, man? I'm not really.
Yeah. So I'm going. So he thought the Aryans invaded and they established the hierarchy that came from up above is like divine and stuff.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
When you were talking about that's where they made the break when they said it was inherent in there that there'd be a break by saying that the king his children are that is the line through which things are traveled. Now you said that, and I see why I do rebel. You said that God comes through that line, and any rational person is going to realize at some point that that's not logical. It's a restriction, and it probably should know that. I mean, it seems like it's logical that even the king should know if he is divined by God that every fucking one of your kids that happen to pop up is not going to have that divine be the divine leader of. Oh, all right, I'm losing it. I'm too high, but yeah, I hope y'all got my point. I hope I said it. It's
Yeah, I
inherent
mean,
a flaw in there.
yeah, I mean, the thing is that he still thinks that the spiritual element is contained within a natural hierarchy that exists, right? So he
Yes,
still
there you
thinks
go.
that
Yes, thank you.
yeah,
You
so he
said it better
still
than
thinks
me.
that the spiritual element is contained within the higher races, as he put it, right? So
Yes,
then it descends down to like sort of the lower races. But the fact is that this corresponds to a loss of the divine element only to
yes.
an earthly element. So he's not saying that
Bloodline
blood.
alone, yes, it
Yeah,
fucks
but
it
he's
up.
not saying that bloodline isn't important because obviously there are the noble races where it descended from, right? But the fact
What?
is,
Go ahead.
even after
He,
that, right?
yeah,
It's the spirit and not the blood, meaning that the spirit came from the ascended higher races, and then it went down the same way that the loss of spirit then translated to, the promulgation of just blood, right?
right.
So
Yeah, yeah. With the king shit, that was fucked up. And damn, I'm trying to think about something else. This just it made me think about a lot of shit.
yeah. I'll continue reading now.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah, because he's like an
according to
occultist, right?
yeah, it was an
And
occultist.
then
Yeah,
he also thinks like there's obviously the same way as Gunan that everything descended from a higher element to a lower element, right? So he's applying that to basically everything, right? He's saying like
Right.
that there's a high
And the
level of
law.
everything. Yeah, so he's saying like people literally came from the mountains and created civilization, right?
Yes. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would not necessarily buy any of that. It's a word you said, which I forgot, but it's a theory. The theologians is a theory or something of the Atlantean people where they came from. I've been hearing a lot of that in
yeah, he's
conspiracy
one of the main
corners
guys who
lately.
came up with these theories, right?
Yeah, that helped me a
Julius
lot.
Evola, because he's one of the top occultists in history, right?
Very good.
But yeah, go ahead, Buddha.
so according to Evola, only those belonging to a noble caste, such as patricians or those above Shudra, are eligible to undergo initiation or a second birth. Initiation is a very important idea to Evola. Patricians are considered to embody solar qualities, while plebeians are viewed as chaotic and telluric. However, a patrician without undergoing initiation is considered equal to a plebeian. In the chapter Initiation and Consecration, in pages 60 to 67, Evola emphasizes the significance of initiation for higher castes and describes it as a highly symbolic rite that touches upon deep mythos and ethos. The process involves complex actions such as crossing a river and ritualistic behavior, including imbibing and liquid, which varies across cultures. It is noteworthy that Evola distinguishes between two paths, the path of action and the path of contemplation, with the latter being exemplified by the Pali Canon of Buddhism. While this book primarily focuses on the path of action, Evola acknowledges that a non-Shudra who chooses the path of asceticism can arise above the caste system. So even a Shudra, a non-Shudra, like they could arise above the caste, and with the path of
Right.
asceticism, he talks
Right.
about. However, he
Right.
seems to favor the path of action. Most of the book is about the path of action, which is more typical of Kshetras, the warriors. In fact, much of chapter 17, titled "The Greater and the Lesser War," is devoted to discussing the virtues of the path of action. And in this, he talks about like inner jihad. The inner jihad is not really. Oh yeah, actually, he talks about that. Yeah, I don't need to talk about it. Yeah, I talk about certain things about Evola astounded me, such as his defense of jihad and the claim that Islam is superior to Christianity and Judaism due to its warrior-like nature and focus on the transcendent. He talks about that in page 244 to 245. He considers Christianity hostile to life and its sacred hierarchy. However, it seems to me that he regards Roman and Germanic paganism as the most spiritually virile, particularly during the Ghibellian Middle Ages of feudalism, when Asiatic heroism was commonplace. He really loves Asiatic heroism. Evola believes that chivalrous knights embody the traditional warrior aristocratic ideal by serving feudal lords, who are incarnations of the solar god, and by embracing a heroic death. This is because they look above, remain centered, and give a sacred dimension to their battles, much like the heroic epics of Cuchulainn and Rostam. Evola dedicates a significant amount of time to detailing how civilizations decline, providing numerous concrete examples. Essentially, he argues that this process is due to the lunar Demetrian spirituality gradually contaminating and eventually overriding the order and golden hierarchy of the solar Uranian pole. So the Demetrian lunar hierarchy is more focused on becoming. It's like Aristotelian way of thinking. He thought, you could actually say that. This decline is also evident in the regression of caste, which is reflected in the decline of architecture, art, and more. Additionally, Ovolo claims that one significant reason for the decline of the West was the Protestant Reformation, which removed the upward orientation and paved the way for illusions such as progress. So, Ovolo considers progress an illusion. He doesn't like the
That's
progress.
dope. That's
Yeah,
dope. Yeah.
moreover, he criticizes communism, capitalism, and nationalism, arguing that they prioritize productivity over transcendence. His critique of nationalism is primarily about how it is used by the technocratic elites to maintain the current anti-traditional order. Interestingly, Ovola argues that a man of a higher caste marrying a woman of a lower caste does not contaminate his spiritual race, as father line is more significant for determining caste. Page
See,
957
I
in the
don't know
footnote.
about all that stuff.
Yeah, this raises questions about the importance of one's patrilineal ancestors. Yeah, almost done. Yeah, one aspect of Volo's work that particularly resonates with me is his phenomenological analysis of how games in ancient Rome held a deep metaphysical significance. From the architecture to the gestures, everything was based on an understanding of the divine. This sense of sacredness permeated all aspects of traditional societies, even seemingly mundane activities like games. It's like 129 to 143 he talks about. In addition, I found Evolo's analysis of work to be insightful, as he exposes its anti-traditional nature and reveals how Protestant Americans transformed it into a profane religion focused on values such as productivity. Yeah, Evola is against, productivity stuff. Like he also draws parallels between modern sports and work as religion. And that's pages 336 to 337. That's it. Edit this part.
That's dope. All that shit is good points. The sports thing now and the sports thing back then, they transcended somehow. Even like if you think of the gladiator, low life, assuming he was, I'm sure they came from different places, but at some point, low life slave or whatever other name they put on him, if he could do good in that fucking Coliseum, suddenly he was better than other people. It was like the warrior thing, being part of the currency of that time.
Yeah. I
Part
think
of
he
the
has a lot
reason
of
for
great
thinking
stuff.
that though modernly is because of the Hollywood, just the Hollywood portrayal of it in our media. Just saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
They would
I
do
wanna
it
say it.
purposely. They would want to portray whatever bloodline, in parentheses, quotes, whatever they think the bloodline is, whether it's money, race, whatever the fuck it is. They'd try and portray it in the movies and shit. They'd push it that way. And that's what TML would have good evidence. The Jews, man, the Jews, because they
I
control
wanna add
every fucking thing.
something else. I want to say
No,
that.
I've never said that. Actually, what I was trying to say is that they, as Avola was saying, they exist. In terms of, exerting a specific control on the Christians in America, right? So I think that
Yes.
point that Avola was making was incredibly sound, right?
I agree. I got friends
so I
who
won't be. Yeah,
believe that.
yeah. So let's be very careful.
No, I think you still fuck. I still think I'm right. I agree with you on that shit, but I do think that you agreed with, dude, just in your emotes and willingness to call what I'm calling the spirit. I think you may still call it the Jew spirit, so it makes me think that if
No, I
you
don't share his views. No, I don't share his views 1-on-1
okay,
at all. Actually,
not one on
I
one,
have a
but
totally
you
different. I have a totally different philosophy from him.
all right,
Yeah, he was just reading
that'll
from me.
do it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I just present these things, right? So I'm very careful in presenting that and then figuring out what my own views are. That I'm very
Yeah,
careful
my
to
comment on
distinguish
something
those.
too. I would say Nimrod and Nimrod D. Rosiero and Evola are part of like the same tradition, but Nimrod D. Rosiero being and becoming are mutually exclusive. Whereas for
Right.
Evola, becoming is a degraded form of being, and there's like a kind
Right.
of
That's why.
hierarchy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't agree with them. Right, because
Yeah,
in my view, like there is no such thing as becoming. I argued with Hyperborean about that. It seems like they need becoming to be a thing for
be
their
a
views
thing.
to for them for their views to take off, right, or
Yeah,
whatever. But yeah.
yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah, for me, I just take standard Mahayana views. I see
right.
being and becoming neither one nor two, neither one nor two.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Right, non-dual.
Interestingly enough, Nine Inch Nails, Trent Reznor wrote a song called "The Becoming" as well. Very
Yeah.
A tidbit there. I know the group. I wouldn't know that music.
So let's get up in some music, and then I may go on the tomato panel. So if you guys want to come to the tomato panel with me, we'll
No
go
way
over
you
there.
topped that last record. I'm just saying. No way. You set this bar kind of high, bro, on that last
Yeah,
What
that
do you
would
mean?
be interesting to see.
one.
I'd be there.
Yeah.
I'd be down for that.
What do you
Yes.
mean set the bar high, Joe?
You set the bar high. That last one was a banger. No way you can reduplicate that with this next musical break. I dare you. That last one was off the chain.
Oh,
Yeah.
he always
So let's
can.
see what. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna dunk everybody for a second, and we're gonna go on the tomato panel. We'll play music, and then I'll bring
I'll mute
everybody
up.
back, and we'll get up in the tomato panel, right? So then if you guys want to go over there, that would be the best option. I'll drop the link, and we'll figure out. But all right, so let's play a song. We'll be back in 4 minutes.
My God, so they are killers. I've heard lots of people say once a man's a killer, they just keep on killing and killing. They sort of develop a taste for blood. Yeah, that's right. To kill one man or kill 10, it's all the same. Yeah. After all, they can only hang you once. Yeah.
Both hands crusty, chilling with my man Rusty, low down. Blew off the burner, kinda dusty. The world can't touch Ghost, Purple Tape, Ray co-host, Monty Hall Expo, Intellect Direct Pro, Sun's trifling fuck, Wildflower on the cycling. Picked up the broom, thought I was Michaelin. West Brighton Pool, now I'm into iron duels. Turners, the Earth's whoopee, she out of law school. Inhale, great piece of hell, A-L-I propel, parallel. Doris Hell Nut, you flash the burn cell. Snap at the Candyland kids, the old rumor is blacks become immune and shit. We never did like eating dead birds. Trust the pharmacy over herbs, men marrying men ill. They got the herbs, Pulsar, scissor hand, wig vanished in the winter, living off land. You got them right. I fuck fans, king me. Checkmate, props like the Michael Chip founder. Neck to neck stock with Bill Gates now. When we hug these mics, we get busy. Come and have a good time with G.O.D. Make you snap your fingers or wiggle. Scream, shout, laugh, or just giggle. Shake that body, party that body. Don't fuck with ghosts and feel sorry. That's word, I'm not the herb. Understand what I'm saying? Hit mics like Ted Koppel, rifle expert, let off the Eiffel. Burn a flag in your grass, it's spiteful. Ringleader, set it off, rap Derek Jeter. Cobra, Prince of the game, wish you could see us. We lay low, glitter wax, 4 bangles, priceless roast. Lay around the guard, get tangled, woolly hair, eyes fiery red, feet made of brass. 12 men following me, it be the guard staff move. Heavy scripts like Miramax, smashed the big boy, totaled it. Wilshire, Fairfax, sun beaming, wifey on the beach, sipping Zima, Wubinos. To Latinos, we lust to lean overnight. Guard schedules, FedEx, pretty solo at Velvet Nights, DNA scroll genetics too high to handle one thought from scrambling to mandolin. 100 game, Will Chamberlain, smack him, say when he rolling up, face wrinkled up, hands is on his nuts. So kids, stop fronting on the grounds before you get touched. It's Canada dry, that's with a lost son. We won't ride, we want it so bad we might cry.
For every blow depends on breath control, so it's the first thing you must learn. Fortunately, it's easy. You'll soon learn.
My God, so they are killers. Killing and killing. They sort of develop a taste for blood.
That was deep. I liked it.
Becoming tune is
The me that you know, we used to have feelings, but the blood has stopped pumping. Yeah, pretty much.
talk about becoming a machine.
Uh-huh. Exactly. It's very relevant.
So let's see what happens here. Blessings to the people. Obviously, I'll drop the link in the chat. You guys can come up too. It looks like Hyperborean's there. So,
Ruh-roh. What is he doing on tomatoes?
I'm not surprised.
He started going there after I started going there.
Proselytizing, yeah, that's probably it.
So yeah, so
gotta get that IIA grind on.
Exist as one within all of existence itself, and that is the one thing. Okay, then we agree.
Well, yes, yeah. So you have parts only, and these parts create wholes,
make up
which
the whole.
seem as ones. They call them unities.
But yes, yeah, exactly.
But the unity isn't truly existence. It's the part that's truly existence. The unity is temporal. Only as long
which is the awareness.
Only as long as participants participate within a unity does the unity exist.
100%. Exactly. Without creation, then there would be no God.
Well, here's a question for both of you. What about like
isn't that putting the cart before the horse?
What can participate without unity?
Can you guys hear me?
Well, the participant can exist alone. He doesn't need to participate.
Yeah, hostile. So the question is like, would
they can hear you? That's not yielding, Brick. They can hear you.
I have a question for them. So in your little concept there, does cause without purpose have any concept there?
Well, I'm saying the true existence is causeless. Eternity has no cause and there are no effects because there are no causes, right? There is no cause. But the cause and effect is a property of becoming. It's something that only exists within becoming. Now, outside of becoming is being, which is
wait, back up in the sense that
you gotta listen carefully to the words. Listen carefully to the words he's saying, though. Listen carefully to the words that he's using.
We just talked to this on TML panel. That's why he got that big ass grin on his face. We were just talking about something like this.
Well, he's already in a contradiction if I say the word time, but yeah, let's go ahead and listen.
Consciousness doesn't produce effect. So if you don't have cause, then there is no effect. So if you're talking about like the all of all, without a cause, you're not going to have existence at all.
No, you do.
Brooke, you're gonna have to agree on a definition of cause first.
No, you came in real late, and we were having a discussion already. I'm not trying to be rude, but please let.
You just were. Go ahead.
Please, please. I know you have
is there
things to
any?
say. Me and you have
I
already
have a writing
spoken,
in my
and I
book.
know you disagree
It's
with me, so we don't need to move any further.
It's ain't about whether I disagree with you or not. I get to add to the conversation, pimp.
We were already having a conversation, though, and we're in the
I'm
middle of
in. Another cat joined the panel. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go.
Sarah,
I'm not that serious.
Can we
man.
organize? Joe, just 1 second. 1 second. Let me ask Sarah a question. Sarah, we got to organize this debate. It's me, Gnostic, Hostile, and Jed. That's the 4.
Well, hold on.
And Balderson, we
Hostile,
gotta-
hold on. Hostile, do you cam up?
No, I don't necessarily. I have a phone that I can do it on, and I don't necessarily like to. I mean, you don't want to look at this ugly mug for 2-3 hours straight, do you?
Well, that is a rule I have. That is a rule I have for any one-on-one 2v2 debates. Is you?
I can
you
put
must-
like a instead of a rune, an incendiary, tyrodal rune. I could put like a cat or something, like playing with a ball of yarn. Is that okay?
No, you have to be cammed up. It's
What about
like,
2 cats?
That's always been a rule of mine. I've only let one person make that exception, and they've also been in my camp for like 3 years. So that's the only person I let that exception fly with.
Yeah, there's no worries.
If you're willing to cam up, I'm happy to do it. But that is just the rule.
So what is the debate prompt again?
So
Hostile. So I have this one writing. It says, knowing that the unknown is known to the one collective, this is how we know a God exists. Does that help my position?
Well,
Explain my
if
position?
you want to use the word God, I agree with that, but I would have to say you could just throw out the word because it insinuates a creator.
I know well, here's
I'm
the thing.
saying that
This is the
everyone
great mystery.
is an uncreated essence. Everyone is uncreated and is a being.
Eternally, yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Now
That's the eternal answer.
Yeah, but this ground, you don't come from the ground. You are yourself. It's paradoxical. I understand that. But the many has a precedent over the one. The many is what makes the one, and the many are the parts, right? The parts are the eternal thing.
Okay, so I agree, but are those eternal things contingent upon each other or creation of some other form?
They don't have to
within
be.
Creation.
No, any part can opt out of participating in any unity.
So you're saying you can make yourself disappear from this reality?
No, you can be singular within the reality. You can be monadic. You can be one thing that exists, and you don't have to participate with other things.
So you're saying you can generate your own reality bubble within this reality?
Well, not within this. Becoming is separate. This is dualism. So not within becoming. No, you can't. But in being, that's the goal.
But we're still contingent, though, to other factors within creation.
Well, within becoming, it's contingent. Outside of becoming, it's no longer a dichotomy of necessity and contingency.
So basically, reality versus actuality. We're talking about 2 planes of eternal and non-eternal. We're like 2.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Permanent, and
It's just a bunch of nonsense, dude. It answers nothing. It's literally a bunch of jibber jabber. There's nothing. We're uncreated. Like it's.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, meaning what, dude? Like, get to it.
Okay, so you believe in a God or not God? Which one is where's your position?
I don't believe in a creator. I believe that
the gentleman who just told us we're retarded.
Oh, gotcha.
Shaman, I said you were wonderful. Don't misquote me now.
No, I'm playing. I'm smiling.
I believe in God.
I'm joking.
I believe in God.
I think
so if he's there's not a creator. That's essentially what that is. Is either.
Okay, so if you believe in a God, then you and I ultimately believe, have the same ultimate belief, and he is one step from us because he's saying that he believes in eternal creation. Therefore, that would be technically the one God, so to speak. But he's saying that he's saying he doesn't believe there's a creator of that.
No, creation. That's wrong.
No, I disagree with you.
Ideas that were like all Lego pieces that generate our reality.
I'm trying to understand what I don't fully
where
understand
you and
what
I
you're saying,
divorce
'cause
one another is that to say that there's an eternal creation, which is stuff comes from stuff essentially, that is different than something that creates. Something that creates is a paradox. We can't really grapple with it.
No, but we create. I've
Thus, an
created 4
uncreated
children.
creator. I understand but there's other entailments with it too, like
intelligent
victimhood
intent.
or love or things like this. I think that's where it's not a one-to-one between you and I.
So the pantheistic view would be that the oneness split itself into many pieces in order to create reality, which would mean that we are both the pieces and the one at the same time.
Yeah, that's a
logical to me.
Separate, right? The concept between the one and the many, the one is a falsity and it's impermanent, and then the parts are actually permanent and truly existent. Now you can take either one of those paths, but I opt out for individuality. The other path leads to a one, right? So you don't have an individuality. Anyone that believes that on this panel believes that they return to that source of the emanation, right? So now you've dissolved your individuality and you
Never left the source. It's still always part of the source.
I believe in a polytheism, right? In short, it would be kind of like polytheism. Everyone is an eternal being. You could call that God, but I would say just throw out the word God.
And
Okay,
shout out to Marathon Kev with the big 20. Says, Sister Sarah. Hello to you, Kev. He says, Joe, take that bass out your voice, boy.
It's about when I was yelling at dude. That must have been a while ago.
Here's what I want to offer. There's 80 people watching over on my end. There's a shit ton of people watching over on Ben's end. I do need to go to bed, but I don't want to shut you down. Ben, I offer. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to think of how to do this while letting you guys. You guys can certainly stay on the stage and continue the conversation offline. If you're all interested in doing that, I'm more than happy. Or if there's anyone, does anybody want to start up a show right now and continue this panel?
No, I'm about to leave too because I'm going to hang out with my daughters. But can we pick the date for this argument clearly? What, next Saturday?
I talked to, I was actually going to message you after the show because I talked to Flying Spaghetti Otter. I believe he asked for the 15th, May 15th.
He needs time to practice, huh?
No, he's got some things coming up. I offered him this weekend, but this weekend was already booked for him. So he offered next Friday, the 15th.
Well, we can do one and then do another. I mean, I'm sure there's not whatever you want, Sarah. This is you are the queen of this castle, and I am a guest.
I mean, booking 2 weeks out is not uncommon here.
Right.
So,
it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, not.
It's totally. She got like 8 shits planned at all times. She's always got stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm so happy because we're finally back where I was before, where I'm booking weeks in advance.
Right.
That's really really awesome.
Yeah, we'll fall in line with that. You had Gnostic on; he's a legend.
He is. He's so sweet too. I love working with him. He's like one of those panelists where it's very easy to work with and talk to him, right? Like,
you know why? Because he doesn't have an ideology that his existence is tied to.
Yeah, I guess. But no, he's. I'm really excited. So, and I need to also align the dates, right? I need to check with Gnostic, you, and then I still need to find Flying Spaghetti Auditor, a partner. Hostile, I would love to have you on it, but again, I do have that rule, and
no worries, I understand.
Yeah, it's a visual thing, and then it's I mean, working through a debate, like if you're not getting the visuals of their face cues, like it just kind of
at a disadvantage.
It's a very big
I understand. I appreciate the offer though. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I just want to say one last thing. Shaman, thank you for your time.
We need to continue this
with you. Because I think that you're onto something that's more important than most discussions that are had on YouTube, besides one point, which anybody who's on this stream right now in the chat who's watching, the Machine Lies panel is probably the most, no offense, Sarah, but the most legit panel on YouTube currently. It discusses the main issue with reality,
His channel blows,
which is technological dominance, technocracy takeover, If you think that that's a concern,
problem.
then I would
That's the biggest
absolutely get
concern.
to TML's channel ASAP, because not only that, they're having the deepest of philosophical discussions as well. But shout out to Sarah as well for letting me get on the panel.
No, absolutely.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
And
I
you have a good
appreciate
night.
you,
Shout
brother.
out to Benjamin
Good
Balderson
night.
as well.
Yeah,
Easy,
thanks a
pal.
lot, Sal. And I really appreciate your ability to articulate and have the deeper conversations and not just yell at people. So you're another breath of fresh air, and I greatly appreciate you and would love to have you back on for more as well.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
You're
night.
very
Later.
welcome.
Hi,
You too.
brother.
Take care.
And I'll bring up Neurojack. I see Britt backstage too. I just want to get through the rest of the shutdown. I don't want to close down. I really don't, but it is almost 3 a.m. for me, and I do have to get up early, and we have a long day tomorrow. Okay, he left, but Britt, I'll bring you up. Here's what we'll do, guys. We'll go ahead and say our goodbyes. Everyone can go around the room and get their final thoughts out. If you do want to stay on panel for after show, you're more than welcome to utilize the space, or we have the Discord voice chat or whatever. Whatever you want to do, that's fine with me. You won't hurt my feelings either way. Shaman, why don't you kick us off with your final thoughts, sir?
My final thoughts. My final thoughts are thank you, gratitude. It's not a night unless someone calls me gay or an anti-Semite. So we have finished with one and not the other. Anyway, there's a joke, Shabbat Shalom.
Anchor,
yeah,
baby.
this was I'll thank you, Balder. Listen, you motherfucker. You pagan. you pagan. Get it?
Love you, Omar.
Of course. God, anyway, I'm really grateful. This was an amazing debate. It was really cool. I was with my daughters earlier. I would have been on much earlier. It was going amazing. This is great. All you guys are awesome. Clay, Balderson, all the usuals, everyone here. And Sarah, thanks for keep on keeping it on. And it's a lot of fun. And yeah, God exists for sure. And I think the debate, the evolution of the debate is on this subject is going to evolve here now, pretty soon here. And even someone like that gentleman who's smart as shit, he is still missing the point of God. He's at the line. He's telling me I'm almost there. He's almost there. Because there's one step first. And I'm telling you,
it was so full of shit. I looked at it. It was wrong.
He's talking about a lot of stuff. Parmenides is 90% accurate, and it goes. The problem is Christians usually. Anyway, there's no problem. The goal is okay. Here's my final reality. Joe, we are one. We have an eternal soul. Anyone who tells us that we're different, below, or above anyone else is fucking selling something, and usually that is war and our own demise at risk. In their benefit.
Bless you, pal. God bless you, pal.
That's what I mean by one. Amen.
I love you.
Love you guys all.
Thank you, Shaman. And you,
Good
by
night,
the way,
everybody.
you made it just in time for the panel to open. You
Did I?
really
I had no
yeah.
idea. I'm super present with me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Natural selectionist, your final thoughts to the panel, please.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was quite a bit of fun, even the crazier parts of it. Yeah, I basically came over from watching Ben on TED Talk Tuesdays and heard about this from there. So, yeah.
Ben's been a blessing here. He truly is. I love that. But yeah. sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Ben can participate in any conversation. That's a special skill that he has, which is he's a good partner. Because no matter what the fuck conversation is, he can talk intelligently about it. So you pick the go.
Yeah, and he's got a good crew and good audience on the Tuesday show. Like him and Steve get into some really interesting stuff, and I've been following Steve for a while, and it was really cool finding Ben through him. So
Steve's so
probably
fun.
be stopping in here every so often. So it's nice meeting you guys.
Please keep coming, brother. Please keep
Yeah,
coming.
no,
Definitely.
and thank you for your contributions to the panel. It's nice seeing new faces, and we'd love to have you back.
Can I go before TML? Because I see he's in line.
Why do you gotta go?
No, I don't have to go, but I wanted to dedicate my out time to him, and I wanted him to hear it. I'm gonna co-sign what the guy said earlier, man. I realized today I saw panels, I saw flow. I was finna run over there, but on the other phone was TML. And I realized at that moment that some places you go to have fun and some places you go to get educated. And that's when I went to the education, man. It wasn't like, go over there and fucking get your game up, step your game up.
No, I concur with that. I've actually surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, but the topics have been in TML's wheelhouse that I've actually been reaching out to him, and I'm like, hey, we've got this going on. If you're interested, we'd love to have you, join. And I like, not to say that our topics are too dumb for him, but like our previous topics weren't in his wheelhouse, and now they are, and it's nice to reach out to him to say, because I've been sub to TML. I know where his arena is, but I've had no reason to reach out to him to say.
I totally understand. You have to be the special so and so, and when you find his mark, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a niche topic especially for TML, and I know where he stands in that, at least in that arena. What would intrigue him, and so
anything AI, you call him up. Anything machine oriented, call him up. Right?
I agree.
He's an Uncle Ted.
Yes. Go ahead, TML. Your closing thoughts to the panel, sir.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the topic, the historicity of the Bible. I actually wrote a 400-page book on that topic, right? I mean, if you guys email me themachinelies0@gmail.com, I could send you guys a free copy of the book, right? It's available for free. If anybody wants to know more about the topic, I have an exegesis of Paul's epistles, right? Available on my channel. I go through them verse by verse and tell you guys what I think about it. But that's just one of the many topics we cover, as you may have heard. I appreciate the praise from the other panelists, and thank you so much to Sarah and for also thank you to Benjamin Balderson for running the TED Talks show, one of my favorite shows. But yeah, blessings to you guys. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, TML.
Yes.
Britt, I know you just got up here, but we are shutting down. But if you had any final thoughts to the panel, please feel free to take the time.
All right. Yeah, check out that TED Talk show. Honestly, very warm reception we got when we called into that show. Honestly, they let me talk for like way over a half an hour about like Elul and Kaczynski and all that stuff. So
that's funny because that was my first panel was on Ben's previous show, like with Weaving Spiders. Yeah. And I got to talk about voxel and everything. So
yeah, they wanted me to come back and talk on their open panel that was members only, and then they started really getting deeper into the topics. But they started out part of their show where they started critiquing modern advancements in technology, and then I sort of branched off from there, telling them about some of the more radical theories. Right.
Yeah, I got a subscription to their channel gifted to me, so I got to see that.
Yeah. So I started laying down Scorbina, Elul, Uncle Teddy and stuff. So they were very receptive. And also they were really open to talk about any type of conspiracy or anything, like even about the Jays or anything. They were very open in talking about anything. So I was very surprised. I was like, wow, these guys don't really censor themselves at all.
No.
Right. So shout out to them.
They do have some good production. The person that I used to hang out with, her name was Nova, over on Telegram. Like she knows all of those guys too. So yeah, they're based.
Yeah. So I guess I'll end the show with some stuff with Elul here. That'll be the go-to here as we're closing in on the chapter on the state. And of course, we're going to move to a very important chapter on human techniques. I think it's like some of the most important stuff I've ever read. Really, I think more than 50% of the sort of monologues and stuff that I've given. As introductions to my show have been solely based on that material from Alul's analysis, right, about time and space, right, and emotion and all this the crazy stuff that he lays down that is super ethereal and super strangely put in his section on human techniques, right, and of course it's expanded in the book Propaganda, right. Of course the human techniques are all about the communication technologies, and of course the expansion of these communication technologies. So it's a very interesting type of stuff that he expands on in the book Propaganda, which is not just a book about, right, like newspapers and the media, right, but it's a book about sort of the way we correspond to sort of reality in the modern world, right. It's like the way we get information. It's like the consensus reality, right, or whatever. So yeah, so it's a very unique work, but yeah. So so yeah, so let me move to Alul here, and then I'll be ending the show from this end. We've recorded tons of shows over at Neurojack. So good lord. Between the basically he's running out of StreamYard time. So we've done, hours and hours and
Isn't
hours
he
of
on a
recording.
paid option now?
He's
Yeah.
not on a paid. He's got to be on a paid option. You don't get all that fancy stuff. Well, maybe with OBS, but
Yeah, he's on a paid option right now, I think, but he's going to be running out of
I
it
guess you
soon.
still have. I guess depends on how much you pay for, right?
Yeah.
yeah, you only. Yeah, he's definitely got to be on a paid option because you only get 25 hours or something, like 26 hours free version. I don't know, something like that.
Last time I knew it was 20
Yeah.
for free. They might have upped it though. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I think they did. I think it was 26 hours or something because I came up on like 25 and they were like, hey, you're almost out of yeah.
Right.
So I really appreciate those guys saying that to such a large audience and crowd. Hyperborean, that was very clutch. Joe Cool, that was extremely clutch that they came in.
Very
I
cool.
did
Yep.
not ask them to do that, so that was actually excellent. That right up. So yeah, so it is what it is.
Yeah, it totally made like it worth going over there to not say a whole lot else. Worth it, right?
Right, I know. Yeah, it did. It did. So yeah. So anyways, so let's move into this. Right, we're in here. Oh wait, I skipped a huge. Didn't I? Did I skip a whole section?
I always read books out
Oh,
of
okay.
order.
Yeah, no, wait. This is where we were at. So this is where we'll end, right? So he says modern man can think only in terms of figures. The higher the figures, the greater his satisfaction. Now, this corresponds to basically everything Guanan and Avola and all these guys were saying, right? Okay, it's the reduction of man. Okay, it's a quantification of man, right? And obviously, it corresponds to his massification, right? And the creation of the mass man, right? So he says he looks for nothing beyond the marvelous escape mechanism that technique has allowed for him to offset the very repressions caused by the life technique forces him to lead, right? So it's like how Buddha says all the time, right? It tries to it creates the very problems it claims to solve, right? So he says he is reduced in the process to near nullity, right? Even if he is not a worker on the assembly line, his share of autonomy and individual initiative becomes smaller and smaller. He is constrained and repressed in thought and action by an omnivorous reality, which is external to him and imposed upon him. So that is the first thing, is the externalization, and then the second thing is the fact that man becomes objectified through this externalization, right? So here it, and of course we saw that also in Marx, right, in his notion of the commodification of man, right? And he says here, he is no longer permitted to display any personal power. Then suddenly he learns that the airplane his factory manufactures has flown 700 miles an hour. All his repressed power soars into flight in that figure. Into that record speed, he sublimates everything that was repressed in himself. He has gone one step further towards fusion with the mob, for it is the mob as the whole that is moved by performance that incarnates its will to power. Every modern man represses his will to power in records he has not established himself. Yeah. So this is part and parcel of the development of this mass mind, right? You kind of believe that the achievements of the mass correspond to your own achievements, right? And when you exert power, that is actually your will sublimated through the machine, right? You think it's your power that you're expressing, right? And I think this is basically a process that I like to call the externalization of the ego, right, through the mediation of the tools we use, right? So basically, this is also the mediation of the personality through tools and machines, right? Through this externalization, right? And of course, this turns into a where the technological system becomes like an extended prosthetic nervous system.
Yeah,
Right.
it's also a projection, right? It's like a projection
Oh, yeah.
of their internal. Yeah, because it's simultaneously a projection.
Right. But in this sense, right, man is more turned into a projection of the mechanical, right? Whereas because he's the one being conditioned, right? If he was the one that was creating all the impulses that he's subjected to, then it would be pure projection. But in this case, it's like an extrapolation of
Yeah.
of a projection of something else that's imposed upon him, right?
Yeah, perhaps
So,
a better metaphor would be it's a projection happening in a house of mirrors.
right. Yeah, so it's amplified, right? So he says, yeah, so he says here, he says, every man expresses his will to power in records he has not established himself. Public opinion is all the more important in that it is the two-pronged element. In the first place, there is modern man's collective worship of the power of fact, which is displayed in every technique, which is manifested in his total devotion to its overwhelming progress. The adoration is not passive, but truly mystical, right? And this goes to the idea of the mythification of the goals of the scientists and the technicians, right? Because this supplants the myths of the previous age, right? Because it's in the things that you accept but don't question, right? That is where the process of myth finally lies, right? So this is the thing, in the technical civilization, right? And that anybody can change their religion, their culture, their preferences 100,000 times, right? But nobody can question the facts of the consensus reality that's brought to us by the machine, right? So it says here that in this sense, Mussolini was right in speaking of men realizing themselves in and through the state, the collective instrument of power. The martyrs of science, or the Air Force, or of the atomic pile,
give us the most profound sense of this worship when we see the difference the crowd pays them. Quote, I have much faith in technique, unquote, declared Henry Wallace. Oh, is that Henry A. Wallace? You know, the former Secretary of Commerce in the United States. Is that the same guy who put the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill? The same Henry Wallace? His faith indeed dwells in men's hearts. Man is scandalized when he is told that technique causes evil. The scourges endangered by one technique will be made good by still other techniques. This is society's normal attitude. That's right. Every technical problem has a technical fix, right? And this is even true on the level of human techniques, right? Because the problems that technique causes are mitigated by yet other techniques of amusement, right? So I'm in leisure, right? So anyways, in the second place, there is a deep conviction that technical problems are the only serious ones. He says, the amused glance people give the philosopher, the lack of interest displayed in metaphysical and theological questions. We talked at length about that today's show. Like pretty much 4 hours of the show is basically all about that, right? The rejection of the humanities, which comes from the conviction that we are living in a technical age and education must correspond to it. The search for immediately practical, carrying the implication that history is useless and can serve no practical ends. All these are symptomatic of that quote unquote reasonable conviction, which pervades social hierarchy and is identical for all social classes. Only technique is not mere gab. It is positive and brings about real achievements. In these two ways, the mystic and the rational, public opinion is completely oriented towards technique. Okay. So let's take a look at that. The mystic and the rational, right? So in terms of that, right, that used to be totally in the domain of religion. Right? And then it sort of passed, right? It sort of took a long maybe hiatus for a while, and then humanity did a little soul searching, and then it turns out that actually the mystic element, right, or the magical element, right, or even the element of the full capacity for rationality, right, because you used to say that basically rationality was placed in man by God, right? So we talked about that in the beginning of this, right, that the whole process of the loss of the sacred actually corresponds to the massification of man, right? And him or her being turned into a mass man, right? So here goes. Says in these two ways, the mystic and the rational public opinion is completely oriented towards technique, and at present another precise technique molds public opinion with references to any given question. This technique has never been fully exploited because public opinion is favorable enough to technique without it. But if a sudden change should occur and public opinion should turn against technique, we would see the propaganda machinery set into motion to recreate a favorable atmosphere. For the whole social edifice would be at stake. Oh yeah, well, right. We've actually purposefully put like, okay, we've surveyed the media, right? We've seen the media talking points. We've purposefully tried to invert and subvert the talking points, and you'll see there'll be a barrage of people to correct the the narrative, right? They'll pop up, like hundreds of them will pop up, like it'll be like crazy.
It's like whack-a-mole.
It's like whack-a-mole. Yeah, it's like so it's wild. So we've tested this ourselves, right? So as to the third traditional restraining force, the social structure, the question is whether the social structure of our world acts as a brake on the technical evolution. By way of answer, I have shown that progress has been rapid only because social morphology has favored it. The phenomenon has not fluctuated very much. And at present, we are witnessing the penetration of social structure by techniques. The life of the modern world is to an ever greater degree dominated by economics, and economics in turn more and more dominated by technique. The whole of the material world in which we live rests on the technical base. It is a commonplace of science fiction writers to imagine what would happen if the use of technical instruments were to be suddenly stopped. Likewise, our analysis has led us to recognize that as technique progresses in a given society, it tends to reproduce in that society the social structure that gave birth to it. So here's the thing, right? Technique, although it totally supplants the people's reliance on each other, right? It doesn't damage the existing social structure, right? It barely touches it, right? So it seamlessly recreates the social structure that created it, as you said, right? So in that way, it's totally different from what people think, right? That it'll
Yeah.
totally cause an upheaval of the social structure, right?
Yeah.
Of course, if it
Time
did
does
that,
the
it
same
wouldn't.
thing. Yeah. It totally does. It's so weird. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but this is like I'll lose it otherwise. Time does the same thing because like it's ubiquitous. Like as soon as we start language coding, like we are learning time. Like it does the same thing. But a baby just knows it's hungry. It wakes you up in the middle of the night. It doesn't care.
I'm not sure I got that. I'll end reading there, but I don't really.
Hmm. Yeah. We'll talk about it later then.
Well, let's just talk about it now because I'm done reading. So
Oh, okay. I was trying to wait until you were done. I was like, damn. Yeah. Uh, yeah. What you were saying, it definitely seems to correspond similarly to how we are like sort of programmed to accept time as being linear in one direction.
but that relates to what he's saying. How?
Because he was speaking of something else being like that. Pretty much. I mean, I don't know how to elaborate it any further than that. I guess maybe it's just me.
Well, what he's saying is that, essentially the social structure won't be damaged by the implementation of techniques, right? So he's saying that essentially, right? And he brings up the sort of um um you know the an example of the kibbutz, right? He says they may be communities like the kibbutzim whose object is to exploit techniques while allowing man. While allowing man a normal life. In every kind of modern society, there's predominance of techniques. So he's talking about how the social morphology of these societies, right, that are basically changed by techniques and accept different techniques, they're way different from traditional societies. And he's basically explained that by this idea that there's an increased sense in which technique itself controls the mystic and the rational. So this is why it doesn't really damage the existing social fabric, right? yeah, so that's
So do you agree with that?
what
Do you agree with his assessment of that, or is that something that you as well question?
what?
Like his statement that technique doesn't damage the social.
Well, after it's conditioned the people to ideologically accept it as the mythic and rational agent, yeah, of course it doesn't damage the social fabric. He's absolutely right. And look around, right? It's obviously true, right? The one thing that cannot be uprooted, cannot be questioned in the society, right? You could question anybody's religion, you could question what anybody believes, you could question any other thing about anybody, right? You could question how they dress, right? What they think, and all that stuff changes like every 20 years anyways, right? But the one thing you can't question is the application of technique, right? And so on and so forth, right? Because that would be to question the police, question the hospitals, question the government, right? So on and so forth. If you
can't
question
do
those
that?
things, no, you can't. You can't give legal advice. You can't give medical advice. You can't take an insurrection against the government. You can't do any of those things, right? You can't do any of those things publicly, right? So the thing is that, right, the things that technique establishes, they are, they belong to the process of myth. They cannot be questioned, right? So I think it's an unfortunate reality, right, that we live in, that 90% of people will not question the consensus reality because they're basically conditioned.
Yeah,
Right. So
that's I agree with that. But I think to say that it can't be questioned is a whole nother thing. But I guess publicly is true because you get railroaded. But some people still do it. A lot of them end up dead. Well, all of them eventually, but some of them a little sooner. I don't recommend it. Doesn't mean I won't do it.
yeah, he's describing how technique takes control of the state, those things that belong to it, like for example, law, morality, justification of that legal rule through justice, and a foundation of a greater sense of purpose, where the state is belonging to a nation and that nation is belonging to a greater a sort of cultural heritage. He's saying actually the techniques, when they take over the state, right, they recreate man and they recreate the state in the image of those techniques. And all of these ideas, like for example, right, the police, right, like what they do, like that becomes identical to the law, right? And and the police apparatus, right, and the entire idea, right, is linked to economics, right? So so economic production and all these ideas, right? He says it doesn't matter whether you're in a communist regime, right, or in a capitalist regime, right, or in a fascist in a regime, right? The effects of technique are pretty much the same, right? So he says it's not sort of capitalism or communism or how the state functions. That's not really what's deciding power in the modern age. It's actually the expression of techniques, right? And that's the thing that most people don't think of, right? That all expression of techniques creates a uniformity of the expressions of power within the state, right? And that leads to identical systems, whether they be capitalist, communist, right, fascist, so on and so forth. So he demonstrates how in each of those systems, right, the expression of power within the system is the same, right? And it doesn't matter whether those tactics are employed by democratic regimes or fascist regimes, right? The effects of them are the same, right? Like for example, the concentration camps, right? When they were applied, in America, they're applied in Russia, they were applied in
in Germany, right? They were applied for similar reasons, right? And the expression of the ideas, and they came at a similar time. And one could say it's a response to a bunch of different ideas that happened, including this idea of the Industrial Revolution, right? They had to consolidate power within the system because there's a new expression of techniques. So then they had movements like communism, movements like fascism that say that you should centralize power, right? Centralize the industry, right? That's pretty obvious, right? That would come about, and it's the same thing in the the same thing happened in the capitalist society. Even though they claim that they're capitalist, democratic, same thing happened. But it's the same expression of power, right? Even though they believe, oh, it's ideology that causes a different expression of power. He's saying it's not fucking ideology, right? It's the system that causes it, right? If you look at these different, people who have these different ideologies, the system caused them to express power the same way. So I guess it's not the fucking thing you believe in, right? It's pretty weird, right? So, all these people arguing about their belief systems, arguing this thing's evil, that belief system's evil, this thing's evil. It's like, no, it's none of that shit, dude. It's just the practical facts, right? So yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, that's why I don't get hung up on that small shit, right? I don't want to go way over time, but
yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
So I don't know who else is here. I know
Yeah,
Buddha's here. What's up?
Yeah, man. If say some stuff. So, I would, agree that man is effectively turned into a projection of the mechanical. That's effectively saying that from the conventional perspective, man is mechanized, conventionally speaking. I wouldn't say ultimately, though. No, because of Buddha nature. And you cannot question the application of technique, the expression of techniques that it creates a uniformity within the expressions of power. It doesn't matter if it's communist or capitalist or fascist or democratic, they're identical because the expression of power is the same about the rational methods aiming for absolute efficiency. The means transform into the ends effectively. So, they express power the same way. But I would say that effectively man is mechanized and kind of like, but I would say that I've given up on man then because, most traditions talk about like Kali Yuga, Dharma ending age, or a decline. Well, maybe not all of them do, but the point is that one thing that's my own view is that could like because I've given up on humanity personally. Can another organismal lineage, reach the symbolic reference? Because that does affect how we frame everything. Because this is obviously a decline. This is obviously a decline. And it's a global decline. It's not just one nation. It's not just one region. It's global now. It's global. It's a big, large scale problem. It gets worse. Things will just get worse. We can list all the new problems coming out: lethal autonomous weapons, brain cloud interfaces. All of that is real, and it will just get progressively worse. That's the only progress there is. The things will just get more fucked up now and stuff due to the
synthetic life forms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
I still maybe naively hope, as like the idealist in me, like fights the urge to like friggin' have hope, but I still hope that this too shall pass, and it'll be the pendulum swinging the other direction eventually.
I
Maybe
have
not in my lifetime.
absolutely no hope for me personally in humanity. I have absolutely no hope in humanity whatsoever.
Yeah, wow. That's
Yeah.
pretty striking.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a very hard line.
That's fine and dandy, but there's no guarantee that any other species will do it any better or any worse than humanity.
True
Yeah,
that.
I think somebody said that earlier.
They will. they will have cycles, cycles. They
Yeah, I
will
think
have a high
Hyperborean
point,
said that
then a low
earlier.
point like us, like everything else. They will do things, but humanity was perfectly fine before 1600. I would say 1600 is when things really got bad, and that's when the
Yeah.
steam engine came. And I recommend everyone here, read Stephen Grabinski. Read his horror stories about the steam engine. Do you think trains are just trains? Trains are like a demonic force. He really understood that. He went deep into the occult. And
Yeah.
he went deep into the occult, and he saw that trains are not just something ordinary. And so, and you believe it or
Well,
not, I'm gonna tell you guys that I am of an aristocratic lineage, and I am and stuff. And
holy.
my relatives were involved in bringing the train into Iran, and they helped do it. The thing is, my grandfather, he was a very complex man. He didn't like it. He didn't like making trains because he realized he had to go through the communal villages, and he really hated it. And he actually was. Both my relatives were protected by the Shah and by the mullahs. Believe it or not, I'm very aristocratic. Like my family name is very high in Iran and stuff. I think so.
Yeah, people are definitely gonna think you're a Fed now, but
Yeah, people think the same thing about me. Whatever.
Oh
Sad
yeah,
trombone.
yeah, that's
yeah.
why.
So.
Yeah, well, that's what I heard. But yeah, I'm
He's
already,
listening.
my life. When I look at it, humanity really sucks ass. Especially living in this country. Being treated like shit, and so I have no connections and stuff. I want to write a book and publish the book, but making connections is hard. You know, all I'm saying is I'm better than fucking Giorgiani. Giorgiani, I can beat him to a fucking bloody pulp. He descends from Quasar crap. I
Yeah,
have a
for
pure
real.
bloodline than him. He
But
looks
yeah,
like a
let's
fucking
not.
piece of shit. I'll beat a fucking Giorgiani. That motherfucker Twilight. You motherfucker, I'm better than you. You were saying you're fucking more spiritually enlightened than me, you motherfucker. If you're watching this, come on here, you stupid fucking trash, fucking ugly looking Italian motherfucker. Come on here. Stupid fucking talking trash about me.
You chill out, dude.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah.
Crazy madness. But yeah,
Yeah,
the thing is like
I'm
Getting
gonna take
worked
a
up for
break from
no
panels.
reason.
Really, I take a break from panels.
yeah. Give me 1 second, Buddha.
Most people here, besides you, TML,
Yeah.
and Reddington, maybe some other people, I did not enjoy talking to them overall. It's just too much for me. I don't enjoy talking. I prefer writing. It's just what it is. I have to be
I
calm.
like your honesty, man. It's great.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So yeah, so this is a bad time. But yeah, thank you so much to Tomato. Yeah, blessings. Thank you for the invite. But yeah, we'll definitely come by again. But yeah, the whole thing, yeah, I mean, yeah, let's not threaten celebrities. But yeah, I appreciate the people here. Giorgiani, we definitely love to talk to him if he's available. Twilight not so much, but yeah, I
Dread
appreciate
celebrities.
him
What
anyways. Yeah, I appreciate Twilight's contributions to the show, but
Me too.
I think is just totally out of whack on a few of his opinions about me, right? So I don't know
Agreed.
if I'll basically be corresponding with him anytime soon. And of course, he has not apologized for saying any of that. But anyways, I greatly appreciate the people who contribute, even Twilight and everybody that's involved with the show, and I greatly respect all the people. I don't have that high of a respect for Giorgiani, but I like him anyways. The thing about him is that I like the combination of sort of philosophy and sort of occult, metaphysics, and also, the whole thing, of the whole theological landscape and tying in different religions and different, animes and different art, even futurism into the analysis. So I can appreciate the different avenues that they go down, right? Some of these thinkers, even though if I don't agree with everything that they say. But yeah, I appreciate everyone for watching. And of course, we're trying to, correspond with ideas in terms of, you know, those paradoxes that reach us in terms of the technological, right? Where that applies to, sort of ethics, the philosophy of mind,
right, where those sort of nether regions of the technosphere sort of apply to those areas, right? We're extremely interested in technology, its effect on ethics, spirituality, right? And also any of those other concepts, especially the frontiers of the mind, right? Those are extreme areas that we're interested in. We're taking lots of um, theories and developing theories about the philosophy of mind in relation to technology. Obviously, it relates to whether technology, right, has a sort of um, a presence in which you could think of the technological system as sort of self-evolving, or as sort of working on its own set of values, or propelling its own development into something, right? So we have this idea. We also have it related to another concept of whether nature is intelligent and whether it can protrude into the mental sphere, right? Whether nature is just dead matter, or whether it can, have a creative element and also have a mental element, right? So, we're interested in all these philosophical theories, and of course, we'll begin to explore lots more, right, with the pre-Socratics, right, with Buddhist philosophy, and also we'll expand on lots of ideas that we have there, right? And of course, we're going to be returning back to the pre-Socratics. We're now taking a little detour by looking at ancient and modern ideas and how they contributed to the historical development, right? So we're making lots of ground there. We basically had pretty much a show like talking for pretty much like 6 hours about the various topics presented by thinkers like Bostrom, right, Guanan, right, Alul, right, and of course they present a different range of ideas, right, in their, obviously they choose a very different vehicle of expressing those ideas and concepts, but nonetheless we try to synthesize their views. They come to some pretty accurate conclusions, and of course there's not that many people that are drawing from those types of sources to come to some conclusions about the world technological system, right? The people that are actually drawing from those types of thinkers to come to these conclusions are actually very few, right? I think me, Buddha, and Red are are part of a very small group of people, right? That are out there in the world asking these questions and thinking about these things and reading this type of material, right? So yeah, so that is actually a brute fact at this point, but yeah, nonetheless, I appreciate you guys' correspondence on this range of topics, and of course there's lots more topics that we're going to get involved in. I just basically just mentioned whatever comes off the top of my head. If I continued to talk about the explanations of the show material, I could go on for hours and hours and hours, because we spent hours and hours and hours explaining everything from the Bible to the Taoism, right, to Hegel to Nietzsche and all this type of stuff, right? So, obviously we've provided lots of material, and in other shows they don't synthesize material, they don't provide sources, right? So, obviously we don't get paid to do that, right? But the fact is that there's a great value to it, right? So, I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys, and we'll be back soon, right? So I'm gonna go around the panel. Maybe you guys will say some closers.
Who's first?
Yeah, we'll have some other stuff, some music.
No, I was going to say that's the difference between a vocation and an avocation.
Right. Yeah, and we appreciate the people that called in, right? And watching, right? I appreciate Hostile Hyperborean, Joe Cool, and of course everybody that's on the panel right now. I
Turn
greatly
into
appreciate you guys.
invocations.
right? Lorp and Neurojack, and some of the other people that called in, right? I think just Joe Cool called in, was our only guy that called in. Other than the regulars, so I greatly appreciate you guys' time for sure.
Speaking of Nietzsche, just really quick read off from Will to Power, where he says in number 420, I do not wish to persuade anyone to philosophy. It is inevitable, it is perhaps also desirable that the philosopher should be a rare plant. I find nothing more repugnant than didactic praise of philosophy as one finds it in Seneca or worse Cicero. Philosophy has little to do with virtue. Permit me to say that the scholar and scientist, too, are fundamentally different from the philosopher. What I desire is that the genuine concept of the philosopher should not utterly perish in Germany. There are also many half-hearted creatures of all kinds in Germany who would be glad to conceal their ill-constitutedness beneath so noble a name.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I seen another quote. I think is in the beginning of Genealogy of Morals, where he's saying that philosophers should distinguish themselves from the cold and patient truths of the scientists. Interesting.
I read a book called Art versus Science.
Yeah.
As I recall, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It was a sociology book.
Yeah.
I borrowed it from Elizabeth.
So you got anything, Buddha?
Let me see. Do I have anything? Well, I'm not gonna come on panels for a while.
Yeah.
Because I need to read more, and I want to write my book.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah, see, what do I have to say? I have a lot to say, but I don't want to go on too long. I will say that everyone has their differing views or different philosophies. This time is really shit because of all the stuff Elo talks about, and Scribina and
Yep.
And Teddy and stuff is shit. Is shit. Yeah, it's very shit. When it's like despair. Sometimes I feel like ML Cherian. ML Cherian. Sometimes I'm not sure if you guys ever read him. ML Cherian. He was a very interesting sardonic figure. He really went deep into he wrote a book called On the Heights of Despair and stuff. So I think Buddha nature exists.
I think I have some of his books.
Well, you do, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I almost didn't recognize the name because of how you pronounced it.
Syrian. I don't know.
I'm
He's
not sure how to
Romanian.
pronounce it either.
He's Romanian. Actually,
But yeah, I do
I'll
have
just
at
dive
least
deep
one or
into
two
that.
of his books, hard copy.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
I
Yeah.
also have Legati, and some other nihilist
Oh, I see.
publications.
I wouldn't say I'm a nihilist, but I'm very I have no hope in humanity. Like I said before, I don't know what to say about it. I would say that ultimately, I think, yeah, like if someone were to stay home at this point and they have the funds to do so and just play games all day, they're helping society more than someone who go work at a 9 to 5 job working for a corporation, a faceless corporation, and they're just making machine parts or whatever. The person who just stay home playing games or watching anime and they don't give a fuck about anything. They're probably helping society more by not contributing to it. Yeah, that's the way. I mean, speaking relatively, I'm speaking relatively. You know, uh, when you realize how fucked up shit is, So there's really nothing you can do. So there's not much you can do. Yeah, especially depending on your circumstances. That's you know, I mean, I actually do have one thing I want to read from the story of the stone. It's a classic Chinese literature. I find it. Yeah, I'll just read it. I want to read this. It kind of deals with art too. Yeah, I want people to think about this. I read it before, but I think this is kind of true. Truth becomes fiction when the fiction's true. Real becomes not real, where the unreal's real. That's the entrance to the land of illusion. I want people to think about it more and stuff because Klona is a bodhisattva. Klona is a bodhisattva. That's this avatar I have. He's a bodhisattva. So Klona is a bodhisattva. Let me see it. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So Zeph, you got anything for him?
Just the
Maybe.
usual.
Oh yeah.
Just the usual. Like, yeah, just try and be better every day. Your version of better, whatever that is. Be more yourself.
Right.
I like authenticity a lot, maybe a little more than I should, but I think it's important. And it's authentic, like in a sense of it's confident with quietly, it doesn't need to brag about it, I guess. That's my favorite kind.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah.
Right.
Leaving the treasure for the next man's the best part.
Right.
Yep. It's good.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Bye.
Easy.
Yeah, peace, Seth. This is great right here. Yeah, I got a kick out of that one, Buddha. Thanks for that. Yep. Cool. I'll definitely think about that one. Let me come back in the studio. All right. So thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And here is a series of, I guess, videos that are going in no particular direction. Right. But two of them are new ones, videos that I made. So blessings to the people. And yeah. Join us next time, 9:15 p.m. Eastern, on Tuesday night, right? And in 2 weeks, we'll have another music stream. If you guys missed the last music stream, it was a real banger, right? We put that together on yesterday, right? So that's available on the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? At Cyber Caliphate 0101. So we have a Cyber Caliphate channel. There's a defunct Cyber Caliphate channel out there as well. Avoid that one. It's the one with 200 subscribers is our one, right? Now. So go ahead and sub there. Okay, so we'll have music. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday. Blessings. Whoops.
that's all right. Supposedly, as Americans, you got the guts to do it. We did it in the past. The United States ain't ever lost a damn war. I don't give a shit what you heard about Vietnam. We didn't lose that sucker.
The only thing I like bright beside my name and lights is the back of my head, Mr. One Stripe Red. Open my front door and watch love overrated, hate spread instead. As I witness Ed and Ted rob Fred for bread, broker in debt, sell debt for 2 cents. A dollar earned already spent, pockets straight to pay the rent. But money comes and goes like multiple topics and flows. Pursue the paper chase to accumulate zeros. My best is yet to arrive, right and reflect the wisdom of age. I'm defeated by the forces of life. To go after my father died, I used to climb a tree and stare at the stars and say that's where I'll be. So I stayed up late, worked hard to create. Whether I wrote or masturbate, to be a name you equate with great. So the cake, monsoon, bread, the frog, multiply. I'm your Delta 3, cheers, fully bloom, spring, pom, pom, phenom, the lexicon, spit the flame on. Now it's now simply imperial. Deploy your possibilities, turning probability into actual fact. Gas X under a hiccup, I'll put that what you lick up. First guys like you in sit-ups, your chin twig snaps under a fist. Brief introduction of percussion, you're dead. Motion like a ski lodge. In the oven of July, right to the eye, place a sign that stays closed for the season. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion.
I come on the track with more fire, more fire, more fire. Pat down like you're wearing a wire inside of your hideout. Taking it up a notch when it's hot and toxins start to leak out of your skin. Murderous carcinogens, hemorrhage in your jock, ripping your cardiac. Now give my Scottiac and a pair of black hard bottoms. All soldiers stand at your post when this squad's rocking to get your arms torn off. Pile drive down to the floor like Paul Orndorff on door for my performance. I spit late acid, battery acid with these bastards. Shake plastic, 8 plastic, strict spastic. Right. Craft a master, piece with a glass up. Shasta after I slash rapper with a protractor. Flow factor, blow back the cap of a backpacker. Slash top the album off of Napster, remember the tragic. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion.
It is what it is.
Hey yo, yeah, I hear cats raps, but their flames don't shoot. So I don't even wet that like a raincoat suit. So what I'm saying is this, Saeed's on top of this shit, like I'm walking around with a toilet strapped to the hip, packed with a gift. December 25th when I spit from an orphan house in the city. Hey, glitch like hit, I itched and ripped, I twitched, then hit a switch. Fuck, the body's buried under the bench. That's what happens when you get hit with the stench. Twisted up like a fence. Time convention, a matter of minutes. I managed to that movie's a pretty nightmare. Making a mess, put it down with the rest. Drop the X, hop in the stretch, that shit, and checks on some next. With the ill potion to keep cats on float. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion.
You may go out, I don't go out since it's not my scene. I'm not a socialite, I don't venture out at night. I just lay within my lab and venture to the pros expenditure, generating some stabs on a mission with machines. And their wave emissions is a byproduct of transmission to a remote unit for usage at a later acquisition. When the track is listed missing, then in fact it's coefficient with a high impact resistance. So after that rendition, while I'm logging all the footage from surveillance exhibitions, just a catalog efficiently, then split just like fishing. Here on the street, cruising for a bruising in addition to a losing composition and a grueling time wasting and fooling folks with all that mischief. Though my number stays enlisted, there's a chance you'll miss it since it doesn't look explicit. It took me many years just to get the chance to stay indoors. Now that I've advanced here, I won't venture far. Yeah, you may go out, I don't go out cause it's not my scene. I'm not a socialite, midnight gets the parasite, seeking sustenance from some nocturnal activities such as this club or that show, these drugs or those hoes. Unless dough is on the right side of the equation, I'll be blazing trails in the ground of sales of land-based retail property and possibly blazing properly manicure plants. One with C-cell in a foreign destination, aiding mental elevation, fundamental to the pacing of the task at hand. Facing what was once a 4-track task can soon replace when upgrades were necessitated. Synapses Stimulated sound is how resuscitated. So I'd rather focus on what really matters than be inundated with the hopeless banner of the uninitiated, searching for acceptance in a scene full of reluctant, self-proclaimed nonconformists, all with similar appearance as if prepping for performance. In all the world's a stage where the sages are excluded from the numerous diluted personalities included in this evening's entertainment. Popularity's the goal, give your soul, you might attain it, then it's on you to sustain it. As long as they contain it to my door's outer surface, when it's time to innovate, there's no need for you to penetrate. Hey, my nickel, let me conversate with your ear for a bit, since I'm caught in the system. One that's ruled by a type of lunar bullwhip. In a world that's cool, watch how cartoons pull it. Sell for sell, the movements stay fluid in the music, but the background stays fixed at a glass ceiling to it. Over, am I over? I'm a killer, I don't know her. EKGs of a down-ass nickel on the motor. What up, my nickel-plated aluminum alloy disguise was designed specifically for this debut. Dust debris off durable cloth, random substance of the night got me feeling like thought. Powerful beyond your current comprehension levels, so let your apprehension settle when you approach greatness of this magnitude. Hella attitude, send it at you if you step with something less. Fighting more than you can chew, you prove difficult to digest. My world looks flat, the sunset's like soda. Your girl looks sad, you should tell her to come over. What's the word? Mad. Unheard, absurd. We're swerve on curbs, perturbed raw birds. It's the door to Providence. Throw some keys in that lock. Like another type of rapper, serve some keys, and I'm rich with a land mass. Grow some trees on that ditch. Yeah, it's murder to eat burgers. Throw some cheese on that white and rich bun. We're not rich, boy, but my jacuzzi weighs a ton. With the laser gun, what's up to laser store? We've got them on the run. I'm showing them the door with confidence. Or so what are we about? Money in a great enough amount to fit spurs and mount. Just a blur at the base of the mountain. You're facing stark contrast to the vast land traversed and acquired by the higher tier peer network. Expert hustle game, muscle name, tussle in your game pain and the wrong kind of fame. Shine from the chain, blind lame duck stuck in target range. Okay, here it is. Me and Fabius go to blank with a blank just to get a blank check. But they say wait, so that means I wait on the blank and I don't laugh to the bank. But I say no, wait, then I act rude. Now I know the reason of your mega attitude. Okay, here it is. Me and Gino signed up to go work for a blank, then all we get is thanks. I didn't even get a chance to go back to the bank. This is the point where our business concludes. Now you know the reason of our mega attitude. Now you know the reason of our mega attitudes. Okay, get away for an X amount. We already went over this with Dope B. Anyway, here it is. We can work for an amount or not, and it wouldn't affect you remotely. Get $1, lend $1, spend $1, hit $1, road money gets more than a road scholar back. If you're live at a 9 to 5, why bother? I'm mad cause you're sad that I'm glad that I work smarter and not work harder. You're sad cause you work like your dad, and since he worked berserk, you have no father. Not my problem, I'm not your martyr. Baby is here, has a son and a daughter, and he's still sick. Baby, you should barter. Talent for mental imbalance, then you could probably go farther. Do this for starters, do this for starters. Corkscrew smile is the response to a voice in all cap fonts, projecting those detrimental thoughts toward all our monumental plots. We treat them like a fault line and make them shake rocks, causing fundamental damage to you guppies. Looking at us like a couple guppies for endorsed by some killer whales. Lucky? No, game is self-aware, trust me. Doesn't mean you're lacking, well, you must be. I mean, just because the light doesn't reflect 92 carats up my neck, doesn't mean that you should expect to get hot shit from this click with a post
stated 4-figure check. Would you accept dirt or pure gold? When you know the worth of what you hold is 100-fold what you've been told. You grow thick skin and go bold. That's why the attitude is so cold.
Okay, here it is. Me and Thavius go to blank with a blank just to get a blank check. But they say wait, so that means I wait on the blank and I don't laugh to the bank. But I say no, wait, then I act rude. Now I know the reason of your mega attitude, dude.
Okay, here it is. Me and Gino decided to go work for a blank, then all we get is thanks. I didn't even get a chance to go back to the bank. This is the point where our business concludes. Now you know the reason of our mega attitudes. Now you know the reason of our mega attitudes. It's not mine, never was or ever will be. Fulfilling prophecies, hollow knees of MCs. Set the breather rich air of mediocrity. And so ironically, you seek the whisper from the poison lips of Socrates. I watch with these sad and tired eyes. If I were blind perhaps, then I know what sunsets. As it stands, I hate myself more than public. Prose and poetry set to drown in murky sonics. Crucify the honest, lest they beg to play the minstrel. Divide my fifth harmonic, just to keep it simple. Basics of my breath only known to my peoples. Speaking paradoxes seem to some their minds are feeble. Retrieve the cortex, simply see the peace with equals. Your church steeples only set more eyes on ride. Confusion on your face when I call my brothers God. Brad spoke that this would right, met with the solemn nine. First signs of rain, I plant these seeds in fertile soil. Anoint scarred wrists with remnants of ancient oils. blade to split this right wrist. Fraction lips, spits, blind truth into life's abyss. Lift your spirits, only crash the concrete. Greet enemies with pounds, spreading with harvest sounds, resonating what we wrote. You force the false hope for those who tie loose with stale rope. Grows dry with strong neck. It lasts attempts to gain respect. Rather than the constant threat. Yet we easily forget where we are, what we are by far foreign concepts. Somewhere between the seeds of gods and monsters. Quite a thought to ponder. Ancient treasures squandered by greed that bleeds from all things. Humanity maintains false histories to breed lies and ink to infect truth written. Given life makes ironic alter. Tarnish, martyr, polished words only to be blurred when I once tried to watch. And irony is lost. True knowledge only comes at too high a cost. Since then, I felt more than ever. Placed riddle, faithful, filthy tongue, slowly severed by birds. Left me served as a small source of gold. So to respect that fate, you man has no fate. And since then, I felt more than ever. Placed riddle, faithful, filthy tongue, slowly severed by birds. Left me served as exposed source of gold. So to respect that fate, with fist and no pain. Off this, who the culprits that claim to be the newest? Rapping bullshit, my rhymes get Ruger endorsements. My song boosts and the tech sells through the ceiling. Let's talk with guns, combo till the police come. Give you a red shirt with the wet hat to match. Burst max like it's Hamburger Hill for real. It's Red Dawn when the mall get it on. My outfit stuck on some wild out shit. All about it, we move gambit through the overcrowded. Forthwith, pull out long fifths, extended clips. Point the nozzle and shift your back this. Me and the clique, I sit down and eat dinner. Wake up every morning, write a new banger. And strike harder than your best attempt to sound like P. Or the HAVOC, nigga.
But that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember me? The one you got the technique from?
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember me? The one you got the freestyle from?
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember that? I told y'all protect your neck. I remember like in the shine. Fake one, take one, no ultimatum, face one, there's no escape from. Straight from the brain come the great one. My blade swung, decapitate your snake head, stick your snake tongue, make one false maneuver, you a mystery. Unsolved, the mob that revolves automatically involved. Muscle bound, stand, surround, commercial thugs, by turtle dove, Bowery suit, and purple gloves. Me and you can have some fun, make it a blast. You couldn't take the impact, but still shoulder pads. Blood for blood, veteran, covered in mud. Wounded in the midst of war, still trading slug, getting major love. Way above you newcomers, I come thundering with the heat of 2 summers. When I enter the zone, move mountains with the presence alone. Before the words rip through the microphone, chrome dip lyrics are known to split stone. You private eye home in, but can't seem to clone.
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember Pun, the one you build your whole shit from?
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember Pun, I snatched away the moon and blew away the sun.
But that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember Pun, the one with over 1,000 guns. Yeah, when this is ready, Prodigy, Deck, and me, QB, and Bronze Trilogy. Lyrically hazardous for your wealth, swing on your royalties, soil your plans, boil your grams, shake and shine, fold all your hands, spoil your mans, make a mind, take all you made, Call you gay on Hot 97. Drop by your dwelling, got the weapon right behind your melon. Ain't no telling when the bullet's behind the trigger. I do it to live niggas, the bullet surprise winners. You wouldn't survive, nigga, if I chose you. Froze you from ear to ear, showing your whole vocal. Who told you you can roll through? My lyrics practically rose you from the grave like the crow's rule. I told you a long time ago, don't never fuck me, cause if I leave you half dead, consider yourself very lucky. Very ugly from the face up, leave you laced up. Joey Grills, props, Jubilee, 666-1.
The pressure. Inspect the deck. Inspect the deck. Yo, it's the P. Yo, it's the P.
Partners is ready. Partners is ready.
The lab's on fire, melting the ice, exposing a 6'2" club, swinging knuckle, dragging crow, magnum, Walmart, white trash, pistol packing, beer chugging, titty loving, date rape, drugging, thugging in the Dunkin' Donut parking lot, engine running in my pickup truck, pickup sluts. I ain't even picky, get the pussy from the sussy. I'm a honky, leaving hickeys on a whole different demographic, anti-democratic, conservative, hate faggots, barely like a cannonball, modern day Neanderthal. Might have killed a mammoth in my youth, but I can't recall. Caveman in need of a brain scan. Baby, I like it raw, no dirty cane fan. Evolved from a troglodyte pain cave artist stealing panties out of Kmart. I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking, cause I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking.
Yo, uncivilized subspecies, the crack of the white troglodyte type. I'm a carnivorous samurai, been to the gates of heaven, but was already rejected. I'm the blue-eyed pitchfork swinging, leprosy infected. Nubian sisters, please stay away, better watch out. I'm the Caucasoid germ your daddy warned you about. Cave boy, cowboy, pistol in both holsters. I don't just rape women, I rape whole countries, I rape cultures. It's hard for me to be alive and stay righteous. I'm the guy that fucked the monkey and started the AIDS virus. I'm the Walt Disney, creator of Uncle Remus. I'm the blue-eyed painting of the white Jesus. I've been a demon since I was a fetus, carving the nose off Egyptian sculptures, hiding the black features. I swing low like Jim Crow, I'm the dope dealer. I'm the rock and roll jazz rhythm blues soul stealer. I'm the law making, law breaking, the nation celebrating Satan every 4 years of the inauguration. The White House is the plantation, the white boy, the negative naysaying, the rest on lacrosse playing, bad breath stinking, keep decaying, bathing in bacon. I'm the bar brawling, brass knuckle bottle breaking, the caveman.
Motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking, cause I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking.
The
Pale Cuban, hairy chest, bearded bastard, drinking beer faster. Tractor truck, steer rappers to pack it up. So here after the caveman storm, shake the ground. This ape was found, ripping Rachel Ray out of that apron gown. No respect, I give the best idea with scheme of sperm, so be concerned. My heart so cold, my rims got freezer burn. Walked into a slaughterhouse and got hungry for a Big Mac. Found me a slab of meat and had a feast of rib racks. Baseball bat at your mug. Yeah, I should be doing arenas, but I'm more popular with clubs. Fred Flintstone's a faggot, the Geico guys are faggots. Collective flesh, self-titled is so savage. Brutal, primate, irate, I erase whatever I face. Alligator pit, using humans as live bait. Committing murder at high rates, I'm quick to slice. So fuck the cops, try to stunt, don't need the motherfucking riot pump. Undeveloped forehead, harder than a Foreman grill. Football punted your head and it's in orbit still. The more I kill, the more my primitive mind wants to go behind enemy lines and place proximity mines. It's been centuries time, I don't evolve, I stay raw. Hunt for prey and never take the day off. I made a goddamn grizzly bear fur coat, pigskin, arrow pouch, foul talk, no sterile mouth, I'm a
now and get the drugs ready. Cybertron, indeed you are powerful. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. Pull the fist out and just shove it into your teeth. Prepare for final battle.
On the molecular level, we are all the same. We are what you call entangled.
I need clarity, and there's 1,000 people after me. My mind is bugging out, I gotta kill up all these bastards. See, make sure that it is past to me. I burn it cause it kill the stress. Cause really what I live on a daily basis is just a mess. I feel it, yes, but we the blessed. I need a couple weeks at best. Proceed, I must indeed with we got speak to all the Buddha says. I'm just a baby new to this. I know I'm getting through to this, or maybe getting through to who. And really who the hell are you? But really who the hell am I? And really who the hell are we? And really what the hell is this? This ain't the place I wanna be. I look down at my little seed and wipe the tears up off her cheeks. I only get to see it once in a while, every couple weeks. I wander through these deadly streets with nothing in my brain but anger. Word to baby mama, one of these days I'ma have to hang her. No respect like Dangerfield, my neighborhood like Cloverfield. I'm holding on to promises that already been unfulfilled. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity?
As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere traveling passages through my mind's eye.
I'm beasting it this year for real. I dare you try to cross my path. I'm leaving nothing in my wake unless you're in my aftermath. I never had a lot of cash and frankly I don't give a damn. Forget about the dividend. My favorite game was kick the can. Was searching for a helping hand. Was suffering with purpose cause in turn it made me who I am. There's people who observe us and they watching with binoculars. Maneuver through metropolis. They cry upon sarcophagus is poisoning the populace. It's almost die. The clock is ticking in the sky. It's cyanide. You're guaranteed a quicker death if you ingesting cyanide. I'm putting all that to the side. I'm trying not to lose my focus. I came to destroy, okay, I'm deadly like a plague of locusts. Jibber jabbing knives that poke us. All we are is slabs of meat. There's mothers with their children homeless living in the dirty street. I'm choking up, could barely speak. I had a Machiavelli week and realized that we the wise but marketed like deli meat. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity?
As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere traveling passages through my mind's eye.
The future's full of enemies, its energies, consistency. Was homeless at the point and had to live in inefficiency. I'm 26, emergency, I'm getting older, urgency. This devil's playing tricks on me, they poking me and burning me. I might just lose it, then I think there has to be a better way. The grass is always greener on the other side is what they say. Tell me how you feel today, I'll tell you what I'm feeling rotten. Looking for an opportunity to bug and get it poppin'. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity?
As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere traveling passages through my mind's eye.
Save yourself for others. Last days. Yeah. We live in the vicinity of enslavement, ruled by a trinity of cavemen who stole black virginity by plaguing inhabitants of Canaan. Worshippers of idols that are graven, masterminds behind blood flooding the pavement.
What's the wavelength acceptable to air receptacles? Fear makes brave men susceptible to germ war festivals. Injectable, micro, implantable, stainless brain chips. You need survival manuals.
The scriber of the annual demise of a whole tribe of animals. Hope without the scribes understandable. Modern day Delilahs paralyze the man in you. Solomon be wise and analyze who's damning you.
Famine flew through ya, human computer. Should've stocked cans of food on your maneuvers. Instead of being in the club seat sipping Kahlua, crammed in the tunnel like rats in the sewer.
Yeah, the ghetto's Egypt being smitten by the 10 plagues. Drugs, diseases, war, etc. We Pharaoh slaves like Musa. We here to raise y'all about the caves. Give y'all the proper nourishment so y'all can be saved.
I slang hit scores with unpopular shit. Sound painter on some fancy Ford Coppola shit. shit. Am I divine or divine that grinds grapes of rap in the wine? The God's kids flipping in the times.
The system was designed to strip them in the mind, force them to the underworld and trick them into dying. Instead of looking inside, they praying to the sky. If there's a heaven in the afterlife, don't you wanna die?
Convulsions apply to your body from the airborne host. Right through your eyes and your nose. Why deny your contaminated clothes exposed deadly contact? Lungs collapse in crap combat.
Trapped by the oppressor, unemployed black professor, cracking under pressure. Now he's strapped as the aggressor. Turn amphetamine chemists, cause we lack black investors. Damn cheddar fiends are finished, feds attacking the Russia.
Cardiac arrest should be the recipe. Biochemical entities that slip into babies or spike bottles of Hennessy. Affecting us look professional crooks write medical books and the poor get shook.
By them crooks, shook hustlers get booked on drug warrants. Them suckers be in protective custody, turning informant, submitting to corrupted officials and laying dormant till that day they found hung in they cell, slain in torment. Some have ears to hear and want paradise, others don't care. They want the glamour life, attracted to the aura of God. It got you staring, right? Save yourself before the devil raise the Fahrenheit. A paranoid soldier don't care who he's shooting. He'll make us lose the war, interrogate who we recruiting. Understand people's army, be careful who we saluting. We need to organize like the great Huey Newton.
Evolution of the mind, pollution is the persecution of the blind. Give me a sign, God, to find a solution. Times is hard like that rock of Gibraltar. The sweet little water was laid in a coffin under the altar.
Culture, the essence, like many adolescents who were fighting drug wars without a vest. God bless them. So many times Satan tried to strangle my breath, had me dwell in the earth looking for my angel of death. Paranoid, scared to return on that eternal journey. When y'all learn me, y'all see carnal minded shit don't concern me.
God, I firmly understand these events. We in the trench, in the war under the firmament, learning this lesson in life for Armageddonites. Get it right, reality bites you like a viper. Ghetto mothers, make sure your baby is attended to. My soldiers, always keep your radius defended.
The immaculate deception. You got poverty, religion, racism, politics, and economics that keep the preoccupied mind spinning. Oblivion, evangelical righteous nation building by eugenic DNA, epic weapon sequence in the DOD operation Dark Winter. Unknowingly investing trillion in most subtle forms of murder. New American century, lunatic, neocon lounge, poolside for Olive Martini at the Plaza Bilderberger. Sitting next to nanotechnology, the Damon over inside the nuclear winter. With reptiles with bikinis that don't walk on by, they slimmer. You better zip up the Dalai Lama North Face, put on an Elmo mittens. Play close attention, there's little difference between Bush and Clinton. Check the arrogant cowboy Texas demeanor. White House was straight stonewall, fuck a congressional subpoena. We will bitch, smack the media. Lord Cheney, pull over Dark Warrior. With CIA orgs brought down the two towers. Who up on COG shadow government at Raven Rock, where the only legislative branch running is executive power.
Connection listeners, we're talking about continuity of government. We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running in a bunker.
Our in-depth look at Washington's secret shadow government. Bush has activated for the first time long-standing plans to ensure survival of federal rule.
Continuity of government. And the notion that we have a shadow government.
We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running. We're talking about COG, as they call it in Washington.
And we still don't know very much about who's in the shadow government and what they're doing. I think that the Bush administration is going to have to eventually give us a lot of information to clear the air here. And the notion that we have a shadow government, that there's some urgency about having a shadow government.
It's actually a shadow government operating right now.
Is finished, master. Is my music really on some apocalyptic, dark and gloomy shit? Or am I part of some now freedom music? Your perception to this rhyme reflecting your influence. The most dangerous person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You think I'm fearless, confused, or just blind? Or to safely actually continue to perpetuate itself in the mind? A helpless victim of revolutionary soldier, you decide. Then ask yourself why am I so rebellious and out of hand? When a country will spend hundreds of billion to kill 500,000 to kill one man. Am I
really the rebel against society for now world view of illusion. Knowing full well to put off world globalization. Millions that have to die to subvert the authority of the Constitution. And how much of this silly, goofy, wacky conspiracy theory is really hype when all of the media world is controlled by select few program and status quo lies. Home of the freedom, ignorant, hypocritical, and buck wild. American politics is more confusing than a racist sin of the illegitimate black love child. I bet you want me to rhyme by alcohol and beverages, pimpin' girls. When I only liquor, I'm talking about is Molotov cocktails. When in my country, people of color make up 62% of the incarceration rate, to form the largest prison population in the world. While you sect claiming born again Christianity, murdering preemptively, showing up to rally the troops in a homo flight suit and a plastic stunt turkey. Believe you can't hurt me or do me none. I'm down with God, Jah, Allah, and I ain't afraid of no one. And this is world decrees, imperial letters of protection, warning you about privatization and depopulization and federalization and deregulation and globalization. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. And I bet you it won't get nary rotation.
On if
will my significant other come on right now?
These are the ladies.
I heard a lady prior to you on this
What's
on
up,
this
fellas?
can you put it back on, please?
No, that was Gay. Gay ran her away just earlier. He ran upon her way earlier.
Whatever, bro. She ran herself up. CM, this is you know Machine Lies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know Machine.
What's up, Machine?
Yeah, what's up?
How's it going,
Regardless, anyway, CM, you know what to do.
I think somebody introduced themselves right now.
That's what I was trying to explain. I already did it, but
hey, I think somebody trying to introduce themselves right now.
But
yeah,
I feel like
love. Explain if you want to explain.
I guess Gabe should sort that. No, I've already handled it. I feel like because he's already been relegated to the chat and just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like I made money before. Like I'll make money again on here. You're not gonna make money off YouTube,
like that.
Yeah, not like that. Like it's better than nothing. Like you know what I'm saying? Like Nate just said, but you can't be YouTube just.
Yeah,
but that's anything, bro. That's. Have you ever? It's how I know you're a broke ass fucking California Catholic.
I kind of like that saying, California Catholic. That's like California sober.
Yeah, he's a Mexican.
Oh, you smoke weed, huh?
Hey, you know this ragamuffin is this.
Yeah, we know Ragamuffin.
He's good people.
Yeah, Ragamuffin's cool.
He's good people. What's up, Ragamuffin?
What up? What up? Grand Rising, y'all. Greetings. Happy New Day.
Greetings from Earth.
Yep.
What's going on?
I'm not from Earth, though. But
Where you from?
Oh, I'm from other worldly places.
Whereabouts?
Oh, I can't really say.
Pluto?
But I'm here to help the human race, though. So
well, take me to your leader, bro.
All right.
In Machine Lies, do you have you ever let Impervious or whatever the hell his name is on your panel?
I invited him.
Inferior.
I sent him a friend request. He never accepted my friend request. So it is what it is.
Yeah, he be lying. He's scary.
I don't know.
He's trying to act tough, like.
Yeah, I told him let's ride out and do a show on Andrew Wilson, talking shit about Andrew Wilson together. But he didn't come through.
Yeah,
even just sent right now. The machine already knows how to piss me off.
Well, you're getting
listen.
Periods. Now go get your fucking maxi pad and wipe your little bloody pussy, you little fucking punk bitch. You tried everything, like that's why you can't say the N-word in the chat. You fucking pussy.
Yeah, we
got King Chatter. Why is he pissing you off? You said.
He started trying to tell me that Isaac Newton was a Christian. I was like, no, sir.
Oh yeah, all his fucking like Imperius is a dumbass, bro. Like I figured out all his like ideology is like fucking Roman Catholic fucking like conquer ideologies, bro. Like world dominance, like ideologies. He's a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey,
he learned all that shit off like some YouTube AI. Like,
yeah.
and he expects us to believe he's some lawyer with fucking broken toes.
Yeah, I mean, they took over a lot of shit for a while. The Catholics, for sure, organized.
Hey,
Yeah,
King
that's like all
Chatter,
his
would
fucking
you?
like were all his whether they did or didn't. That's just
Yeah, I think
that's
it's
where
in the
all his
past.
like sources of information, like whether his like his worldly views come from, like that
Right.
type of that type of domination type shit.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it's just like that's just like that one way of looking at it. It's just like, bro, you'll never see anything else. That's not like that's just one view.
But what I wonder is, I believe Isaac Newton may have presented himself as a Christian, just the same way George Washington did, just the same way all these other people did. But in actuality, they was Masons.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
And once you get to a certain level of masonry, I mean, hopefully, I mean, I don't know because I'm not a Mason, but from what I heard,
Yeah, we all know.
we all know that once you get to that certain level, there's a certain you got to bow down to something different. Don't be quiet now. We can talk about it. We can talk about it.
No, I went on this with I went with Neurojack on his TikTok channel with this ex-Mason old dude was talking about how, well, he said they claim they're religious, but when it comes down to sun worship and some other stuff.
Yeah, Saturn worship.
Saturn worship too.
It's also they all worship Saturn. Like basically, they worship different deities too, but it all leads back to the Saturn, like the black.
Do you know this?
Black Rock, all that shit.
TV Wonder has a song called Saturn. I was listening to it. I never heard it. It's called
they
Saturn.
all worship Saturn. Wasn't he like a Ponder? We started talking about this shit yesterday, but we never finished it.
Yeah, we have the whole thing to finish. That was with Wella, actually.
No, me and Ponder started talking about it yesterday too.
Okay.
We never got to finish it because I guess something else happened,
but
a lot of the stuff comes from a lot of the stuff comes from Pythagoras, right? Like Pythagoras is like
shit like that too.
Like Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, what's the
no, his cult, right? His cult was called Orphic Pythagoreans, right? Right, the Orphic Pythagoreans.
You heard me?
Yeah, go ahead.
It comes from Pythagoras and Aristotle, like a lot
exactly
of
right.
shit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, they started a cult back in the day before Plato was a philosopher. They started a cult, called Orphic Pythagoreanism, where they said all the universe is made of math and whatnot. And that's where Gnosticism came from. It's a spin-off of the Zoroastrian religion from Persia.
You said narcissism or
Gnosticism?
Gnosticism.
Yeah, Gnosticism.
It's like Gnost. It's like a C, like Gnost.
N-O-S-T.
No,
yeah, from gnosis.
Like
right, from gnosis, the word meaning knowledge.
Okay, I got you.
Right. Yeah. So Gnosticism.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. It's like N-O-C-T, right?
I think there's a G in that bitch.
No.
Yeah, it's Gnosis. Gnosis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's show that on.
But that's crazy. I did not know that. I'm glad you gave me that knowledge.
Yeah, that's from the 2nd century. Right. They rehashed Orphic Pythagoreanism to turn it into Gnosticism. And then the Gnostics and the the alchemists, right? You had this guy named Zosimos of Panopolis in the 2nd century, right? He was already reading the secret book of John, which is a Gnostic scripture, right?
Okay.
And he got a lot of his knowledge from the Alexandrian Jews because there was Jews living in Egypt, right? That absorbed all the knowledge from the Library of Alexandria.
Yeah.
Was that time time of Moses?
No, this is way after Moses, sir. This is in the 2nd century AD. Moses was nobody really knows when Moses existed.
Way BC.
No, that
nobody
was
really knows.
Some of the same time, by the way.
Moses is like way before when they had Egypt. This is after Egypt is already conquered by Rome.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
And if you want our biblical history, Moses is many generations before the C in BC. They won't say that's a C.
Before Christ, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Before
it's
Jesus.
interesting stuff. Yeah, because the Jays, right, the Jews, they created Gnosticism. That means that they started saying that they were descendants of Cain and Seth, and they were that they followed a different God than the God in the Old Testament. Right, so they had reverted to their Canaanite religion.
No, I've been talking about this shit all the time. He's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They Machid's from Detroit area.
Yeah.
And he's a hip hop head, king. Yeah. So and
I wrote a 400-page
he's a
book
musician.
about this. Yeah.
No, let that nigga keep going. Let that nigga keep going. That nigga speak.
No, I know. I've been talking about this shit all the time. I think I even told you about the Canaanites. I mean, I haven't I told you about the Canaanites before, Jail?
No, I be in the Bible, bro. I know exactly who the Canaanites are.
Yeah, right.
I continue.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was telling. Hold on, before you go, I was telling them my dad's from Detroit. I got a bunch of family out there. And my dad's on my town.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, but what's more awesome is they were discussing this before they were about to go to jail. I'll keep it real with you. That's gangster shit. You're discussing like top level stuff. I respect that, baby.
Oh yeah, we always talk about that over here. Shit like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people be saying like.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, I love the occasional punching bag. I like to be
This is
No.
Hey, hold on. Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on.
All I'm thinking about is having
Hold on,
3
time out.
boxer
All y'all
shorts
time out,
before I go
goddamn
in.
it. All y'all fucking time out. How about that? So what I'm saying is, Gabe, how many times have I been talking about the Canaanite in the past week?
Well, at least 80% of the time.
Yeah, it's a huge topic. It's a huge topic because it's like like there was a whole Jewish religion before Judaism, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
most of the Arabs and the Jews were basically part of this religion, which is basically a pagan religion, right? How they spun it is that, right, like basically there's we're finding out that there's pre-Christian Gnostic groups, right? So there's groups that were already sort of called antinomians, right? So antinomianism is when you say that basically the law, right, is a metaphor for gaining purification so that you can become like a superhuman and whatnot, right? So they developed this idea of alchemical transformation, right, by creating the concept of Adam Kadmon. Right, Adam Kadmon is called the archetypal man. So this is a theory that they share with Gnosticism that they use to create this whole idea that you could elevate humanity, the consciousness, right, into the next stage, right, of the evolution of consciousness, right, through the hierarchy of being, is basically their idea that like man can become one with the archetypal man, right? Because the archetypal man was the primordial man, right? They say that the archetypal man was neither male nor female. So it's kind of like some gay shit.
Yeah, transhumanism, the original transhumanism.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. CM is the original transhumanism.
Now you looking at what's that statue? What's that guy called?
The Baphomet.
The Baphomet. Yeah, there you go.
But they say that's really not a bad thing. They say it's about like raising your energy. They just like that's just everything.
I bet that's what they say.
Yeah, that's a guy that drew that name. Eliphaz Levi in the 15th century.
Hold on. But they worship deity. That's the thing. Like they don't. The only thing they really worship is Saturn. Like, but most of them, like when they're trying to channel those different type of like sacrifices sessions, they channel different deities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like what is it, like the 62 or 72 legions of demons or something like that?
Man,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna let you rock out, but I feel a certain way about that.
I mean, I wish it wasn't that, but I know for a fact that's what they do.
No, I'm not saying that. But I agree with you, and I agree that it works. Cause I try to told y'all, nigga, I met the devil. I ain't never told y'all.
No, you never saw this though.
I
Like,
never,
this
I
is the
never
first
said, I
time
never
hearing.
told y'all about that. I met the devil in the dream, bro.
Uh-oh.
I told my wife this. I met the devil in the dream. She said I think it was a she. It kind of like what's old girl from like her name like Jane something. This is how it presented to me, like the girl from the Glee show. It was like a masculine woman. It was presented as, and she
Yeah,
was
that
like,
sounds like a demon.
I know what you want. I give you everything you need." I said, "No, I gotta leave. I gotta go right now. I'm good. I'm good on all of this."
All right.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
"That's
that's
not
what
no
I'm saying.
dream.
Like,
That's like some shit where like I had a decision to make because I could have been doing a whole bunch of different shit." I'm like, "Nah, bro. Yeah, I'll just make it however else."
he'll be all right. You know, we
Yeah.
gotta. Here's the thing. There's no such thing as a devil unless you're worshiping deities. I believe in a higher self and lower self and creating a balance off that because you never want to deny either side because you want to. That's why I don't believe in heaven or hell because I believe in something like a better like a higher reality and higher consciousness and like in a higher dimension. Yeah, but I don't believe in like heaven and hell like they tell us. Like I believe in it partly the Bible because they have to tell us a lot of shit because they want to. That's what confirms to me that there's a creator because of the way that they follow the karmatic rhythm with whatever they worship when they have to tell us shit before they do it. That's why we know that there's a creator and that's them trying to get salvation for fucking sober. Like because they be like, oh well, we told y'all. Think about how court goes where you can't sue people, where you can't sue people.
You have
Like,
to, yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, you have to present your evidence before you
yeah, man, that's
try to
what think about.
prosecute
Like,
somebody.
if you sue somebody, let's say it's let's say you find out that like wrestling's fake or something, and you try to sue Vince McMahon, and you're like, well, I fucking told you that fucking wheel was fake and that this
This
and
is
that. Like,
entertainment.
yeah, it's entertainment shit like that. Like, they have to tell you type shit. That's why they do it.
Well, whether there's an individual called the devil or not, there are archons, and they are very real, and they do
Yeah, that's
feed
what I'm
off
saying.
of people.
Archons, so that's what I said. Higher
Yeah,
being,
but
higher
I don't
consciousness,
go as
higher
far as to
dimensions.
say that we need to like balancing out our own darkness is logical, but there are those folks out there, and you may be under this camp, and that's fine if you are, but I disagree with this idea that the creator is both good and evil and does both things to people. I don't agree with that. There's
I
the
don't agree with
blueprint.
that.
Same.
Yeah, there's a
I don't
blueprint
agree
and
with that.
antithesis of what is, and then there's the opposite of that. That's basically a schism. And I was going to say that the Edomites and the Canaanites, bro, they the ones producing all the damn isms, producing the schisms in reality, right?
Mhm.
So
Oh yeah, for sure.
that's what it is. So I just wanted to say that because, and also I want to challenge TML a little bit because he likes to throw all the Gnosticism into one camp, and he can't do that because there are those that practice that.
No, I've never done that. No, to
Well,
be fair, I've never done
you
that.
do
I've
that
done
though.
two or
No,
three,
square up there.
two or
Square up
three
there.
conversations on Gnosticism. All I said is it came up in the second
Take his
century. I
argument
never put
first.
them all
Take
under
his
one thing.
argument first.
Hold on,
Because
yeah,
this is what it is. It's what it is. I think there's it's both.
Take his argument
just from
first
the
and
jump.
rebut.
Well, just from the jump, I've done dozens of presentations on Gnosticism. I never said it's one monolithic group or idea. But yeah,
Well,
anyway.
okay, but my point is that some people think that, and I thought that's kind of where you were going a couple different times about the whole thing. Like, well, they all want to be God, they all want to do this or that, and it's like I don't think so. Some of them do want to be the creator and want to say it's my will, I'm gonna do whatever I want, and then the others are like, no, I'm submitting under the divine authority.
No, Ragamuffin. I think you got confused because I was trying to explain to them the genealogy of the secret societies that lead from Gnosticism all the way to the Kabbalah to Freemasonry.
Fair enough. I just want you
that's
to
a whole different.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
As
that's
long
a
as
whole
you're making the
different thing.
distinction, that's
Yeah,
cool.
now if I was to present, now if I was to present information on specific Gnostic groups from the 2nd century, I would point to Irenaeus, the book Against Heresies, and then you would see that there's dozens of different Gnostic belief systems.
All right, fair enough.
So
well,
yeah,
you know, I'm out here. I'm swatting it.
No,
I
know exactly the science on it.
Yeah, and I'm swatting at a lot of these Christians that want to come up and be like, oh, well, listen, this is the 1st century church,
No, I'm not
the
against
Orthodox, this or that, and it's like, okay,
no, I'm not against it. No, I'm not pro-Christian or anything. You know me.
Yeah.
I'm against everything.
All right, ding,
Yeah,
ding,
you come
ding,
with the
ding,
bars,
ding,
bro. You
ding,
got
ding, ding.
them
Round
bars,
one
bro.
is finished. Round one is finished. That was good. I got a question for y'all.
Shoot.
I got a question I just thought of. I don't know why it came to me, but was evil birthed out of good?
I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think goodness doesn't
Yeah,
need
hold
evil.
up. Before anyone answers, hold up.
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
asking a question. He's trying to go around the panel, right?
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
I mean, yeah, Jr. asked a question I didn't ask you, but I think that's like I don't know, like hold on real quick. That kind of question, I really feel like you have to layer it more to see how they could correlate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel you. I feel you.
I think if we're
As a
elevated minds, then you can understand the question. If you're an elevated mind, because there can't be no evil if there's no good, right? So
okay,
first,
can I give you
there has to be
can
good.
I give you
That's
the
what this
Muslim
nigga
perspective?
say.
Yeah, that's
The
cool.
Muslim perspective is the Muslim. I'm the Muslim on the panel, just to let you
Yeah, I'm a
guys know.
Muslim too, by the way. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Collective
Regardless of what it is, look, Adam and Eve, we all agree with. Yes or no on the panel?
I do.
We were both from somewhere, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened was there was Gabriel, there was other angels that were sent to the ground after Adam and Eve came, and then
Oh,
one
you
of
about to
them
say
was
yes. You're about to say yes. I can already. My dog. You're about to say yes. Go ahead.
which dog? I haven't even finished what I was saying.
I already know, but I see where you're going. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
Who's about to say yes?
You're about to say yes. Evil was birthed out of good.
I'm just trying to give the facts of what my viewpoint is in terms of my customs, right? And similarly to even Christianity and Judaism, one of the angels disobeyed, and that was the one that was evil, right? So, fact of the matter is, evil exists in the world purely because of two things. Adam ate the apple, and one of the angels, his name is Iblis, by the way, never took the
It wasn't
commands
Lucifer.
of God. That's it. That's all. I'm not saying yes, but anyway, it's on you.
So you're saying because the only way something can be evil is to derail from good, right?
Derive.
You don't know what
No,
you don't know.
the rail is right.
No, be just derive.
No, I mean derail like the
Both are
train
right.
derail. Like, yeah, but
Yeah.
I guess they both make sense. But that's right? Like evil. I'm not saying good made, but yes, I am saying good
But
made
that's
evil.
incorrect. That's incorrect. Why does it have to derail or derive from good? Evil could just come from good.
From what?
Right.
From what?
I'm just literally trying to
So if
kill
it was just
someone.
evil out there, then it wouldn't be called evil. It would just be called fucking making it work.
Sociopaths.
My point exactly.
So it's not from good to good, it's evil to evil, right?
But if we were all
Think about
sociopaths, none of us would be sociopaths.
Anyway, let's not get into that. You were saying? From good to evil, I agree.
No, I just wanted to throw in there I wanted them two to answer that because I thought they was kind of going at each other a little bit.
Oh
I wanted
yeah.
them to kind of posturize on that thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the inverse of falsehood is not equal to the truth. Right? So the truth does not need falsehood whatsoever. Right? So similarly, goodness does not need evil. Right? Evil is a reorganization of what is good. Right? So goodness is just what existence is. Right? So if you just reorganize the good, see, organization is hell. Right? So it's like, whereas goodness is like spontaneous, right? Sincerity, it doesn't need anything to do what it does. Right. So this is the thing. you know, with goodness. Goodness does not
That's
need
why it's
evil.
called insincere. It's not called
Right.
like, yeah, okay, you got it. You win.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at with it, right? You know, evil is goodness reorganized, right? You know,
I agree with that. By the way.
That was dope. That was
Yeah,
real.
that was the best way you could put it, really.
Yeah,
So,
because
yeah, I mean, I agree with
yo,
that too. Because
we have the seven deadly
like,
sins.
I actually
I
hold
think
on, hold on,
seven deadly
King K,
sins is within all of us.
King K. Hold on.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I actually got the discussion with actually Tom stupid ass like a year ago, and I said the same thing. Like, he's like, no, the creator created good and evil. I said, no, he didn't. Like, evil fucking probably like he probably created the lands, and they all would try to fucking mock him. It's evil is basically mockery. Think about like when people do
Rebellion.
mocking, it's like it's like you know what I'm saying? Is that's why I say I believe in higher self and lower self, but you never want to get away from too much of your lower self because it's like, you know what I'm saying? You have to, like, we're beings for a reason, like you know what I'm saying? I say this shit all the time. Like my views on the world haven't changed. So
All right, go off on your what was you gonna say about the 7 deadly sins?
the what?
He's
No,
about
no,
to
no.
say he's
I,
about
I
to say
was going to
something
say
about
about the seven deadly sins with TM. There's another, of course, that's going to happen shortly on the seven deadly sins. I think we all contain all of the seven deadly sins. I don't care if whatever anyone says. Every one of us have all of the deadly sins. It's just how we contain that emotion of those sins, right?
Yeah, it's not about what happens,
Yeah.
it's how you react.
Yeah.
It's
That's
how you
why.
react to it. And even if I take it a step further, I don't even think they should be called the seven deadly sins. I think they should be called the seven deadly emotions.
Yeah, that's a fire point.
Talk on that. Talk on that. Speak on that.
Sorry?
Speak on it. Expound. Expound. Go further. I'm following you.
You want me to
No, I
expound
see
on
what you're
that?
saying.
Okay. Let me expound on that.
Go ahead.
Listen, there's something called wrath, right? There's something called wrath, right?
Emotion. Yeah, it's an emotion.
No, it's not emotion. But wrath is an emotion. Wrath is one of the deadly sins, right? I walk into my house that I sweated my ass off to build, and I walk into it, and I find my wife with another man, right? I don't care who you are. That wrath, it's one of the deadly sins. I call it emotions, by the way. One of the deadly sins will come out, right? In my eyes, it goes from a sin to an emotion, how you handle it. So I could
No, say
kill
it
the
backwards. Say it
man.
backwards. Say it backwards. It goes from an emotion to a sin. How you handle it.
No. I
think
said it
that's
right
the
the
way.
first time.
That's how you saying it.
It goes from a sin
Explain it.
because my first reaction should be to kill him.
All right.
And then it should go to the emotion, not the emotion, then the sin. No.
I think the acting out of the emotion is the same.
No.
Okay, go ahead. I might be wrong.
I walk in and I see that. My reaction is sin. I should kill her and him at the same time, right? At the same time, I go from sin to emotion, which is calming down and saying, okay, yo, I'll keep it real with you. I ain't mad at the player, I'm mad at the game. I can say that. Yes or no?
No,
I'm
my
like,
brother,
yo,
my brother in jail for this right now. My brother in jail
you-
for this right now. So
I'm like, yo, you never knew she was married? All right, cool. And to be fair, look, fellas in the room, I'll keep it real with you. I got cheated on before.
we all have.
I handshook the player and I'm like, yo, it ain't about the player, it's about the game. I'm like, did you know she was with me? He's like, I promise you on life, I didn't know. I'm like, all right, cool. You're good. Cause sometimes I don't like to be manipulated. Not sometimes, all the times. but they would know. But the brethren, it's like me right now. I hook up with a girl. I'm by the way, I'm practicing celibacy, just to let you know. But even if I did, and I'm sitting there with a girl, and then the husband just comes and goes boo boo boo. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? She's like, oh my god, get dressed. I'm like, what
Right.
the fuck is going on? Like, it's not on me. Don't
Yeah, hold on.
blame the player. Play
Hold on, wait.
play the game.
Hold on, King.
So
King,
the fact of the matter is,
King, let me interrupt you real quick. But no, yeah, I
sorry?
see what you're saying. Yeah, like you can't trust no female. 'Cause I mean, one time, well, like 2 years ago, like some chick was like, she's like, yeah, like my boyfriend's gonna call. Like whenever he calls, just like don't hide under the bed, go in the garage. Like dude, like you can't trust no girl.
She told you to hide in the garage?
Yeah, she's like, yeah, cause he be like making her like put the phone under the bed, like these girls don't care, like they like that shit.
But at least, yeah, they definitely do.
I got in the side as well. I think we all gonna put our stories about sleeping with married women. I had a one chick right across the like the trailer parks in Spring Steuben. This bitch was married. Husband was in the army, serving our country. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the only one she called over there, but she had me driving their car and shit. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad. I mean, I cheated on her too, so I wasn't feeling like super bad. Like I wasn't loyal to her. You know what I'm saying? But we all got some stories.
That's what makes you feel better, right?
Right, yeah, like nigga, I'm cheating on you too. I'm fucking your neighbor too. Like I can never be loyal to a disloyal bitch. You ain't even
Yeah,
loyal to
but
this nigga.
But you never knew she was disloyal yet.
yeah, but one thing I was gonna say is that the seven deadly sins. There's also 7 virtues, right? I think they're all corruptions of a virtue or some
Oh,
shit.
spit
Where
that
it's
shit.
like there's a twist on it, right? Like because it's Pope Gregory, right, who came up with the 7 cardinal virtues, and the sins are just like
Dick Gregory.
By the way, Dick Gregory is the best comedian I found of all
yeah,
time.
he's
By
a
the way,
G. Yeah, he's a G.
I
Yeah.
ain't know Dick Gregory was a pope. I knew it. I knew that nigga had something in him.
yeah, his name is Dick, motherfucker. He has that shit, and he was pumping me. By the way, I met Dick Gregory. He had a show here in Dubai. I promise you this, yeah. They got him a room, and I was in his room, and he's like, it's what's that shit called in Jamaica? That under the seeds, the soil under the seeds. Sea moss, yeah, sea moss. He's like, sea moss. You know what sea moss did? All he did was he went from the ground and he jumped on the table, which I can't do till to this day. And he did that as he was 90 years old, by the way. Dick Gregory, 90 years old, jumped on the table. And he was like, Dr. Sebi is the guy. Look at him. He got me to 90 years old. And I don't know if he was 90 years old, whatever. Anyway. But anyway, you were saying? You were saying, brother?
Point of the story. Dick Gregory had hops. Back to Pope Gregory. 7 virtues. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Hey,
pull
why,
it up
real quick,
because
why
I
you,
don't really have it memorized or anything. But it
why you
says
pull,
here.
well, hold on. Real quick, TML, I wanted to say I agree
Yeah.
with what you said,
Yeah,
the way you phrased that earlier about the evil versus good, and I totally agree with that. I think it's if there's a blueprint for good, it's a continual refusal of that then produces the evil. So
Yeah,
I don't
and this
think
goes.
you know.
Yeah, and this goes along with that, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the corruption of the virtue that leads to the sin.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
so it's like,
Hold on, don't give him all the credit because I'm the one who birthed the question. Does good
yeah,
birth
real
evil?
talk though. Yeah,
No, but they both
that's
phrase it
true.
their own way. Like basically,
No, I'm just
basically,
taking
like
credit.
deal with poor. Hold on, goddamn niggas, calm down.
I was being egotistical. My bad.
No, basically, like good is something that's virtuous and like will lead to evil, not like going against that like it does. You basically like that would be basically the equivalent to a moral compass. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so,
Exactly.
Yeah,
like,
and I think the human mind likes to try to engineer things up to where we're like, oh, well, it has to come from good somewhere. So where did it come from? It had to come from that. And it's like, no, it doesn't have to come from that. It could just be that the continual refusal to follow that
Yeah,
produces that.
that's deep. That's deep. You
Yeah,
got those
That's not
virtues
deep.
ready for us?
yeah. It says pride is the sin, right? Humility is the virtue. Humility is seeing ourselves as we are, not comparing ourselves to others, is what it says.
Humbleness, humility. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Then envy is the sin. Love is the virtue. Right? Love is patient, love is kind, quoting the Bible. Right? I think that's St. Paul. Right? Love actively seeks the good for others for their sake.
Okay, I can see
Yeah.
the inverse of that.
Yeah, then gluttony is the sin. Then temperance is the virtue. Temperance accepts the natural limits of pleasures and preserves their natural balance. Right. So
I'm not hearing that word very often. Temperance. That's
oh
a
yeah,
very good
temperance.
word.
Yeah, when they wanted to ban alcohol in the country, right? They created the temperance movement.
Ooh.
Hey, baby. No, it's cool.
Ooh.
Take a
It's like
shower. You're
temperance.
good.
It's like, yeah, temperance is one of the highest virtues for Aristotle. He says temperance or moderation is the highest virtue because all virtues seek their mean.
That's dope. That temperance is a dope word. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, temperance. Yeah, it's like patience, pretty much. Right?
Explain that more.
Well, patience is actually down here, so that's a different one for anger. But I guess temperance would be like,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, temperance would be like
basically, you know, what it says, like your temperament.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
So
like discipline.
Comes from that.
You know what
Like
gluttony is?
temper?
No, not temper. Well, temper you can temper your temper, or you could, you know what I mean? But
That'd be your temperament. So temper, like what the
your,
word y'all saying
yeah,
has a.
it's
They
the
all have to
opposite.
correlate
It's
with
the
each other.
opposite of gluttony, bro. So gluttony is I want everything.
Yeah, it's like moderation. It's like all things in moderation.
Perfect correlation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, I got three
It's
people explaining.
anti-American.
I
Temperance is
want my
anti-American.
herd niggas explain it to me. Oh yeah, hold up. Who's gonna explain it to me?
We just explained it.
Yeah, to my left or right?
No, I'm saying we just explained, like we broke it
No,
down.
I had three guys explain it to me at the same time. I didn't even get it. I'll be honest with you. Explain to me, brother.
The word temperance is just like how the way he correlated that with moderation is like, and we're talking like the basically like good is something that would be it wouldn't come from evil. It basically it's the evil is basically the consequence of good type shit. That's why we're taught the way we are type shit. If you really, and everything else is inverted in between. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna have like, that's why like evil never can conquer good, even if you think it's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why the whole phrase like, what does it say? You might have won the battle, but you didn't win the war.
Yep.
That's why that exists, like because basically like evil is the battle, good is the war.
All right, perfect.
I'm about to come up with my own saying. Blessed is the man satisfied with few, as opposed to the man intrigued by many. That's temperance.
Yeah, and that part too. Like basically, temperance would basically lead to what I said. Temperament has to come from that, which we know temper comes from temperament. So they have to be a consequence of each other type shit. So, so yeah, I feel like I'm kind of.
You're coming in with the right temperament, to be honest. That's facts. You're coming in with the right temperament in this equation because you explained something to me, and at this moment, your friend came in with what temperament was, and you're rolling in with the right temperament. So continue your temperament, and whoever else is explaining the other 2, 3, or 4 left of the 7.
Yeah, there's
Please do.
yeah, there's 4 left. It's lust, right, is the sin, right? And the corresponding virtue is self-control or chastity. So self-control and
Oh,
self-mastery prevent pleasure from killing the soul.
and people would
From
think the
killing the
opposite of
soul?
lust is love, but it's not. It's chastity. It's yeah. Okay.
Right.
Well, a lot of people get love mixed up with infatuation.
That's true.
So, and like the chicks were saying yesterday when we were talking about it yesterday, what they complimented love as is something that they can't comprehend into words for a woman. Because I've always wondered what a woman look. Because as men, we think love is we know love is respect because we have a different. We know the male hierarchy. We know there's males that's going to be better than us and worse than us. We have to treat each other as such. And I don't underestimate nobody. So I try to, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to go into no battle with, you know what I'm saying? Without being equipped type shit. So.
So
yeah,
lust.
yeah, lust, and the corresponding virtue, self-control or chastity. There's anger. The corresponding
What do you
virtue
mean
is
chastity?
kindness or patience. A chastity is like
You're
you
a
could think of a
yourself.
like you could think of a virtue of somebody like, for example, like Saint Thomas Aquinas, right? Like when he was going to become like a Christian monk,
They got real
right?
football.
Like his brothers like threw him in a room with some prostitutes, and when the prostitutes left the room, they had converted to Christianity. So like he controlled himself in the room with like 2 whores or whatever, right?
It's keeping your outer being from entering their inner being. That's
Right.
chastity.
Right. There's all types of situations where like you're set up. You know what I mean? Right. Like there's tons of situations where people get honeypotted, where
Yeah.
self-control, seeing the actual thing that's going on, not following your carnal your carnal desires and lust would save you from getting popped essentially.
Oh yeah.
So it'd be like it's like a strength in a way, right? So anger, the corresponding virtue is kindness or patience. Kindness means taking the tender approach with patience and compassion. And you could see how some people get angry at the wrong people and they end up getting hurt, right? Greed and the corresponding virtue is generosity.
Right.
Right. This is about more than money. Generosity means letting others get the credit or praise. It is giving without having expectations of that person, of the other person.
Was that the last one?
No, the last one is sloth, right? And the corresponding virtue is zeal or diligence.
Zeal, yes.
Zeal, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, zeal is our energetic response to spirit's urgings.
Hey, excuse me, Lord, but how fucking crazy is it? We only know the negatives.
Right. Right. And they're put in us like with the Disney movies and all this shit, and it's crazy.
We're
but
never
you never hear the
told
positive.
about the positives at all. Which is all the negatives is the opposite of the positives. Like that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen to the people if they do the negative stuff, but you have no idea what it's like to experience the life of somebody who embraces the positivity of it. All right, like that's basically what it is. They never tell that story, right?
Right. I appreciate. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Like, nobody never broke down to me. It makes so much sense now, bro.
Yeah, I think that's in the 5th century. Pope Gregory, he said that there's 7 deadly sins that correspond to the the vices correspond to virtues that are corrupted. Because they believe that goodness is a corruption. That when goodness gets corrupted, right, it becomes evil. Right.
Oh, so he was talking like me.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
took
That's
and
why I was
stole my
going off of
own
what you were
soul, bro.
saying. Yeah, that's what I was going off of what you were saying because Saint Augustine basically said that evil is non-existence, right? So he said that because something exists, that means it's good, right? So evil is just a lack of
That's
good. So
biblical.
evil
And
is a
it is good.
privation on the good, right? So instead of it being something that corresponds to goodness, it's a lack of goodness, right?
Exactly. Anybody else got a deep ass question they want to ask like mine? Anybody else got a fire ass question like mine? Nah, you ain't got one.
I mean, you up here boring everybody. I'm about to fucking fry this chicken. That's why I ain't been saying nothing. But no, I get what you're trying to say. Like, I caught what you said. Like, what would lead to the corruption of good transmuting to evil? Like just like
the turning away from good. That's it.
But why I'm saying what would lead to that? Like what like I'm saying what would lead to like what's the you know what I'm saying? That's the deeper question that
Yeah.
nobody asked.
Yeah, that's why I think pride is like the top one, and then sloth is the last one, right? Because pride is like you kind of think you're doing everything when you're not doing shit, right? Whereas sloth is like you're really just not doing shit. You know what I'm saying, right? So it's just like so sloth is not as bad as pride,
hold on.
right?
You're giving him his answer, but you didn't say it. His answer is self.
Right, yeah.
Self will lead you to turn from good to
Oh yeah.
evil. It's
Yeah,
self.
pride cometh before the fall, yeah.
It'll be you. It'll be whoever it is. You know what I mean? They're gonna be the one.
Absolutely.
That. But I hate to get biblical on y'all, so let's switch it up. Let's go to something else that's totally
No,
unbiblical.
hold on, like I'm not done. I
Oh,
told you I'm trying to
okay,
make this
my
chicken
nigga,
right
go
now.
ahead, bro.
Hold on, chill out. Here's the thing with that. So I feel like people get pride mixed up with like because I feel like we all have different moral compasses. That's why I brought that up earlier. That's a good point to start. It's your moral compass, but I feel like pride is something that you're raised with and that you should have, but it should never turn into something that like I kind of said, like y'all kind of said self, but I feel like the words like the way people are sociopathic comes from they're like having the wrong moral compass type shit. Like you know what I'm saying, not self pride. People get self pride and biblical pride mixed up. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a confusion type shit too. You see where I'm coming from?
No, I agree with you, but that's why I said self. But I think self is like a colloquialism for pride. Like they kind of line up with each other. It's like you're valuing self. It's like what they say, one link can fuck up a chain. I don't
Oh
know if
yeah.
they say that, but that's what I'm saying now.
Yeah.
Like that's how it goes. Like once you, it's the same way that an angel can fall from heaven is because I'm better than everybody. I'm the one. I. When once you become I instead of we, that's when we have a problem with you. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing with that. What if I have to become a better King K's back. What if you were trying to bring that up in the back machine?
Oh no, this is just where I was reading that from.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know why you
I'm just
didn't tell
showing
me.
y'all that. Yeah, I'll
Yeah, you
throw
should
this
tell
in
me you
the
had it up. I would have pulled it up. I don't know.
I'll throw this in the in the private chat for you guys, so y'all could cop this. Right. Just to let y'all
Yeah, I
know.
already know about shit like this. I'm not religious. I don't believe in religion, but I know that
Yeah.
there's real shit in there, and like you know what I'm saying about like as far as like I've already stated earlier, as far as like the truth. You know what I'm saying, as far as like us coming from like there being a higher consciousness that where we basically come from, and we have to basically elevate our consciousness to kind of how like the Krishna, like the original Christ, where Christ comes from, like, and what Jesus was really teaching, like the Christ consciousness. You know what I'm saying? whenever you know what I'm saying? I feel like another lesson, and here's where I was going with this correlation we're talking about. A lot of us are born with different consciousness that are have higher moral compasses. Like we went away from that. We went to just something more man-like. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of correlates to both things because where do people have lower moral compasses than higher? Like was that fall into pride, like and self-pride when you should know thyself and not worship thyself, like and be in vain? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, pretty much answered my own question now.
You did, but I think a lot of what you
You
just
definitely did.
I think a lot of what you just spoke about got to do with. See, I ain't gonna get into it like the Nephilim and all that shit. I think there's shit that's in us that ain't supposed to be in us, bro. I think when we fell from grace, we really fell from grace and we became something we weren't supposed to become.
So
That's
you
why
don't think that the 7 deadly sins should be in us?
that they should be what?
It shouldn't be in us?
You didn't
No.
hear what I just said about different people born with different
I heard what
consciousness.
you said.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on, Kincaid. You've been interrupting all night. Chill out. But thank you though.
all right, cool.
About what I said about people being born with different moral compasses, so that will lead to, you know what I'm saying, what I just say about that will lead to a different understanding of good and evil, to where they would have to have a different understanding of self. You know what I'm saying? So that
I feel that.
How would you go to getting them to raise their consciousness or frequency to get on a higher moral compass than what they were born with already in DNA? And I feel like we went away from that and we went something more towards man-like because of our pride and what's that word called? Material gain worship. Like, you know what I'm saying? Man worship, basically, like
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that too. I feel that
you know
too.
what I'm saying? So that's we basically we went from more God level to man. And like I was saying this yesterday, when and you can catch those people too. When a lot of people talk about God, they say what they want man to do. So all God is a Greek word anyway. It means govern, operate, destroy. So I say I'm a God. People look at me crazy because you have to govern, operate, destroy to get yourself on a higher consciousness or frequency.
Facts.
To have an understanding to break the dimension. That's really breaking the matrix. Not like they tell you like the red pill, blue pill. Like you have to learn, like Jesus taught, like the Christ consciousness, raise your Kundalini energy to your 33rd vertebrae. That's why the Masons worship 33. That's why they want to sacrifice people before they're 33, because they know about the real Christ, or you know what I'm saying, reaching your Christ consciousness in your 33rd vertebrae.
I think that's facts. What you said is facts. But can I answer your question?
What did you say?
I said, can I answer your question?
Yeah, my bad. I'm fucking cooking this chicken right now.
Yeah, as you're cooking the chicken, that's exactly how you should accept the answer to my question, right? I'm being honest. How were you raised?
What'd you say?
Who raised you? as the great comedian says, who raised you?
Well, who raised me? I actually come from a very illustrious family. I'm pretty sure they know this too.
I want simple answer. Who raised you?
Well, I raised myself I'm self-taught when it comes to. But like I was saying about like initially,
From
like
what age? What age were you self-raised?
That's a question. Let me answer it.
A
lot of us are born, like I said too, with different anointing, basically what they would call it in the Bible, different level of consciousness to have an understanding of dimensional consciousness, basically. Like to be more
Honestly,
consciously
I'm
aware.
not even trying to bring religion into this, right?
No,
I'm
that's
Muslim, and you know that, right?
Religion, dude. I get it though.
I'm not trying to bring.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, like, who raised us? Okay, forget you, right? I'll talk about me, right? I was raised by a single mother. Like, I'll just keep it real, right? I was raised by a single mother. Growing up, I was born in UAE, taken to London when I was 4 years old, raised from 4 years old by a single mother, by a single mama, right? My mama was everything to me, but at the same time, I was hustling, right? Sorry, you guys is forte is what? Sorry.
So
No, well, listen to
where are you going with this? It sounds like childhood trauma.
No, it's definitely not. Definitely not.
Or were you
I dealt
asking?
with
Were you
that.
asking who we were all raised by? Are you asking us individually, or did you have a point that you were going to say?
No, what was the point that you guys ended on?
We're talking about
The point. Okay, okay. See, okay, now I get where you're going because that was going to be my
Because
answer.
I'm getting there.
That was going to be my answer. What you just said was going to be my answer.
Okay, so
Because
I don't
he
need
was.
to get that. Okay,
No,
so
you
what's
don't
your
need to
answer?
get there. My answer was going to be to what he was going to say was I don't think we were born evil. I don't think we're born a type of way. I think we're born probably good. But the problem is who raised you? What
That's
raised you?
exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I see where
You took it
where
all
you
the
was
way.
going.
Yeah.
At first you had me
Who
confused. I'm
raised
like,
you?
nah, this nigga saying what I'm saying.
Who raised you
He's
don't
saying
mean
exactly what I'm saying.
like
And what
honestly, when I say who raised you, I don't mean any attack on anyone. I was raised by a single mother.
The way you sounded was kind of
Yeah, I
No,
know,
I love how he did it. I
That's
love
why I
how
took
he
it
did
back,
it.
brother.
No, fuck that. I love
CM,
exactly how you did it because it made me
That's
think.
why I took it back, and I told you I'm raised by a single mother, right? That's why I was raised by a single mother. So in my head is like, who raised you?
So that goes to the age-old question, which we all know, right? Nature or nurture?
Yeah.
I think it's nurture. 99% of the time, I think it's nurture.
I agree.
You take
Yeah, I agree too.
LeBron
That's why I get
James.
on women a lot.
I agree.
Go ahead. Expound on that. Oh, that's why I get on women a lot. Hey.
Well, about because the women have lost their nurturing role, and they act like they, you know what I'm saying, especially in the past couple of years, it's fucking ugly. So when they become damn near undesirable, like, you know, that's
And
when
I can already tell you what their response is going to be. Well, we don't have no. We got to be both sides. We got to be the man and the woman. We got to be. I can't be nurturer and be the king of the
Facts. Facts. He's right though. He's right.
That's what they're gonna say. Is it true? No, bitch. You refuse. You see these. No, it's not your fault though. I'm not gonna call you a bitch, Queen. It's not your fault, Queen. Your role models is fucked up. That's really what it is. Your role models is fucked up. You think you want to be Megan Thee Stallion until you Craig just ain't dropping 30 on the court.
Nah, that ain't even the fucked up thing is. The fact that you want to be Megan Thee Stallion is fucked up. I'll keep it real with you.
That's real.
If that's your benchmark, that's fucked up. I got my side like my side chick has a clinic right now. That's hers. Fact of the matter is, she's not my side chick. She's my actual my girl. I'll keep it real. But she could potentially be my side chick. Right?
Something better coming out.
No. But my point here is to look at a Megan, and that's the problem we have with the girls today, right? They're looking at Megan Thee Stallion as the benchmark, and that's fucked up, bro. Megan Thee Stallion don't have 100,000 in her account.
I think she probably do.
She definitely doesn't, because she has so many lawsuits that Rock Nation has all of her money tied up.
Come on now, fucking Klay Thompson has signed for what, $300 million in NBA contracts plus endorsements. Come on now.
Who's that?
Right here, the nigga that she just left. That nigga saying that he ain't
She never made
nobody
a
knew
cent
him.
of that. She wasn't married to him or engaged to him or nothing.
That's why
Nah,
he left her.
What
Why,
Cliff is
why would he stay
doing
with her?
comparison.
Why would he
Cliff is
stay with her?
comparing.
She had
He's
a baby
saying
with him?
no, she didn't. But what Cliff is saying is that females was like, oh, niggas, we didn't know who Klay Thompson was until he started dating Meg Thee Stallion.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's what they saying.
I'm from London and I knew who Klay Thompson was before I knew who Megan was.
And the crazy thing is, you got to think about it. Klay Thompson ain't the first millionaire in his family.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Klay Thompson's daddy is Michael Thompson,
Y'all for
ex-LA
real, man.
Laker, Showtime Laker, current broadcaster for the Lakers, if I'm not wrong, or he might be a broadcaster for the Warriors now. I don't know. I don't get LA local TV, but either way, still making money. That man came
but
from
they weren't earning that much back then. Let's keep it real. He never earned it.
He's still making money off of his legacy. So when I say he isn't the first millionaire in his family, I mean that. I guarantee you.
Yeah, you mean that he's just stacking bread.
He
don't gotta take care of
made
his
that.
people like that.
Okay. Quick question. Sorry.
Bro.
Quick question. My apologies, because I don't know how America works. I don't give a fuck if your father, and I don't even think his father has like 5 million to his name, but he does well, of course, because he was a basketball player, whatever. I don't know if his money contributes to his son's wife's money, or not even his wife. you see what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't. But when I say when I brought up his money, is for it to be like, girl, you didn't even make as much money as my dad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
my
facts.
dad is sitting on
That's
you
facts.
in the
Yeah.
80s. Like, you're not on this level. You're not as popular as my dad was. You really just around the way, girl. Like
20 years ago. 20 years ago, my dad was more popular than you.
Exactly, bro.
And that shit is bullshit to me, by the way. How the fuck did she even have the mind to think I can take 50% of this guy who his dad, and by the way, coming back to his dad, put him in training every single day and was with him in training every single from when he was 4 years old all the way when he became an NBA All-Star.
Yeah. So hey, I'm about to argue with you right now. So when you say his dad don't got $5 million to his name, I turn it around and say, nah, his dad got $300 million to his name.
Facts.
He may not touch all of it, but that's all on him because
Yeah,
he the one that put Klay
that's
in
not even an argument. Why are you arguing with me, fool?
Oh, my bad. I'll argue with myself then. My bad.
Yeah, argue with yourself, fool. I'll keep it real with you. Yeah. He has at least half of that for him.
He'll never have to ask for shit. I guarantee you that.
And if he does, I'm the one to provide it.
Mm-hmm.
Me as Khalid is the one to provide it. How about that?
That's dope. So I agree
Purely
with you.
because
He's not asking for money.
Anyway, Klay Thompson is a good nigga, right?
Yeah.
He is actually the type of guy that will actually do right by his family. Because let me tell you why he'll do right by his family. He did right by who's a hoe, right?
She came like she thought that she got her a little light skinned nigga that's gonna love on her, treat her the right way, and all of this shit. As a light skinned nigga myself, I already know hoes be thinking that, oh, you caught a good guy. Bitch, you gotta be good too. You gotta be good too. You can't be.
You just said the magic word, by the way.
So you're saying she thought she had a goofy?
She thought she had
But
what?
that's the thing. Everyone can get a goofy, right? Everyone can get a goofy.
No, that's not. You gotta think about why. If he would have had like even around her money, if that was like a normal rap person, like he would have to probably stay with it. But Klay Thompson has signed over $300 million in NBA contracts plus endorsements. His dad not been in the NBA. Like they already had money. Like you said, the training. Like Megan was just like probably something to get his crowd up a little bit.
Nah,
like,
that's bullshit. What's 100
how's that
million?
bullshit? How's that bullshit?
What's 300? No, because what's 300 million? 100 million or 20 million? Where's the difference in standard of living? There's not much.
Yeah, it is. Say what you mean. That's
No.
what they said
Let me
after that.
explain.
Not
Let me
for you,
explain
not
why.
for you individually,
Dave
but for like
Chappelle even said it.
I
generationally,
see what
yeah.
you're saying, but hell yeah,
Generationally,
it
yeah.
is. There's a big difference in having 300 million.
But she's not looking at generational. She's looking at where am I staying right now and,
That's
and
why
what are we
she
doing
fucked
right
up
now.
because she thought fucking she was gonna be able to fucking mooch off that.
Y'all
nigga,
are
but
asking
Of
the
course,
wrong
because she's
question.
jumping from man to man. She wasn't
But ain't
with
no
Yo
man
Gotti.
ain't got that money like that, bro.
Y'all are asking the wrong question, bro. Y'all are asking the wrong
No, that's
question.
the only
Let
question.
me just
That's
finish
really
what
why
I'm.
she
Let me
fucked
just
up.
finish my thought. Right. She was with Yo Gotti first, and then she
Yo,
went
guy
to
don't got the money Klay Thompson got.
no. Then she went to another rapper, which was
She was with Moneybag Yo. She wasn't even with Yo Gotti.
no Moneybag Yo. Sorry.
Moneybag Yo was signed to Yo Gotti. Y'all need that. Yeah, y'all need to get y'all facts.
Yeah, Moneybag Yo. No.
She ain't been with
Yeah,
nobody.
she was
who got
Moneybag Yo,
and nobody's
and then
even talking about. Hold on, bro. No, like people that are all talking about this. Nobody's really talking about this. They don't have common sense, and they don't really know how dating and shit works, like, and how fucking Hollywood and yada yada yada. The
yeah,
real reason
exactly.
why she's fucked up is because that Klay Thompson's
Exactly.
the richest nigga she ever dated. She's about to hit the wall, but if not hitting it, her fucking career's
She already
damn near
is.
over. What is she gonna
She
keep
already
learning
is.
about prostitution? She gonna
Yeah, but before that, she went from the rapper to Tory Lanez,
Like,
and
see,
Tory
that's the
Lanez.
part. No, stop.
We all know what she did with him.
There is about 4 to 5 steps you're skipping.
Give me them.
We may not know all of their names, but I
But they are.
guarantee you, all of them niggas know all of their names. But go ahead.
I think 6 or 7. You said 4 or 5.
It's 6, 7, bro.
I think 6 or 7. Right?
But the only point
it
is,
got round 2. Tory
hold on.
Lanez.
Let me hold on, King K. Let me say something. The only point is, like, you can name all the dudes that she dated. None of them have the net worth that Klay Thompson has, and he's still in NBA.
No. I'm just getting to that though, right?
Yeah, but you just said there's no difference between 80 million and 300 million in standard of living. Yes, there is. That's fucking called 220 million.
Tory Lanez was literally having the same.
No, he wasn't, dude. Trust me.
Yeah, hold on.
No. You don't know how America works. Tory Lanez is a broke rapper who wants to show who's on a 360 deal. And actually,
No. Tory Lane's different.
No, he was different. But
Right now, he wasn't though. He wasn't.
He don't got 300 million, but he wasn't no 360.
Yeah, no, but he was
What I'm
chilling with
saying,
Kylie
he
and
got out of
whatnot.
his 360 deal with Rock Nation. You know what I'm saying? But that's but what I'm trying to tell KK is he doesn't understand like the standard of living between a rapper and an NBA player, especially one of the fucking top 5 shooting guards of all time, the second best shooter of all time.
No, y'all both kind of right because the standard of living.
But I'm just trying to get there to that conversation.
Hold on, bro. I'm explaining for him. The standard of living.
You're about to send me something?
Is the same. Let me explain it for him. The standard of living. Y'all both staying in the same ass apartment. Y'all both driving the same ass cars. But the difference
No,
is.
you're not. You're not.
That hold on. The NBA
Tory Lanez had like a Maybach. Have you seen Maybach before he went into prison? Did you see his house?
No,
he was literally living next to the Kardashians.
Let Junior finish, King K. Let him finish.
How is that different? Anyway. Okay, you continue.
No. I was agreeing with you.
Like the classism. Like, go ahead, Jimmy.
All right. So they both have the same style of living. The rapper has this style of living with the same penthouse, downtown, the same house in the suburbs. They both have both, right? But the difference is the basketball player has that for generations. The rapper has that until he's done rapping.
Not even until he's done rapping.
It's not even that. Like,
not even that.
He doesn't. Hold on, bro.
Until next week, by the way.
Hold on. Most rappers get something called an advance. So that's called a fucking 360. They got to pay it back. NBA players aren't getting that.
Exactly.
They got to. So that's what the difference is. Like
exactly. That's exactly the truth.
So Megan's never had an NBA player, especially one like. Oh yeah, she has dated an NBA player, but she dated a nigga who was making $1 million to her a year. But she didn't have fucking Klay Thompson.
And she ain't
I know how chicks like that. Hold on, let me fucking finish, bro.
My bad. I was just adding on. I was appreciating what you were saying.
No, so fucking I've been with chicks like that before. Like they'll be cheating on you, you cheat on them. All of a sudden they mad at you. Like damn, I'm just getting my lick back. Like because their ego, they're prideful. Like and that's, I kind of get off topic, but they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? That's the other half of it. To where the ego is to say why he cheated, but she's basically getting desperate because she don't want to lose that money because she never had that before. Is the point that my man's making to get on the topic, and that's where the desperation comes from. Oh, he cheated, like so. Even she was cheating, it doesn't matter, like because she's not trying to lose that guaranteed fucking. That's Hall of Fame money, bro. Klay Thompson.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? Okay.
Go ahead.
I can make a point right now. Okay, let me tell you something, yeah? Klay Thompson came after Tory, correct? The fact of the matter is, at that moment in time...
Tory Lanez or Tory Craig?
Tory Lanez.
Because she dated both.
Bars!
Tory Lanez and
Bars!
That's what I'm saying. So.
Yeah. Whoever
that
said
goes
that...
to my point.
Who we're even getting today? Oh, we get the cute one. Who are you today? And what is your grievance of the day? Conspiracy grievance.
Dr. Shane, thank you for having me on the fabulous show today.
Oh, thank you. You think our show is fabulous.
Yeah, I mean that's why I had to be a gay gummy bear to get on here.
Yes. Because Gummy Bear Day. Look at that. Well, I did say bring your gummies if you have them. And like
you bring the gummies. I'll bring the dummies.
Well, that's a welcome roll switch. Oh, we got another guest. I believe you two know each other. Let's see what he's doing for National Gummy Day. Is that a gummy? A potato?
No,
that's the low tech gummy.
Yeah, most people are, they're smoking McDonald's, French fries like cigarettes, but I'm a potato smoking a cigarette.
Ah.
So it's different.
Happy Gummy Day.
Wow.
What is up?
Quite an honor to join you on Gummy Day for sure.
Yeah, it's quite an honor to be hosting.
I just got one question. Do the gummies got weed in them?
Yeah, and we don't want people to get confused with the other word for gummy. You guys know about it, right?
Honestly, that never crossed my mind until you said it just now. Not once did I even make the connection.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised. So none of mine did. No. So what's up? What is the conspiracy of the day? Or the week? There was a shooting that just happened.
The gummy bears return to the freaking frog day.
Well, we had a conspirographer on our show. I don't know if you know. We had one of the top conspiracy people in history.
Who do I know? I'm surprised I don't know them already.
Yeah, we had Mr. Santos Bonacci on the show. So yeah, he's one of the top conspiracy guys. I don't know if you're familiar with this guy. Astrotheology.
Right now, Santos
Bonacci.
Bonacci.
Right, yeah, astrotheology. So yeah, so he believes in well, he believes that basically Jesus and the whole history of it is hidden and it's encoded within the Bible. And there's other thinkers like Jordan Maxwell. I don't know if you know Jordan Maxwell. He's a huge conspiracy guy. This guy was studying under Jordan Maxwell.
Like studying conspiracy theories?
It's kind of like also mixed in with astrotheology. So it's like how you do like the tarots and you have like the star systems and how they relate to human understanding and you know, as above, so below, and all of that type of stuff.
So it's more mystical, like metaphysical.
Yeah. Yeah. They have their own version of metaphysics in the occult where they say metaphysics is the mixture of science and spirituality. So it's not how we colloquially define metaphysics as a branch of philosophy, but they say metaphysics is something totally different. Right?
Is it Mr. Astrotheology? Does he look like somebody out of a Tim Burton movie?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's how he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I found him.
Yeah, so I'm curious to know what you think of the conspiracies, the dangerous conspiracies that warp the minds.
He's talking about the snake people.
Right,
now.
the snakes. Yeah,
Some conspiracies are true.
Right, the snake, the Nagas. Right, the snake people.
The Nagas. Right. Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Sean. Welcome. We already know your conspiracy. Is there any new ones?
Yeah, blessings, Sean.
What's up?
Is this Sean of Source?
No, this is the communist guy.
No, this is Sean from Ireland.
Yeah, the Irish communist.
Let me sit down and speak to
I'm
you
not
on
a
your own
communist.
vernacular.
I've got cognitive dissonance, or what's it called? It's the law of non-contradiction. Law of logic.
Oppositional defiant.
Oh, oppositional attitude.
You mean oppositional defiant disorder?
That's right. There's only one truth, my guys, and that is my truth.
The one.
Happy Gummy Day, by the way. Are you doing anything to celebrate?
No, I didn't. There's probably a day. Every day is a day for something, isn't there? Now. Sorry, I overtook your conversation, Machine Lies.
Blessing was.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll have like a deal at the weed dispensary because they sell gummies.
So are you a communist? Is that what you're telling me? Are you part of IRA or one of the other followers?
What's the
No.
other one?
But what were you talking about? Machine Lies, the conspiracy guy.
Santos Bonacci. I've had him on the show, so he's a student of Jordan Maxwell, prominent conspiracy researcher. Right, he was on the Hour of the Time with Bill Cooper, one of the premier conspiracy broadcasts of our time. The Hour of the Time. By
what's his name?
William Milton Cooper.
I don't know. I know Jack Talcott. Let's see.
Oh,
William
Close enough.
Milton Cooper.
Yeah, he's adjacent. Talcott's conspiracy adjacent.
Bill Cooper? The Hour of the Time?
Oh, yeah. You never heard of this?
No.
Behold
Bill
a Pale
Cooper.
Horse. He wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse. That's one of the top.
I read the Piers Anthony book on a pale horse.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
Agatha Christie wrote one called...
Was it a gay romance novel?
No, it was about death.
Close enough.
The main character is death, and he had to go around and collect people's souls. He killed death. He killed the actual death. And if you kill death, you have to become the new death. And so he had to become death.
Wow, sounds
Pale horse can turn into a car, kind of like Knight Rider.
Was he an Irish writer by chance?
Do what? Proof of mind control.
Sure he be Irish writer or not?
Who?
The death guy, the death feller.
No, he's American, Florida. Look, the Xanth series.
Are you the guy from what's it called?
Ooh, there's that. Hang on, there's a bunch of echoes.
Oh,
People
my
might
fault.
Maybe it's me. Let me go mute.
Yeah. No, it's Jacko.
Yeah, it's my bad. Sorry, I have you on my big speaker. Sorry, my fault. I thought I muted it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead again, Sean. What are you saying, man?
You're saying the author of Dracula? What's his name? He's Irish.
Bram Stoker.
Yeah, Stoker. Yeah. Yeah, he's OTO.
He was Irish.
Ordo Templis Orientis.
Occult.
Yes.
Wait, Bram Stoker was OTO?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, he wrote that about like his Jewish boss who ran like the theater or whatever for like the biggest theater in London or some shit. It's pretty interesting, but go ahead.
Machine Lies, are you like, do you believe in all this occult stuff? Like, because you're Muslim, right? So that's like
I'm kind of more scientific. No, it's not occulty at all. It's a legitimate thing. Like for example, like Islam contributed to lots of scientific advances throughout history, like algebra. You know, like for example, the algorithm is named after an Arab
and
who studied
alcohol.
algebra. Yeah. So because they invented the distillation process. So there's a lot of things that Muslims accomplished in science. So I don't think Islam is actually conflated with conspiracy stuff, you see, because most conspiracy people would say the three main religions, there's something I'm like, I don't know if you're familiar with most conspiracy research today, but most of them would start off by saying either the Bible or the three Abrahamic religions, or there's something weird going on with those. Right, that there's something that they're not telling us, that there's a different historiography. So if you're familiar with like flat Earth, they claim that, right? If you're familiar with Jordan Maxwell, he claims that, right? He claims the Bible is all about astrotheology, right? So he would think that Islam and Christianity are false. There's also prominent researchers that say that Islam and Christianity were actually invented either by the Roman Empire or by the Jays. So there's different theories, right? So no, Sean, that's actually false, you know.
And I would say if it was created by one, it was probably created by both. But go ahead.
But would go ahead. Hey, welcome.
Salute.
Hello.
Are they
Hey, what's
doing
up,
it
man?
with just these
What's
three
going on?
religions, or is that something? It sounds like something that any group would do to any other group at some
What's up,
point in
Mike?
history.
Mike's a Catholic, so he knows about some of these because he talks to the gematria guy. Right? I've
Yeah,
seen him
where do
say
you
with
come down on the Pope? Trump
Zachary
versus
Hubbard.
the Pope. Is it splitting the
Sure.
Catholics where you are? He froze.
I think he froze out. Yeah, he froze out.
By the way, I don't know Mike, but I heard that he was unalived or something, and I don't know why people are saying that. But
That was one of the gossip.
Back from the dead. I arose on Easter. It's funny because I was released on Easter.
Right.
And I rose again. Yeah.
Released?
It was all a lie. I got pneumonia. I got passed out and got pneumonia, and that's all it was.
Oh.
And someone down
What's
the
your
street,
take on
I
the
think. The thing on the Pope, so the Pope is a figurehead. The Pope doesn't really mean what you think it means.
Right.
The Pope is kind of like the president. It's just a figurehead. It's just a symbol.
So
You know?
when he and Trump are fighting, is it splitting your loyalties?
No, I'll always go with the church. That's just me. I'll always side with the church.
That's bold.
You know, the church is forever. Yeah.
well, well, can I ask you a question? Why does the church hate white people so much?
I don't think they hate them. I've never
don't
heard the
hate the
church
white
hate
people.
white
They
people.
hate Whitey.
Well, I tell you this, in my congregation, I go to Holy Spirit. It's down the street. It's in Virginia Beach. And the majority of the congregation is actually Filipino. So they're actually Asian. So there's I believe there's more Asian and Spanish than there are whites in the Catholic Church.
Interesting.
So the Catholics are very diverse, and there's more and more Catholics now and Christians in Africa now. So a lot of people are converting away from Islam into Christianity. So
I think Islam is still the
Yep.
growing.
Yeah, we
But-
still on top.
Yeah, and look, I don't have a problem with it. I almost married a Filipino who was Catholic and stuff, you know,
Sure.
so I would have been in the Catholic Church probably. But what I'm saying is just that, like it seems that a lot of this propaganda is coming out to say like, well, the Catholics should hate the Jays, which again, that's debatable, but I would say like
Right.
more than that, like why do they hate white people so much, and why is there so much propaganda to like use like charities to bring in like tons of immigrants and all this stuff from the Catholic Church?
I've never been privy to that. I mean, all I can tell you is,
charity
I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
specifically. I haven't heard this either.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, they definitely fund some of that.
yeah. I mean, I can only speak from my experience. My experience is that we welcome everybody, we feed and clothe everybody. And I told Jeff that Jeff knows this from the past. I don't know if you guys know this, but I work with the Catholic Charities. We give out food, we give out clothing, we do all kinds of drives for people, homeless or not. So the Catholic Church is the single biggest contributor of charities. Catholic charities are the biggest in the world. Are the Catholics? Do they have some faults? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of faults, but there's faults in everybody. There's all kinds of faults. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And again, like,
Yeah,
don't think this is
definitely.
like a personal thing against like Catholics. It's
Sure.
really not. It's just more of the structural thing. It's not really about. I know a lot of good Catholics, and I know a lot of bad non-Catholics. So I'm. It's not about throwing hate at it. It's just more of like if you kind of have any thought on it, because like.
Sure.
Obviously American history has been very contentious between the white Anglo-Protestants and, the Italian Catholics and the Irish Catholics and stuff like this.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that those things never really went away. They just kind of got swept under the rug. And personally, I think that's to both parties' detriment personally. So like, I think it's more like some of those things never got addressed. And I think it's really led to a lot of problems for America and ultimately the world. Like, if and that's kind of my problem with like
Africa and stuff like that. So we have that mix. We have that mix of the blood, but even they're Catholic. So Catholicism, spreads across the world. But the whole thing is that the one thing I can say about Catholics is that we do give back. Are we flawed? Yeah, we're flawed. We do a lot of F around and find out stuff. But like, yeah, but they do a lot of good for the community. But I could tell you when I go to mass or I go to any kind of food drive, stuff like that, which we volunteer for, we don't get paid for it, we volunteer for it. And it's nothing but love. People come in and they're starving. Dude, look at the prices of groceries now. Imagine being able to come into the church and you talk to me and Jeff, you sign up, you give us your information, and we give you like $200 worth of food.
Oh, I might be one of those.
For free. It's like, I mean, it's paramount for people. It really is. So Catholicism does have its ups and downs. It does. So I've never been shy to say that the Catholic Church does have its downfall. It does. It does have its bad side. If you're asking me, a man should be able to procreate. To have a priest never be able to touch another person, like in marriage, that's weird. To me, that's weird. I think priests should be able to marry.
Absolutely. That's 100%. I'm with you on that, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing, Mike. Oh,
yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you a lot.
Europe and the breakaways from Reformation, usury, hence why the Judaic were kicked out of many kingdoms because of the money they owned, and actually as they went forward on that because they were very smart. And it's numerology that you were talking about before with
astrotheology.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's
included. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, it's included in right.
Yeah, it's all there's all especially down to that because Aramaic to Hebrew and all that is a mathematical foundation as well. It's amazing actually when you look into it. Both sides.
Yeah.
When you look up to the stars, it's massive. When you look down into the atom and the quantum and further, it's even bigger. God's
Absolutely.
mystery is always there.
I agree 100%. That's why I'm open to it, right? I'm open to hearing what they have to say, right?
You know, people always make fun of horoscopes and people make fun of astrology. People always make fun of it, right? Because they don't. But if you're asking me now, being religious, I'm not supposed to believe in that stuff. That's supposed to be like, taboo. To believe in horoscopes and no. You're supposed to only follow what the church says.
It makes more
But
sense if you're religious.
But if you're asking me, every person I ever met that had a sign fits that mold. There's something about astrology.
You're Leo, right?
Yeah, I'm a Leo. Yeah.
Yeah.
That always reigns true. And my ex was a Pisces, and it's like we were just we were doomed to fail from the get-go. It's like, but we had
be really good at
fun. But I think there's something about being born under the moon. I don't know if the moon has magnetic power. I don't know psychological power. I don't know what it is. Listen, I'm not an astrologist. I'm not going to get into that. All I'm saying is that there has to be some kind of credence for tens of millions of people to believe in astrology. They believe in it. They swear by it, And look at me. I'm a Leo. I'm fiery. I'm angry. I also can be chill and be relaxed. My son's a Cancer. My mother's a Cancer. My brother's a Cancer. They're all chill. They're loving. Me, I'm a mix. So there has to be something to it.
Well, I'll say this really briefly. Because here's the thing, I do agree. And this kind of goes back to the question of science and some of this stuff too. Like, one of the problems that I see a lot of people saying is like, well, the Catholics suppressed occultists and they suppressed these things. But here's the thing, is like, maybe there's justification for suppressing some of this knowledge. Like, do you want the average Joe or evil person to have access to all these truths and knowledge and science and technology? Like, I would give points to the Catholics because there may be an argument to suppressing certain forms of knowledge or understandings.
Well,
from
let
the
me
general population,
ask
if that
you
makes any
this.
sense.
Let me ask you a mind-blowing question. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me ask you a mind-blowing question. What if I'm a Catholic and I know that there's hidden secrets that might basically erode Jesus? What if we really come from outer beings, from a different? What if? What if? Just real quick, Jeff, real quick. What if the Catholic Church is suppressing the truth of aliens?
That's exactly. I think that's kind of like what Santos is saying. That the Catholic Church is suppressing this idea, right? That it's like an ancient idea that they're suppressing basically paganism, right? That it's really Gnosticism and paganism. That there's a multiplicity of gods that exist in another world, and they sent Jesus in as an alien. That's what Marcion believed, right? Marcion of Sinope, right? He actually compiled all of Paul's letters. And I think Papias or somebody like that, right, called him like the son of the devil, right? So he was considered a heretic of the church. But he said the God of the Old Testament is basically an evil desert god, but the God of the New Testament is belonging to an alien God that sent Jesus into the world as his son to redeem the world. So he said the New Testament is good, but the Old Testament is bad.
Yeah,
essentially. So.
Well, I've always seen it like it follows a pattern. There's always pattern and process within everything, right? And the same goes with Isaac, the sacrifice, the Passover. All those things come into alignment of where the Christ comes in, from Ezekiel to Isaiah. Those were written in, and it's star charts as well. It's unbelievable that people reject this. So also that the medium, if you will, of the Christ was to awash this and then create the New Testament of for everyone, Jew and Gentile. So it was for everyone upon this earth, not for this group and that group.
Right. Well, let me ask this to Mike really quick, because I think that's an interesting point too, but I want to ask this before I forget for Mike. If they are suppressing that, how do you feel about that? Do you think there could be a good justification for suppressing that information from the average person, or?
Sure. And I think that, okay, so let's break this down real fast. And I love that question. That's an amazing question. I think 95% of people have a very low IQ, right? They can't compartmentalize what you're saying right now. What me and you were saying. What if there is this civilization? Like, what if there's 15 more steps above consciousness? A lot of the people are literally drones, right? Oh, okay, I'm making 15 an hour. I'm winning. The whole point is that I think a lot of people can't comprehend that there's something bigger than us. There's something much bigger.
What if there's nothing to comprehend and we're not actually dumb?
If you want my opinion, I've had a rough year, and what I'm looking at now, as I will always be a Catholic because I've been baptized, I believe Jesus was real. Like, he was a real mortal man. Was he the Son of God? It's getting more and more disputed. Maybe he was a man that spread goodwill, but was he the Son of God? That's what I'm wrestling with. And I talk to my pastor about it all the time, my priest, and was he God's son, or was he just a man who spread love and joy? There's so much to unpack in this. If you're asking me if extraterrestrials are real, yes, man, I believe there's thousands of civilizations. If the universe is infinite, how can there not be more people out there? Come on, man.
You almost have me wishing I believed. It sounds so cool.
I mean, Jeff, think about this.
What if they're not even out there? What if they're here with us? What if they're here on Earth with us?
And this is another thing. It's another thing. I was researching this hard, and I have to pull back because if you get too much into this, you get sucked into the vortex, different dimensions. There's supposed to be 7 to 8 dimensions where these aliens can travel different dimensional portholes. Did you guys hear about that? The wormholes and the portholes. Apparently, they can bend space and time. Allegedly, space can be bent. Have you heard this?
In a movie, in real life.
In real life, we could bend space and time.
Well, it's supposedly one entity.
Yeah.
They
talk about that. Actually, like, we believe like there's like jinns, so there's like interdimensional beings and space and time.
The jinns, the jinns and the fallen angels and all kinds of stuff, man.
The Nephilim, the Seraphim.
The Nephilim, the tall white, the small grays. I mean,
you could go on into what you want. I mean,
I think the Bible very clear. I just want to say really quickly, I think the Bible leaves plenty of room for all that to be true, and still Jesus is the Son of God, and still all these things. Like, I don't see them as necessarily in conflict with each other. Now, I don't necessarily want the average person to know that truth per se, but here we are, and most people are at least aware of it, which, maybe for better or for worse, I'm not sure, but I don't see them as mutually exclusive truths per se, which sounds weird from a Christian point of view, but I definitely don't. I don't think it hurts my reconciliation of my faith versus all these other things.
To second guess your faith only reinforces what you believe. And the thing is that I'm going to be 51 in a couple months. I'm going to be 51. And I'm telling you, I've never seen, like, right now in the world, I see like something I've never seen in 50 years. Like, I think we're coming to fruition. Like, I'm telling you, like, I don't know what to say, but like, we're about to implode. The world's going to implode. It really is. I mean, we're at the cusp of imploding.
Well, there's also evidence that says that the world, or the Earth, the sun, the star, there are cycles, and we're heading to one of those cycles right now. So that could also be Anunnaki, where the planet X is forming into our solar system again. Hence, what was before, or why we are the children of men, if you will.
Did you hear, African? Did you hear the story? Now, this is only allegedly, that we were supposed to launch some missiles into Iran, and they got scrambled by extraterrestrials. There's a theory out there that we're supposed to shoot some Patriot missiles into Iran.
What I know, and what they've given information privy to us, is that the amount of ordnance, and especially those missiles, in one day you used $3.5 billion. Bang.
Mm-hmm.
You used almost a reserve of 20% of some of these missiles. You only make 100 a year. You know what I mean? You know, it can travel what 3,000 kilometers. These things, exact, precise. So I don't know. I don't know because
Jeff,
I mean, the technology. I don't know, alien.
So Jeff in African, I don't know if you remember this. About a year ago, so I work for a contractor. I work for a contractor for the military, and I'm telling you that. Remember, I told you about pulse weapons and energy directed weapons.
Oh yeah. I believe that. No, First Earth Battalion, real. That shit.
They just put it on some destroyers. They just put it on.
Yeah, I can imagine they have. I mean, the whole thing with what they saying as well with these HARP technology has been bombed by Iran, and so it started raining again.
The weather weapon.
Iran and Iraq dropped by 5 degrees, and it's also like other things. You know, it's things are there's a new well that's happened or a new spring that's come up in the Euphrates somewhere, which is the bang. There is something happening.
They busted up through the ground. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Definitely is. Yeah, exactly.
So really quick question. I apologize to interject here, but I think all these subjects are related. When you see the war in Iran and all this stuff going on, do you think it's really the Jays versus the Catholics versus the Muslims or all this stuff, or do you think this is a part of a much bigger game to bring about this technological utopia to avoid this implosion that you're speaking of? Like, it does seem like it's a very like Ragnarok versus Ushas, or like utopia versus dystopia. Like there is some sort of, you know, cycle, or like, and it's like it's like an occult war, and it's like a Abrahamic quote unquote war, simultaneously kind of reflecting each other, in my opinion. And I want to ask Mike and others how you guys feel about that take. Like,
I'll give you time.
I don't have to hold on this conspiracy.
African, you go first. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I would always permit that. Yes, this is true. Gog and Magog shall come apart together. I've been arguing about this for a while, and it'll probably be Russia and China. Nevertheless, that these things have to happen. The seals have to permit for this to go on. Hence why the devil, you know, will have his advocate, and the big brother, the machine, will have what it will be, and we will go to some sort of point of war, nuclear, for the world to actually bow under the beast. And yeah, this is just part of the plan. Hence why, like, when I was in Jordan, I did a little pilgrimage to King Aaron's tomb out there in the desert. And while I was going with a couple of teachers there, you know, they were proper teachers. They were very well-educated men, two tour guides, 2 different times. And one of them took me across these things called genie blocks, and they're massive stones. And this is not too far from Saudi Arabia, through the desert, down that side. And his virtue was these genie blocks, is we don't really understand where these Nabateans, I believe they were called, how they came together in Petra, and the influence of those nations that came in and out, because it's always influence. And as we go through it, like intertextuality, as we grow and we understand each other, blah, 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 things change over generations. And so the genie block became what is, you know, Saudi for the powerhouse of, you know, Islam. And that's the counterbalance for the Judaic, or also maybe the sword of the Judaic, to make it work across the world. Hence why, you know, Jesus is like, oh, everyone. And both 2 sides of, you know, Islamic and Judaic are, no, only through us. It's there. You don't have anything else but what we tell you. This is the law.
African, you high?
No.
Oh.
But I'm saying that's what I believe. That's what
interesting stuff, African. Quite a lot of stuff there to chew on, honestly. The end time, Gog and Magog, the entire thing. You know, Islam as the broom of Judaism, and so on and so forth. As some rabbis have said, lots of interesting concepts, right? For real.
It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see the rise of Islam, and we know that it's gonna overtake Christianity. Islam is going to overtake Christianity. It's going to.
I think they're both. I think Islam and Christianity are kind of going to overtake Judaism, if you know what I mean.
It really has.
It seems like that's like the really old one.
But I can tell you this. I'm going to cut you off. I can tell you this. Like a real Christian, like we come from Knights Templar, like a real actual Roman Catholic with roots 500-600 years. Dude, we are no joke, bro. We will fight to the end. I will fight to the end to fight for Christianity.
Well, what do you mean by Knights Templar? Because this is something I've been trying to understand, like how that fits into like Rosicrucianism and Hermeticism and all. Like, and again, if you don't mind, like I don't, because I like here's the thing is like I grew up as a Protestant. I lean Orthodox now, and like I think of myself as really just a regular Christian. So I'm just putting my biases out there. But there is something to be said about, I think if you want to really help the world, you would have to have some sort of clandestine intergenerational things. And to be honest with you, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit upset that I haven't been invited into any of these things, just so I know for myself like what's really moving the world. So if you don't mind explaining to me, what does that mean?
Sure. So what Knights Templar is, Knights Templar was basically Catholics, Roman, and a lot of French. Now, a lot of French were Catholics back then. So it was either French or Italians were Catholics, and they were Knights Templar if they were knights. And they would defend Jerusalem. They would defend the Jews. There's a great movie called The Kingdom of Heaven. If you've ever seen that movie with Orlando Bloom, and it kind of breaks down the Knights Templar defending the Kingdom of Heaven, defending the Jewish religion. So Catholics were basically their bodyguards for many, many years. And the Jews turned on the Catholics and, basically, and bastardized them. And then they were left to their own. And then Saladin ended up, conquering, the Muslims conquered Jerusalem, basically in the end. But if you're asking me, the whole thing is that, Roman Catholics were knights. They fought and they scratched, but like for what? For what purpose? So religion does cloud your mind. But if you're asking me, yeah, definitely. But the whole thing is that, it's religion drives men crazy. It drives men crazy.
But not just religion. I think things like politics or ideologies or secular beliefs do the same thing.
It gives you a meaning, it gives you a purpose, it gives you like a landing point. But the problem is that, where do you want to go with that? And I can tell you this, growing up when I was younger, anybody not Catholic was not my brother. Now I look at Muslims, I look at Jewish people, I look at Protestants as my brother. Because God wants you to love everybody, no matter what your creed or preference is. But when I was younger,
your brother, Are Muslims your brother?
Yes, one of my best friends is Muslim. One of my best friends.
Yeah, one of my best friends was Catholic, and I also had a great best friend that was a Pentecostal Christian, but he died, and he was actually like one of my best friends of all time. Right?
It was weird when I went to mosque, right? So he said to me, "You want to come to mosque?" We went to mosque in Norfolk, Virginia. That's where I'm in Virginia Beach, but there's a mosque in Norfolk, and he said, "You want to come to mosque?" And I had my chain on, my big gold cross and stuff. And he's like, "Well, you need to take that off. You can't bring that." But it's one of those things where they didn't, it offended people, and I didn't take offense to it. I took it off.
The Muslims don't believe in anything should be ideological.
I took it off. It's no problem.
One of the guys I know, I'm close to, a friend, is a Sufi.
But the food. The food was so good. We had naan bread and lamb and rice. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
It was amazing.
Had some biryani or something. Yeah, man.
It was amazing. It's amazing. So there's a piece to the Muslim religion, but there's also a chaos. But remember, there's also a chaos to Catholic religion. There's Catholic.
I was about to say, like, it's how you interpret it. And
and
every religion is going to have.
Islam hasn't had a reformation. In technicality, it's just broken away from how. Exactly. So it's
having a trouble. Sort of catching up with the technological world, and also liberalism. It seems like like in Hamtramck, right, where they had the lesbians, sort of making out. Right, the Muslims were losing their mind. They were chimping out, right, because these two lesbians made out. Right, so they will not tolerate these things for whatever reason. Right, so they are way behind for sure.
I had a real problem. I was talking to my father. Of course, my priest, not my father. And I was like, can a woman be a priest? And he's like, well, it's not supposed to be a woman, but there's exceptions. So there's exceptions within the church. There is exception, but they have to be celibate. They can't
go by diocese now.
Yeah, they can't be with anybody else. They have to stay celibate. In other words, they're linked to God. God is their only. You know, they can't.
It's like the men.
But yeah, but if you're asking me, you got to let somebody, be free. You have to let someone have a relationship. It's only healthy.
Yeah, I think it might be in Timothy, or I could be wrong about that, but I think Paul tells women to cover their hair when they go into church. So that's very similar to Islam, right? So it's like, you cover your hair, right? So
Yeah, hair is sacred to them, and the Jewish, the Hasidic women, they wear wigs to cover their hair. They wear wigs. So look it up, Jeff. The Hasidic women wear wigs.
Oh, I believe
so they cover their own hair because their hair is sacred.
Whoa, I never heard of that. That's crazy.
So Hasidic women wear wigs. Look it up.
That's wild.
Yeah, they do, and they buy real hair at the best of it. Also, some of the Talmud would say that only when the European empire, if you will, the Europeans are conquered, that's when their Messiah shows up.
Yeah, they talk about Ishmael and Edom destroying each other. That Ishmael and Edom will destroy each other, and it's come to represent, basically the Muslims and the Christians over time. Right?
Yeah,
that's how, again, the devil, if you will, the advocate, the Antichrist, will set about his world.
Absolutely. I think like some of the Talmud stuff, I think it is anti-Christos because it basically defames and lies about Jesus, right, as a historical figure, right? It says that Mary, slept with a Roman soldier and all this type of stuff. So it's extremely blasphemous to Jesus.
Who said it before as well that the Romans were conspiracy of that? Because I read that when who died? I think it was Judas of Iscariot died. They had to bring another one in, and it was the Christ, and bang, So they had to. Was Judas? I don't know. Yeah, but they had to make a Christ figure, which was the Christ. I read that somewhere in a novel.
I'm not getting that one. Break that one down, Plastic. I'm not really understanding.
Okay, so if you put that, I would say that when Judas gave his master up, the point was that he was the Messianic message because he knew what he had to do, give up to start this process. The other
you
one,
mean Messiah, son of Joseph, and then Messiah, son of David? There's two Messiahs.
Iscariot, he killed himself in the end. This is a mortal sin. You're going to hell, boy. But he also knew that he had to start those motions to make the Lamb of God the Lamb of God. Same as goes that Satan in the 40 days and 40 nights, when he approached Christ to tempt him, was that he, the devil, Lucifer, did not understand that by crucifying the man, Christ, he set about the freedom of every soul that he had captured to the end of days. To when the judgment comes for all mankind and everything to be risen again and then go back to the source, to be us after death. Hence why it's there.
What do you think about Jesus saying this generation will not pass until all of these things happen? So he was talking about the end of the world, and it was supposed to happen in his generation.
Only the Father knows the time that it will show.
Yeah, there's also the Gnostic work called the Gospel of Judas, right? That defames the 12 apostles by saying that they're in hell, right? Like doing all sorts of sinful acts, right? Whereas Judas is actually liberating Christ by putting him on the cross, right? So it reverses everything.
Yeah, exactly that. But the same goes to, again, why in some respect after Constantine, who brought together the letters of Saul or Paul, drew a line in the sand to bring about the ending of all these other groups that were splintering off, and also to bring together a one God, a monolithic God. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, he didn't accomplish that part.
Well, he did, because he stopped
the Jews are making their prophecies come true by making Israel bigger and using the other religions to bring back their Messiah. Or something.
What are you talking about?
Well, hold on. Before we jump off into that deep end, let me just comment back on what we're talking about.
Using the other religions to make their Messiah come back, because I think the Messiah in the Old Testament is Israel.
Who's coming back? I need details.
Well, can we just pause before we go off into that? Hold on, because because that's a huge, giant like wormhole that we're about to jump in. Before we jump off into that, I just want to understand from a Knights Templar point of view, do you think that the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians can kind of like come together like in a new religion type of way, or do you think it's more of like we're going to work in tandem to stop the forces of like paganism, or how do you view that basically?
Well, no, it's atheism. Atheism is going to.
I'm asking Mike. I'm asking Mike. Unless you're a Knights Templar, I'm asking Mike. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm atheist.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I think we can all coexist. I think we can all coexist. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but if there's only one true religion, guys, it's kind of hard to coexist because it's contradictory. You know what I mean? So that's why the atheists are correct.
Well, but atheism is retarded, though. That's the problem with atheism.
Well, if you're asking me, as going into the Roman Catholicism, if you're asking me, I'm sorry to say it, but the Jewish religion, Jesus himself is Jewish, so the Jews are basically the kings of religion.
Is that an official Knights Templar position, or is that?
Yeah. We are here to protect the Jewish people.
But don't the Jews think that their Messiah is Israel and that the God of Israel will rule the world and there'll be peace on earth and utopia and all that stuff?
Well,
so they want to make Israel bigger, like King David's territory, and then make everybody believe in Judaism.
But hold on one second. Right. But wait. Before we get into that, can you define Jew for me? So, like, what is your definition of a Jew? That's what I need to understand. Sorry.
Yeah, that's important.
A Jewish person, like the Jewish religion.
No, not you. I'm asking Mike. I'm trying to understand the definition of Jew under this.
A Jewish,
what's the official Knights Templar definition of a Jew?
Sure,
how do you know a true from a false Jew? How do you know when people are doppelganging? How do you know when people are abusing their power? No, I'm being serious.
You're good. You could be black. You could be black and be a Jew. You could be Sammy Davis Jr. and be a Jew. It's to follow every single religious practice of a Jewish religion.
Okay, so it's religious, not ethnic, correct? So why wouldn't we just tell the whole world? Why wouldn't we? And I've said this for 5 years. Why not just tell everyone to convert to Judaism if that's the case?
There you go. You'd have 100 million Jews.
That's also because, in some respect, you can only be Jewish by a mother's blood.
So I'm sorry to cut you off. So my stepfather, we're from New York, and my stepfather, they're from Romania. They're Romanian, right? My stepfather, but they converted to Judaism, so they're Jewish Romanians, but they're Jewish. Passover, all the Jewish stuff, and so you can be Jewish and not be from Israel. That's all.
Sure, but here's the other part, though. Wait, before we jump on, I just want to mention this. Within Judaism and other religions as well, the Jew comes first for the Jews. So if the Jews are the kings of us and they put themselves first, regardless of crime or whatever else, which again, I'm not faulting them for that. We should all probably do that to some degree. Hold on, wait. Let me finish this point. How can we trust them as our rulers if they always put themselves? How can we trust them as rulers if they're always going to put their people over others? Which is their right to do that. But I'm just saying, how can we do that?
Ruling what? They're not ruling you.
Well, no. This is what Mike is saying. I'm basing it on Mike's interpretation of religion and faith and stuff like this. So I'm just trying to understand it. I just want to fully understand. And this is not an attack on his belief. I want to understand what he's saying.
Sure. If you're asking me, it's one of those things where there's dominance within religion, and if you're asking me, the Jewish people have the strongest belief in religion. But if there's idiosyncrasies within their own religion, yes, just like Catholicism, there's always idiosyncrasies. There's always like things that you want to second guess and ask questions about, But if you're asking me, what I believe as a Roman Catholic, I believe Jesus was my savior. I believe he is the Son of God. That's just what I choose to believe. But are there idiosyncrasies within the Jewish religion? Yes, there are.
But if the Jews reject the Messiah how are you brothers with them? And again, I'm just trying to understand from your point of view.
Sure.
I'm not faulting you for it. I just want to understand, how do you reconcile that problem, right?
That's a good question. But it's just like, do I give up or do I try to figure out how I can bridge the gap?
But if they have the most pure religion, why don't you just convert to Judaism and tell all the Christians to convert to Judaism? That's where I'm
That's a good
getting lost.
question, and that's a great question. And I thought about it. I thought about converting to Judaism. I thought about it. I'm not going to lie to you about it. I thought about converting to be Jewish. I thought about it, but I can't.
If you throw the Son of God thing out the window, like you said earlier, it would be very easy.
But I can't turn my back on my baptism. My parents baptized me as Roman Catholic, and I'll be Roman Catholic till I die. That's my belief. That's my belief.
But would you say, and again, do not take this personally. It's truly not, because I've tried to understand this for many years. So, but you don't see a contradiction between your oath as a Knights Templar and your baptism, or do you think that they're complementary? Or
I see a constant, interdiction. It's constant. It's like we're our own worst enemy as human beings. Like, we don't make any sense. But if you're asking me, I'm only following what I was born into. But do I appreciate the Jewish religion? I do. But I do recognize the idiosyncrasies of it all. It's all just this one big mental game. I literally think that religion is literally one big mind fuck. Do you believe that?
I do now.
In almost every case, I do. In almost every case, I do. But that doesn't mean that the truth within religion is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's asinine, Mike. Because without religion, we would actually have no America. We wouldn't be in these places.
Right. African, you're right, but I'm saying that it's meant to challenge and confuse you. It's meant to challenge and confuse you.
They kept record. I mean, who has a novel
something we need?
Yeah, exactly. Who has a novel, if you will, that we know these scripts come that reference themselves almost 55,000 times within it over a period of 3,000 years? It's somewhere there. This is nuts. It's a true speaking of it. And also the influence of it all in the modern world that we live in today, right? And our rationality because of that. Because it's no longer, I'm just king in that. There's also the whole thing about us Christians or Westerners or anyone who's rational, is that we actually have to be abide to the law of the land and be accountable, right?
Yes.
There we go. Yeah. And that is a great value that the religious world has given us because of all those damn men and women and children and everything that died over that, just on those things, those foundations.
And these conversations need to be had. Jeff, I will talk to you maybe offline. Jeff, I almost passed away. The whole thing with where I was passed out and like they had to intubate me and I was almost passed away. And I went somewhere that was different. So, I was in a room where it was dark and there was people in front of me with face paint. And in other words, I don't know if I was in delirium or if I was in hell. I don't know what it was.
Oh, wow.
But like, I had a near-death experience. That's not fake. I mean, all the records are there. Like, I was literally, gone. And I passed out, and I had pneumonia, and I was in the mud for 6 hours, and thankfully someone found me. But like, I was gone. I was totally gone. And there's something out there. There's something different out there, man. If you're asking me, hell is real or different realms are real, that stuff is real, bro. That stuff is real.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, sir. I can't believe that happened to you. That's pretty wild.
No, I was so what I was having a lot of personal issues and I drank way too much and I passed out. I passed out in the front yard. And they found me 6 hours later.
What time did you start? Hey, Twilight, is that you?
Yeah, I was unconscious.
What's up, Jeff?
Yeah.
What's up, Jack?
But they bring me back, and I was in the hospital for 12 days, and I'm good to go. But it was Go ahead.
One second, Mike. Jack sent me the link, and I was just listening while I was making food. I told him I was busy, but I was listening. Do I get this right? You're a Knights Templar.
My family, we have lineage to Knights Templar. Yes.
Very interesting. Okay, I've studied this type of thing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with Timothy Hogan?
I've never heard that name before.
You never heard that name before. Okay. Well, you say you have a lineage. How in what way?
Well, we're Italian, Swiss, and German.
Oh, okay. Yeah, me too. My family came from Naples.
We're from Gala. We're from Sicily.
Okay. So you said you were raised Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same here. I'm no longer religious in any way. I kind of agree with you. I was listening to a lot of what you were saying and agree with a lot of it. You got to define a lot of these terms. What is extraterrestrial? I was watching it like in fast mode. What does that even mean? Is it really like something like completely out there, or is it us, coming from some other maybe past civilization or maybe future civilization? Is it really somewhere out there on some other planet, or is it something that's always been here? Are these myths that we've been told? I know the Templars were very much like cartographers of like ancient traditions, right? And the reason why I'm interested in them is because from my study of a lot of this stuff, like I seem to have a lot of should you say like kindred interests for not being involved in it, I guess you could say. And so like I know the Templars were like interested in like ancient civilizations, especially like Atlantis and all this. And like the possibility of there being other like civilizations and other beings out there and all this. And I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that, especially if you go into, the different mythologies of our ancestors that were just supposedly bored and didn't have anything to do. They didn't have television, so they just wrote all this stuff down that, to occupy themselves, But like you read like the Mahabharata and even stuff in the Bible, if you
Is
like
this rant?
No, it's not.
Oh.
What I'm saying is
No, it's a different guy, Jeff, for sure.
there's always been this understanding that there was ancient knowledge that was kind of like lost, and Templars especially, but other groups as well, were to kind of recover this information that was lost. And so I'm just very curious what your take is on that, because it completely aligns with everything else you were saying.
Sure. If you're asking me about Templars, the whole thing is that Templars are they're more soldiers. They're more like, not slaves, but a little more like soldiers. They don't really catalog, that's the Catholic Church is the one who really catalogs everything, either
like
bishops or knights or stuff like that, Yeah, but like, all that stuff is recorded within the Catholic Church, the Vatican has, the massive amount of records that the Vatican has is just unbelievable.
Right. Yes.
And the biggest scare is that if those files came unredacted.
Yeah.
To see, because allegedly there is a rumor that if the Catholic Church opened up its archives, it would show that extraterrestrials are the ones that seeded mankind.
Yes. This is why I mentioned Timothy Hogan. He's part of a grand universal order of Templars. And he's actually
that
alien Templars. Am I the only one with no on the aliens?
The Templars are actually either Roman Catholics or were the Swiss, with the Swiss Guard. The Swiss are Catholics.
Where does the alien
German?
Yes.
But the whole thing is that this is the whole thing. We were the guardians of the Catholic Church, and then the Swiss Guard took over. But the whole thing is that, it's going to show that Jesus was a man. He was an actual mortal man.
Right.
But was he the Son of God? That's the rub. And that's the rub. Was he or was he not? Was he a great talker? Was he an evangelist? Was he like Jimmy Swaggart? Was he, encapsulating? Was he able to turn these people into believers? Or was he actually have the blood of Jesus? Jesus had the blood of God in his veins. So that's the difference. That's what's the thing. So, or is extraterrestrials the lineage of what we are
That's
now?
the other explanation.
So let me ask you this, Jeff. Have you seen the movie Prometheus? Prometheus?
No.
Prometheus, I think, is the movie that really breaks apart what is the lineage of Christ and God and alien interpretation. So in Prometheus, the aliens seeded free man. And they seeded man into becoming upright. So Prometheus.
They were the aliens?
Yes, it's the aliens, basically before aliens, Prometheus was like pre-aliens, So
Prometheus was a precursor, was like an Enki, was like a Lucifer.
If you're asking me, I believe
Mike, Prometheus was what in the Greek mythology?
Yes. Yes.
Gave us fire, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And so you can boil all those things down. Again, they are cycles. We will see, we will witness.
AI is the new fire.
We are very tangible, amazing creatures. I don't actually understand some of the time when I've seen out in the deserts of Egypt, Luxor, Karnak, the Valley of King, that sort of, how the hell did they do that to?
Well, exactly.
Allegedly, did they do that? And there's lots of it, and it's everywhere.
Yes,
it's nuts. It's like, wow, you guys. There was loads of us doing this, or took away this. Like we were using what? Chisels?
Well, see, this is the thing, and then you look into like the Mahabharata or like Druidic mythology, or really, you just pick one. Honestly, you could look into any of it.
It goes further, doesn't it, Rob? Where did it?
Hey, person in the back, flash your cam so I can see.
You can look into pretty much any mythology that's supposedly all fiction, and they have these incredible accounts of like hyper advanced weaponry and technology, and it's like, what in the hell are they talking about? And it takes now to us to look at it and be like, okay, maybe there's something going on here. And my take is that I don't think they're necessarily alien in the way that they're described to us. I think they're just like us. I think we would pass by them on the road and we wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would say that like our ancient blood had to come from somewhere else, and this became our refuge.
Why not just from monkey, chimpanzees, and the existing animals?
Okay. Our DNA, with everything. Okay, the hand of God is in every time, so it's there. It has to happen. As Mike said before, there are many, many kingdoms out there. There are billions, probably.
Yes,
just like us. But we don't get to contact each other because of the scale of it. Or is it because we destroy ourselves? Say the Drake equation.
Right. Exactly.
To these pragmatic views of how we see it. Or is it that the AI that we're sending out or something like that is going to be able to network us across that time again, like a synapses of the brain of God that is amongst the universe that we are, and we are the conscience of everything that we choose to do that affects us. And in our time that me and you live in, that no other fucking, go back 100 years, go back 30 years, we didn't have this sort of technology.
No, we had AOL.
Well, they're holding it back to us. I mean, there's the secret stuff they have. Clearly, warfare is the one that pays the best bill, because that's dominance and perseverance and keeping ourselves together, right? I have a door; it has a lock. That door's pretty damn strong. Yeah, that lock is hard to break. If it wasn't for those things, who cares?
Definitely. It's just, we're very special. We're very special in this whole scheme of the universe. and we're very special, and I believe that God picked us, to be his voice,
Right.
but we're very flawed. We make so many mistakes, but he wants us. So God said in the Bible, we're built to be flawed. We're flawed. We're going to make mistakes, but we're supposed to learn from our mistakes. We're supposed to learn from them. There's something very spiritual about human beings. We are the weirdest creation that God has ever made. This is what I believe. We're weird, and there's so many movies that will say that humans, they will have the most beautiful memories and the worst nightmares. In other words, we are capable of so much more than we know that we can do. We are only in our infancy of our progression.
Let me see your face.
We're gonna keep evolving. You ever see the movie Lucy with
Yes.
where we can use more of our brains?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it now, but it has a lot to do with my own personal
If we can tap into more
beliefs.
of our God gave us universal power. He gave us this gift, but we can't access that part of our brains yet.
Right.
And
power.
it's a theory. In Lucy, she's able to tap into parts of the human brain that you can't really tap into.
Oh wait, one more time. I'm sorry.
The movie Lucy with Scarlett Johansson.
Yes.
Lucy.
It's a fantastic movie, and whoever wrote it knows something.
She's able to tap into the human brain, the parts that we can't tap into. And when she taps into those parts, she's basically universal. She's fluid. She's a signal. Like it's we are nothing more than just a creation of these beings. So I think that God is so removed from human creation. He's removed from us. Like he made us, but he made our makers, if that makes sense.
It does.
I just think, I think he made our makers, and he's sitting back. And
Who was
smiling.
talking about? Yeah. Thank you guys for having me. Who was talking about a lock? Like we make the lock so strong and so sturdy. A lock's just a deterrent, right? Don't me put the fucking locksmith over there and pick your lock. You know what I mean? You have to bust the fucking door off the hinges.
It's an analogy of it. You understand?
We don't got to kick your goddamn shit down. We can silently go into your. A lock is not. It's not as safe. It's just a deterrent. You know what I mean? As a deterrent.
Yes.
If someone wants to go into your shit, they're gonna get into it. I guarantee you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. A lock to what?
In Africa, I had dogs. All right, and those dogs on the land, we left our doors open. Believe me, with electric gates and stuff. No.
My door's unlocked. Yeah, like I'm not. You want to fucking get in here? Yeah, come get the fuck up.
Yeah, it's the way it is. And nevertheless, I bet you have some weaponry. So that's what we had to do. So yeah, you got it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It's not safety. It's a deterrent.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back to the welcome, man.
So I do think that there are other civilizations out there, and I welcome them. I hope that we, in our lifetime, all the people up here, I hope in our lifetime,
Well, it's a false sense of security, buddy. You think you're secure?
I hope in our lifetime. I hope. That's okay. If I can finish.
Yeah, you gotta let him finish.
If I can finish. I hope in our lifetime we can have a resolution to other lives out there in the infinite universe. I hope we can have resolution to that.
Okay, why not? And then I'm gonna pop you all while we're at it.
Go ahead. All right.
I do think there's with you, tough guy, Mr. Cerrone, or whatever fucking Mike. Come on now.
That's okay. That's all right. You're obviously intoxicated.
Whatever.
Yeah, there's obviously something out there trying to reach out to us and kind of teach us. And I hope that we can learn a better way to be.
You want to meet him? I have direct contact with him. You want to meet him?
You have direct contact with who?
It's ineffable. I can't put a name. You want to meet him? It's not who.
With the bottle of booze? Who?
No, with what? Look up.
Look up who?
I can't really put a name on it, buddy. You want to
Right.
name them?
So I'm hoping that we able to bridge the gap and be better, going forward.
I'm gonna be like a nice Mike every year while I'm a cocksucking little faggot retard named Mike Cerrone.
Well, you're slurring your
Fucking
words.
fuck
You
it.
sound ridiculous right now. Yeah, you're slurring your words.
Yeah, I'm slurring my words. I wear my same hat every fucking day, and like look at me.
My team
Got
hat.
my beard. is
All right,
gray.
all right, all right. We were having
Get the
better
fuck outta here.
conversation with this.
I'll slap the living fucking shit out of you, you fucking little
No,
bastard.
Cage, you can't come up here and threaten.
You remember me?
Sorry, you're gonna fight me?
No.
You already done that to yourself, retard. But
All
yeah.
right, we're moving on to back to the conversation. Aliens started
Yeah.
the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing. And Jeff, that's the thing is like,
All right, Mike, you're Roman
theory is-
Catholic. What's
talk,
with the fucking
Cage, let him
Pope?
talk.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
Jeff,
In the
keep dropping,
Vatican,
Jeff,
how
keep
come
dropping.
they
Let
the smoke? Wrong one, buddy. But yeah, the smoke, how it goes from white smoke to black smoke. What does that signify? You know about that? Your little Vatican.
Oh, when they're choosing the Pope?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mike should act like he knew. But yeah. Either way, what does that signify? How does that happen?
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Hey, Gage, I didn't know y'all had some kind of beef. I would not have let you.
No. There's no beef.
I don't
There's no
got
beef
fucking
whatsoever.
beef with this little fucking pledge.
Cage is just
retard.
drunk. He's just drunk all the time. That's all.
Oh, okay, and you're just cocksucking all the time. But yeah,
Well, there's something going on here that's interrupting the conversation. So it started with
he's just drunk all the time. That's all.
Well,
I'm completely drunk. I'm incoherent. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
You guys don't fucking answer me, you bastards.
Oh, you were talking.
No
I
doubt.
didn't even hear you. What were you saying?
I bet you would.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
On a gay person's fucking channel that wears antlers. I hope you know
Well,
that.
Jeff is gay. Is that a problem?
And he wears antlers. Maybe not. For me, I wouldn't agree with that. Does your religion agree with that, Mr. fucking Mike?
Put him.
So, Cage, do you want to be gay? Do you think you'd be happy if you were gay? You'd
No,
be happier
no.
to be-
Hey, we're not doing the Mike.
I
and
just
Cage.
need your sister and your mother, and then we'll figure
I
out.
didn't know
what's in
Cage
here.
was up here to cause trouble. Hang on. I didn't know Cage was up here to cause trouble. I don't know why he's doing this. I want
It's
to hear
okay.
what you had to
It's
say
okay.
just now about when I said aliens in the church.
It's all good. No, but the whole thing is that, I would love to find out that, things are different than I think. It's amazing to see. Oh, here comes the antlers. Here comes the antlers. There they are.
Yeah, I just need your sister and your mother, Mike, and then we'll figure that out later on.
You talking about my
Nothing
mother?
to figure out.
Don't
You're on
put
my
the
show. Behave or go away. Nothing to fight
A beehive. I think we need a bee.
I've got a thing. I never wear it, and I don't think I will with you guys. But it can be worn. It's that helmet up there. Can you see it? I'll try to get
Why
the
won't
light.
you wear it? Wait,
Dude, there, yeah. With
Put on your
This?
goddamn noggin plastic.
And you'd love it. It's under a skull. Hang on, let me show you. You turn the light on.
my
You know,
God, why
Plastic
don't you
African
ever wear it?
apparently fought for some weird, extremist Muslim shit. Fucking put the goddamn hat on, buddy.
Hey, what is with you tonight?
Yeah, what is it? There it is. There it is.
Calling out what's really going on. How dare me?
It's quite cool. It actually does fit. Perfect.
Put on your fucking head then.
No, I'm not going to do
What do
that.
you mean no?
Because it's just a ball like to take off the skull.
You can beard your fucking goddamn red beard, but you can't fucking.
I don't
fucking
want
hat
to.
on it.
It really is. And the hair, I've got to put the mask on. I've got to put something underneath. Seriously, I don't do it.
Off with your head.
Oh, I want to. You guys were like, yeah, shit, bro. Because it's great. It's a big horn thing. But yeah, I know. That's not bad. He wears horns. I've got some horns.
Thank fuck this guy's no longer fighting for ISIS today.
Get the fuck, Cage.
Like, it would be way too easy of a target.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. I want to hear what you were saying.
No, it's amazing. I really hope that we can find what's really the infinite universe. It's just like it seems like I would really love.
That's in
for
between
Trump-
your legs, Mike. It's called your vagina.
All right, he's gone.
Okay. I would really love for Trump to disclose the UFO files, the UFO file.
Oh, come on. They're never going to do that. Most of the UFOs are theirs.
What if there's no UFO? What if there's no
It's theirs.
There
Dude,
has to actually be aliens instead of UFO.
Come on, man.
But what if Trump really
They must
released it?
not
And
be
it's
very
like
powerful.
it's true. There's other civilizations out there. I mean, Jeff, would you be down with that? Like just aliens, like hanging out with them and shit, like with the antlers on?
Oh my God.
It depends on what they were like.
The aliens, I mean,
I just don't think the probability that that's going to happen
yeah.
in my lifetime is very high.
I don't, you know, Jeff, I don't necessarily believe in that the aliens are here amongst us. You know, be it what is it you guys were talking about before, the snake people. I was thinking
The Nagas.
the Nagas, that's right. I was thinking the other ones. I was thinking David Icke, you know, the lizard people.
Well, it turns out they're not. They're not.
David Icke, yeah, it's ridiculous because you know, there's lots of this rabbit hole. You can go down anything you want and try to prove to yourself. If you're so crazy, you'll believe it. You know, there's something that we all have to have, belief, correct? The best one should be in yourself and your ability and your family and the people that you're around. And that should be trust that you gain. And you gain trust and experience through failures and through, you know, the regrets on that and making it better. Makes you a better man, makes you a better human to each other. And I think that most people in themselves look in that mirror and don't know who the fuck looks back. Yeah. They just always put on an image for somebody else because we are like no man's an island. Most people are fractures of other personalities because they're keeping up with each other all the time in their ways. It is.
That is very wise. And thank you guys for having me. And it's been a great conversation. And and I bid you guys adieu. You know, blessings.
You as well, TML.
Yeah.
Good to
Salute,
see
man.
you.
Great to talk to you. Great to talk to you, man. Salute.
Yeah, peace, Mike.
Salute.
He's awesome. He's cool.
And there was 4.
That's it. No, you know, and plastic, you know, you're right. You know, it's just like there's so much to unpack, you know, so much to unpack in all these different conversations, you know, and it's great to have people that come up like Jeff and me and you and the gentleman to the right, you know, the psychopath. I'm just joking with you. No, it's great to have people come up and just have conversations, you know, about it, you know.
I mean, again, a lot of it.
Yeah,
I would never do this for y'all if y'all weren't my show.
Huh?
What did we do?
What?
I'll drop.
Y'all went off to me.
Bro, we was
Yeah,
we was just
Crack
trying
baby.
to talk to you about butt plugs, like you said you wanted to talk about.
And I tried to have a good conversation, but I kept over talking because the cripple, I forget his name, and it don't matter. His name is worth it anyway. The cripple guy.
What?
You know, over talking all this time.
Who's the cripple? The crip, you mean?
I think it's TC. I think it's TC. I think that's his name.
You talk about
yeah, Spin City.
I used to homie. Oh, Spin City. Oh.
Cripple ass nigga.
I don't know. I seen that person. Okay.
He's a Saracen. That's who he is.
Oh shit. Oh, remember we talked about this yesterday, bro. Like, by the way, I'm gonna drop the El Perro Volume 1 interview we had yesterday. That shit was fire yesterday. But what would you say people said about you? We talked about like because you defend the wrong, you know, when some men go at these women hard. Some people have called you that before. Hurricane. What would you say to that?
Me going hard on women?
No. You was defending like your Snows and your Lindsays and Mackenzies and who else?
Yeah, 'cause that's what
Maryland's.
real niggas do. I defend everybody because I love everybody. I defend good people.
So
And I
you're a
hope the
simp.
good people do the same to me too.
So you're a simp.
Whatever.
You
You could think whatever
you think
you
that's
want.
a simping by defending people when it's justified?
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
this is the mindset. This is the mindset that they have.
The real
The
question
mindset.
is ask him why he's threatening physical violence about internet hoes. That's
Exactly. Well, you just ask
You know
him. Ask
why?
him, OG.
Because like I said, I
ask
am
him.
sick and tired of seeing women dating men that are not compatible against men like us. Let's be real.
It's a battle. You didn't hear. Oh, you haven't heard that. You seen the interview. It's a battle between the two camps, clans. It's an epic, almost Hurlic. Well, never mind. I won't go there. It's battle of the betas or the alphas. Basically, big dick energy versus the small dick micro penis in his
Finally.
narrative.
NPC
Right?
finally got
But
it. Thank you.
it sounds like you're losing though, bro. You're kind of like
Holy shit.
No, I'm winning.
Like-
Since I'm the only one who does all the hard work while these women out there like doing their own thing. I'm the only one who's doing the hard work by keeping this movement going. So like I
It
said,
is
I'm
a
gonna keep
movement.
saying it until my voice is being heard. Until my voice is being heard, then
So it's
I'm gonna
raw.
stop. I'm the Malcolm X in this bitch.
Maybe smell my water.
My dream. Listen, my mission is to change the world. My mission is to change the world.
Holy shit. Well, if he's Malcolm X, I'm the Honorable Elijah Muhammad on this bitch.
Okay,
Right?
So I don't know what that is, but
I guess
No, you two are the guys. You remember those two guys, those neo-Nazi dudes, respectfully, that were sitting. Remember that famous picture?
Yeah, George Lincoln Rockwell. That's
Yeah, there you go. Hey, they respected each other, right? In the end, both sides kind of respected each other, right? Yeah. Oh, we got a visitor. We got a visitor.
She's obviously vaccine injured. We got a vaccine injured lady right there. But thank you so much, guys, everybody, for stopping by.
I love that.
Oh.
It's a great clip.
What up, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Mr. Landry? Holy shit. Yeah.
How's it going,
You were
man?
here for the big interview yesterday, right? All that BDE, talk and whatnot.
he was
You
here.
recovered?
Yeah, he was here. NPC, he was here. He was here definitely.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on this interesting situation?
I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on it though, but I do. I want to know, like, what would Jesus do?
Exactly. What would Jesus do?
Yeah.
What do you think he would do, OG?
What do you mean he would do?
What would Christ
He
do?
don't want to. Okay. He don't want to talk to you, though. Oh, I don't want to speak for him. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, you already hit it on the head. It's all good.
Yeah. Respectfully, it would be cool to see.
Right?
I feel like you now, Orthodox guy. And now I'm in the position 4 or 5 months ago where you're at. We're like, come on, watch you two guys talk. I would like to see. I wish you guys could squash your shit or whatever. But I understand.
I done told him in private and in public. I don't have anything against him.
Okay.
I don't care. Just leave me alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of funny though, right? We just get to exist in these spaces, right? Like just be fucking horrible people. It's like I don't care.
I've been nothing but respectful to you, Orthodox. And this is the thanks I get on another panel.
Oh shit.
Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is I watched you beg for a man's fucking cockpick. And anytime somebody's like, hey, whoa, chill, you're like, send me a picture of your dick too.
Yeah, because they're telling me to cam up. Like, cam up.
I never told you to cam up. I was like,
I
bro,
know.
you need to
I
chill.
never
You're
said it.
dead.
I said crack baby and spin city. That's what the people are told me to cam up.
Man.
Even Perro, El Perro tell me to cam up. Wait, who just left? All right, never mind.
Landry, because it seemed like he wanted to talk to Sympadox guy, aka.
Oh, you can bring him up.
We don't have anything.
I mean, he
to talk.
left. Oh, that's what. That's what I figured.
If I interrupt you,
but you never
Landry,
know,
I'm sorry.
Orthodox guy. That's why I asked.
I would just
Never
let
know,
in
people
Orthodox
change, right?
know that what he did, it really bothered me. Like I always praise Orthodox guy. I always do. But what
You're talking
happened?
like he's like
it was,
Jesus or something, bro. You always praise him. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what real niggas do.
Okay.
I always praise Orthodox guy. You mean the way he laughs is funny. Like the way he laughs is funny. Like hilarious. I'll give him that. But
Right.
what happened today, like it was, bro. I don't know what.
He just got out of hand, Orthodox guy.
Here's what you need to understand. You went way too hard, and people are gonna fuck with you about it, and you don't win by doubling down.
Well, like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm not a pushover. That's why I keep pushing back, because I'm not a pushover.
It ain't about being a pushover. Sometimes you just gotta realize, hey, what the fuck was I thinking, and then just redirect, and shoot for the stars.
Not everybody is the same, I guess.
What is it about Orthodox guy, bro? You seem to respect his ass. He's like a calming effect. What is he, like the Spurg whisperer? Like I was trying to get you to calm down like for a damn near 30 minutes, and this guy just comes in here and you're acting like a little puppy and shit.
I have that effect on people, bro.
I call
like
you the Spurg whisperer.
It's not just the Spurgs, like fucking like retarded chicks who make bad decisions be like, hey, what should I do? And I'm like, man, fuck. You know?
Therapy panelists.
Yeah, pretty much. Like people just be like, I have this problem. And I'm like, I have problems too, trust me.
Well,
and then they just start talking, and I'm like, fuck.
I used to be like that 2 years before I came here. I used to be that guy. I don't know what's going on now, man.
YouTube will teach you not to do that really quickly.
YouTube do not play.
It's like do not be nice to people. At all, ever.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
So what you
people
say?
don't be nice to us anyways. So fuck them.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's interesting that now at least people. By the way, I see it, HP is that at least people are paying more attention to you. In a sense, they'll make the most of it in a positive way because I truly believe you're one of the best content creators out here. Your energy can't not be matched on your streams. Your monologues are epic. But
thanks, man.
but yeah, you got to understand that people. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean it, bro. I get a lot of joy watching those. Get inspired in a lot of ways. But you got to understand why people might be like, "Hey, you're this," you know. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I'm okay with the critics. I'm okay with the critics, but when I see somebody that overdo it, yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
where I
bounce
have
in
a problem.
PC. Thank you for having me up, broski.
All right, take care, broski. Don't be a stranger, bro. Peace.
I won't.
Take care, Orthodox.
Yeah.
You too, Hurricane Pearl.
Yeah. Damn, that shit got shut down.
The real Orthodox is back. I mean, he might be talking shit about me behind my back. I mean, it is what it is. I get you.
Nah, he's interesting, like kind of like true to being an Aquarian. Like he'll probably maybe make a little joke here and there, but I don't think he's mean spirited. Like some of these people here. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, it is what it is. But
and I can't believe that man. Joe Cool, you know, got confused too. Like, man, like Joe Cool, come on, man. Like I said, I'm the only real nigga with a backbone. No, like I heard his criticism on Flow State's panel. Like, did you see this tweet like earlier, bro?
I saw some of it.
My ribs were hurting. My ribs were hurting. Right, I was scared to laugh hard because if my mom finds out that I'm still awake, she will be pissed. I try not to laugh hard. Like my ribs were hurting. My ribs were hurting, bro. Flow State just uploaded the premiere version.
Wait, you just said your mom heard you laughing, she'd be pissed. That's brutal. That's honesty. I love it. So pure.
I'm supposed to be sleeping that time. That's why. You see, that's all I want y'all to know, that I'm real. I always be honest. And what's the punishment I get? Criticism. That's what it comes down to. But like I said, no matter what, like I'm still with the critics. But as long as they don't overdo it, like I'm okay with it. But if they overdo it, that's where I have a problem. Simple. But yeah, that stream was funny, man. I should have been there. Like at first, I thought they were calling.
He called you up. That's what I was about to say. He called you up. He said, "Hurricane Power, where are you?" Yeah, I heard that part.
Yeah, I thought Flow State was calling me out, like cussing me out in a bad way. But no, I was wrong.
Nah. He's another one. The guy that like, I think he had to be really mad at you, at the person to do that or whatever. But
Chuck,
I don't know, man. But more all those people, they used to come around here more, but they don't. That's why, like, I'm glad that Machine Lives we be building and supporting each other in a sense, platforms and stuff, because a lot of times people just come around when it's useful to them, right, Machine?
Machine, are you there?
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm
you
here.
there? I think, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm
He's
there. I'm
battling
fucking
in
with
the
you.
chat right now. He's battling it in the chat right now.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm fucking with these
what was the
people, but
chat
I
saying?
support Peril. You're right. It is what it is. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
You know what I mean?
There's
As a brother. You know?
nobody supports me, but
absolutely.
I support myself. Just saying.
Yeah, I support the underdogs. I'm saying so.
There you go. Yeah.
So that's how it be. I seen he's
The real
getting a lot
nigga
of
dog.
heat here still. I just evaluate the situation. So
Because I'm telling the truth. That's why I'm getting backlash because I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw Beth in the chat earlier. Yeah, you're welcome to come up here too, set the record straight or whatever. Like, I wouldn't let not gonna let anybody get shitted on or anything like that. Anything, yeah. Because we got some wolves on the panel.
Hormax are thinking that you was gonna like protect him the same way.
No, I would have. No, to be honest, I would have tried to keep it even. You know, that's how I do things in the sense that, like, even though I'm a lot more friendly with you, especially back then. Now I'm more, but like, I would still at that time. He would come over here a lot. And he was kind of I guess you can say, frenemy of the channel. Like for a minute,
now he's the enemy.
No, listen, at least for you, but like, but that day that I brought you up, ever since then, you don't fuck with me. It's funny, yeah. Just because.
Listen, I did nothing but just came to the panel.
That's
all I did, and call him out. And all he did is just dox his address. He doxed his address on your chat, and I got the screenshot still. By the way, what goes on the internet stays on the internet. Hormaxer.
Right.
I'm sorry. Somebody will take that shit and pull up to him and let him know what real is. Let him keep running that mouth. He still runs his mouth, saying, "Oh, I want to fuck Grace, this and that." He just had a fallout with Ben. Did you see it, NPC?
I saw both of them had their shirts off the other day. That you talking about that stream? Yeah, I didn't watch the stream though.
On Thor
that was on
TV.
some crazy shit, some fast.
Grace have the nerve. Yeah, Grace have the nerve to bring back late night shows, and she brought back Thor TV for whatever reason. That shit was, man. Oh, Orthodox.
She brought it back.
Right
Yeah.
now. Probably talking shit about me.
Oh, he's live right now. That's why they all left. They're gonna. Yeah, Machine Browns boy. I need to talk to Browns boy. You guys are good at like breaking these things down.
Oh, Bronzebird. Bronzebird is in the chat.
Yes, we watched this shit for
not Brownsbird.
Yeah, you already know if we review this shit for 30 minutes, we're gonna find like 20 holes in the plot.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man.
You feel better, HP? A little better than you did when you first came in? That's good.
Yeah, I feel
You're
better.
Safe space, man. As long as you keep respecting the spot like you do, it's all good.
Thank you, NPC.
Yeah.
Thank you, NPC, for being
You're
live.
welcome.
I appreciate it. And I didn't mean to cross the lines that you didn't like. All I'm saying is what Beth did was very wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, don't take me like being politicking, I guess you can say, as me. I don't support my brother or whatnot. It's just what's fair is fair, especially with the type of host I'm doing. Yeah, he's live right now. I just got the notification.
Yeah, I heard him, man. I heard him.
Yeah. That's wild, bro.
Yeah. My head hurts like a motherfucker right now. That lets you know that I've been through nothing but just
drink some water.
Back and forth.
Drink some. Don't be all dehydrated and shit. Yeah,
you're right.
What about your next? What's your next stream gonna be? That's gonna be a monster. Thinking about the BBC monster. About the next stream
tonight. I might go live tonight.
You're gonna go live tonight? Yeah.
Since it's Good Friday, anyways, and nobody's not working.
Oh yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
right.
do like a Good Friday special.
Ooh, that's gonna be good. Are you a Catholic?
Yeah, that's correct. How do you know?
Yeah, me too. Well, you just said Good Friday. Mostly only Catholics talk about that. Yeah.
Well, now you know.
I was raised by the Jesuits, more or less.
Jejulet
What,
molest. I see.
Yeah. Not in that Diddy way. Just on
No, no.
a knowledge base.
If I was them, I would say, "Whoa, what the fuck? No, you a bitch." That's what I would say.
Interesting enough, I was talking to my basketball coach yesterday on Facebook. It's crazy because like a lot of my homies, they didn't like him because he went too hard on the paint. He was very tough, like a drill sergeant. I liked him. I respect him because I figured like as long as we're winning, he can be as tough and yell at me as much as you want. I want that W, man. And I was talking to him. And this nigga's like 80 years old. Almost, I think he's like 80 years old now. And he was telling me, he's like, the only thing I wish I would have been maybe a little easier on you guys, you know. But I told him, I'm like, coach, that if anything, I'm glad you were because it helped me be the man I am today, like father, friend, you know, like leader or whatnot. Like, yeah, being straight up with people is important. You know what I'm saying? Even if it is harsh. And it stands out. And that's why I think people they trip out on these things, HP and Machine, is because they're so used to being soy boy shit everywhere that when someone's like doing that real nigga shit, like they go, oh my God, clutch their pearls and whatnot. Like, you know, when in fact you're just giving them like straight up, even giving them tough love. You know? Super
simple as that.
Yeah. Super duper sensitive. Back to the lecture at hand. Machine Lies, are you done with this one right here? Or do you anything else you want to hit on this? This right here? We're going over this.
Yeah, I kind of got to take a picture of it again because I took a picture of it with all the typos in that bitch. So I need to take a picture when I redo that shit. Right, because there's like a couple typos in that bitch that are not fucking around. But yeah, I'll bring this up later. I'll bring this up on the show for you guys, man. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna do it.
Did you go like 15 hours last night? Something like that?
I mean, after the show ends, I'll just go to sleep. But like, I won't really have the energy to like get up. I don't know why I won't just end the stream, but I'll just play some shit. Usually it's the manifesto, right? So I'll just play the manifesto after the show, and then I'll get up and play some music. Usually. After it ends, while I like take a little sleep or whatever. So usually that's the pattern. So sometimes the stream will go like 15, 16 hours or some shit.
Yeah, because this shit distracted me in the sense that I was trying to get through these Kant lectures and whatnot, and then I'm like, I just popped over to your page and then I got hooked. I got mesmerized by the manifesto. I started, and like little did I know, it was like 50 minutes later, and I was like this, like if the manifesto's the cue, that's me. Machine, your show just had me like,
yeah,
like just like in a trance because he like what he's speaking on society, it like you can totally see it. One thing I thought it was crazy though, he referred to, I guess he was from Black folks. He said plantation darkies. Am I correct?
Right.
Does he talk like that sometimes?
He moved into the cabin in the 70s.
Okay.
So, you know, so there's kind of like, you know, he didn't really understand how society is, right? And what
what the fuck?
You know,
I guess he never had a black friend, really. Yeah.
Pretty much not. Yeah, you could pretty much say that he never had a black friend, right? So, so it was like a long time, you know, like he was basically very sheltered as a youth, and then he
like a genius,
graduated.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He was a boy genius that went to college early. You know, so like he didn't really fit in with his peers because he was like younger than all of them in college, right? So he was sort of
that's awkward for him.
Socially ostracized, and he also had lots of problems like he was pretty much trying to adjust into society in some weird ways. Like he tried to get a job with his brother. There was like a humiliating instance where like he kind of like tried to like go on a date with this girl. He might have also had like some sort of problems like in terms of like his psychological ideas. Like some people say that he tried to like become like a cross dresser and shit.
Whoa,
like,
I didn't
change
hear
his
that
gender. Like he went to like the doctor and like trying to inquire about a sex change and stuff.
Yeah, by the way, guys, we're talking about the Unabomber, aka
Yeah.
Uncle Teddy.
Yeah, so he was so like socially ostracized and sort of like distraught that he was like very much loner to where like it kind of gave him like psychological problems. And then he was also participant in the MK Ultra study. So like
yeah, and they would use those humiliations against them in those studies, right?
Yeah. So him going out to the woods, he actually remarks on that. He says it was an act of personal revenge. So he doesn't see that as his revolt against society. He thinks that is a much more methodical process, right? So he didn't see himself as personally participating in a revolution against the technological society, but he just saw himself as, launching a personal revenge first against the forest, like game and wildlife officers in his area, right? So,
right. Yeah, and then this is before he was mailing shit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how it started. That was the catalyst, a more localized thing.
Well, he first attacked the the game and wildlife offices or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Technically, was he not supposed to be in the area? Have a house? Was that his property that he owned, or was he on like a government land or something?
He lived in Montana, right, in the woods, in a cabin that he built by himself.
Yeah.
And there's other people who lived in the area that were his neighbors. He had a neighbor who ran like some type of sawmill or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. And he poured sand in his equipment because he couldn't stand the noises from the sawmill.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So it just created like tons of noise all the time.
Yeah.
So this is something he writes about. It's a noise pollution, right? And all that.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, you can understand that must be, especially when a quiet place is serene. You go play somewhere to get away from it all, right? And then you have that noise. It's like Wes Watson going crazy with the leaf blower, but times 10, a sawmill. Yeah, that's why in the movie I saw the mockumentary or whatever, not mockumentary, but documentary of him, biopic. They show that wood chipper thing right there. Okay. And then he just started writing. Is that what was the catalyst for him to write, or was he always writing?
I believe that his writing came after his sort of activities, right? And his activities were to promote the writing, or this is what he said. So, he kind of like saw that, basically like people will basically read anything a serial killer has written, but if you publish something in an academic journal, nobody will read it.
Wow. So he was aware of this.
Right. Yeah.
So this is methodical. Okay. Yeah. What do they call that when the woman's in love with maybe Para? You've seen this, heard this, like when the woman's in love with a serial killer. There's a name for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of reminds me of that ballpark, right? Those people get more attention and clout than just a guy like trying to decode what's going on, expose traps and stuff. That's crazy.
Thank you, bro. Finally, somebody understanding me, the type of man that I'm talking about. Finally. And I don't finally. I mean, like, be honest with yourself. Be confident on who you are, and not be a bitch. That's the difference.
Like this guy, the homie right here. Let's bring him on.
Good job, Gabriel.
What up, Mr. Neuro Jack in the building? Lover of wisdom.
Hey, what's up? Sorry I couldn't make it earlier. I was just kind of distracted, so I didn't make it on time. But
thanks for coming by. No, and before I forget, Neuro, let's schedule some TikTok shit, live stuff this weekend. I have 5 days off.
Okay,
so
cool.
we got to get something in. I've been looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, and we can record it back here on YouTube. It'd be fun, but basically, we just coordinate behind the scenes. Like, we'll find links and stuff, and like, it'll be fun because, like, what I think it'll be fun will be like, I'll go in as like the bad guy, and you go in as the good guy, and they don't know that we know each other. Like, like, that'd be fun.
That's like normal.
Exactly.
Yeah. They don't really know that they're brothers.
So I'll give you a preview of like what I want to do. So like one of a friend of a friend sent me this article, and if you don't mind, I'll read a little bit of it because
please do.
It's pretty bad. So like I'm gonna censor the bad parts. Like I won't say anything against TOS, but it's pretty funny. So it's pretty long, so I won't read the whole thing, but I'll just kind of do like a few excerpts, okay? Because it's pretty funny. Okay. Okay, so relationships and especially marriage are not in your interest as a man, and a bunch of stupid baby boomers think so. I watch a lot of true crime. There are all sorts of fights over marriage. Marriage and relationships are about hate, not love. People fight over custody when they divorce. They kill each other for insurance policies, kill each other to prevent losing assets upon divorce, and get involved in love triangles. While it is true that blood relatives kill each other at times, it is more common with spouses. True crime stories often show conspiracies to kill spouses, sometimes using hitmen, sometimes with exes, sometimes people who cheat, and it says in-laws often hate spouses and vice versa. After all, who wants a bunch of overbearing people when one already has to deal with his or her own parents? And then he goes into stuff I won't say, but it's like women invent all this BS. They were hard and beat up, and they were abused. Yeah, right. It is not acting like a man to run to authority, but women run to authority because they're rats. They sometimes women will even get someone to kill her spouse by making up fake stories about abuse to enrage the stupid person who naively follows. I'm kind of skipping over some parts because this is really long, but it says most standard women are gold diggers looking for the highest amount of wealth and see relationships as a transaction to gain from. This is in spite of the fact that wealth is distributed unfairly. In other words, rich people do not deserve to be rich, and poor people do not deserve to be poor. But women do not care. They just look to jump on the bandwagon and profit. Feminist whores think men have privilege and must just bleed cash, and that women deserve it. They also all want to be with the rich, the top level exploiters, while settling for less and then still sucking money out of them. Women who get married are whores. While my drug addict fuck buddies are not whores. The only type of woman.
I think I know who this is. Who wrote this?
The only type of woman I know not to be gold diggers of a high magnitude are drug addicts, because drug addicts are only looking for their next hit. They let go of the dream of a nice suburban house and a stable relationship to leech from
this guy.
They may want a $5 hit. They may want a $5 hit, but it is a lot less than getting in a relationship. So drug addicts tend to make good fuck buddies. I say fuck buddies because, and not friends with benefits, because we are not really friends. Once I know your name and you know my name, I do not want to get sexual with you. I only like cheap drug addicts when we do not know each other's real names. My favorite spots are Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia and the hotels around the airport.
6'7". Yeah.
I was naive enough to look for a relationship. I would want someone who is about the same age as me and might factor in looks. However, since I am more interested in having a roster of fuck buddies, age and looks do not matter much. I would rather have a bunch of fuck buddies who do not look that good than one relationship with an attractive woman
And then it says, I noticed women on dating apps play a lot of games, so I got sick of it and signed up on Grindr just to see what the LGBT community does. It seems that some people are on Grindr to cop drugs, but the ones that are not do not play games. Maybe I should go gay just to teach women a lesson, since I do not like them anyways.
Dude, at first I thought it was one person. Now I think it's somebody else. That's
No,
funny. Yeah.
I don't think you guys have talked to this person before, but it is really funny.
At first, when you said all the drug funk buddies, I thought it was Appalachian Gorilla, aka Noid, our friend Noid.
No, it's not.
And then I thought it was when you said about the grinder stuff. I thought it was like Pill Eater trolling.
No, this is like this is a guy who's like a very black pilled person. So like this is probably like somewhat honest, but I don't know to what degree. But
the grinder part. The way go back to why did he sign up for Grindr?
Just to show women a lesson. And it says, and then he's like, here it says it's like people on Grindr get high all the time, while plenty of fish females reported me for messaging them about that and got my account removed. This is because women are rats. Fuck earning a living just to provide a comfortable lifestyle for a woman. I want to move to Northeast Philadelphia and live in rundown housing. I have lived out of my car and in jail, so I do not mind rundown or living minimally.
Live the life.
The only reason to live is to get high, which I admit I like a lot more than sex. I will hang out with my junkie fuck buddies because the majority of other women tend to be big time gold diggers.
Y'all banging in the chat. You're missing. This is gold. What he's reading. This shit's. You thought that? I mean, it goes to the tier of Hurricane Paro content. Like this is wild, bro. You listen to this, Paro?
Yeah, I am.
This is wild, huh?
It's almost finished. I'll just read the last two paragraphs really quick. Okay. Before I started worshiping the devil, I used to believe the goal in life was to get married and have a stable relationship. However, I rejected that Christian bullshit a long time ago. So you might believe in commitment, loyalty, and respect, but from my point of view, to my fuck buddies, it's a lot more like shut the fuck up and let me fuck you. This is a song that reminds me of Gold Diggers because Shaggy Two-Dope says, one thing I can't stand is these bitches trying to get my riches and I don't even got none. Oh, there's actually more, but
yeah, I think that's new volume 2.
Yeah. But I just thought that was a very interesting article, I guess.
You know what I want to do? It's like I want to. It's funny when we start talking about male female sexual dynamics, the fucking viewers cut in half.
Really?
I don't know if that's or this just Neurojack's.
Well, there's something about me. I'm kryptonite. For sure.
But we're all about quality, not quantity. So we appreciate everyone who listen. Hey, but Neuro, like, I'm wondering what the AI would say. Like, if you had to condense with that article, the main points of it, like. Describe the personality of someone and what they're trying to impart on us.
Well, I think he sums it up here. He says, despite my closeted fuck buddies, I still consider myself a MGTOW, men going their own way. If I was a serial killer, I would not strangle $5 drug addicts like the Kensington Strangler, since these women are honest.
This is Charles Darwin wrote this. Charles, did you write this? It definitely makes me reassess my thoughts. How's that hangover, buddy? You doing better? Could be much worse.
Yeah, but I just want to make it
Avenue. No, that was good, Nero. That was good. But can we break that down? Philosophize on that? Can you pull anything from that? I don't know if you're listening. If you're in a war out there in the chats.
Well, that's what's funny about it is that people are triggered by comments. Right?
I just want to be loved. That's all. That's all I want. I want nothing but negative, but love. That's all I want. That's all.
When he has this goat, look at this picture of this goat and the woman. I'm thinking bestiality.
They look alike. They look alike. That's the. Tell me that they don't look alike.
That look like Nero. That look like Eternal with the blonde wig.
I look like a reptilian, to be honest.
Shit.
And there's more to come. It's that I just to be on my own thing. I don't be like focusing on all memes that I've still settled. Yeah, but they're coming. They're coming.
That's all you want? Oh, you tell me, says, is that really that's all you want, Pero? You just want to be loved?
Yeah. Yes, I just want love. That's all. And I want women to wake up and stop dating weak men. That's all I want.
Yeah. Yeah. And don't get this misconstrued. I'm not saying you're an incel, but my homie, Hold the Truth, Father Truth, as you guys know him over here, he would say, and he's a philology professor. He would say that most men, particularly incel, all they want is a girlfriend, a woman. To be honest, like people think that they hate women. Maybe some of them do, but like most of them want a stable, long-term relationship.
But they don't.
It's very
they
hard
don't
for a lot of men nowadays.
Yeah, they don't have the power to get one woman. That's the thing.
Well, there's a theory that a lot of these women who are like saying how bad men are, like really they're just bitter because not the men that they want don't want them because they're bitter and like annoying, you know? And so
that's a big thing right there. That you could be right. And yes, crack baby, you're right. I don't get pussy. That he was right about that. That I don't get pussy. He's right. I'm gonna admit.
Okay.
I'm gonna admit. Because I'm not a pussy magnet dick and that.
Does he? You think?
I don't know. I'm glad you asked that question.
Did you ask him for a dick pic?
Well, he said my dick is small, so I was waiting to see his, and he was just giving me nothing but excuses.
Oh my god! Oh, I can't believe we're talking. This is normalized neuro machine.
Yeah.
This
he was moving.
This is what it's come to.
Yeah, he was moving feminine and shit, but he had the nerve to call me gay, but he was moving feminine.
This is Lord help, Lord, please protect my Benjamin in these years, and Neuro's family, and then Machine's young brother, and everyone else's family, young men and women out here. This is some interesting times we're living in.
Amen.
Anyone under like 25, man, they've got some like it makes like all kink and all like sexual perversion of like our generation seem like very mild in comparison. It's like we were so much more normal like 25 years ago. It's like now it's like just totally insane. Like because okay, like a friend of mine was on like dating apps and he's like, every single woman's like, I'm into ethical non-monogamy, and I'm like, what? Like they're leading out. They're like leading out with like, hey, I'm totally fine with just banging whoever. And these women are like hitting their 30s. These aren't like young. I mean, young women.
They hit the wall. Hitting the wall doesn't necessarily mean you're ugly. It just means that you come to a point as a woman that you know deep down that clock is ticking. If you want to have kids and stuff.
Well, a lot of these women are like hitting like 27 to like 38, and they're all like, I need to freeze my eggs. And I'm like, so you're going to have kids when you're like 45 or what? Like,
and that's
what are you waiting for, you know?
First of all, your chances go down of a pregnancy carried to term. And secondly, well, no, just leave it at that. You know what I mean? It's very, and if it is, there could be a lot of genetic issues going on. That's dangerous, bro.
But it's just interesting that like a lot of these women are super attractive, at least from what I've seen, and it's like,
yeah, for sure,
or at least were, and then like it's just kind of crazy, like how, like we used to learn about this in the red pill movement about like, you know, women doing this, but it seemed like it was kind of like a lot more rare back then, but it seems like now like it's the total norm. Like, a lot of these women like just have not settled at all. Like, you know, like they're still 30, like, oh, I'm still going to date for a couple more years or whatever. And I'm like, it's kind of, and again, I'm not even demonizing. I'm just thinking it's like, I didn't realize how rampant the phenomenon was, you know?
Yeah. People like J-Lo influence people that, J-Lo can do it. That means I can do it. Well, you're not J-Lo. And even she had a hard time doing this shit. What do you think about J-Lo, HP? You know, HP? He's probably doing something. I'm sure he has a take on it. Shadow Buddha says, Gabe, remember anecdotally, I saw about 75% of women who already have kids, but they don't want anymore. This is on a dating app. I'm not raising another man's kid. No way. I want my own kids, huh? Yeah, I feel you, right? That's a lot of the young men. That's the thing, bro. Like they want to have a lot of them do want families, right? Yet these women are not being the neuro you're talking about. Some of them are not. They're not being reasonable. I think, right? With that, I mean, it's their right not to want to have kids, but damn, bro, they want to have a partner, but they don't realize that us men, we want children, bro. We want a lineage. Yeah. Any thoughts? I hear a lot of mic rubbing. What's going on?
Oh, my bad. That might be me.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that shit next to my hip or whatever.
What to say? Oh, put your hands upon my hip. You dip. Were you doing the Dougie or something? When you were typing? No. When she lies doing the Dougie, that shit would be fucking crook. Hypnosis, and you might hurt yourself if I leave you alone. Man, you got another one?
Yeah, he
God
got
more
he's
lives
3
than
accounts
Tupac.
deep. He's 3 accounts deep on me. Yeah,
Damn.
he's really hurt. He's really hurt his feelings. A Tamagotchi comment. He thinks we're all fake characters. Oh no!
Do you have the con? Does he realize that you're a mod?
It's real. It's real feelings that got hurt though. You see that though?
Yeah. Mitch, just come up here, bro. This has been like smoke out night, basically, right? More or less, among other things. Mitch, you're always welcome. Me, you had a great conversation last time you were up here, bro. We didn't start off like that always.
Well,
but
what you do if you want to talk to Mitch is you tell him that you're a cop, and then he tries to like entrap you so he can sue you and make a lot of money. So that's usually the best way.
Wish you just laugh because most likely you're not a cop. He doesn't say anything. Fuck Neurojack. He didn't even refute this shit. He likes this shit. He likes the ambiguous nature of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really weird type of thing. Like people scamming people with the auditing the police situation, right?
Well, yeah, I heard you say that. What did you mean by that, bro? Yeah, expand on that.
Like he was running after police officers, like antagonizing them and trying to make a case in the court with them and stuff. Mitchell doing his victim advocate.
Oh hell yeah!
There's some scam shit.
Homie. All I had to do was ask him to come up, and he came out. The homie. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. This is for What's the Matter You.
Last time, you remember, the trustees of What's the Matter You were wondering how to keep their college from going bankrupt.
How about giving an honorary degree to Daddy Warbucks? You ninny, he's only a make-believe character. We're real?
Yo, what's up? It's been a minute. What's up, Mitch? Loving. How you been, bro?
What's good, bro? How you doing?
I'm chilling, dog. Dog good? Everybody good?
Yeah. Well, my dog passed away about a year ago.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, bro.
No worries.
Sorry. Yeah. Mitch, you're deep. You say deep with the accounts or whatnot. Anyway, what's on your mind, Mitch? What's on your mind?
Well, let's see. How do I articulate this in the clearest way possible? It's just ironic, the similarities of how I have to treat government as I do these guys that are sitting here complaining about how I deal with government. So, yeah, these government advocates here online that I also have to collect evidence on because of their lies.
That's when they actually explain themselves, right? They sound stupider than it's like
because of their lies and false claims. Well, if you give me a minute to try and explain myself, you can make that determination when I'm done.
You got the con.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, man.
No worries, man. It's just I find it to be strikingly similar to how I deal with them as to how I deal with the police or the government in general. So if you're taking the position that government is all good and government accountability is somehow bad, then I don't know if that's genuinely the position that you're taking. It seems like a disingenuous argument that you're making, but I'm happy to explain my situation with the government as I am with you. It's very similar. And also the censorship is also very similar, ironically. And then perps screaming victim is very similar. You know, all of that I've experienced with government as I have with online people. So,
Mitch, do you think you've ever committed a crime that deserves punishment?
oh, certainly. I've learned a lot of lessons throughout life.
So in theory, you don't have a problem with someone governing over.
No, I'm not anti-government at all. I do have a problem, you know, with the state of government today, but I'm not anti-government, not by any means.
Machine, can you give your position on the government? Because I don't see you as anti. I mean,
the government doesn't fuck with us. We all know.
I'm not anti or pro government, so I don't know. I don't even understand the claim that's being made at all. But yeah, obviously we talk a lot about political science on the show. So you know, I give the genealogy of lots of political theories, right, including you know, capitalism, communism. For example, we looked at John Locke, we looked at Rousseau, we looked at Marx. And his influence that he got from Hegel. We looked at Hegel's ideas about the apotheosis of the state. I think it's a damaging idea, personally, that man's sort of liberation can be found within the state and so on and so forth. And, you know, obviously I've read the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, you know, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, there's different ideas that I support, you know, in terms of government and, you know, in the state.
Yeah, and that's definitely not my position, just for a point of clarity, that I'm not like pro-state, and I'm not saying that you can find liberation through the state or by the state. What I'm saying is government is a necessary element of our society. It's proven that over thousands of years. You know, so if we take away government today, we would see pure chaos. So it's keeping a lot of people in a much more stable situation. So until we build something better or fix what we have, you know, it's just the reality of the situation.
Okay.
Well, alrighty then.
That sounds reasonable. I mean, both you guys are like, okay, that's that. What's up with this personal shit? I mean, is it something that
it's manufactured drama
walk beyond?
It's manufactured drama that should have been resolved years ago, but people want to maintain their cognitive dissonance and maintain bogus narratives to protect their ego or whatever. Protect their
What was
community.
the genesis you said years ago? What was the genesis of this? Can you pinpoint it?
I have it all recorded. I mean, I can try and describe it the best I can from my perspective, but the synopsis of it was I actually had beef with another man, and TML is defending. Well, I mean, we can get into all the nitty-gritty details of it, but the position that TML is taking right now is defending another man, saying that I threatened someone else, but that someone else is not here claiming that I threatened them. So just seems like a bogus claim.
You said you come to Michigan and try to visit me. You don't remember you saying that to me?
Yeah, I will come up there. It's not a threat. If you're scared, that's your problem.
Why would I be either A, scared of you, or B, want to meet you?
Well, if you're not scared, then it's not a threat. That's
right.
first.
But why? But why would either of those things be the case? As you were saying in the chat,
a threat is you being scared.
Yeah, but why would anybody be scared of you or want to meet you?
Okay, so then it's not a threat. You just claimed it was a threat, and then you claimed nobody would be scared.
Do you understand the question I'm asking you? I just asked you a question.
Contradicting it is?
See, this dude is totally inconsistent.
You claimed I threatened you, and then you claimed you're not
can't answer a simple question of why anybody would be afraid of him or want to meet him on the internet.
But here's the thing:
I can't answer why anyone would be afraid of me. You're the one who's claiming to be afraid of me by claiming I threatened you.
No, I'm not. I'm not claiming to be afraid of you at all. But you did threaten people online.
Who did I threaten and how?
If I was in TML and bitch, if I was having like beef with somebody, and then they said like I can come visit you, I think I would take it as a threat, even if I was afraid of them or not. You know.
Well, that's what
kinda sound
constitutes a
aggressive.
threat, is you being afraid. Hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
Well, I think my article that I read is kind of relevant now. Should I go back and read it? What did you think of the article I read?
I've tuned you out for years. You're just another psyoper.
I mean,
Okay, right.
can you
Neurojack.
Yeah, you just out here trying to manipulate
This is
people's
delusional. This
perspectives
is
with
delusional
bogus
about
narrative.
people's.
What's
No,
new?
this is totally delusional about people's roles on the internet. He's in a chat
He
spinning.
fucking had AI write
shit.
something for him, and then he wants to
Spinning
present
people
it
on the internet. He's
based
totally
on some
drama.
bogus
And the reason
prompt.
he's taking over me is because we're
He wants
exposing the
to,
shit
he
out of
wants
him.
to read AI.
Come on,
I'm
Mitch.
addressing Neurojack.
The reason he doesn't like what I'm saying is because we're
Neurojack asked
exposing
me
him.
a question, not you, you dumb fuck.
Oh,
Okay,
okay. See how triggered this dude is? This dude's
That's
taking it
you. You're the one who won't let me
Let me put
answer
some water on
Neurojack's
this.
You
questions.
said
That's
Neurojack
why
and me
it
are running
takes.
a
Let's
How
government
many
agenda. which
grown
you can't
men does it take
You're
to
a
defend
total
other
fucking
grown
retard.
men
Total fucking retard.
on a
There's
little
nothing
fucking
that makes any
website?
goddamn sense.
That's why we can't get anywhere in society.
You're 20,
'Cause you want to
20
control the
years in
narrative.
government.
You're jealous of
You're a
government.
retard.
If
You're a
anything,
delusional
let's
fucker.
be real. You're jealous.
Let's be real. You're more. I'm jealous of you now.
No, you're jealous of, yeah, most likely. But what my point was that you're jealous of government.
Oh, I'm jealous of the government now.
Yes.
Okay. Explain that one to me.
Shut up, Buddha. You're crazy. Sabu's like 12-hour stream. Huh? Sounds like it's gonna be that.
This dude just makes it up.
Do you want to control narratives? You don't want to talk shit out. You don't want to present the facts.
People
You
are
just
jealous
want to
of the
control
government.
narratives. You want to
People
shout
are
over
throwing narratives
people.
on the internet. They want to.
Neurojack asked me a question. All right. Neurojack is defending you, a grown man fully capable
over me while I'm
of
talking.
defending
He's
himself.
so scared of what I have to say.
That's
Now
why
he's
you're
on channel.
talking over me.
Fucking scared, dude. Fucking
That's why
scared
you're
little bitch.
talking over me.
Hold on, guys.
Mitchell.
Hold on, guys.
Neurojack asked me the question, you stupid motherfucker.
Right, and you answered it to the best of your ability, and you
No, I
sounded like
never
a
got a
fucking
chance to
retard.
answer it
sounded
because
like a
you
fucking
want to talk
retard.
over me.
So,
Hold on, let's,
are you
let's do,
threatened
we
by
can do it
machine
hold on,
talk?
Nero. Hold on. Listen, we can do it one at a time. We can do it one at a time. You know, I mean, if you guys like cussing at each other, it's good. It's funny content, but like, let's try to keep the ad homs, you know, to a minimum. But like, we'll address each thing. Neurojack first, and then Machine Lies.
I got nothing to say. This dude's doing
Okay.
Let's take it one at a time. That's
Okay,
very
well, address
reasonable.
Mr. Mitch. Can you address Neurojack?
Yeah, my point to Neurojack was that he put in prompts into AI and had it spit out some bogus narrative that they want to continue to try and push instead of just address the facts. That's in order to maintain their cognitive dissonance from the best I can tell.
What?
Well, actually, somebody else that I've talked to wrote this, you know,
Who?
himself, as far as I know.
Who? So you're just repeating other man's works, of course, just to further your stupid ass narrative.
So you've never quoted somebody else in
Instead of
anything that
just
you've ever done?
addressing the facts. Yeah, but I give credit to those people that I quote.
Oh, they call that works cited.
I literally said somebody else wrote this, so I mean I can send you the article.
Yeah, right.
That's done. So let's move on.
Yeah,
now.
you now said it. Finally, you didn't say it while you were presenting it.
Well, actually, you wouldn't know because you said that you tuned me out. No,
I
you
called
said-
you
hold
out
on,
for
hold
using
on.
fucking
I can
AI.
prove-
And you
I
said
can
someone
prove-
else
wait.
wrote it. Who's the
I can
someone
prove-
else?
Hold on.
Does anybody
I can
notice
prove
the
that you're.
Your
wait, I can prove you're a
imaginary
liar.
internet
I
friend?
don't have to prove anything to this guy.
I can
You
wait.
good,
I can prove.
American
I can
Curve?
prove Mitch is a liar right now. You
Go
said
ahead.
that you've tuned me out for years, and then you
Yes.
said, "Oh, you didn't say that it was written by somebody else." But then you would be contradicting yourself because you said that you were. Now you're saying that you were listening, and I didn't say it. But now
Yeah,
you're
I
saying
heard
that
you, but I wasn't listening. You ever heard that?
right. So you just made up a lie because you
No,
weren't
I didn't make up a lie. Obviously, I had the volume on, but I tuned you out. I wasn't paying attention to what you said. But if you admitted that you were reading,
So
it was
under a
obvious
court of
you were
law,
reading
under
from
a court of
AI.
law, under a
I
court of law,
tune
did
you
you
out. I
slander?
don't. I don't
did you
give any
slander me?
credence. I
Wait,
don't
did
think
you
about what
slander
you
me?
say. I hear
Are
what
you
you say.
slandering me? Are you slandering me then?
I hear what you say. Sue me, you
Because
fucking
you're
victim.
inaccurate.
If I'm
So-
slandering
so-
you, sue
so
me. You
here's
won't
the
do it
question,
because
though.
you're an
See,
anonymous
here's the question,
coward
though.
who can't be
Here's
slandered.
the question, though. See, ever since I met you, I've been nothing but respectful to you. But then you come and you say
No,
all
you
these
haven't
things
been
to
respectful. Your passive aggressive
you come.
bullshit's not
he is right
respectful.
now. He is. He's
You
being
come and
respectful
attacked
now.
No, he
me and
came up. He was
you
telling
and
a
your
fucking narrative.
you and your gay you and your gay
Just
buddies
because
have
he
come and
politely
attacked me and
speaks this
Machine.
bogus narrative about a homeless junkie having some sort of fucking sex or whatever sexual fantasies he's having.
What?
Clearly,
This dude's having a nervous breakdown. I think
clearly
Mitch is having a nervous
directing
breakdown.
whatever bogus narrative he's pushing out there towards me. And then when I come up here, acting like it's become more relevant that I'm now here, and acting like he wasn't putting it out there to try and dig at me passive aggressively. That's all bogus ass bullshit, dude.
So here's the question. So ever since I met you, you and your buddies have
he's back.
Ever
Who
since
are
I
my
met
buddies?
you and hold on. Ever
Who are
since
my
I met you,
buddies?
you and your buddies have like come at me and
Who are my
Machine for
buddies?
whatever we're doing.
Hold on,
But
let's
here's
clarify
the
who are my
really
buddies,
quick.
because
My
I'm not
last comment. My
responsible
last
for
comment.
anyone
Here's
else.
my last
All
comment.
the
Here's my last comment.
retards you LARP with on
Can
the
you
panels all
clarify
the
who
time
my
for 3
buddies
fucking
are
years.
that you're referring
For
to?
3 fucking years, you're on the panel with the same people, and they're not
Can
your
you,
buddies.
Neurojack, can you clarify who my buddies are that you're referring to?
Well, here's my last question. If you
Can
guys
you,
are you
can
guys
you
threatened?
clarify? Can
Are
you
you
clarify who
threatened
my
by our
buddies
work?
are so I can consider your
Are you
question?
threatened by our
Mitch,
words and
let's
our
not talk over
ideas?
people.
Are
I'm
you
asking him a
threatened by
simple
our
question.
words?
This dude's triggered. He can't let Neuro talk.
Hold on.
I'm
Everybody.
asking,
Are
I
you
want to hear what
threatened?
Neurojack. He'll answer your question.
no,
I'll make
if
him
I was
answer it.
threatened, I'd let you know
Just wait.
your buddy's the only one that claimed to be threatened.
Well,
He's full
if you
screening
guys
somebody
aren't
else right
threatened
now.
by
Shut
it,
the fuck up and let him talk.
okay.
Yeah.
If you guys are
I
not
answered
threatened
his
by it,
question.
why have you guys ceaselessly tried to derail and deride and
That's
censor
you.
us?
I'm sitting here trying to address the facts, and you keep looping through nonsense.
So you're denying it now? You're going to deny that you and your friends have tried to destroy
Who are my
our
friends? I'm
commentary?
asking you, who are you calling
Yeah,
my
Mitch,
friends before I
you
can
were
consider your
Oh,
question?
so you're going to play ignorance now?
Hey, hold
Okay,
on, hold on.
No.
All
Neurojack,
right,
I'm asking
Mr.
you.
Auditor.
You, Neurojack, when you say his friends, let's say names.
He knows who it is.
No, I don't.
Why
That's
don't
why
I
I'm
say
asking
this?
you.
I'm asking you, bro.
I don't have
Let's
any
get-
friends on here, so I can tell you that he's wrong. But I'm wondering
Well,
who
then
he's
be
considering
quiet
my
for a second,
friend.
Mitch, respectfully. I'm trying to get him to
All right.
answer your question,
All right.
dog. Yeah.
I mean, I know
No,
that you
give
think
me a name, please.
I know you hate the gang of the police, but you and your friends act like a Manson family gang yourself. I mean, maybe you should look in the mirror, buddy.
Wait, Neurojack, do you hear what I'm saying? I'm asking you a question. Like, can you name at least one person?
I mean,
Who's-
all the people that he's sits around and jerks off with all day.
Paul enslaved? Are you saying?
I've never been friends with Paul.
I mean, I don't see him going and attacking the people that he
You're not
talks to,
helping
but
me
he-
out, Neurojack.
Who
I'm
would
not
you
gonna-
like
I'm
me
not
to
gonna get
attack,
into it because
Neurojack?
he knows
Just get
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
point. Who would you like me to attack?
Well, I want to know why you're attacking me. That's the question. I've never said
I'm not
anything
attacking
to you.
you. You're the one who came up here taking passive aggressive jabs at me when I
How did
wasn't
I-
up
what are
here.
you talking about?
And then I came up here, you acted like it wasn't about me, and then you acted like it was more relevant, and you want to call me a liar, blah blah blah. Instead
Well,
of just address the
wait.
facts.
Are you making assumptions? I didn't even know you're in the chat. So how
Yes,
would I
you
know?
did. Whatever.
Anyway,
Did you
Wolfie,
see
what do
me
you have
com-
to say,
You're
Wolfie?
playing stupid.
Did
Plausible
you see me commenting?
deniability.
Did you
I'll-
see me
I'll-
commenting at all?
I'll concede that one. I can't prove you knew I was in the chat, but it was obvious I was in the chat. You were obviously defending your buddy
I haven't
TML,
talked to
taking
you in
jabs
like
at
2
me.
years. I haven't talked to you
Okay,
in like 2
yeah,
years.
you just randomly came up with that script about me.
I guess I'm not bad anymore.
What
Yeah,
What
exactly.
am I missing? What am I
Yeah.
missing here? What is going on?
I
Some
can
old
literally
beef
send
or
you the article to show you that I didn't write it and it was up before I came on this panel.
I would love you to give credit to whatever fucking bullshit you were trying to push, for sure.
Man, this shit is going made the numbers go down.
I know it's just all a bunch of opinions. Let's just address the facts.
Because this dude literally crying for like a year.
A
on
lot
the
of
internet.
claims being pushed up here. Claims without evidence should be dismissed without evidence. There's no reason to keep making claims on
Just
top
like
of
the
claims.
ones you made. That's you.
On top
That's
of
you.
claims without evidence. I'm willing to
That's
present
you.
evidence.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah, you said Neurojack works for the
I
government.
have presented evidence
You're
of all my
literally retarded.
claims, and I'm willing to
You're
present
literally
more.
fucking retarded, and you can't let me talk because you're literally fucking retarded, dude.
I'm willing to present more evidence.
Are you willing to let me talk on the panel? without talking over me.
Yeah, but
Are you willing to let me have a minute to
You're the
respond
one
to what
who
you said?
stopped me from answering another
No,
man's
none of this
question
time have you ever let me
because
talk.
you wouldn't stop talking.
Mitch, I thought you don't believe in censorship. Wait, Mitch, I thought you don't believe in
So you're
censorship.
not a victim. You're not a victim of this failure to communicate. You're a participant.
No, you're a failure of communicating how Neurojack is
You're
part
not
of
a
the
victim of
government,
this
how we're
failure to
government
communicate.
supporters,
You're a
like you said,
participant.
and why you can't stop talking over people when they're talking. Like
I
you're a
did.
victim. You're 100%.
Just try to have a reasonable conversation.
You're not having one. You're not having one because you keep talking over people. You don't let people respond to what you're saying.
We're taking a break.
You're
When we
emotionally
come back,
triggered. You're
we're
having
not-
a personal.
That's you. I'll have a reasonable conversation with any one person at a time.
We're taking a break. Thank you. We're taking a break, and then when we come back from this 3 minutes and a half, we're not talking over people because if you are, you're getting kicked. No hard feelings or anything, but it's just, guys, this is retarded, bro. Yeah. So yeah, we'll be right back in a minute. After these messages, we'll be right back. Oh, that's the wrong one.
That's a good ass song, to be honest.
I love you. I love you too.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the Yellow Brick Road. Shout out to my surfer chick back in the day, Teal. She was the first person that said, "Gabriel, you are an artist." Yeah. But yeah, bro. Like, Narrow Jack left. Okay, but yeah. I mean, are we done with that shit, bro? Like, cause Mitch.
I'm done. I got nothing to say.
I'll address anyone, man. I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions or whatever.
Right, you have, right. I mean,
well, wait,
you won't address any questions. You just talk over people.
I was answering Dave's question.
Talking over shit because Mitch, the last couple of times you heard that shit was fire, bro. And it was like, it seems like a year ago. Might as well have been like, but I get it if you want to defend yourself. But let's not talk over anybody. Talk over each other.
It goes both ways, man. It's not like anyone's a victim of it. Yeah.
I said everybody, bro. I do it to people all the time. A lot of times because I'm excited on some. Yeah, Gabe. That Teal, she knocked the camera out of my hands at the beach. Yeah, she did that shit, bro. Yeah, Hurricane Peril would have been mad. He'd be like, "What? That hoe knocked the camera out your hand?" Yeah, bro. That was my blue pill simp days. Not simp, but blue pill days and shit. Yeah. Back to the lecture at hand, man. Wisdom versus wisdom haters. Do you see? Well, I'll ask Wolfie and Mitch because you guys are new here in the last hour. Do you see that dynamic being played out in the panelverse or in
what
our
dynamic? I'm sorry, I missed it. What dynamic?
You see wisdom versus wisdom lovers versus wisdom haters. Do you see that in the panels, in these panels, like where people really don't literally are against people trying to build themselves up with some knowledge?
Well, see, I make a distinction between like wisdom and knowledge and knowledge. I think wisdom I see more as like experience applied, and knowledge is like something you learn from a book,
What if you but could we say that like it's like a steps, because knowledge can be data or stuff you get from a book, right, that you apply, which becomes wisdom that you apply in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time going away from wisdom simply being experience applied.
Okay. Wolfie? Will you build off of what he said? Wolfman Jack? The machine lies. Yeah. Wisdom and experience. What's your thought on that? Wisdom as experience.
I think activity is greater than mind, right? I think there's two real forces in the world: is activity, which totally rules over. It's basically like will or spirit. You could, sort of think of it. It rules over the multiplicity of things, which is the minds, right? There's many minds that exist, right? So I think that any type of thought that you could have, experience and action sort of supersede that. And I think the universe started with actions, right? Like I think the first thing God did, he didn't think up a plan of how to create this world and draw up this huge map based on what, right? If you're going to go and create something for the first time, it's not based on anything, right? So that's why they say God called things into existence. It's an action, right?
Yeah. At first, what does the Bible say? At first, there was the word.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Kun faya kun is how we say in Islam. It says be and then it was. Right. God said be and then it was.
Yeah.
Kun faya kun.
Yeah. There's just too many. There's too many of us maybe doing the at was first though, right? Thinking that's the way to achieve things, right? You're getting like in a loop. Not
right,
doing that.
And that's the thing. All plans are subject to collusion, right? Uniqueness, is a thing. To act without planning and act without thinking, right? Once you learn something, it becomes second nature. You shouldn't have to think about it to do it, right? So there's a huge thing where sometimes acting without thinking is perilous, right? And we've all seen that. We all understand the example of that,
yeah,
right? But sometimes acting without thinking means that it's a superior form of action, right? So there's two ways to think of it.
Yeah, this is like back to an astrological tip. We're in the month of Aries, and I think that's what a balanced Aries energy or per person with that sun sign, for example, they do things without thinking, but in a good way, and that's what makes them courageous.
Yeah,
because they take initiative. They just don't sit on their ass and wait for it. They just do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's why it says in the Gita, I believe that you're entitled to your actions, but not the fruit of them. It's the karmic works.
Uh-huh.
Right. You decide what you do. You don't decide what comes of what you do.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously, life is activity and not production. Right. And God is, like one of the ways they understand God in like the Kabbalistic terminology is like pure act. Right? They think God is pure act. Right, or something like that. They'll come to the conclusion that action is like, like superior or something like that. To understanding it.
Right. Muscle memory.
I was thinking also, that I feel like knowledge is more of like an interpretation of another man's experiences or perspective, and so I don't know. I feel like I get my idea of putting experiences as superior to that from like the ancient Irish law, which couldn't be written down, it could only be written about. And because when you write things down in a book or whatever, it's open to interpretation. It's also, it opens the door for deception.
Yeah, that's true in a sense. But in another sense, it's also true that whether something is written in a book or whether something comes from an idea of something else, that all of those ideas are based on the idea itself, right? So it's not that they're actually creating something new, right? They're actually going off of what they've learned, right? You could think of anything that somebody else says as something that they learned from somebody else, right? So it's like nobody actually thinks of anything original. There's also some
right. And I don't disagree with you necessarily with that. I'm just kind of adding to that idea with the idea that once you have gained a certain level of knowledge, you can either use it for good or bad, essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's more about what you don't know, or I believe wisdom is more about what you do not know, right?
Could we go? That's why, like negation, that process could be very helpful. Like getting rid of the things, acknowledging the things you don't know, to make room, maybe eventually for things that are supposed to be there.
Yeah, I offer a prayer all the time. I say, God, save me from the knowledge that does not benefit.
Right. Yeah, that's a good
This
one.
is the prayer, right? That's the only thing I really want and deserve.
Yeah. That's why I think a lot of you brothers up here, like you all on your own way, our own styles, we're good at that negation stuff. Yeah. We do that
Forgive
a
me
lot.
for what I don't know. You know what I mean? Forgive me
Mhm.
for what I don't know.
Yeah. That's why, like, exactly. That's it. That's pretty. It seems like a cool Socratic type of vibe. What you just said, right? Didn't he say that, Socrates? Like, I know I don't know much, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. No, that's what when I think about him.
One
I
of the
think
things
about
I
that.
don't understand. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says
'Cause
that.
I'm not the smartest guy. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's why I'm on here learning with y'all. I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, blessings, Wolfie.
Experience as well.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, that's why. That's when he died, right? He took the hemlock because he was pissing off the sophists, right?
Well,
quote wisdom folk, wisdom
yeah,
clan.
the sophists and the poets, they had a strong influence on the academic structure of Athens, right? But in terms of so they basically said that Socrates was corrupting the youth by giving them like a fake education, right? And also that he didn't follow the gods of Athens, right? So the poets had charged him with that because the poets were kind of like the religious officials. So he said that he had learned from the Oracle of Delphi, right? That Socrates is one of the wise men of Athens, right? So so he offered the testimony of the Oracle of Delphi, right? And he said that he didn't know what the Oracle meant by saying that Socrates is wise, right? So he said that actually I'm aware of what I don't know, right? So by having a special sort of wisdom that others don't possess, I see that I am aware of what I don't know. And that is a piece of knowledge that others don't have. So he says, when I compare my knowledge to the Athenians, there's a bunch of people who claim that they know things and they don't know. But he said, I actually don't know and admit that I don't know. So I'm more wise than them.
Yeah.
So literally in his definition of wisdom, he's talking about what he does not know, right?
What he does not know, yeah. But I like though he still had the self confidence to say, like, they said, what should your punishment be? He said, basically, it should be that you have a meal every night in my honor. I beg, because I'm telling you guys, basically kind of humble your ass. That's the first stepping stone to knowledge, the Mr. fucking know-it-alls and shit. Yeah. Hey Mitch, that way back in Greece where people will just follow people around. Not necessarily, because I know you don't. I'm not going to speak for you, but you're here. But I would assume you're not a type of a follower per se. Consider yourself a follower. But do you like how in the ancient Greek times, for example, how they didn't necessarily rely on books, but there was more having dialogues? That's how they were learning wisdom, gaining wisdom. Could you see yourself fitting in a time like that, or?
Yeah, I'm not extremely book smart. I'm not real institutionalized. I dropped out of high school halfway through sophomore year. I got my diploma early, and went to college and stuff, but I didn't, do it traditionally. I did it kind of on my own terms. And so I was able to soak up what I was interested in and leave behind what I didn't feel just didn't feel right. I've just learned to trust my intuition more than anything. And so it's hard for me to trust another man's perspective. I mean, I'm happy to analyze the evidence myself and change my mind, but I'm just not going to, I feel like we've all been fooled. So even if they are intentionally deceiving you or not, I feel
like, brother. We're right there. But how about Mitch, though? Can you respect someone, though, that maybe did feel like they did better themselves through books?
Oh, for
Can
sure,
you
man.
tap your hat to?
Yeah, it's just not a strength that I really have, I mean, I think we all have our strengths and our weaknesses. And so, I've just come to humble myself with, I had one of my best friends growing up was real smart, and he went on traditionally through school and became a lawyer, and I learned pretty early on that that's not my competition.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're able to see that, because it's good. It's a good step and knowledge, wisdom that you do know your strength and weaknesses. Some people don't even know that. Let me bring up this guy right here, our friend.
Yeah, right.
Does
what up, man? You like that?
Joe,
What up, Joe?
Joe.
What up, Joe?
Wow,
How cute. How cute. What up, bro?
That was dope, Joe.
Like that, OG? Caught him off guard. I mean, who else has a damn fucking intro and shit? That's the only good part of the song, actually, right?
Oh yeah.
I never went to high school. I went to school high.
I think everybody in this panel loves the trees. For sure.
Yeah, I'm about to smoke mine right now, to be honest.
Smoke one for me, bro. Yeah. I need
I just finished dinner. You know, you got to smoke a cigar and smoke a little weed afterwards. So, yeah, that's what this is. This is perfect.
You been following this shit tonight, bro? It's been crazy full moon. It's crazy.
Following what? The panel here or
here? I mean, it's all one panel basically, right? All the shows.
You sit on here. I
No,
guess
but I'm saying, okay, what you saw, it's a continuation of what went on here earlier. That's going on now.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's first of all, I'll just say it's one big panel. Can we get that straight? All this shit. Basically all this shit. Yeah, but some of them are more a little bit highbrow than others. I'll just put that out there. Shout out to Machine Lies. But anyway,
I gotta tell you, this can't go wrong. I'm a fan of Mars and TML. This shit can't go wrong. I don't give a fuck if they yell at each other and shit. You know, this is like great. I'm a fan.
You don't care?
More. I mean, let's just be honest. No, I'm just kidding.
What did you say?
They say, who are you a fan of more?
We know the answer. We don't got to say it out loud. It's okay.
That's funny. Let me big up Mars a little bit, and I hope he don't get mad at me because I got to put him down a bit first. When I first met Mars, he was like frenzied, schizoid, jumping on everybody, rabid fucking animal. But you could see he was smart. Me and that nigga been friends since the day we met, and that dude did a 180. He did a 180 and he brilliantly expressed the shit he said up here today. Yeah, he jumped and interrupted a bunch of shit, but the content of what he was saying, that motherfucker come a long way, man. I admire him for it. And I see it because I'm smart enough to see it. You got to be smart to see it.
Yep. See, that's what you don't need to be humble because you're right. Because that's a skill you have to see it. That's why I wanted you up here when you were done. Because
right.
Yeah. Because did you hear right, like both these motherfuckers, TML and Mitch Lovin, but he's down. But like they actually ended up building with each other for a good minute. That was a solid build right there. That last
I didn't, but when I just came back, I heard the tone of when you were just talking to Mars, his tone had totally changed. Everything was civil. You said, "Can you admire the guy for being smart?" He was like, "Yes, of course." You know, it's not my kind. I heard that part. Yeah.
But before, they were both building off each other. Go ahead, Wolfie.
My bad, dude. Joe Cool.
No, you good.
We peep game. We peep game. You see what's going on. And you just, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Game like a player. Check it.
That's why your discernment come in too. The more game you've been around. I hate to say it, but you can't fucking be in and out dope house, crack houses, smoke shops, all that goofy shit without peeping a lot of game. The slickest niggas come in and out of there. That's how you get a lot of discernment. Yo.
Yeah.
And a lot
you
of
gotta get out there.
You gotta have to bust somebody in the mouth sometimes, you know.
With that said, yeah, right. With that said, if you combine it, in my opinion, I'll speak for myself with book knowledge, right? Not just anyone, but the great men and some women too. But you combine that with your street smart, you cannot lose.
That sounds like a winning combination, don't it, man? The guy with a high IQ and hit the streets. Yeah, that sounds like a winning to me.
Brother Malcolm. Yeah. He's the epitome of that.
Malcolm. There you go.
Disrespectful. Not that respectfully, but we're alive.
Great example.
We're doing that.
Great fucking
around here we call him Brother Joe.
Brother Joe.
Yo, you be reading books though?
Oh man, yeah, I love to read, and I love paper. Fuck, I was about to tell you this one I'm reading now. I can't even find. I lost it months ago.
Red fish, blue fish. No,
I wish I can. I also got yeah, I can read a bunch of shit. One of my favorites, we've got a bunch of them. One of my favorites though was Divine Revelations of Hell for separate reasons, and the prophet Khalil Gibram. That's you think the fucking prophet wrote that, right?
Yeah.
He carried it with him every day. Blah blah blah. Michael Draws in the Bible Code. Anything that fucking what's the guy who died? A Brief History of Time. That no, the wheelchair.
Stephen Hawkins.
Stephen Hawkins. Anything he wrote. He only really wrote a couple. I wrote Black Holes, Baby Universes, Brief History of Time, but he has a collection of memoirs and shit too. I read all that shit.
Okay.
And, just period, man.
Put them all together and get a synopsis of where your mind's at. Yeah.
I'm also reading what's my jigget again? I got it right here. Sun Tzu. I'm reading that again too.
Yeah. Machine. Name 10 books. You guys remember that guy? You remember that?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. I bet he could.
Those are the ones I think are really important. Right. So,
okay, let's go, bro.
So we'll go with
fire background, by the way.
Obviously the Bible, right? There's also a book called The Other Bible, right? I have a translation by William Barnstone, right, where it includes Enoch and all these books that were taken out of the Bible, right? So I'd go with that. I'd go with Cybernetics by Norbert Weiner. I go with Divine Names by Dionysius the Areopagite. I'd go with Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche. I'd go with Two Treatises of Government by John Locke. I go with Discourses on Inequality by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I go with The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. Right, I go with The Prince by Machiavelli. Tao Te Ching.
That's one of my favorites.
Right, those are ones that we're reading on the show. Right, Buddhism and Philosophy by Mark Sideritz. Right, The Jesus Hoax by Dr. David Scorbina. Y'all name some books by Dr. Scorbina. Right, the guy who taught me. Right, Metaphysics of Technology by Dr. David Scorbina. Panpsychism in the West by Dr. David Scorbina. Right, excellent book.
Buddhism and philosophy. If that's I don't want to get into why it's
thank you, blessings for that machine.
Yeah, that was great. I only heard
niggas on right there, bro. I'm about to fucking clip that.
And all the books you name, I only knew like 4 of them, bro. All right. And I ain't read them. I only knew of them.
We're going over
6, Joe. I beat you.
Yeah, we're going over a lot of those on the show. So it's kind of cross promotion for the show too.
Yeah.
That way.
Oh, that's what we always. That's great. That's what we want.
What that Buddhist philosophy struck me. You don't have to comment on the machine lines.
No, we got it. We got it.
If I could, I'm hoping that the guy who wrote it was not heavy Buddhist, and it's all about Buddhist philosophy in a deep sense. If there was more of a secular dude, give me
he's a white guy. It's a white.
Yes, that makes it more interesting to me. Yeah, I'd be interested. What
we can relate to it better as a Westerner, regardless of what color you are.
No, just
a white guy.
Go ahead.
Well,
I
if you
read
look at
a lot
the way
of
of Zen,
Eastern shit too. Shiva got me reading all that Bhagavad-Vitas and all that bullshit, but I love it. I shouldn't call it bullshit.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sources. Like the earliest sources are called the Abhidharma, right? And then you could go to the Mahayana. Like those are like medieval sources. And then there's the Zen Buddhism, right? So there's a bunch of different resources.
The philosophy that the white boy came up with. What did he say about it?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's taking a historical analysis of the development of Buddhist philosophy throughout history. So he's taking a chronological.
Give me the short. Did he come up with something like Ecclesiastes, King Solomon? He's like, after all of this, here's what I need you to know. Did he come up with one of those?
No. It's kind of like how Buddhism like sort of geographically spreads out, right? So it starts in India, right? Then it spreads to China, right? It spreads to Japan and Korea. Right, and as it does this, there's types of Buddhism that spread, and it's also culturally ingrained with other types of worship, and like for example, Taoism and Confucianism. Right, like Zen Buddhism is influenced by Taoism because it's Chinese. right? It actually represents the migration of Buddhism from India to China, right? So you have that during like the first century. Yeah, and then you have the Mahayana and the Zen traditions. They keep on building until like the 11th century. So that was, what we consider like the medieval period, right? So Buddhism keeps developing, and then there's even samurais, right? Like the Book of the Samurai, right? That's written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo, right?
Yeah.
He's been influenced by, he's influenced a lot by Zen Buddhism, right? But it's influenced to know that the samurais were really well learned,
Yeah,
right?
I read
Like
a lot about that shit.
out of like a lot of like warrior classes in history, they were extremely well learned people. So
And this is where COVID came from.
What?
I'm kidding. That's kind of funny. If you think about it, though, if you really think about it, though, like China or wherever, Asian.
No, it came from no. To be honest, to be fair, dog. Hold on. So I didn't talk about you, but like to be fair, it came from North Carolina lab allegedly, and then it got shipped to China.
Yeah, okay.
Let's keep it well under. It was a joint co-creation.
But
to be honest,
you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I know it got released there. Yeah, we got you.
But I think
I
I
it's
thought it was
bullshit.
saying that it could have come from all the way over there, from India, then to China, then to us. I was wondering, he just went joking.
We don't know. It's all caca.
Yeah.
It's all caca.
Let's go to this right here. What do you got? Machine
said it's
panel,
all
Mitch.
caca.
What do you guys think about this? For the Buddha, knowledge can be intellectual, knowing accordingly, or Buddha, while wisdom is direct, penetrating insight or experience. Paka Naba Hadi.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things like with knowledge versus intuition, right? So
Mitch was saying that intuition for him. Yeah.
Or even logic versus intuition. Right?
Who's this Monkey Man Magic? Monkey Man. Oh, so the Pali Canon. Because Shadow Buddha has me reading that. We've been discussing that for like over a year. The Pali Canon is knowledge from the sutras, right? But the Eightfold Paths is more wisdom of experiences. Would you say that? Would you say that?
Yeah, sure. And Buddha, he gets into some of the sort of like philosophical proofs too for the later ideas like Abhidharma and all those ideas. But some of those thinkers, right, like like when we're gonna go over it on the show, right, like they have a lot of argumentation to prove Buddhism is true, right? So Buddhists are unique in that they provide a lot of text and argumentation behind what they believe, just like the Christians, right? Christians also do that, and it's interesting because both Christians and Buddhists have an ascetic practice as well.
What's an ascetic?
Right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Ascetic?
Yeah, it's like the monastery. So cool.
Okay.
Like a monk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have those here too. Yeah. No, I think there's truth in everything, bro. Which one is real? I don't know. I think we could take. I think it's.
I wonder
if
truth. There may be some objective truth somewhere, but what's real? That appears to be fucking, really liquid. You got arguments.
What do you mean by that?
What's
really
real?
Liquid?
It's changeable. Like what's real? It can change. It can never be here. For instance, is that rock standing still? Yeah, of course it is. No, it isn't. If you speed up time, you look at it, it's been moving. The motherfucker started in South America somewhere.
I would disagree, sir.
He'd probably be
I've
wrong.
seen roads. Dude, I'm just telling you. Like I've seen pictures of roads from the '60s today, and they look the same.
I'm talking about a rock that was in North America and fucking is now at the top of a mountain somewhere because of upheavals and shit. One rain, that they rode it. It's always in everything's in constant motion.
But even in Wolfie's, I see it in the back, bro. Even in Wolfie's explanation, I get what you mean. It seems the same, but I bet you if we were to use Joe Cool's time lapse and put my like microscopic camera on that shit, it would change. We could say it changed, got worn down a little bit.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay. This is true too, dude.
No,
but
change,
check
bro.
check the
There's
point
no doubt
though.
about it.
What time is it? That's hard to see where a thing is. if you
Yeah,
you
what
nail it
is
down
time?
right, all of these
Right.
things don't really
Ooh,
seem
look
to
at
be
that.
real.
Right. Let me.
What
Well,
is
this
time?
guy's real. Hold on, real quick. That's a good question. We'll get right there. We'll bring him up.
Dedication. Way to go.
What's up, Austin Murphy? How's it doing, bro? What are you doing, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Good. You good?
All right. Usually I lose audio when I join streams because I'm.
No, the feeling.
What up,
It's
Phil?
fucking annoying, dude. I need to get
No.
on a laptop or something because it's annoying.
I was telling you, I think you
Oh,
bailed
dude,
last
that's the
time. If you
veteran. What's
take
up,
the
buddy?
link and just take the URL for the StreamYard and put it into your
That's a lot
Google.
of work. That's a lot
Put
of
it
work.
in. Just copy and paste it. Put it in your
Come on,
Google
bro.
though, and
All right.
then it won't be dropping your sound as much and shit.
Yeah, you told me that the other night. I tried it. And
Okay, you did hear it. Okay.
Yeah.
Wolfie was
but
saluting
I-
your veteran status, Austin,
I
by the
want
way.
to
I don't
say
know.
this.
Thanks, Wolfie.
If you guys don't mind, like, what is time? I think it's 9 to 5. They made it to slaves in a way, and I know
Well,
that
men abuse
Men time.
everything.
you
If
get what
that's
I'm
what
trying
you're
to
talking
say,
about.
right?
Men
It's not
abuse
black
everything.
people. It just, but
What the
time
fuck
is
black
an
people
illusion.
come in? What?
Time is not a real thing.
Girls
It's
in fact.
something you go to punch your shit in.
Niggas ain't shit. That's what it is.
Nah. Nah, that's not what I'm
I'll
saying,
take
bro.
it.
I'm
What
just
it is.
saying it's illusion.
Fucking existential modern day 3.0 take. I like it. I'll take it.
No, even back in the
Niggas ain't
day,
shit.
Fact. Where's the lie?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
They play basketball.
Yeah, we all
fucking
do
baseball.
things that we can always do
My
better.
ninja's
For sure.
everything. Come on, bro. Get out of here.
I've thought that way before, but I don't see how time can be an illusion if that's the way that we
You can't touch it, feel it, you can't see it.
we refer
You can
back
only
to
see it
certain
as
dates
something that
and
was made.
activities in history that have happened by saying this was the time of day, this was this. So we can
because
make a
you've been
reference
brainwashed.
for a certain event based off of the time period. So I'm not sure if that
It's real, but
we have
you
the sun.
do
like I could say
realize
9/11 was September 11, 2001, right?
I-
That's a time. That's a specific time.
well, what about if
That's a
you know,
year,
if a guy?
sir.
What if a guy was?
Yeah, a year is
twins?
time. A year is
What
a
if-
smaller word for time.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you can call that.
Yeah, I know.
What if time is malleable though? Time is not the same for everybody at all times. If you're flying around in a spaceship or even an airplane at a high rate of speed over
You had to
years.
bring that up, Joe.
All right, now we're going
But
to
yeah, I'm
time.
just trying to say time too is malleable. None of this shit seems to be what we think it is.
No, I think time. What I'm trying to say is time was made for people to work and freaking.
No, I'm in agreement with you. I was just on the reality shit. What's real seems, and we can also say time can be bent by gravity. We know that as well. It changes when you get closer to gravitational.
How can you know?
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Take a picture.
There's zero proof of gravity's existence. All it is an observation.
Exactly.
It's not the cause.
can just
It's an observation, not a cause. You have to figure out the cause. Gravity is an observation that you observe an act of happening. And it's not the cause. You got to figure out the cause. The cause is electromagnetism when you really look into this shit. Yeah.
Well, jeez. You know, everything at the base of everything. Someone may have that argument. Electromagnetism is at the base of everything, but still, you gotta give like I don't know.
Mass doesn't attract mass. My keys and my stuff right here, it's not attracting itself to
Actually,
me. I'm a bigger mass, right?
Right.
But your argument is going to be, well, the Earth is bigger, therefore it's attracting to the Earth.
Well, why don't you let me give my argument?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, let him.
All right. It's been proven already many times that mass, you can mass attracts mass. That was my mass was going to be the
Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish experiment. The shit where they
been doing this for over a decade, man.
When you're bad at it, you just saying shit so far, right? Keep going. You just, I don't know.
I was smart enough to realize that outer space beats all the basic laws of physics.
All you said was Cavendish experiment. It's a real thing, right? It's recreatable. Many people
you can't have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container in between. We live in containment. It's basic physics. Basic fucking physics.
Did you see the space launch yesterday? Basic physics. You do.
I
not
saw
have a
the
TV?
AI. I saw the AI.
It was the AI
brainwashing. I saw the mass brainwashing AI that all of you gullible people are going through.
Oh, okay.
If it wasn't AI,
I see it for what it is. I see it's all just AI bullshit,
It's
garbage,
AI.
slop.
The
None of
rocket
it's
was
real.
AI. All of those witnesses and cameras, it was AI.
There's 0 witnesses.
Wow. No, it was actually people close enough to get the heat.
I don't know if
People
you're
were
ever going to
allowed.
figure it out. I don't know if you're ever going to figure it out,
I'm
Joe.
just talking about this one thing and the truth, and you would like to run because there were many
The
people out
truth,
there.
the truth is
Newscasters,
outer
and they
space
let them
is
get
fake, and there's
close
0
enough.
evidence of it.
You're
Let
switching
Joe Dirt
over
talk.
from the launch, right? There were witnesses there. Are you just gonna hand wave that and say they weren't, or would they CGI as well?
There's
Either
so
way.
much more. There's so much more going on behind the scenes that your brain can even fathom right now, Joe.
I'd say our brain. You have no idea what I fathom, but you can talk about
You can't fathom it. You went through an entire life of brainwashing and indoctrination. And
We
they
all
told
did.
you that planets and stars. I know, but I
Told you the
broke out
same
of it.
thing,
A
too.
lot of us are breaking out of it because we could see the light for what it is.
We all been through it.
You just told me the rocket was CGI and those crowd was CGI. What do you see?
You gotta. I can't help you. You got to start thinking for yourself.
I've seen rockets launch from Florida with my man Rice Crispy next to me.
Yeah.
CGI though.
And they go.
real
They
time.
go right. Let me guess. Were you in Florida?
I just said that. Yeah.
Were you on the peninsula of Florida, where all the rockets go into the Bermuda Triangle, where they don't want you to go, where they don't want you to go, and they scared and brainwashed all of you from birth.
Okay, that's just a statement, though. I prefer proof and facts. You just saying that you've been fooled and tricked. You got to prove it. Do something impressive. Don't just make claims, right?
That's not
Everybody
it,
do
though.
that.
You have to prove it. I'm saying it doesn't exist. You have the burden of proof.
I just proved that I just thought I proved it. I said you saw
There's
a rocket.
0
Hold on,
evidence
hold
of
on.
outer
Let me
space.
say. You say 0 evidence. This is funny. You said that there's no such sense that there's gas and it must have a closed container. I said as proof that your shit's wrong. A rocket went up yesterday, and a whole bunch of
Hey,
CSI.
do you know how
You responded with it was AI.
What do rockets
Yeah,
run
I know
off
the
of?
AI is kind of funny, Joe. That is.
What do
that's a funny
rockets?
thing.
What do rockets run off of, Joe?
A bunch of shit.
No,
You
I'm-
tell
I'm-
me.
No, I'm
I'm
asking.
saying
What do they
They're
use
going
to
around. Hey,
to
hold
get
on.
around?
They're
What do
going
they use?
around the back of the moon, right?
How do they go
They're going
left, right,
around.
up, and down if you're in a vacuum and you have nothing to progress off of?
Yeah.
You have nothing
Well,
to
dude,
push
you're
off
not
of.
even-
There's no
dude, how
air.
would
There's
you
no
get
oxygen.
through the-
It violates
the
all
radiation
basic
belt,
principles
like-
of fucking physics.
It
It's
don't
just common
violate the
sense.
basic one that is bouncing off the
God
wall of the
damn.
rocket, the inside wall of the rocket.
It's too late.
That's
for you.
what
but
it's
there's
hitting.
so much protection you need from radiation.
How hard is
brother.
that?
It's too late
And
for
then
you.
they're
Yeah,
going
yeah.
around the
I
back.
can't.
Austin,
I can't
wait, hold
convince,
on.
I can't convince you.
It,
It is
Austin,
what it
you
is.
got
I've
you got hard
accepted
on
this.
me.
I found
on
out
this shit,
November
bro.
of 2017
Yeah,
What
that
the
outer
hell?
space is
arguments. I've
completely
been going
fake,
over this shit for years.
and we've been
all right.
waking you people up for years.
But you have
Same-
no
same as
facts,
I.
right? You say stuff like that, but your facts
That's you.
fall.
You don't have facts for outer space. The
No,
whole
but-
thing is a
and
deception.
let's be honest, though,
videotape
everybody-
The
Yeah, wake
entire thing
everybody
is
up.
a mass brainwashing
You can't prove
hypnosis.
shit. You
Wait,
can't
I'm
prove
not
it.
so sure we can't. What phone am I on?
You can't prove it. You can't touch
We're in
it,
the
feel
void.
it, hold it. Here it is. Take that bitch.
If that's true,
Nobody
what's
can prove
Mandela
shit,
effect,
dude. We're
Austin?
all fooled. Get over it.
Wait, what did you say, Mitch? I don't
If
know.
I
You
knew that,
speaking an hour. Hold on.
I'd be pretty fucking smart, wouldn't I?
I was just gonna ask Austin what a
Wait,
Mandela
wait,
effect
hold on.
is.
What did you say,
Nobody
Mitch?
knows. I don't know what it is. I
Shit,
can't
dude.
explain
Wait, hold
it.
on. He's talking real quick.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
Mitch with the Mandela effects. Let's bring
Hold
that
on,
bitch
Mitch.
in too. We can't touch it. We can't even prove it.
We're in the
Nothing.
void.
That's
Well,
what proves
I
we're in a
just heard
computer
can't even prove
simulation,
it, period.
holographic fucking
Hey,
simulation.
hey, Austin, hold on. This guy's talking.
I'll
Hold on.
bring all my
Respectfully.
shoes and my glasses.
Wolfie.
if I have to.
Hold on, bro.
I just
get it.
heard.
Go ahead, Mitch.
I just heard Austin bring up the Mandela effect a lot, and so I was just curious of his perspective about after his last statement about all it's all hogwash or whatever he said. You know, what his thoughts on what the Mandela effect is.
I think the Mandela effect is
check
a
that link
cause
in
from the
chat.
programmer that's programmed this place that we live in. And so the programmer is making changes, and thousands of people all at the same time are noticing the same exact changes. So it can't be a
You have
conspiracy theory. It's
you have a
impossible.
theory
It's
on how the
impossible. It's
changes
impossible
occur?
for it
Let
to
him
be a
finish.
conspiracy theory
No,
when
no,
everyone's
go on and on.
experiencing the fucking same thing.
I'll get him.
Right?
I'll get them. You good? Do you have
No,
a
you're not
theory
gonna
on
get
how
anybody.
they're changing it? On
Theory
how
means
they're
not knowing. I know
Yes.
things and
Yeah.
I don't know things.
Yes, yes, yes. I know what a
Okay.
theory is. Thank you. I have a fucking computer. Do you have a theory on how the masters are racing and changing
This
our
is
shit? I
live
got
right
a
here.
couple of them.
No, man. I mean, I could speculate all day and I could
That's
come
what I'm
up with
asking. Do you
theories,
have
but
a
at
speculation?
the end of the
Yes, I'm
day, I
asking.
don't
That's
know
what I
shit.
was asking you. That's what I was
I don't
asking
know.
you.
I don't know, Joe.
It's the same
Here we
thing.
go.
At the end of the day, no matter how much you
Same
learn,
thing
you
with
don't
the
know
moon.
shit.
It's the same thing with
So-
everything.
That what Gabe
Nobody
has
knows.
up right now. You said it's
Exactly.
difficult to prove space exists. There's a 24-hour live stream of the ISS that's in outer space.
What you're
right
looking
now.
at right
Do you
now is
believe that?
computer generated
because,
images. And if you go on NASA's
Yeah.
website, if you look deep
Look
into
at
their
that
website,
shit, bro.
it will tell you that all of their measurements are made from a plane surface.
Okay.
And they
Yeah.
Photoshop.
I've been doing this
shit.
for over
You
a
know that.
decade,
Yeah,
Joe.
they already said
Me
that.
too. I've not a decade,
I know,
but
but
I've
and you're
heard
still in the, you're
I've
still
heard the
you're still
plane
stuck in the
surface, and you're
delusion.
wrong about that one too. You just keep repeating that, right?
You're
Because you
still
fall
stuck
short
in
on
the
facts.
delusion.
You threw out that NASA
Joe.
says they were taken from a plane surface. That is not fucking
NASA
true.
means to
NASA
deceive.
has
NASA
it-
means to deceive. It's right in your face. They throw the answers right in your face, and you can't even see it.
Yo, Austin, who cares, dude? It doesn't matter, bro. Let
You
it go.
think a good
Who cares? I care because they're hiding God. That's the entire point.
No,
Oh,
That's the
people
reason
are
why
gonna
they created.
find it
That's
if they
what. That's
want
the
it.
reason why the fallen one created outer space was to make all of you think that you're monkeys on a floating spinning
You
ball in
think
a
they-
vacuum,
yo,
and you're
the
completely
creator made everything.
insignificant. You're completely insignificant when in
Austin,
all
bro,
actuality
I'm
you're
telling you,
not
bro.
insignificant.
He
I'm
think
his
he's the
side.
only one who knows the truth, man. That's
You don't
why,
know
by
the
the
truth.
way,
You haven't
Austin.
spoken any truth so far.
Here,
so.
let me speak something right now.
Go ahead.
The only reason that that you make these statements and must immediately get scalloped rather than face the truth or follow a line of shit you
I'm
got to
telling you the
change.
truth.
Excuse me, I'm still talking. And that's another thing you'd have to do
All right,
too.
Paul.
You'd
All right,
have
Paul.
to really not take on any new information, be unwilling to hear any new thing.
That's actually completely false. It's the opposite. I'm completely
No,
open-minded.
you know what it is?
Yes, but you got to do that, man, right? In order for you to feel special, which is what you do, to feel superior
I don't
to
care
people.
about feeling
Because
special,
if
Joe.
someone actually, if you took in new
You're
knowledge,
not going
you
to
realize
psychoanalyze
that
me.
you're
You're not going to
just a regular
psychoanalyze
guy.
me, Joe.
I
You're not going
just
to
did.
psychoanalyze me.
You talked
Here's
over me because, like I said, you must. But I just did.
Yes.
All right, buddy.
My
I don't-
turn. My turn. I have to say this. So, the Shadow Buddha brought it up earlier about Mitch, praying to Mitch and Machine. He was saying like, I'll add this to my 2 cents. Like Mitch is one of the best at being critical, like critical thinking on
Mitch?
people. Like
Oh, hell yeah.
he's good at pulling things out. However, Buddha had mentioned, I don't know if you go outside, he said maybe Mitch could being more tactful can help. And I can see that with and I'm not trying to be a dick, but like with Austin, because you say you're open-minded and I think you are too, but your tact sometimes, because you've attacked me and assumed that I was thinking about the flat. I'm a glober or whatever, when just because I brought something up. So it's like, do you see how one could see, like, bro, like your tact sometimes, Austin, with especially because I know you're passionate about the flat Earth.
Yeah, I like
the whole
it. I'm willing
dynamic
to
stuff.
talk to you
Yeah.
about all that shit.
You know, sometimes I step over the line. I realize that, and that's just me. That's me. Part of it's me being passionate, and part of it's just me having, being fed up. I'm just fed up with this shit, bro. I've been doing this for fucking so many years. It gets old.
I know. Awesome.
I know, but some of us haven't been studying like that. Do you think we're just dumb, or you think it's just we don't know? So like, what's the point of being like kind of rude to people just because
like
they don't get
it
it?
comes off like you're superior and you're just tired of people who don't understand the truth like you do.
Well, even if he does think that, I'm saying like that's just, he can feel like that, but it's just the way like my
It's
Chicago
gonna come
boy
off
said,
as arrogance.
it's your tone, fam. It's your tone, fam. Sometimes it's like
Keep the tone down, bro. Talk to
And I totally understand, Gabe. You can have those thoughts and still with a
Yeah, I
big
know.
ass and couth about it.
right. Because I want to hear what he just said about hiding God. That just seems hella interesting.
That's
Go
more
ahead.
interesting to
How do
me.
you
That's when I
Austin,
discovered
what do you
God.
mean about that?
When I came to the realization in 2017, I came to the realization that all that space shit is bullshit. And I had I guess you can call it a spiritual experience, whatever. But I stayed up for 2 or 3 days because I was like, where the fuck am I at? This entire time I thought we had Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, all the fucking shit, right? I studied it. I went through college. I studied astronomy. And the entire thing is bullshit. It is so hard to get through to people because that's the first thing they shove in your face from kindergarten is outer space and floating balls and vacuums and all this brain. And so we get deeply indoctrinated at a young age. That's when they get us. And then it just repeats the cycle. So the teachers that are teaching us, they don't know any better. They've only known what they've been taught. It starts at a very high level.
Okay, Austin, if you're right there, you got to do better at getting your point across. You're telling me that these people are teaching their thing, and when it comes to you teaching your thing, all you say is it's messed up. They don't know. They tricked you. Wait.
Okay.
What I'd like to have you do is give me some facts to compete with theirs. For instance, how high is the moon? How far is the sun?
So, Joe, when you research like I've done for years, you come to a point where you realize that you don't know shit. You don't know anything. And that's when you humble yourself and become completely honest. And so
if you don't know shit, how you know they're wrong?
And so there's this thing called the Antarctic Treaty, right?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so the United Nations, all the major countries around the entire
Antarctica
planet. You take the word off of take the letter T off of planet, and you get plane, which is flat, right? So they tell you right in your face.
Plane. So anyway,
but so the entire United Nations has a treaty saying it's against the fucking law for you to travel to a certain place. Why would all governments around this place say that it's against the law for you to travel? If you're a free person, why can you not travel to Antarctica without violating the Antarctic Treaty, which is a fucking criminal offense?
Did you read the treaty? Because
there's a reason. You want to know why? Because that's
before you do that, before you tell us, hold on, before you tell us that, well, you already did it, but like, let's see some reasons why, and then you can say what you feel. Hold on. One reason would be like, it could be that what you said, but it also could be because it could be a psyop on top of a psyop. So we do talk about it. So we do talk about it when there's other shit that we can put our attention to.
And I think it is a psyop on the top of a psyop, but I'm trying to get people to the first level. And then once you see that that's a psyop, then you get to the next level and realize it's all just a fucking holographic projection. And that's why we have deja vu and fucking Mandela effect and everything that doesn't make sense that we can't wrap our minds around.
Now, who's the god you're talking about in that scenario?
It's the programmer. It's the programmer of the simulation that's controlling all the zeros and ones. It's the programmer of the simulation.
So an actual human?
I don't know what it is. I'm not arrogant. I don't understand what it is. I just know. I know that it's something above our mind. If I created a fucking video game, I'm not gonna let the characters in the video game know my name is Austin Murphy, right?
Well, I mean, it depends, bro. Like according to the 5% Nation, like God is man. God is a man, not like a real man.
And you did. Yeah. He did. He put his name in the game already. He's in the game right now. He's playing. If you think about it.
Okay, Joe, cool.
Well, I'm still thinking about the treaty. It does not say that. They agreed that they would not make manufacturers businesses anything that would ruin the environment. You are free to travel there.
Go to the United Nations website. It's .gov.
I'm not fixing to.
Okay.
And do what?
You know,
and do what? What?
I'll do it go in the middle of that bitch.
I'll go if it proves what. It's gonna say what I just said.
Outskirts, but
it's against the law to travel to another land. Why did all the governments across the entire world
he's spinning again
come together and agree that it's illegal? It's against the law to travel to another fucking.
It's like retarded or something.
Isn't that interesting?
What's up, Rag?
Doesn't make you think
Rag
at all.
Loffer, come up here, brother.
It does, but I think
You
it's all a
engage me to
delusion,
defend
bro. I
another
think it's a
man.
bunch of bullshit because none of us
Reg
ever
another
have
reg.
done it. Like, what are we gonna do? We're going to Antarctica, bro. Let's go surfing.
Google says it's not illegal, and then they say check the Antarctic Treaty. It's not illegal. There are environmental regulations, which is what I told you. Check the Antarctic Treaty. That is exactly what I just told you.
Yeah, but Joe, you know, dude, if you pulled up on a boat around there, they're coming out with guns, kid. You
That's
know
what
that,
people
bro.
say,
Come
but
on.
it's 2025 and 2026.
But I've
and I
never
haven't
been there.
seen
We got a puppy.
any of the video. I've seen video
Right.
of
I
every
just got a German
crazy
Shepherd.
thing in the world. I haven't seen
Cool.
a video
Very
of the
cute.
police turning
Yeah,
no one around
he's-
from an ice wall yet. Why not? Don't
not
nobody
fine.
want to make money? No
Oh, you
people don't
go.
like money.
She's on her
I'm
period.
with you.
That's a big sis.
I agree.
A big sis. That's what I'm talking about. That dog life. By the way, we got a guest. We got a visitor.
Fucking toilet paper. Sorry.
That's all good. We got a visitor.
People be okay. Because I know I'm not. As a real nigga with feminine energy, I am not okay with that.
The little boy, Hurricane Pearl. What's up, Rocky Shepherd, Mr. Rocky Shepherd? Look, he's trolling. Look at that shit.
There's a T.
Come on, dog.
If you rearrange the letters, it says Satan.
Does it?
NPC.
Yes, it does. The red line and the white
Yes,
line
a
that
T?
cross each other is a T,
That's a
and,
T.
and you could rearrange it to Satan.
Oh, they're
Also, the
trolling.
red lines, the red lines are a serpent's tongue. That's a snake.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's 666.
And
It feels like that.
And they always say launch
NPC.
T minus.
Oh, I got you, Pearl.
NPC. Can you
What-
play the stream that Flow State uploaded earlier? So we
Play
all
the
can-
stream? Oh,
Yeah.
hell no. I'll watch it maybe later.
$30.
Yeah, exactly. For the, hey, yeah, by the way, hey, y'all niggas
I
didn't
just
give me
wanna
like
laugh, bro.
buy me a coffee, bro. Come on. I'm thirsty out here.
Buy you a
Not
coffee.
like not in that way, not in the Pearl way, but in some Skrilla, bro. Hit me, buy me a coffee. My fucking Cash App's not coming back till May, so fuck motherfucking OTW and those bitch
Man,
asses.
don't buy other man coffees.
Yeah. I don't have that. Yeah. I'm in
You don't have PayPal?
Taiwan. That they don't really work well in Taiwan.
Damn.
PayPal.
See, I only got PayPal, bro.
It's all good, though.
Send you some.
It's all good, bro. Yeah, but the link is right there to buy me a coffee. Y'all hit me up on that shit.
Yeah.
If
Yes,
you don't buy
support
him
the
a
brother.
coffee, we're blocking
He really needs
everybody. That's a wrap.
PayPal me, I'll
Exactly.
send
But
it to
yeah,
Gabe
play,
for a
play the
small
video,
transaction
NPC,
fee.
please. Play the
Jesus Christ.
No, we're kicking you out first. Get out of
Where's
here.
Texas Blue, anyway, by the way? What'd you say, Pearl?
I got a text.
What'd you say?
Play
You want me
the
to
video,
play
please.
the?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that video? Oh, you mean the one where you're spurging?
Hey,
That's-
stop
No, wait,
abusing your
yeah,
dog.
the one that Flow State
Oh my
uploaded earlier in the premium.
Oh, it's not a live stream, is it?
No, it's
Okay, let me see.
Chuck, the one with Chuck's profile on it,
All
on
right,
the
let me
video
see.
side, not on the live side.
All right. He says premium. I'm not a member anymore.
Yeah, like he uploaded a
Think
short
we're
stream
balling?
earlier. That shit was funny, bro. Like I said, my ribs was hurting that I couldn't laugh. Otherwise, my mom would have heard me, and I would have been busted.
Well, laugh the
Just
fuck
a
out.
short. It's a video.
Yeah,
Oh, this one. I'll play it for a second. Yeah, for sure.
the one with Chuck's profile on it.
Yeah. As long as you don't get fired up, you're not gonna try to hurt somebody and shit. with this
Yeah,
shit.
don't hurt your ribs. Holy shit.
Oh, dude, I couldn't.
Chuck, if you're watching this, the only way for me to forgive you is for you to pull your pants down and show me your penis.
What? Oh hell no! Come on, nigga.
That
God.
was some gay shit. That was
What are you
funny.
doing?
What
You're
the
better
fuck?
than that. Come on, bro. You're supposed to be my boy. You're supposed to be like, how am I supposed to?
Someone
Come on,
has to say. Someone has to say, bro. Someone has to say.
The fuck?
Someone has to say.
Chuck, if you're watching this, the only way for me to
Oh,
forgive
dude,
you
that,
is for you to
that
pull
was
your
a
pants
great
down and
one.
show me your penis.
They're down already. I got news for you.
Just Chuck like it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Joe's like, yeah.
Not only tears were coming out of me, but
You work it hard.
but boogers were coming out of me
He
too.
said, take them toddy. He said, take them toddy whities out.
Parallel.
It's for you to pull your
Oh
pants
my
down
God.
and show me. Like I said, Chuck, if you're watching this, the only way for me to forgive you is for you to pull your pants down and show me your penis.
Joe Cool, did he get his black card taken away for that shit?
The way Joe was,
Oh fuck!
the way Chuck was
I
laughing,
think
bro.
he
That
also
was
said he
priceless.
was bad.
Oh, yeah, Austin left on that shit. He made Austin leave for that.
He said he was bisexual too.
Yo, Gabriel.
You're
when I said it
bisexual,
was a
Harold,
good
now?
one-
Your character?
Gabriel.
Kelly
Just
Jimenez
because
is
I have
not gay.
feminine energy,
He's a
that
real
doesn't
nigga.
make me bisexual.
Say again?
Okay, you mean you do gay for pay doesn't make you gay? You're saying with your comedy?
I mean, it depends.
Well, think
They
about
can
it.
say whatever they want. But all I know is
Not
I'm
you,
not gay.
Wolfie.
If I were, I would have told y'all straight up.
If you were, you wouldn't be allowed on this panel. I only got one spot is reserved for 10th man. That's about it. He's pushing it.
Or Max is the next one too, and he was here.
You think so, Wolfie? Go ahead, Wolfie. Tell me a reason why.
They think I'm gay.
No,
here we go.
Gay, bro. That was some
It's okay,
weird
man.
shit, bro.
What?
Take your pants down,
Tell
bro.
us
That
why.
was some weird shit, bro.
You're right. It's weird, but
gay.
Not only that was the second part of that, Wolfie. You said
Someone
show
has
him
to
his
say, bro.
penis.
Someone has to say, bro.
Somebody got to say it.
Because I want to know why.
Because Joe Cool will
those
say
women-
it. Gabriel
why
will
those
say it.
women They'll flirt back at
Maybe
Chuck.
Rocky will say it, but I don't think so. No, but
Does Chuck have a big dick? That better be the reason why these women
What?
submitting to him. That better be the reason, bro.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead.
I said, like, does Chuck has a big dick or not? That better be the reason why these women just flirt back at him. That's all I want to know. If that's the
That
case,
was
I
some
respect
gay
these
shit,
women.
bro.
I understand. But if y'all submitted to him because he's a good guy, nah. Y'all niggas tripping.
No,
Y'all
it
niggas
doesn't
tripping,
matter,
bro.
dude. That was some gay shit.
Talking about.
No, whatever,
Look at
bro.
Rocky.
Well, all I let y'all know,
We'll
it's
defer
not gay
to the
shit.
elder.
It's called the truth.
No,
And
you
the
say
truth
some
is,
shit like that,
women-
you get snuffed in the face, bro. That's all I gotta
Yeah,
say.
by who? By who? Exactly.
If you say
Exactly.
that shit around me, you get snuffed in the face, bro.
Will you ever get the chance?
Yeah, pull
Yeah,
my
exactly.
pants down. You wouldn't even before you even get the pull
Nigga, you
pants
won't
down,
even
get
you won't even
snuffed.
continue talking the moment you talk like this in front of me. Because the moment you talk, it's a slap. Simple.
That's a lot of people say. I understand that,
Well, I'm not them.
but it's just like is the flirt is the earth flat or not? We can stand in the middle and we can find out. And you slap, I slap.
Yeah, well, let's see. FAFO.
Calm down.
All,
bro.
all I'm saying, all
That
I'm
was
letting
some
y'all
gay
know is
shit, though. That's all I'm gonna say. I
women-
would never say some
women-
shit like that.
women hate men that have small penises. That's all I'm saying. If y'all cannot
that's
understand
okay.
that, then I don't know what else to say.
Well, that's fine.
Women love big dick men. Women
in
love men
America,
that are good
usually
in
the
bed.
penis size is about 5 inches. So I don't know what
Take-
you're working with.
Women love men that last 8 hours in bed.
8 hours in bed. I don't think any
That's
man
right,
has ever done
8
that.
hours.
But if you can, holy shit, I raise you. I would throw rose petals.
Women want long
Shit, I
sex.
go
They
a
don't
good
want no
hour at
pussy.
least. But damn, 8? Holy shit.
Come on, you're supposed to know this too. You are a grown ass man. You're supposed to know this too.
Do you hear the violin?
Yeah, I'm
That's your
hearing.
neck getting raped.
Bro,
That's your neck getting cut, bro. That's some American shit.
yeah, even though I'm not in America, but it is what it is.
I know you're not. I can tell.
Yeah, but I've been there before,
Quite
though.
obvious. You son of a bitch.
All right, man. Whatever you say, bro.
All right, then. Shake hands. Thank you. No. Don't
So was it gay or
touch
not?
me, kiddo.
My phone dropped me. I couldn't hear nothing. Was it gay or not? What conclusion did y'all
That was
come to?
fucking gay, bro.
It was
Pull your
gay.
fucking
Yes, I
pants
couldn't
down,
tell.
bro.
Let's ask Mitch the Machine first. Mitch,
Suck
what do you
dick.
think? Was that gay, Machine? Mitch?
Maybe a little.
A little bit.
All I'm doing is saying what a real nigga would say. All I'm doing is saying what a real woman
No,
would say.
it's not. Don't
Hold on,
tell
hold
me I
on.
consider
Joe,
myself a
The
real
Machine
man.
lies.
Joe, you a real
Was that
nigga, bro.
hold
You're
on.
supposed to know this.
No,
Was that gay? Hold
a
on.
real N-word would do.
Let's go.
Seriously.
Machine lies. Excuse me,
Yeah, I
class.
think it's I need more context. The thing is that
Need more
this happened on
context.
Flow State's- This happened on Flow State's panel.
No, this happened now on the NPC Gabriel Carbo's panel too. This guy's saying a real niggas need to what?
I'm saying what a real nigga would say to a Limp Biscuit. I'm not saying nothing but the truth.
A Limp Biscuit.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
bag?
just what is being talked about at this point? Because I didn't watch the entire
He
clip.
said he wanted
Machine.
Chuck to show him.
Yeah, like,
his
what's
She's
the
like a lawyer
context?
talking like a lawyer.
He
I
wanted
need to
Chuck
know
to
the.
show him his cock.
You don't
because
want to.
Chuck
Yeah,
was
he's
bumping
smart.
all
By the way, he
women.
said that.
Exactly,
bro.
Like,
What's
I
up,
want to
bro?
know the reason
What's
why
up, bro? How's
women
it going,
flirt
bro?
back at him.
What's
I
up?
want to know.
Get up here,
and
bro.
by the way, somebody says that,
Please.
oh, there's a girl. No, hey Chuck, there's a girl.
like
Snow.
this shit.
Well,
Gabriel.
let me correct
Hold
you.
on.
Let me
He
correct
did
you.
say Limp Bizkit. I heard that.
That's fucking gay,
Snow.
bro.
Snow is whatever. Snow is
No,
not
he's a real
Chuck's
nigga
favorite.
though. He is.
Snow. This lets me know that y'all don't remember. Snow is
Oh,
not
so
Chuck's
Texas
favorite.
Blue.
Cat.
No, it's just
GPT
saying that you don't know
is
your language, and that was
Chuck's
gay. What you
favorite.
said.
Texas Blue is our favorite around here.
Well, I'm half
My
Crucian,
favorite.
half Dominican, Puerto Rican. There you go.
Okay, man. I
Oh,
respect
wow.
that. No,
That's a
I
good
heard
mix.
you here earlier, but that what you said was gay, bro. That was some weird
Yes.
shit.
Yeah, but I'm the only one that has the backbone, the guts to say it out. Since
The
these
guts.
women are not going to say it.
Oh, I bet you have the backbone and the
That's
guts.
the way to say it without
That was
sounding
gay.
gay, bro.
Yo, Mitch, come on, bro. Come on.
Someone has to say.
I mean,
if nobody's not going to say, then who
I'm
else
good,
will?
Ruck. Thanks, bro. How are you?
What up, Ruck?
What, Ruck,
I heard
dog?
you saying, hey, you know what Ruck said? That I'm scared to showed up on Flow State's panel that I was hiding here. That's why he said that, Ruck. But I've
You
been
was
here
just
the whole
on a
time.
panel with
Rock
Flow State
out.
earlier today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can we stop talking about dildos and rockets?
Rockets? What's wrong with a rocket?
Too close to the dildo.
Look at your name is Rocky.
Rockets are fake and gay.
That's homoerotic. Your name
My
is
mission is to help men be real men.
Phallic.
That's
his mission. Yo, Joe.
Zero.
His-
Yeah, Rocky's
That's
amazing,
awesome.
though. I'll give him that.
That's the movement, right, Peril?
Exactly.
Go ahead, give your mission statement, my friend, my brother.
My mission is to help men grow their dicks up so they could stop getting rejected by women. They wonder why the suicide rate is high. They wonder why the divorce rate is high. Why? Because women keep leaving y'all because y'all have a small penis. Simple.
How can men get bigger penises though? You got what you got, yo.
You gotta get.
We were talking about Mind Over Matter earlier.
God don't like Limp Biscuits. That's all I'm saying.
He said it again, Wolfie.
And for all the women that love small dick men, they're going to hell.
The Limp Biscuits.
Yeah, I said it. They're going to hell.
You like Limp Biscuit. You
Look
like
at
a biscuit
him.
with some dicks
That should
in
be
it. Okay.
That should be a sin. That should be
Who
against
said
the
that?
law.
Was that Wolfie?
I did. That should be against the law. This should be a sin.
Does it require surgery?
I think so.
I got
But what?
Austin left.
It is very
Off his
sad
back.
that women like Soul
Hold on, Austin.
Kaka dating a jobber named Tyler Bate, and nobody's
A
not saying
jobber?
nothing about it. Yeah,
That
Jobber, you
a
see the
beta
profile
male
pic?
micro penis?
You got a
Yeah,
battery.
like the guy, the profile pic that I replaced his face with mine. That's how awkward he looks. That's how awkward he looks, bro. I can't
Look
take
at
him
that shit. I
serious.
just noticed that.
I'm trying to look in. Where is it?
You see it?
Yeah, I
That
see
look
it.
like Wolfie from Zone 6 in the ATL. That will
Oh my
Vicky?
God, I thought that was my ex. I'm like, hey, hold on.
Oh yeah, Joe, you're baddie in Colorado, wherever the hell she lives.
Yes, it looked just like her. Yeah.
Yeah, that look like her, huh?
I thought it was
Anyway,
like this nigga
Thinking about the
trolling
baddie
me.
in the chat. Texas Blue, shout out to you. Yeah. Shout out
Yeah,
to
whoever
Texas
she is,
Blue.
shout out to her.
What's up, Queen?
We have a dick
But yeah, as I was
contest
saying,
the big dick contest.
Go ahead, Rocky.
what are we,
Tell him, man.
Hormaxer? What are we, Hormaxer now?
He don't want to hear the big dick. He's like Shadow Buddha. He's like, bro, can you, like it's
don't like the truth.
it's tough to listen to, bro, for some folks, right? Rocky.
Yeah.
Hey, most people are scared to hear the truth.
I agree with you there, bro.
That's
Let's
correct.
say what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is just helping you, man. I'm not being sexual or zesty. All I'm doing is just helping you, man.
What, you gotta take Viagra or something?
No.
But when you've been
Talk
brainwashed
through it
for,
up.
18
Blue
years,
Chew.
it's hard to
Golden
know
Blue
what the truth is.
Okay?
It's hard to know what the
That's what
truth
we
is when
take.
you went through an indoctrination camp your whole life.
We agree.
That's
Well,
true.
Austin
We get
did
you
the
on
same
that.
thing.
You know what you-
He got raped and he went through all the good things. Run up this hill with your butt, boy. Get up there.
Ruck, this is the
fuck
night
is
for
he
it.
talking about?
Ruck, this is the actually night for it, bro. This is a safe space to get your shit off. Yeah, it's all
Exactly.
good, bro. Yeah,
No,
it's
but
a full
true,
moon.
though. Austin's been through the same thing of being put down and made to do things and things they didn't like, and you're a piece of shit. Come on, boy, get up those stairs. Or
As I wanted to say before I
it's
got
the same
interrupted,
shit, dude.
as I wanted
Okay,
to
go ahead,
say,
bro.
I didn't say Trump. I said trauma. That's a difference. Trauma, not Trump.
That's a difference.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
saying that if you women are okay with women dating small dick men, they need trauma as a reference of they need Jesus. Because who the fuck is okay with that? Ain't no.
Yeah.
Ain't
But
no
when you
man
started
okay with
talking
that.
about this, the women left in the chat.
I would
Snow
have
and
no idea. I don't care about small dick.
Dude, it don't matter,
dudes.
dude. Don't worry about the women.
Right?
Worry about the facts.
Okay.
I
We
don't
got
care
you.
what size your
I ain't
cock
worried about him.
is.
I'm just acknowledging that, Carol.
That's you up. Yeah. No, fuck. I care.
I got
about
my woman
somebody's
down.
cock
You know,
size.
she handling business
because,
already.
just because people aren't constantly typing in chat doesn't mean they're watching. I do that a lot.
You mean
I
not
watch
watching?
I
You
watch
mean not
with
watching?
no typing. Huh?
You mean not watching? You said watching.
There are probably others that are live right now. They
Most
jump to
people-
other streams to streams.
Most people
You know how it
don't
is.
talk in chat.
No,
Most people.
no, I
just
get what
talk.
you're saying, but I just wanted him to maybe just acknowledge the fact that women won't want to hear it. But he's saying that the men, it doesn't matter what this message is to build up the men, right? From the ground up, as we say, right?
To help men grow their
From the cock up.
if they could stop getting rejected, and help
Put some
women
toothpaste
love real
on it.
men again.
I think we have to rebuild both genders.
Look at
Whoa,
the
shit.
I think it's been so
Shout out to the
toxified
Ninja
with,
Watchers.
porn and the internet, and
Oh my! Y'all think the Miz
there's
is
a lot of
real man?
reversing we have to do.
Well, that sounds like
think-
transhumanist talk a little bit. Austin,
think-
isn't that what they're trying to do? The
I
transhumanists?
don't know anything about that.
Y'all
man.
think the Miz is a real man?
I'm just saying that I think porn is bad, and I think that we could have
Yeah, it
healthier
is.
relationships
It's not bad
with
to me.
our significant others, and we could probably do
bad to me.
better.
I
Not bad
agree.
to me.
I agree with him. If you're trying to have a family, though, like and have the long-term relationship, porn is not good for most people. Pero, can you agree
It's
to
good for
that?
me. It's good for me
Well, how is it good for you?
because it is. That's what raised me. I mean, that's what
it's-
raised me.
It raised
Since
you.
Since 5 years
Since
old.
5?
I admit it.
Holy crap!
That's correct.
Younger than me.
I accidentally seen it, and it stuck
Uh-huh.
in my mind since.
How much
But I
pornos
already
do you
covered
watch a
that on
day?
one- on
How
one of
many
my
videos? How
I
many
already
videos a
addressed
day
it
do
on
you
one of
watch?
my streams. Huh?
How many clips do you watch a day in general? Porn clips
Every day.
How many?
every day.
Like a lot. Like
You watching one right now?
Yeah. After this stream, I'm going to watch more, definitely.
Okay. All right.
And the thing is, what pisses me off is they just delete the good ones. They just delete the best ones and leave the bad ones online. That's the saddest part.
Yeah, porn does suck nowadays.
Which
What
ones are the
That's
bad
one of my
ones?
big dick soldiers in the chat. J Mon, aka Montero.
Oh, that's him.
Which ones are the bad ones?
What's up, Jay?
What up, Montero?
I'm asking.
That nigga
I
has a
don't
big
like
dick, by
the
the way.
ones with the chick that's staring all in the camera and thinks she's a superstar. I don't like those. I don't like
Joe
looking at
likes
no
the
dudes.
stepmoms.
So
Joe likes the stepmoms that leave
yeah, I
earrings
tell
and
you,
they go into the bed. I know what you like.
lesbian face grind. That's where I started.
Lesbian face grind.
Try to type it in and see what happens. Yeah.
I remember in 7th grade, my neighbor showed me a magazine. It was like pregnant German women. This is 7th grade, Matt. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Pregnant German women. That's very nuanced, huh? But anyway, yeah, Naomi's butthole, aka BBC Monster, Hurricane Peril. We want to know what's the bad porn.
Yeah. What do you mean? Oh,
corn, whatever. Fucking.
You said there's good porn and there's bad stuff, so I'm trying to figure out what you classify as bad.
Because remember
What's
that I
the bad
told you
one?
about mothers and daughters porn. It seems like the daughters are the ones that do all the work, while the mothers are just messing it up while they go down on each other.
That's some good logic right there.
Someone has to say, bro.
That's
Someone
true.
has to say. And then when they want to like eat each other's you know what? The mothers they'll do it sidoways, while the daughters
Get the
they'll do it in
fuck
front of them. They'll be in
out.
front of
Yeah,
them.
make me
And
research
that's what's wrong with
it. I'm doing research, man.
Mothers don't do it properly. It seems like the daughters are the ones that do all the work.
Joe's about to
And that's
grab
the
a black
problem
and
that I have.
mild. He's like, yeah, let's do it.
Somebody claims that someone claims that you like hairy porn.
Hairy porn? Yeah, whatever.
Harry
They can
Bush
think
porn,
whatever
I
they
guess.
want.
Remind me of the old days.
You know what it is when it's Harry. Finally, when it opens up, he's like, "Oh my god."
Harry Kane Paro.
Harry Kane. I'm about to say something rude about Hurricane Ruby, but I won't say that shit anyway.
What? Oh,
You guys are sick.
Don't get me
she's
started
gone.
with that too.
Oh, I'll tell you this. You know King TL. I like that guy. If you see him, tell him to come over here sometime, bro. I would
Man,
appreciate
fuck
it,
that nigga.
Hurricane, because
For him to talk
What'd
shit
you say
about
about
me.
him?
For him to talk
What, you
shit
talking
about
shit
me.
about you? Oh, I didn't know
he
about
does.
all that.
He been in Flow State's panel yesterday talking shit about me, which I'm not.
But you guys
surprised.
were chopping it up the other day. It's
Who
all good.
was?
This is just a week ago. King TL.
I challenged this nigga to a
You don't know
fade
King TL?
on Dead Man's
Holy shit,
on
bro.
Dead Man's panel.
He's fucking hilarious.
I challenged this nigga to a fade on Dead Man's
He's
panel,
a mixed
and he turned it
mogger
down once
dude,
again.
Joe.
He turned
On
it down
Jack
once
Telcott.
again.
Okay.
Did you
Like,
go? Hey,
why are you talking shit if you know you're not going to back it up?
I don't know.
And then
HP,
he's
did you
saying-
see on Jack Telcott's panel a week ago? He started crying because he was saying that Ava, the G, and Grace and some other white streamers are racist against him and said he was ugly because he's black.
Damn.
He felt so hurt. He felt hella hurt. I was feeling for him. Yeah, we can call him a simp and all that, but like it really got to him, bro. That shit really got to him. He's like, how could you say Lalo's good looking? But then look at me. I mean, because he's like a buff dude and shit.
Grace ain't fucking black dude. She, trash. Of course she fucks black dudes. Ain't no way she's
Of course she
racist.
does.
That's why
Yeah.
she has that energy. That's why she has that energy.
Bro, I was on a Chaotic Truths panel yesterday, and the Thorpes up there. That Ben Thorpe and her, they're obsessed with race, bro, in an evil
didn't
way.
know that.
And
No,
it's
They were just
disgusting,
like
too.
talking about like these stereotypes of like calling black people ooga boogas, and
Yo,
it was
Gabriel,
like
How
it
many
was weird.
I mean,
as shit.
it's a thing. Just talking about it don't make it bad because if you
No,
think
the way
back
he was
to
doing it was
Mickey Mouse
crazy.
days, yeah, depending on how you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Wolfie. What did you say? That those dogs are giving us peace playing around.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
but matter of
assuming
fact,
that's
well, I'll
all
say
I
this:
can see is the dog.
Chaotic Truth had his panel. It was called "Why Is Your Dog Gross?" and he was saying that like how dogs are so awful and all this shit, and people that have them. And I was like thinking like just because, I like Chaotic Truth. I was like, just because I respect him, just because you got traumatized for a dog. Just to label people with dogs, like, oh, look at my dogs, look at my beautiful puppies right there, bro. Oh, yeah, let me take that
Finally,
shit.
you
out,
got it.
I'm
NPC,
Look at that.
finally.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's Trinity, 9-year-old. There's Junior, 5 years old, and then that's Dream on the right. 2 years old. That's my dog. That's my dog.
This is Ruger right here. I just got him about 2 weeks ago.
Look at him.
He's a full German
ready.
Shepherd. His mom is 90 pounds. His dad is 110. And I got him. So I got him, and I got my pit bull right here. I've had for 6 years. She's been the best thing. She never hurts anyone or anything or nothing.
You got a camera, man.
My buddy just got a big ass.
She's been really good with the puppy.
My buddy just got a big.
She's doing really good with her.
And named him Ruger. He weigh about 100 pounds.
I don't leave him alone when I leave the place, but you know.
I heard you, Joe.
They're getting
I could
there.
show a picture of that big old motherfucker, man. Look,
it's a black one.
That. Yeah,
like
black
all black.
Shepherd, and he named him Ruger.
Yeah, his mom looks like.
Wait a minute.
I got him out here.
Did you just hear what he just said? Yo, did you hear what he just said? He said that his friend has a black German, and he named him Ruger as well.
Who said that?
I did. My friend has a black Shepherd, and he named him Ruger too, and he's big black at about 80 pounds.
I have to come back in. I can't hear. I have to come back in.
Okay, that's wild, bro.
That's ain't that crazy?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, the sad thing
Mandela
is
effect.
about German Shepherds, they don't live that long. That's the sad part.
Yeah, they got the joint problems too, right? The way they be walking.
Yep. They don't last very long. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
we were saying
if Google is smart enough, where I can just type in dog.
Say it again. Tell Austin what you just said. He didn't hear you before.
Oh, Austin, I was saying that my friend just recently got a Shepherd before I left Colorado. He named him Ruger, and he's a big ass Shepherd. I don't know, 80, 90 pounds or some shit. Big fucking dog.
Yeah, he's gonna be a big boy. It was kind of synchronicity the way that I figured out his name, because I had no plans of his name. And then all of a sudden the thought popped into my mind, Ruger. And I get back to my my apartment complex where I live, and there's this lady, and she's like, "Oh, I've always wanted a black German Shepherd, and I wanted to name him Ruger." And I was like, "Damn, I was just thinking that."
Facts.
It's a good name.
It's a cool name. It's a cool name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We got a comment from Shadow Buddha. He said, Gabe, dogs were domesticated by us and are the oldest companions with humans. Yeah. Without dogs, we wouldn't have been as great hunters and able to ward off bigger predators. We were hunters-gatherers. That's true.
What about
and also,
cats?
too, the dogs became masters of human nature, trying to get good with man. Right?
What about cats?
Yeah,
I mean, cats are cool, too, but like, dogs are...
part of the
They're
pack.
very
cats are like, fuck you. Dogs are part of the pack immediately.
Yeah, I think he might be. I think he might have a little wolf in him, because I got him out in the fucking middle of nowhere in the country in Colorado.
That's my man in Colorado, and everybody stops and be like, "Is that a wolf?"
Yeah, I got
this
him out
is
in the middle
crazy
of
what
nowhere.
you're saying, bro. He like, yeah, buddy, you think he a wolf?
I think Joe's so high that Austin Murphy's actually the friend he's
Are you
talking
talking about in Colorado?
The dogs in Colorado, back in Chicago. They
just had a whole litter over here. They're all good puppies.
Yeah, I don't.
Joe, Austin Murphy's that friend. You're just so like high on your mind.
He's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I forgot.
Right now, I'm telling you right now, that's not a wolf. There's not. I highly doubt that.
You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know.
Yeah.
I have pictures of the mom and dad, and the mom literally looks like a fucking wolf, dude. It's all she's all black, and like she doesn't look German Shepherd. She looks wolf.
We'll just say what you told me. You said Great Danes are huge. They are huge, super huge.
That's what she said.
Blue
super friendly. Yeah, they are too.
Blue had a Great Dane. He died, I don't know, about a year ago or something. But
I bet she was even past 8 years old, right? How old was he? Like he was young, right?
No, it was a big. I guess they're all big. But she'd had him since I met her, so the dog was at least 5 years. Because we know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They don't tend to last that long, but they're sweet. They're sweet.
Yeah,
look at Scooby Doo.
Dogs are awesome.
Yeah, Scooby. Yeah, big like Scooby.
Marmaduke, the big old Marmaduke too.
The dog head would be on the counter in the kitchen and shit.
What's the biggest dog you guys have?
I've had a lot of opportunities to get dogs.
Corso Mastiff.
Cane Corso.
Yeah, I was gonna get a Presa Canario.
That's
I like Presses.
I had a Rottweiler pot German Shepherd. It was 85 pounds and it had a skinny ass. Fucking bigger than
Skinny
But you ask him to back it up.
No,
Is
no,
that
I'm
skinny?
serious. He had that, and he had a nub. He cut the tail off. It was just
Uh-huh.
like literally, it was like fucking 8 inches, maybe 9. Is like his whole back, but up front he was.
I'm gonna clip that.
Well, you know what I'm saying. But
I
dude,
know, I was
every
fucking
time
with
I
you,
had a
Wolfie.
problem with somebody, I'd have him by the collar or on the leash. I'd let him go, and they just run away. Every time I got jumped, he'd bite motherfuckers, dude. And I loved it. Dude, it was great.
That sounds like that's a beef hog dog.
This
Yeah.
fucking
There you
this
go.
little German Shepherd I got, he has all the good qualities that I would want in a dog. He has confidence. He has confidence. When you look in his eyes, you can tell he's intelligent. He's not a dummy. He barks at bigger dogs immediately. He barks at he barks not like my pit bull. My pit bull has never done that, and she's the silent, but she'll fucking kill you.
Those dogs are scary. The silent ones. The
why
ones
would
that
you?
bark are just doing their job to alert you. The ones that are quiet and let you get up. Oh no, those are scary.
I wanted a good mixture. I wanted a, because some people are completely one way for pit bulls or completely other way for shepherds. So I wanted to like diversify. You know what I mean?
100% tariff on brand name pharmaceuticals. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean
I feel bad for Mama.
Trump puts 100% tariff on brand name pharmaceuticals produced abroad? Okay.
What do you say? What would you say the reason why you like the fact that Ruger barks at the bigger dogs?
Because it shows that he has confidence at a really young age. You can hear him right now clicking.
Yeah, I heard earlier.
He exerts a lot of confidence, and that's good. That's good. That's what I want. I don't want him to be. I don't want him to be a skittish little bitch, huh?
What was the third thing? I didn't hear you say the third thing because you said confidence. First thing you said was shit.
Yeah. So the first thing I said was, he barks at strange dogs. He barks at bigger dogs. He doesn't hesitate. He's not skittish. He's confident.
Right.
And I mean, those are just fucking good qualities in a dog.
Yeah. That's for a human too. Depending on the human.
And he looks like you could look a dog in their eyes and tell if they're fucking dumb or not. And he looks smart.
You're right.
He's smart.
You're right too.
He's a smart fucker, dude. Since I've had him for 2 weeks, he's a smart fucker.
2 weeks. That's all you had. That's cool.
2 weeks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know when you
As I
look
was
a dog
saying,
in the eyes, they're locked in, bro.
look a dog in the eyes. What?
Check this out. Man's Best Friend. Remember this movie?
I guess I'll never finish my point.
Check this out.
Yeah, take a piss.
The fuck? The fuck are we watching, bro?
That's Acid. Remember that movie about the Rottweiler dog?
It does look familiar.
Never seen that movie in my life.
You never seen that movie?
No. So that is his weapon, peeing on people.
Yeah, that's one of the weapons. They mixed their Rottweiler with a hawk and like a, I don't know how they got the acid, but they had like a shark, and they made this military like beast dog, and that was like, yeah. So
if that was a human doing that shit, the movie would have been canceled the next day.
Oh, do you like those movies, bro? No, wait, I'm not gonna get back on that shit.
Bro, a year ago, I had the most perfect dog. It was a Belgian Malinois German Shepherd mix, 50-50, and it was a beautiful fucking dog. And I trained it and did everything, and then I broke up with my girlfriend, and I let her take the dog.
You took it, yeah. Do you ever keep tabs on them?
No,
Pitbull, right?
Yeah.
Really. No,
yeah, because
Belgian Malinois German Shepherd mix.
Okay.
Yeah, because that sounds like an amazing dog. Because I was with a woman for like almost 10 years, and we had a dog. Like we got a dog like maybe 6 years into our relationship. And I remember when we broke up, she took the dogs, right? And then I just found out like a year ago, one of them finally passed away. And I hit me. I was like, "Damn, bro, that was a good little." It was like Italian Greyhound.
It's a fucking living soul, dude.
Yeah, as a kid, bro. I mean, people like joke, "Oh, it's not a kid." Yeah, for some of us, that's family. It's family, bro. They have the mind of a
I
kid.
don't have any kids. I've never been married. These are my kids.
Well, I have
Pitbull, my German Shepherd, bro.
no.
Oh, my
Well, I have a son, but these are my kids as well. These, of course, my son takes precedence for sure, but these still guys are not far behind right here. You know what I mean? That's the family.
I had a beagle for about 16 years. Died a few days ago. I love that dog.
I'm sorry about that, Joe.
Yeah.
16?
I could relate.
100 years.
Yes,
Holy
which is
shit.
crazy, right? And we had him since he was
16 years,
a puppy.
bro.
And we had him since we got him off the nipple. So we had him the whole time. So he was part of the family.
Tell us a story about him. Remember, I think you told us one about him sniffing something out or something.
I was about to tell you what that
Yeah,
story
tell us about that. Go ahead, Joe.
So I taught the dog to smell dope early on, and I would win dopes or get win bets or get free dope by telling the motherfucker the dog can find a pack, and it was a little trick I used to do, and then no, he'll bring it to me and I'll give it back to him. And like, oh my God, that's
okay,
incredible.
Right.
But everywhere I go now, he would do that, sniff out people's ass and bring them to me, Joe. So we'd be out there talking. I'd be like, who got the paper bag? Who got the potato bag? Because the dog keep bringing niggas jobs, Joe.
That's hilarious.
Hey, you're the greatest dog. Thanks, man. I'm leaving. Don't tell your dad.
Holy crap.
That's funny, bro.
Rocky, where's Rocky?
They
Did he
are
leave?
family, though.
Oh, he left, huh? Wow, I can't believe it. Rocky left. Usually he like sets it up. But all right. Pero, are you still good on this? Are we good on this? Right here, you got out your system.
Oh my God! Because there's a reason why. Hold on. Before you pause. Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, I want to
I have my
see
turn
if
to
it's
talk.
gay or not.
I have my turn
Is it
to
gay?
talk. Hold on.
I thought that's
I
why
have my
Austin
turn to
left
talk.
earlier.
Can I finish
No,
my
I'm
point?
here.
You have to clear his fucking
Can you hear
name
me?
right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on.
Sorry, I'm talking.
Go ahead,
I
Pearl.
was talking to my neighbor friend.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But this how I know that you guys does forget. Since y'all saying that Snow is Chuck's favorite, nah, Snow is not Chuck's favorite.
I
Cat
never said that
GBT
anyway,
is.
but go ahead.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean?
You see? That's how I know y'all forgot. That's how I know y'all forgot.
I remember you said that. Yeah, no, but what do you mean by that? Can you unpack that, please?
I'm never even
Favorite.
consider who Chuck's favorite is.
Yeah,
I'm
give me
not
some
even part
light.
of
Cat
this
GBT,
conversation.
and he could tell you himself.
What?
Cat is
Open
my
AI
favorite.
system?
Yeah.
Well, it don't matter.
That
She loves Kevin. Everyone knows that shit. So no
Who's
matter
Kevin?
who they like.
Yeah, who
You
the
know,
who the
Marathon
fuck is
Kid.
Kevin?
He's gonna get Kevin
You mean
hurt,
Kevin
y'all.
Owens?
I mean Kevin Hart,
Owens,
nigga. Marathon Kid, bro.
What? I thought Marathon
You
Kevin
didn't know that
is
shit?
already taken.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Oops.
Hey, I get it. Listen, Marathon Kev is a real nigga. I can
For
understand.
sure, he is. Yeah. He's not
we all
sipping
know
either.
his dick huge. We all know his dick huge. So shout out to you.
Holy shit, he got a PP?
That's the truth. That's the truth. I could see why.
Okay.
That's a real nigga right there. Resto Chesto.
Where you at, kid?
Another real
Yeah,
nigga.
that shit.
You are
Real
gay, bro.
nigga.
Facts. I'm just
Hey,
saying.
just give him a prop,
That's
bro.
why she love him. I told y'all,
How
women
do
love
you know
big
what
dick
his
men.
dick size is, bro?
That's true.
That is gay.
Women, it's not gay. It's
You
called
like this?
fact.
You
That
tell
is
me.
gay.
It's called the truth.
Come on here,
The
boy.
truth. What is the
Football or
truth?
soccer or something, bro? I don't know, but that is weird. That's gay.
You could call me a sucker all you want, but all I'm saying is the truth.
No, I
That's
said
it.
soccer, not a sucker. I
Wait.
wouldn't call you a sucker.
Hey, Austin has his neighbor friend over there, lady. I hope he doesn't have it on speakerphone. Heard that shit?
No, she's over at her place. She lives right across from me.
Okay, I'm about to say shit. That shit was funny. She was like, "What are you listening to?"
No, I've showed her this shit, and I'm not sure what she thinks about it. She probably thinks I'm fucking crazy. I've been on a couple panels
And
while
also-
she's been around.
Also,
I mean, yeah.
White
y'all-
boy, you crazy?
do y'all see The Miz as a real man? The Miz,
the wrestler?
The Miz. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know much about him, but I think he
You know
is.
what I'd like to ask you?
Yeah.
Do you see yourself as a real man instead of crying like a little bitch?
What
Oh,
the fuck does the Miz? What the
God
fuck does
damn.
Maurice sees in
No,
him.
dude, you be quiet.
And whoever
Gabriel,
asks
he's
me
been
that,
ignored you,
only a
Wolfie.
real
shit
bitch
all
project.
day.
Only a real bitch calls somebody a bitch when they tell the truth.
Okay.
And I'm telling
But
the
yeah,
truth.
anyways.
What are you mad about, bro? Who gives a fuck what people think? You know
what
who
does
you
Marie
are, bro. Who
see
gives
in
a
Miz?
fuck?
Like
Fuck
I said,
these
if we don't stand up on relationships like this, it's going to
Yup.
keep happening. It's bad enough that
Mm.
CM Punk and AJ Lee are still together till this day. How the fuck
Oh, you
that
talking
shit
about
doesn't
wrestling
bother
and
y'all?
shit.
Who the fuck cares?
Yo,
Exactly, bro.
Oh,
You're
man.
a man, motherfucker.
this is why. Yo, this is why the men are. This is why the men are. Why we need the movement because Paul
They
Perro.
got boobs.
I guess
They
so.
got
We
boobs.
need motherfuckers like that to look out for
Niggas got
everybody.
titties and shit.
How
I
the
ain't
fuck are
paying
y'all not
attention to
offended
none of
over
this shit.
relationships like that?
Children watch WWE.
My last thought when Kevin showed me his
grown men watch
man,
UFC.
Kev has
so
probably
you
got a really
catch
big
up,
cock, man.
You gotta catch up.
That's
Oh, you hear that? I think you're right. He watches both, Austin.
Holy shit.
Play the video now.
My
NPC.
ninja. Stop.
You say please if you gotta order me around at least give me a kiss.
Now
at
you have
least,
my
guy.
permission.
Pause.
In case if you didn't heard me.
I have your
Well,
permission. Okay, thank you. Oh, he's trying to take cover for me. I appreciate that.
Power games.
Yeah.
Power games.
I just showing manners. That's all.
Yeah, power game for sure. Power exchange.
He's starting to do that laugh.
Why is everybody wearing a cowboy hat and shit?
That's what most people are doing on here. NPC are playing power games because they can't get power
I
in
agree on
real
Paul
life,
on
so
that.
they come to here.
Right.
Isn't it fascinating? Yeah.
There's a lot of people that do that for sure. I have to admit though, it is some. As a streamer, I'll be transparent. It is nice to have power, but I try to be what they call it, malevolent. Benevolent. Sorry, Freudian slip right there.
Right, Freudian slip.
Fuck it.
Yo,
Yeah,
Gabriel, you're a real
benevolent.
motherfucker, man. You just let
Thank
people
you, bro.
speak them on, and you keep the truth, bro. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. You're a real motherfucker,
The
and you try to
truth.
be real as you can, man. And that's
Yeah.
that's all we can ask.
Real
for,
recognize real. That's what it
you
is.
try
Up and
hard.
down like 6
Absolutely, yeah.
o'clock, baby.
Game
Let's
recognized
go.
game. In the baby.
Never heard a guy ask him about cancer.
area.
I mean,
There you go.
In
the Beta, Rhode Island.
This would be happening to you. Where the fuck's
I'm
my
from the
oxygen
707.
tank at?
I don't want to get.
Oh, you from the VALLEJO.
Well, fuck 'em. Let's go.
HILL side down.
Side show.
There you go. Spin straight game all
Hell yeah, I'm from
now.
707, homie.
Fairfield.
Put on your,
Ooh, I used to have
hey, put on your
yeah,
little
Fairfield.
hat. Shut the fuck up.
I'm from Vacaville.
Oh, Vacaville. Okay.
That's the furthest north of the North Bay, basically.
Wait, can we get? Is Tracy in that direction?
Yeah, I heard her. She was.
That's
out
where I'm
there.
from. I live in Colorado now. I live on a.
Oh my god, dude! Bury yourself somewhere.
What?
What's this?
Somewhere along here he says
He's snowing.
to take liquid Viagra.
Oh, the machine. My bad. Were you back there for a minute? What's up, machine?
87 cents a piece.
Show me your piece.
Did you say show me my piece? Hey, hold on, Wolfie. Listen to this shit.
Watching this, the only way for me to forgive you is for you to pull your pants down and show me your penis.
He's playing it.
I'm not curious to see how
The only way I'm gonna forgive you if you pull your pants down and show me your penis.
The only way for
That
me to
is the
forgive you
gayest shit I've ever heard, bro.
That's what a real nigga would say.
Real motherfucker, I'm like, yeah, show me your penis.
Hey, can
What
you?
if it's for
Bro, just-
scientific purposes?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Perro, can you just give us the timestamp on your actual video so we have to listen to them laugh?
Oh shit, TMO's in
We don't
here.
need a laugh track.
All right, I'm gonna
That
mute.
was confusing as hell.
But
No, you guys can laugh. I mean, we can laugh. I'm saying we can laugh, but I'm saying I want to get the real you out. All right, peace, bro. We want to watch it without the with hearing them shit. I mean, I get it, it's funny, but I can't even hear you barely.
Right, so
Well, I'd rather see people's reactions. And
I'd rather not.
I was
But okay.
saluting, I was
You could
saluting
go to my
TMO. I
live
wasn't
stream.
peacing out to you.
I don't know
Okay,
the
cool.
timestamp, but you could go to my
Yeah.
channel and find it. It's still good.
Like I said,
Can you put the link
glad
back
that-
here for me? Because I'm kind of running the panel. I appreciate if you can help me put in the back chat Apparel, are you on your phone or whatever? But yeah.
Please play that again. That was some
All right,
shit.
whatever.
Tap
I got
out,
it.
Chuck. Sit on another nail, or I'm gonna keep playing.
I will do this. Hold on. Chuck, if you're watching this, because there's a
Chuck, if you're watching this,
For the love of God, someone donate. He's torturing an old man.
because there's a is submitting back to you. There's a piece. Because I said, bro, like I said, I want to know the real reason, bro.
Computer money, it's gone.
You can't hear nothing he's saying, right?
For you to
I can't even hear it. Hold on.
Because I'm not curious.
You, everybody.
Dude, their reaction was priceless.
There's a reason why is submitting back to you.
God damn.
You played this yesterday in the interview right here. This is a good one. Shout out to the channel of celebrities.
Like I said, Chuck, I still waiting to see your dick. Because I need to know the real reason why these women does flirt back at you. I want to see it. And it better be big too, nigga. Kaka have the nerve to say that she's tired of the racism, right? But meanwhile, she's dating a man that has a micro cock. Make that make sense. I can't believe that I missed out the butt plug like conversation that there was fucking fuck. Sorry, man.
Bro, did you hit your head right there?
I had to, bro.
Holy shit, against the wall.
That's the second time I hit my head in the wall.
Bro, don't hit yourself.
He never goes on panel. Like, this is what he does.
Frank
He
Monday.
goes on panel.
Yeah. Dude, Joe Cool, it says, Shadow says, but do you and Joe ride with Samoans and Hawaiians? Remember that shit, Joe, with this Frank Monday?
I don't remember what you're talking about.
When he would say, like, we use the hard R in LA, where I'm from, as a term of endearment.
Well, who was always talking to some guy? Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, remember that shit? Okay.
No, there's some white dude talking like he was all street.
Yeah, Frank Monday.
Okay,
Not that white people can be street, but that guy is street.
Yeah, but that dude,
what the fuck?
was fake as hell.
Hey, no, he's a wankster.
Suss him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys, that was some gay shit. That was some gay shit.
He knows how to defend himself, Frank.
Yeah, he's all right. I've been trying to. I went to his panel the other day.
He's got
ignored
good
me and shit.
tactics. He's got good
I know.
tactics.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. I was like,
give me some
He's got
credit.
good dick. What?
Anyway,
I didn't say that.
We didn't say that, Wolfie.
Fuck.
No.
Sorry, man. I have to hit my head in the wall again.
Look at you hit his head.
I hear any motherfuckers talk about dicks again on your panel without me being present. I'm suing your mother.
Oh, what?
Let me talk to you, Sarah.
Dude,
You're suing somebody?
Gay?
Sarah.
Oh my god.
Sarah. Sarah
Okay.
had
That's
Ben,
okay then.
Sarah had Ben in the channel.
I gotta take my dogs off of
Because
here.
he said dick. Ben
can't have
said
them
the word
looking at
dick,
that shit.
and she stayed. She kept him on the panel. But when I say dick, she put me in the back. Bro, nah, that's a violation right there.
That's a violation.
If I were you, I would protest that shit because that was a violation.
Should we Joe protest shit? Should we, Joe? Oh, Joe said,
I've never been this violated in my life.
I protest her calling you a dick. No, not calling you a dick, kicking you for saying dick.
You know how it is, though, Joe. She said that you couldn't express yourself freely, so you should have some sympathy for him.
No,
in
I'm
the
actually
moment.
throwing it around in my head, seeing if it's worthy. My first 8 thoughts are, no, this is a non-starter. There's a billion of these fights I'm going to have to fight if I take that shit on.
Yo, this comment is, what's up, Reddington? Good to have you, brother. Look at this. This is the most gangster homoerotic comment all night. So I'll be bringing the steel.
Shout out to you, Montero. Shout out to you, Montero.
That's awesome.
That's a big dick soldier right there.
Yo, to be honest, dude. No, Joe, dude, you know that sounded homo. Like, that was gay as shit what you said, Joe. Now that
you don't need to refer to Joe.
Hey, you want to know something? Hey,
Joe,
hey,
sorry.
NPC.
Yeah.
This, you see how he is right now? Say, oh, that is.
I gotta go to my neighbors.
They're calling me
and pick up
gay
my
because
fucking
of what I
laundry.
say, but they don't have the same
All right,
energy
man.
when they
You're
hear
always welcome. Come back.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. Unless
bro.
we fuck, then it'll take me like 5 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
Hey man, hey, we gotta give it up. This is a real nigga trying to get some. He's gonna get some. He has the opportunity to get some shit. Salute to you and your service.
Either way,
as I was
bro,
saying,
that didn't sound
as I was
gay.
saying,
It
as
did.
I was saying. Anyways, y'all quickly like judge me and look at me crazy when I say
I'm
gay
not
shit.
judging
But
you, bro.
y'all don't have
Hold
the
on, let him
same
finish,
energy.
bro.
Listen,
Wolfie.
y'all don't have the same energy when y'all don't see Ben Thorpe on the panel talking about gay butt sex 24/7. Y'all don't have the
No, I'll
same
bring it to
energy
him too.
where y'all having it on me.
You don't know Ben Thorpe?
Ben Thorpe
Where
talking
you
about
been?
gay sex all the time.
Dude, I
Nobody
ain't never
says
heard
nothing.
that shit once. So I didn't watch that.
Dude, what you
Look it
said,
up.
dude,
This
was
guy
really gay,
in
bro.
all panels, this guy talks about gay sex, gay butt sex all the time. But
Yeah, but
when
dude,
I talk
you
about
told
dick,
somebody
it's a
to show
problem.
you their dick. That is the weirdest shit I've ever heard, bro.
Yeah,
That's like
you want to know the weirdest
like
shit?
me saying, Gabriel, you're black.
A
Let me
grown
see
ass
that
man
black penis.
talking about gay
I
butt
wanna
sex
see what
on
you
YouTube
clip
24/7. That is more gay.
That's
All
actually
right,
the second
wait.
person that said that to me on these streams.
Now with
Yeah.
Pero, I'm thinking
And it
it's
wasn't a
worth
man.
fighting.
It wasn't a woman.
Gabriel would have been like, yeah, I'm a football player. I got this shit. I can lift weights with my
Yeah.
dick.
Outside linebacker,
You know what I'm
baby.
saying? Yeah. Like, you just
Tight end.
winging your shit around. Bro.
All right, Pero, I'll give you
understand.
this. It'd be bogus kick a motherfucker for saying dick, but I think you're underselling it because I know how you are. I assume it was some heavier and shit like that. But just because you say dick, if somebody kicked you for that, I'd be
Yeah, he's
interested.
not gay. I don't think he's gay. I just think he just said the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Did I?
Pero, you back?
Did I say something?
You back? Right? Go ahead.
You just did.
I didn't drop you. You just came off the shit.
I guess I pressed the thing accidentally.
That wasn't me, bro.
Maybe it was your dick.
No,
Maybe
me. I guess.
Yeah.
No, it was the dick.
Maybe it was your dick. Yeah.
You see, it's always the dick. It's always the dick on the mind.
Yeah, Wolfie, why are you talking gay, Wolfie?
At the same time. Holy shit.
No, straight up and no, hands down like.
Well, he caught himself. He said straight up and down. He was about to say straight up and down, but he caught himself. He didn't say that. Hear that shit?
I did.
Either be like Resto sideways. What's he say all the time? That's he's all
sideways.
sucking it sideways or some shit. I don't get that one.
No, I just think he said the wrong shit at the wrong time. That's
By the way, I disagree with Joe Cool earlier when he said about the girl looking at the guy in the corn booth. I like when the hoe be like staring at you with the big eyes.
Oh, you do?
Yes,
Good.
me too.
Yeah, like
thank
that.
you, Gabriel. Thank you. Somebody say it out for me. I love
I
women.
like it in real life better.
Staring at me
But,
all
in
over
real
my
life,
body.
yeah, I don't. I'll be like, bitch, do your work. What the fuck you staring at me for? I mean,
you sound like Bernie Mac, Joe. Bernie Mac.
Looking over here at the camera. That's happy.
Right.
Do your work, oh.
Stare at my belt line. Stare at my belt line.
The belt rock. Yeah.
Talk your shit.
Let's go. Talk your shit, Pero.
Watch me. Fucking white bitch.
Holy shit.
You think I'm playing, Sarah? You think I'm playing? Let me hear anybody on your panel talk about dicks without me. Without
Look at Wolfie said. Oh.
I read,
dude.
I went.
This
hard,
is
bro.
uncomfortable as fuck, bro. It's
I went hard.
Joe Cool, come on. You feel comfortable?
As soon as you try to listen and give him an ear, he say something super
Like that,
gay,
right?
Joe. You like, God
That was Ruby.
damn it.
That was Ruby's screen recorded that.
You're
by the
right.
way.
As soon as you try
It
to
was
get this
Ruby?
nigga
Okay.
into his
Yeah.
argument,
Celebrity
It's-
Clips. You know, Ruby has a show called Celebrity Sunday.
Oh yeah, this is from her. Yeah, shout out to Ruby. This is her shit. It's pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
That's
All
her
right, shout out
screen
to Ruby.
recording my shit.
So Ruby
Pay the man. Hold
Yeah,
on. Sir Lawrence, good to see you. Sir Lawrence, good to see you. Appreciate you.
What up,
So
Lawrence?
Ruby,
Let me hear it. Let me hear
Ruby
anybody
gave
on
you
your,
the blue
on your
lips.
panel talk about dicks again. Let me hear it. And see that I won't sue your
Ruby.
skull.
No.
See that I won't
Ruby
sue
gave
your
you the
white
blue
ass.
lips.
Well, no, but
Ruby
you hear what he
gave you
said?
the
He's gonna
blue
sue
lips.
somebody if they talk
Exactly.
about dicks,
Because
Joe.
if she's not gonna have me on the panel, then don't have people steal my lines. That's all I'm
Fuck
saying.
your lines. We don't give a fuck about your
If you
lines.
don't, if you're not gonna
Okay.
have people,
Wolfie's
if you're not gonna have the real nigga on the panel,
I'm being
why
an
you use the?
asshole.
He's locked on him, Pero. Now I've seen this happen before. He's locked in. He's locked in.
Listen,
It's
to tell you
done.
the truth. To tell you the truth.
No. I'm not
Sarah
saying. I'm not
Tomato.
saying to give him a pass. I'm saying you're locked in. You're not gonna. You're like tenacious, Wolfie. I can tell when you hit the switch on you.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth.
like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
y'all
go
the
ahead.
real truth. Sarah Tomato
was the one that created me. I don't know if y'all know this, but I've stated that.
So you're like her Frankenstein or Franken nigga.
Well, I guess so. She created me.
Created me.
Yeah. She helped. Listen, she helped me out. She helped me not to be nervous on panels.
Oh my god!
And I'd be following them like ever and ever till this day.
Very good. I
used to be nervous on panels.
Very good.
The first time that I hopped on Sarah's panel,
DJ stole that from you. She says that shit all the time.
Joe.
Sorry about that, Naomi.
Gabriel, you can't make this
What?
shit up, bro.
It's not. He's genuine. He may be funny and all, but he's telling the truth.
Yeah. Exactly. No, I believe him.
Yeah.
No, I'm not hating on him. I'm
I know you're not. I know you're not. Yeah, we got
I'm busting balls, dude.
Well,
It's all good, dude.
But here's the thing, bro. I don't even want to be guilty of this. Like he's like a no disrespect. He's definitely a man, but he's innocent in a sense. Even though he be saying out of pocket shit, he has like an innocent like way of being about him. And I don't want to take advantage of you.
Positive, I agree.
You know what I mean? But I don't want to take advantage of this shit. But your shit is hella funny though. Like, this shit is fucking hilarious. But then again, he wants to help young men. You know?
No, I
understand that. I understand. You see his heart.
Don't be a beta bitch.
Gabriel, I try to tell him, dude, don't get fucking invested in the people that you talk
I see.
because you're gonna catch feelings, you're gonna get mad, and then you're gonna be doing shit like
you can't trust
doing
anybody
now.
here.
Right.
You can't trust anybody here, NPC.
No, you.
I know
can,
that.
bro.
You were about to flame up on me earlier, bro. I was about to say,
because you went up on me. I
did because I wanted you to show respect to my panel. That's fair. Yeah. I'm not talking about the beast. I got your back. You know that.
Yeah, I didn't know you and Beth
were disrespectful, bro.
Were cool. I didn't know you and Beth were cool. Like I thought I was gonna lose.
What do you mean cool? Oh yeah, we hang out. You know, we paint each other's nails. No, we're not cool, bro. She's an acquaintance. She's an acquaintance, but
whatever it is.
But I'm not gonna talk shit about it just because you don't like her. If I did, privately.
You can like anybody. You cool with Sarah, and you know I'm not.
I'm not cool.
Simple.
Bro, I hate most of these people. Honestly, bro. I can't stand them. I'm better than these niggas, this shit. All of them. However, I'm politicking, bro. Like, we in this together. This is a fucked up community. It's this community. And I'm gonna be kind to people who show respect. Right? And punk niggas who are rude, even if they are the homies and shit. Shadow Buddha does that shit to me too. Joe ass too, right?
Yeah, I needed that tough love.
Gabriel's not here to hold your fucking hand, guy.
Yeah,
you
tell him.
Fucking deal with your shit, bro. Stop being a little bitch.
Yeah, Paro.
Hold on, bro. It's all the same shit. Everybody's gonna talk shit, bro. It's all good. Yo,
everybody's gonna have something to say. Everybody's gonna have something to say.
He's humbling himself right now.
Right.
He's a strong dude because like he's humbling himself right now, right? But like we got love.
I respect it, bro. I do.
Thank you. Thank you for being
shit. Oh hell yeah!
Marathon Kev, the real nigga.
Marathon Kev.
That's a real nigga right there.
That's a real nigga and shit. Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah, Kevin, his own graceful way, has checked me and shit too.
Bro,
bro.
Oh
shit. Yeah, shout out to Kev, bro. Can you give him a? Go ahead. Shout out to. Now you say he has a big dick. You said right?
Yeah, fact. Am I lying? Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Where's the lie, bro? There's a reason why Cat likes him. Come on.
How do you know this is God,
yo?
There's a reason. Y'all don't know how these women think of what they
cat.
like.
Wait, you said cat?
Yeah, Cat GBT.
Cat K or a C.
No, Snow is the one that's her ideal man, bro. That's her Adonis.
He got it. You know what it is?
Hey, no.
No, she love you too, though. She seems to love you too, Pero. It's just Marathon Kev. Oh, he's the bee's niece.
Yo,
I won't speak for her.
We all get shitted on, bro. It's all good, bro. It's just fun and games, man. Excuse me, I burped.
Damn.
But I'm just you like that one, huh?
You hear that shit? KTL, one of those punk ass niggas. Let him know I got a letter from. Whoa, J-Mon 312. Where's 3112? What's that area code? 3112.
King TL saying that he never liked me, which I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, knowing that I always despise this man.
Oh,
'Cause anytime I
Chicago.
try to talk
Joe,
to
you
him-
didn't even say nothing.
Yeah. Listen, anytime I try to talk to King, anytime I try to talk to King, he always overtalks people. He doesn't like communicate well. Like
Oh,
he
that nigga's
always-
funny,
always-
Joe. He's a fucking hilarious, bro.
This nigga's
He's
a
a wild
junkie,
man,
bro.
though.
Yeah,
Was he
you
on
gotta
meth or
come
some
in
shit?
Yeah, and you have the nerve to say that
Oh, that's
I'm
your birthday? Shout out to
Haitian
the
zombie.
Pisces out there.
Yeah, I'm a
You want
Haitian
to?
zombie king, while you, on the other hand, being a junkie ape. Just saying.
The Haitian, like
Who's
you're
the
from like fucking Resident Evil. Getting
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, We mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak: women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life, food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into 3 groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as unmmm or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. and what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, Consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people, many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously.